Simon & Schuster Audio presents Earthly Joys, a novel by Philippa Gregory. Read by David Rintoul.
April 1603. The daffodils would be fit for a king. The delicate wild daffodils, their 1,000 heads bobbing and swaying with the wind, light-petalled, light-stemmed, moving like a field of unripe barley before a summer breeze, scattered across the grass, thicker around the trunks of trees, as if they were dew-ponds of gold. They looked like wild flowers, but they were not. Tradescant had planned them, planted them, nourished them. He looked at them and smiled, as if he were greeting friends. Sir Robert Cecil strolled up, his uneven tread instantly recognizable in the crunch of the gravel. John turned and pulled off his hat. "They look well," his lordship observed. "Yellow as Spanish gold." John bowed. The two men were near each other in age, both in their 30s, but the courtier was bent under a humped back, and his face was lined by a lifetime of caution at court, and with pain from his twisted body. He was a small man, little more than 5 feet tall. His enemies called him a dwarf behind his hunched back. In a beauty-conscious, fashion-mad court, where appearance was everything, and a man was judged by his looks and his performance on the hunting field or battlefield, Robert Cecil had started his life with an impossible disadvantage, crooked, tiny, and struggling with pain. Beside him, the gardener, Tradescant, brown-faced and strong-backed, looked 10 years younger. He waited in silence for his master to speak. It was not his place to prolong the conversation. "Any early vegetables?" his lordship asked. "Asparagus? They say His Majesty loves asparagus." "It's too early, my lord. Even a king new come to his kingdom cannot hunt deer and eat fruit in the same month. They each have their season. I cannot force peaches for him in spring." Sir Robert smiled. "You disappoint me, Tradescant. I had thought you could make strawberries grow in midwinter." "With a hothouse, my lord, and a couple of fires, some lanterns, and a lad to water and carry, perhaps I could give you Twelfth Night strawberries." He thought for a moment. "It's the light," he said to himself. "I think you would need sunlight to make them ripen. I don't know that candlelight or even lanterns would be enough." Cecil watched him with amusement. Tradescant never failed in the respect he owed his master, but he readily forgot everything but his plants. As now, he could fall silent, thinking of a gardening problem, wholly neglecting his lord, who stood before him. A man more conscious of his dignity would have dismissed a servant for less, but Robert Cecil treasured it. Alone of every man in his train, Sir Robert trusted his gardener to tell him the truth. Everyone else told him what they thought he wanted to hear. It was one of the disadvantages of high office and excessive wealth. The only information which was worth having was that given without fear or favour, but all the information a spy master could buy was worthless. Only John Tradescant, half his mind always on his garden, was too busy to lie. "I doubt it would be worth your effort," Sir Robert remarked. "There are seasons for most endeavours." John suddenly grinned at him, hearing the parallel between his own work and his master's. "And your season has come," he said shrewdly. "You're fruiting." They turned together and walked back to the great house, Tradescant a step behind the greatest man in the kingdom, respectfully attentive, but looking from side to side at every pace. There were things that wanted doing in the garden, but then there were always things that wanted doing in the garden. The avenue of pleached limes needed retying before their early summer growth thrust wands of twigs out of control. The kitchen garden needed digging over. The radishes, leeks, and onions should be sown into the warming spring soil. The great watercourses, which were the wonder of Theobald's palace, needed weeding and cleaning, but he strolled, as if he had all the time in the world, one step behind his master, waiting in silence, in case his master wanted to talk. "I did right," Sir Robert said, half to himself, half to his gardener. The old queen was dying, and she had no heir with as strong a claim as he. Not one fit to rule, that is. She would not hear his name. You had to whisper King James of Scotland if she were anywhere in any of her palaces. But all the reports I had of him were of a man who could hold two kingdoms, and perhaps even weld them together. And he had sons and a daughter. There'd be no more fretting over heirs. And he's a good Christian, no taint of papistry. They breed strong Protestants in Scotland. He paused for a moment and gazed at his great palace set on the high terrace looking towards the River Thames. "I don't complain," he said fairly. "I've been well repaid for my work, and there's more to come." He smiled at his gardener. "I'm to be Baron Cecil of Essendon." Tradescant beamed. "I'm glad for you." Sir Robert nodded. "A rich reward for a hard task." He hesitated. "Sometimes I felt disloyal. I wrote him letter after letter, teaching him the way of our country, preparing him to rule. And she never knew. She'd have had me beheaded if she had known. She'd have called it treason. Towards the end she called it treason even to mention his name. But he had to be prepared." Sir Robert broke off, and John Tradescant watched him with silent sympathy. His master often strolled into the garden to find him. Sometimes they spoke of the grounds, the formal garden, the orchards, the park, of seasonal plantings or some new plants. Sometimes Sir Robert spoke at length, indiscreetly, knowing that Tradescant could keep a secret, that he was a man without guile, with solid loyalty. Sir Robert had made Tradescant his own, as effectively as if the gardener had gone down on the loam and sworn an oath of fealty on the day that he had trusted him with the garden of Theobald's palace. It had been a massive task for a 24-year-old, but Sir Robert had taken the gamble that Tradescant could do it. He was a young man himself, desperate to inherit his father's position at court, desperate for older and more powerful men to recognize his merit and his skill. He took a risk with Tradescant, and then the Queen took a risk with him. Now, 6 years later, both of them had learned their craft, statesmanship and gardening, and Tradescant was Sir Robert's man through and through. "She wanted him left ignorant," Sir Robert said. "She knew what would happen to her court if she named him as heir. They'd have all slipped away from her, slipped away up the Great North Road to Edinburgh, and she'd have died alone, knowing herself to be an old woman, an ugly old woman with no kin, no lovers, no friends. I owed it to her to keep them at her beck and call to the very end. But I owed it to him to teach him as best I could, even at a distance. It was to be his kingdom. He had to learn how to govern it, and there was no one but me to teach him." "And he knows now?" John asked, going to the very heart of it. Sir Robert was alert. "Why do you ask? Is there gossip that he does not?" John shook his head. "I've heard none," he said. "But he's not a lad who has sprung up from nowhere. He must have his own way of doing things. He's a man grown, and he has his own kingdom. I was wondering if he would take your teaching, especially now that he will have his pick of advice. And it matters—" He broke off, and his master waited for him to finish. "When you have a lord or a king," John went on, choosing his words with caution, "you have to be sure that he knows what he's doing, because he's going to be the one who decides what you do." He stopped, bent and whisked out the little yellow head of a groundsel plant. "Once you're his man, you're stuck with him," he said frankly. "He has to be a man of judgment, because if he gets it wrong, then he is ruined, and you with him." Cecil waited in case there was more, but John looked shyly down into his face. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I did not mean to suggest that the king did not know what he has to do. I was thinking of us subjects." Sir Robert waved away the apology with one gesture of his long-fingered hand. They strolled together up the great avenue through the large formal knot garden towards the front terrace of the palace. It was done in the old style, and John had changed nothing here since his arrival as gardener. It had been laid out by Sir Robert's father in the bleak elegance of the period. Sharply defined geometric patterns of box hedging enclosed different-coloured gravels and stones. The beauty of the garden was best seen if you looked down on it from the house. Then you could see that it was as complex and lovely as a series of neat diagrams of cropped hedging and stone. John had a private ambition to change the garden after the new fashion, to break up the regular square and rectangular beds and make all the separate beds one long whole, like an embroidered hem or scarf, a twisting pattern that went on, serpentined in and about itself. When his master was less absorbed with statecraft, John was going to suggest melding the beds one into another. Once he had persuaded Sir Robert to follow the new fashion for the knot garden, he had an ambition to go yet further. He longed to take out the gravel from the enclosed shapes and plant the patterns with herbs, flowers, and shrubs. He wanted to see the whole disciplined shape softened and changing every day with foliage and flowers which would bloom and wilt, grow freshly green, and then pale. He had a belief, as yet unexpressed, almost unformed, that there was something dead and hard about a garden of stone paths edged with box, enclosing beds of gravel. Tradescant had a picture in his mind's eye of plants spilling over the hedges, of the thick green of the box, containing wildness, fertility, even colour. It was an image that drew on the hedgerow and roadside of the wild country of England, and brought that richness into the garden, and imposed order upon it. "I shall miss her," Sir Robert admitted. John was recalled to his real duty, to be his master's man, heart and soul, to love what he loved, to think what he thought, to follow him to death, without question, if need be. The image of the creamy, tossing heads of gypsy lace and moon daisies encased by hawthorn hedging in its first haze of spring green vanished at once. "She was a great queen," John volunteered. Sir Robert's face lightened. "She was," he said. "Everything I learned about statecraft I learned from her. There was never a more cunning player. And she named him at the very end, so she did her duty in her own way." "You named him," John said dryly. "I heard that it was you that read the proclamation which named him as king, while the others were still hopping between him and the other heirs like fleas between sleeping dogs." Cecil shot John a swift, sly smile. "I have some small influence," he agreed. The two men reached the steps which led to the first terrace. Sir Robert leaned on John's sturdy shoulder, and John braced himself to take the slight weight. "He'll not go wrong while I have the guiding of him," Sir Robert said thoughtfully, "and neither I nor you will be the losers. It takes a good deal of skill to survive from one reign to the next, Tradescant." John smiled. "Please God, this king will see me out," he said. "I've seen a queen, the greatest queen that ever was, and now a new king. I don't expect to see more." They reached the terrace, and Sir Robert dropped his hand from John's shoulder and shrugged. "Oh, you're a young man still. You'll see King James, and then his son Prince Henry on the throne, I don't doubt it." "Amen to their safe succession," John Tradescant replied loyally, "whether I see it or not." "You're a faithful man," Sir Robert remarked. "Do you never have any doubts, Tradescant?" John looked quickly at his master to see if he was jesting, but Sir Robert was serious. "I made my choice of master when I came to you," John said boldly. "I promised then that you would have no more faithful servant than me, and I promised my loyalty to the Queen, and now to her heir, twice every Sunday in church before God. I'm not a man who questions these things. I take my oath, and that's the end of it for me." Sir Robert nodded, reassured as always by Tradescant's faith, as straight as an arrow to the target. "It's the old way," he said, half to himself. "A chain of master and man leading to the very head of the kingdom, a chain from the lowest beggar to the highest lord, and the king above him and God above him. Keeps the country tied up tight." "I like men in their places," Tradescant agreed. "It's like a garden, things ordered in their right places, pruned into shape. No wild disorder, No tumbling vines? Sir Robert asked with a smile. That's not a garden, that's outside, John said firmly. He looked down at the knot garden, the straight lines of the low-clipped hedges, and behind them the sharply defined coloured stones, each part of the pattern in its right place, each shape building up the design which could not even be seen clearly by the workers on the ground who weeded the gravel. To understand the symmetry of the garden you had to be gentry, looking down from the windows of the house. My job is to make order for the master's pleasure, Tradescant said. Sir Robert touched his shoulder. Mine too. They walked together along the terrace to the next great flight of steps. All ready for His Majesty? Sir Robert asked, knowing what the answer would be. All prepared. Tradescant waited to see if his master would speak more, and then he bowed and fell back, and watched Sir Robert limp onward, towards the grand house, to supervise the preparation for the visit of the Lord's anointed, England's new, glorious king. April 1603. They had news of the arrival long before the first outriders clattered in through the great gates. Half the country had turned out to see what sort of man the new king might be. The whole royal court moved with the king. The baggage trains behind his carriages carried everything from silver and gold cutlery to pictures for his walls. 150 English noblemen had attached themselves at once to the new king, their hats banded with red and gold to demonstrate their loyalty. But travelling with him also was his own Scots court, drawn south by the promise of easy pickings from the fat English manors. Behind them came all the retainers, 20 for each lord, and behind them came their baggage and horses. It was a massive battalion of idlers on the move. In the centre of the whole train came the king, riding his big black hunter, and scarcely able to see the country he had come to claim as his own for the lords and gentry who milled about him. Half of the commoners who had joined the progress as it moved along the dusty roads were turned back at the great palace gates by Sir Robert's retainers, a private army of his own, and the king rode down the great sweep of the tree-lined avenue to the house. When they reached the base court, the followers broke away, looking for their own apartments and shouting for grooms to stable their horses. The king was greeted by Sir Robert's chief servant, the master of the house, who had a paper to read to welcome the king on coming to his kingdom, and then Sir Robert himself stepped forward and knelt before him. "You can get up," the new king said gruffly, his accent extraordinary to those subjects who had only ever heard a monarch speak in the Queen's ringing, rounded tones. Sir Robert rose, awkward on his lame leg, and led his king into the great hall of Theobald's. King James, prepared for English wealth and English style, none the less checked at the doorway and gasped. The walls and the ceilings were so massively carved with branches and flowers and leaves that the walls themselves looked like the boughs of a wood, and on the warm spring day even the wild birds were misled and came flying in and out of the huge open windows with their vast panes of expensive Venetian glass. It was a flight of fancy in stone, wood, and precious metals and jewels, an excess of folly and grandeur in one splendid hall as big as a couple of barns. "It's just magnificent. What jewels in those planets! What workmanship in the wood!" Sir Robert smiled, as modest as he could be, and bowed slightly, but not even his courtier skills were able to conceal his pride of ownership. "And this wall!" the king exclaimed. It was the wall which showed the Cecil family connections. Other older members of court, other greater families might sneer at the Cecils, who had come from a farm in Herefordshire only a few generations ago, but this wall was Sir Robert's answer. It was emblazoned with his family shield, showing the motto Prudens qui patiens, a good choice for a family who had made their fortune in 2 generations by advising the monarch, and linked with swags and ropes of laurel and bay leaves to the coats of arms and branches of the family. The garlands showed the extent of the Cecil power and influence. This was a man who had a cousin or a niece in every noble bed in the land, And, conversely, every noble family in the land had, at one time or other, sought the seal of Cecil approval. The rich swooping loops of carved and polished foliage which connected one shield to another were like a map of England's power from the fountainhead of the Cecil family, closest to the throne to the most distant tributaries of petty northern lordships and baronetcies. On the opposite wall was Cecil's great planetary clock, which showed the time of day in hours and minutes as it shone on Cecil's house. A great solid gold orb represented the sun, and then at one side was a moon hammered from pure silver, and the planets in their courses, all moving in their spheres. Each planet was made from silver or gold and encrusted with jewels. Each kept perfect time. Each demonstrated in its symmetry and beauty the natural order of the universe that put England at the centre of the universe and mirrored the arrangement of the opposite wall that put Cecil at the centre of England. It was an extraordinary display, even for a house of extraordinary displays. The king looked from one wall to another, stunned by its richness.
"I've seen nothing like this in my life before," he said.
"It was my father's great pride," Sir Robert said. At once he could have bitten off his tongue rather than mention his father to this man. William Cecil had been the Queen's adviser when she had hesitated over the death of her cousin, Queen Mary of Scotland. It was Cecil's father who had put the death warrant on the table and told the Queen that, kin or no, monarch or no, innocent or no, the lady must die, that he could not guarantee Queen Elizabeth's safety with her dangerously attractive rival alive. It was William Cecil who had responsibility for Mary's death, and now his son welcomed the dead Queen's son into his house.
"I must show you the royal apartments."
Robert Cecil recovered rapidly. "And if there is anything you lack, you must tell me, Your Majesty." He turned and waved to a man holding a heavy box. The man, whose cue should have come later, started forward and presented the jewel box on one knee. The gleam from the diamonds completely obscured Cecil's small blunder. James beamed with desire.
"I shall lack nothing," he declared. "Show me the royal rooms."
It seemed odd to Cecil, taking this stocky, none too clean man into the rooms which had belonged exclusively to the Queen, and were always left empty when she was not there, filled only with the aura of royalty. When she was in residence, on her long and expensive visits, the place was scented with rosewater and orange blossom and the richest strewing herbs and pomanders. Even when she was absent, there was a ghost of her perfume in the room, which made any man coming into it pause in awe on the threshold. There was a tradition that her chair was placed in the centre of the room like a throne, and, like a throne, it was vested with her authority. Everyone, from serving-maid to Cecil, bowed to it on entering the room and on leaving. Such was the power of England's Queen, even in her absence. It seemed odd, against the grain of all things, and wrong in itself, that the heir she had never seen, whose name she had hated, should cross her threshold and exclaim with greedy pleasure at her carved and gilded wooden bed, where he would now lie, the rich curtains around it, and the hangings on the walls.
This is a palace fit for a king indeed,"
James said, his chin wet as if he were salivating at the sight. Sir Robert bowed. "I shall leave you to take your ease, Your Majesty." Already the room was losing that slight scent of orange blossom. The new king smelled of horses and of stale sweat.
"I shall dine at once," he said.
Sir Robert bowed low and withdrew. John had the final ordering of the vegetables to the kitchen, checking the great baskets as they went from the cold house in the kitchen garden into the back door at the vegetable kitchens, and so he did not see the royal entourage arrive. The palace kitchens were in uproar. The meat cooks were sweating and as red as the great carcasses, and the pastry chefs were white with flour and nerves. The 3 huge kitchen fires were roaring and hot, and the lads turning the spits were drunk with the small ale they were downing in great thirsty gulps. In the rooms where the meat was butchered for the spit, the floor was wet with blood, and the dogs of the two households were everywhere underfoot, lapping up blood and entrails. The main kitchen was filled with servants running on one errand or another, and loud with shouted orders. John made sure that his barrows of winter greens and cabbage had gone to the right cook, and made a hasty retreat. "Oh, John!" one of the serving maids called after him, and then blushed scarlet. "I mean, Mr. Tradescant." He turned at the sound of her voice. "Will you be taking your dinner in the great hall?" she asked. John hesitated. As Sir Robert's gardener, he was undoubtedly one of his entourage and could eat at the far end of the hall, watching the king dine in state. As one of the household staff, he could eat in the second sitting for the servers and cooks after the main dinner had been served. As Sir Robert Cecil's trusted envoy and the planner of his garden, he could eat at a higher table halfway up the hall, below the gentry, of course, but well above the men-at-arms and the huntsmen. If Sir Robert wanted him nearby, he might stand at his shoulder while his lord was served with his dinner. "I'll not eat today," he declared, avoiding the choice which brought with it so many complexities. Men would watch where he sat and guess at his influence and intimacy with his master. John had long ago learned discretion from Sir Robert. He never flaunted his place. "But I'll go into the gallery to watch the king at his victuals." "Shall I bring you a plate of venison?" she asked. She stole a little glance at him from under her cap. She was a pretty girl, an orphan niece of one of the cooks. Tradescant recognized, with the weary familiarity of a man who has been confined to bachelorhood for too long, the stirring of a desire which must always be repressed. "No," he said regretfully. "I'll come to the kitchen when the king is served." "We could share a plate, and some bread, and a flagon of ale," she offered, "when I finish my work." John shook his head. The ale would be strong, and the meat would be good. There were a dozen places where a man and a maid might meet in the great house alone, and the gardens were John's own domain. Away from the formality of the knot gardens, there were woodland walks and hidden places. There was the bathing house, all white marble and plashing water and luxury. There was a little mount with a summer house at the pinnacle, veiled with silk curtains. Every path led to an arbour planted with sweet-smelling flowers. Around every corner there was a seat sheltered with trees and hidden from the paths. There were summer banqueting halls. There were the dozens of winter sheds where the tender plants were nursed. There was the orangery, scented with citrus leaves, with a warm fire always burning. There were potting sheds and tool stores. There were 1,000 places where John and the girl might go, if she were willing, and he were reckless. The girl was only 18, in the prime of her beauty and her fertility. John was a cautious man. If he went with her and she took with child, he would have to marry her, and he would lose forever his chance of a solid dowry and a hitch up the long, small-runged ladder which his father had planned for him when he had betrothed him, 2 years ago, to the daughter of the vicar at Metham in Kent. John had no intention of marrying before he had the money to support a wife, and no intention of breaking his solemn betrothal. Elizabeth Day would wait for him until her dowry and his savings would make their future secure. Not even John's wage as a gardener would be enough for a newly married couple to prosper in a country where land prices were rising and the price of bread was wholly dependent on fair weather. And if the wife proved fertile, then they would be dragged down to poverty with a new baby every year. John had an utter determination to keep his place in the world and, if possible, to improve it. "Catherine," he said, "you are too pretty for my peace of mind. I cannot go courting with you, and I dare not venture more." She hesitated. "We might venture together." He shook his head. "I have nothing but my wages, and you have no portion. We should do poorly, my little miss." Someone shouted for her from the kitchen table. She glanced behind her, chose to ignore them, and stepped closer to him. "You're paid a vast sum," she protested, "and Sir Robert trusts you. He gives you gold to buy his trees, and he is high in favour with the king. They say he is certain to take you to London, to make his garden there." John hid his surprise.
He had thought that she had been watching him and desiring him, as he, despite his caution, had been watching and wanting her. But this careful planning was not the voice of a besotted 18-year-old. "Who says this?" he asked, carefully keeping his voice neutral. "Your uncle?" She nodded. "He says you're set fair to be a great man, although you're only a gardener. He says that gardens are the fashion, and that Mr. Gerard and you are the very men. He says you could go as far as London, perhaps even into the King's service." She broke off, excited by the prospect. John had disappointment like a sour taste in his mouth. "I might." He could not resist testing her liking for him. "Or I might prefer to stay in the country and try my hand at breeding flowers and trees. Would you come with me to a little cottage, if I became a gardener in a small way and husband a small plot?" Involuntarily she stepped back. "Oh, no, I couldn't bear anything mean." "But surely, Mr. Tradescant, that is not your wish." John shook his head. "I cannot say." He felt himself fumbling for a dignified retreat, conscious of the desire in his face, the heat in his blood, and with a contradictory, sobering awareness that she had seen him as an opportunity for her ambition and never looked at him with desire at all. "I could not promise to take you to London. I could not promise to take you anywhere. I could not promise wealth or success." She pouted her lower lip, like a child who has been disappointed. Tradescant put both his hands in the deep pockets of his coat, so that he would not be able to put them around her yielding waist and pull her to him for consolation and kisses. "Then you may fetch your own dinner," she cried shrilly, and turned abruptly away from him, "and I'll find a handsome young man to dine with, a Scotsman with a place at court. There are many who'd be glad to have me." "I don't doubt it," John said. "And I would too, but—" She did not wait to hear his excuses, and flounced around, and was gone. A serving man pushed past him with a huge platter of fine white bread. Another ran behind with flagons of wine, clutched 4 in each hand. John turned from the noise of the kitchen area and went towards the great hall. The king was seated, drinking red wine at the enormous hearthside. He was already vastly, deeply drunk. He was still filthy from the day's hunting and the travel along the muddy roads, and he had not washed. Indeed, they said that he never washed, but merely wiped his sore and blotchy hands gently on silk. The dirt beneath his fingernails had certainly been there since his triumphant arrival in England, and probably since childhood. Sitting beside him was a handsome young man dressed as richly as any prince, but who was neither Prince Henry, the older son and heir, nor Prince Charles, the younger brother. As John waited at the back of the hall and watched, the king pulled the youth towards him and kissed him behind his ears, leaving a dribble of red wine along the pleats of his white ruff. There was a roar of laughter at some joke, and the king plunged his hand into the favourite's lap and squeezed his padded codpiece. The man snatched up the hand and kissed it. There was high, ribald laughter from women as well as men, sharing the joke. No one paused for a moment at the sight of the King of England and Scotland with his dirty hand thrust into the lap of a man. John watched them as if they were curiosities from another country. The women were painted white from their large horsehair wigs to their half-naked breasts, their eyebrows plucked and shaped so their eyes seemed unnaturally wide, their lips coloured pink. Their gowns were cut low and square over their bulging breasts, and their waists were nipped in tight by embroidered and jewel-encrusted stomachers. The colours of the silks and satins and velvet gowns glowed in the candlelight as if they were luminous. The king was sprawled in his seat with 6 intimates around him, most of them already drunk. Behind them all the court drank flagon after flagon of rich wine, and flirted and schemed and caroused, some inarticulate with drink, some incomprehensible with their broad Scots accents. 1 or 2, with an eye to the English scrutiny, spoke quietly to each other in Scots. There was to be a masque later, representing wisdom meeting justice, and some of the court were already in their masking clothes. Justice was dead drunk, slumped over the table, and one of the handmaidens of wisdom was at the back of the hall, backed up against the wall, with one of the Scots nobles investigating the layers of her petticoats. John, conscious of the great disadvantage of watching this scene stone-cold sober, took a cup from a passing servant and downed a great gulp of the very best wine. He thought briefly of the old Queen's court, where there had been vanity and wealth indeed, but also the rigid discipline of the autocratic old woman who ruled that since she had denied herself pleasure, the rest of the court should be chaste. There had been parties everywhere she had gone, masques and balls and picnics, but all behaviour that fell under the scrutiny of that fierce gaze had been strictly constrained. John realised that the long, carnival-like journey from Scotland to England must have been a revelation to the English courtiers, and what he was seeing was the consequence of a rapid recognition that anything was now permitted. The king emerged from a slobbering kiss. "We must have more music," he shouted. In the gallery, the musicians who had been fighting to make themselves heard above the hubbub of the hall started another air. "Dance!" the king exclaimed. Half a dozen of the court formed two lines and started to dance. The king pulled the young man down to sit between his knees and caress the dark ringlets of his hair. He bent down and kissed him full on the mouth. "My lovely boy," he said. John felt the wine in his veins and his head, but feared that no wine would be strong enough to persuade him that this scene was joyful, or this king was gracious. Such thoughts were treason, and John was too loyal to think treason. He turned around and left the hall. July 1604. What do we have that is the most impressive? Sir Robert came upon John in the scented garden, a square internal court where John had grown jasmine, honeysuckle, and roses against the walls to soften their grim greyness. John was balanced on the top of a ladder, pruning the honeysuckle which had just finished flowering. John turned to look at his master, and took in at once the new lines of strain on his face. The first year of the new king's reign had been no sinecure for his Secretary of State. Wealth and honour had been showered on Cecil and on his family and adherents, but wealth and honour had equally been poured on hundreds of others. The new king, born into a kingdom of bleak poverty, thought the coffers of England were bottomless. Only Cecil knew and appreciated that the wealth that Queen Elizabeth had hoarded so jealously was flowing out of the treasure room of the Tower quicker than he could hope to gather it back in. "Impressive?" John asked. "An impressive flower?" His expression of complete bewilderment made his master suddenly laugh aloud. "God's blood, John, I've not laughed for weeks, with this damned envoy from Spain at my heels all the time, and the king slipping away to hunt at every moment, and them always asking me what will the king think, and I without an answer. Impressive, yes. What do we grow that is impressive?" John considered for a moment. "I never think of plants as impressive. Do you mean rare, my lord, or beautiful?" "Rare, strange, beautiful. It is a gift which will make men stare, a gift which will make men wonder." John nodded, slid down the ladder like a boy, and turned from the garden at a brisk walk. At once he remembered who he was leading and slowed his pace. "Don't humour me," his lord snapped from a few paces behind. "I can keep up." "I was slowing to think, my lord," John said swiftly. "My trouble is that the main flowering season is over. Now we're in midsummer. If you had wanted something very grand a couple of months ago, I could have given you some priceless tulips, or the great rose daffodils, which were better this year than any other. But now—" "Nothing?" the Earl demanded, scandalised. "Acres of garden and nothing to show me?" "Not nothing," Tradescant protested, stung. "I have some roses in their second bloom which are as good as anything in the kingdom." "Show me." Tradescant led the way to the mount. It was as high as two houses, and the lane which led the way to the top was broad enough for a pony and a carriage. At the summit was a banqueting hall with a little table and chairs. Sometimes it would amuse the three Cecil children to dine at the top of the hill and look down on all that they owned, but Robert Cecil only rarely came here. The climb was too steep for him, and he did not like to be seen riding while his children walked. The hedges of the lane which wound to the summit were planted with all the varieties of English roses that Tradescant could find in the neighbouring counties: cream, peach, pink, white. Every year he grafted and regrafted new stock onto the old stems to try to make a new colour, a new shape, or a new scent. "They tell me this is sweet," he said, proffering a rose striped white and scarlet. "A Rosamond rose, but with a perfume." His lord bent and sniffed. "How can you breed for scent when you cannot smell them yourself?" he asked. John shrugged. "I ask people if they smell good or better than other roses, but it is hard to judge. They always tell me the scent in terms of another scent, and since I have never had a nose which could smell, then it's no help to me. They say lemony, as if I would know what a lemon smells like. They say honey, and that is no help either, for I think of one as sour and one as sweet." Robert Cecil nodded. He was not the man to pity a disability. "Well, it smells good to me," he said. "Could I have great boughs of it by August?" John Tradescant hesitated. A less faithful servant would have said yes, and then disappointed his master at the final moment. A better courtier would have guided him away to something else. John simply shook his head. "I thought you wanted it for today or tomorrow. I cannot give you roses in August, my lord. Nobody can." Cecil turned away and started to limp back to the house. "Come with me," he said shortly over his sloped shoulder. Tradescant fell in beside him, and Cecil leaned on his arm. Tradescant took the burden of that light weight and felt himself soften with pity for the man who had all the responsibility for running 4 kingdoms with the new addition of Scotland, and yet none of the real power. "It's for the Spanish," Cecil told him in an undertone. "This gift that I need. What do people in the country think of the peace with Spain?" "They mistrust it, I think," John said. "We have been at war with Spain for so long and avoided defeat so narrowly. It's impossible to think of them as friends the very next day. I cannot let us stay at war in Europe. We will be ruined if we go on pouring men and gold into the United Provinces, into France, and Spain is no threat any more. I must have a peace." "As long as they don't come here," John said hesitantly. "No one cares what happens in Europe, my lord. Ordinary people care only for their homes, for their own county. Half the people here at Cheshunt or Waltham Cross care only that there are no Spaniards in Surrey." "No Jesuits," Cecil said, naming the greatest fear. John nodded. "God preserve us. We none of us want to see burnings in the marketplace again." Cecil looked into the face of his gardener. "You're a good man," he said shortly. "I learn more from you in a walk from my mount to my orangery than I do from a nation full of spies." The two men paused. The orangery at Theobald's was open at every doorway, the double white-painted doors allowing the warm summer sunshine to flood into the rooms. Tender saplings and whips of oranges, lemons, and vines were still kept inside. Tradescant was a notoriously cautious man, but the mature fruit trees were out in the fine weather, housed in great barrels with carrying loops at 4 points, so they could adorn the 3 central courts of Theobald's in the summer and bring a touch of the exotic to this most English of palaces. Long before the first hint of frost, Tradescant would have them carried back into the orangery and the fires lit in the grates to keep them safe through the English winter. "I suppose oranges are not impressive," he said. "Not to Spaniards who live in orange groves." Cecil was about to agree, but he hesitated. "How many oranges could we muster?" John thought of the 3 mature trees, one placed at the centre of each court. "Would you strip the trees of all their fruit?" he asked. Cecil nodded. John swallowed at the thought of the sacrifice. "A barrel of fruit. By August, perhaps 2 barrels." Cecil slapped him on the shoulder. "That's it," he cried. "The whole point is that we show them that they have nothing which we need. We give them great boughs of oranges, and that shows them that anything they have, we can have too, that we are not the supplicants in this business, but the men of power, that we have all of England, and orange orchards too." "Boughs?" John asked, going to the central point. "You don't mean to pick the fruit?" Cecil shook his head. "It is a gift for the king to give to the Spanish ambassador. It has to look wonderful. A barrel of oranges could have been bought on the quayside, but a great branch of a tree with the fruit on it. They will see that it has been fresh cut by the quality of the leaves. It has to be boughs laden with fruit." John, thinking of the savage hacking of his beautiful trees, suppressed an exclamation of pain. "Certainly, my lord," he said. Cecil, understanding at once, hugged Tradescant around the shoulders and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek. "John, I have had men lay down their lives for me with an easier heart. Forgive me, but I need a grand gesture for the king, and your oranges are the sacrificial lamb." John reluctantly chuckled. "I'll wait till I hear then, my lord, and I'll cut the fruit and send it up to London as soon as you order." "Bring it yourself," Cecil directed him. "I want no mistake, and you, of all men, will guard it as if it were your firstborn son."
August 1604. John's oranges were the centre of the feast to celebrate the peace. King James and Prince Henry held Bibles and swore before the nobles and the Spanish ambassadors that the Treaty of London would install a solemn and lasting peace. In a glorious ceremony, de Velasco toasted the king from an agate cup set with diamonds and rubies, and then presented him with the cup. Queen Anne at his side had a crystal goblet and 3 diamond pendants. Then King James nodded to Cecil, and Cecil turned to where Tradescant was behind him, and John Tradescant walked forward, bearing in his arms, almost too great a weight to carry, a great spreading bough of oranges, their leaves glossy and green with drops of water, like pearls still rolling on the central vein, their fruit round, scented like oil of sunshine, blazing with colour, ripe and fleshy. The king touched the bough, and at his gesture Tradescant laid it at the Spanish ambassador's feet, as 2 of his lads laid another and then another in a heap of ripe wealth. "Oranges, your majesty," the man exclaimed. James smiled and nodded. "In case you are feeling homesick," he said. De Velasco threw a quick look back at his entourage. "I had no idea that you could grow oranges in England," he said enviously. "I thought it was too cold here, too damp." Robert Cecil made a casual gesture. "Oh, no," he replied nonchalantly. "We can grow anything we desire." A page came through the crowd, carrying a great pannier of fruit, and another followed him with a basket. In pride of place, nestling amid some aromatic southernwood leaves, was a large pale melon. "Wait a minute," said John. "Let me see that." The page was in Lord Wootton's livery. "Let me pass," he said urgently. "I'm to present this to the king to give to the Spanish ambassador." "Where's it from?" John hissed. "From Lord Wootton's garden at Canterbury," the lad replied, and pushed through. "Lord Wootton's gardener can grow melons?" John asked. He turned to his neighbour, but no one but John cared one way or the other. "How does Lord Wootton grow melons at Canterbury?" The question remained unanswered. In a nearby inn, John sought out Lord Wootton's gardener, who merely laughed at him and said there was a trick to it, but John would have to join Lord Wootton's service if he wanted to learn it. "Do you plant them in the orangery?" John guessed. "Do you have an earth bed inside?" The man laughed. "The great John Tradescant asking me for advice?" he mocked. "Come to Canterbury, Mr. Tradescant, and you shall learn my secrets." John shook his head. "I'd rather serve the greatest lord in the greatest gardens in England," he said loftily. "Not the greatest for long," the gardener warned him. "Why? What do you mean?" The gardener drew a little closer. "There are those who are saying that he has signed his own letter of resignation from service,"
he said. "Now that Spain is at peace with England, who can doubt that the lords who stayed with a true faith through all the troubles will come back to court? They'll find their places at court again." "Catholics at court?" John demanded. "With a king like ours, he'd never bear it." The man shrugged. "King James is not the old Queen. He likes differences of opinion. He likes to dispute with them. Queen Anne herself takes the Mass. My own lord takes the Mass when he's abroad and avoids the English church whenever he can. And if he is high in the king's favour, giving him melons and the like, then the tide is turning. The stout old defenders of the faith like your lord may find their time is gone." John nodded, bought the man another ale, and left the tavern to find Cecil. His master was in one of the courtyards at Whitehall, about to board his barge to take him upriver to Theobald's. "Ah, John," he said, "will you come home with me by water, or travel back with the wagon?" "I'll come with you, if I may, my lord," John said. "Get your bag, then, for we leave at once. I want to catch the tide." John hurried to fetch his things, and came back as the barge was preparing to cast off. The rowers stood at salute, their oars raised. The Cecil pennant flew at bow and stern. Robert Cecil was seated amidships, a canopy over his head and a rug at his side to ward off the evening chill. John leapt nimbly aboard and sat at the rear of the boat, behind the golden chair. The boatmaster cast off, and the rowers started the regular beat of their rowing, the oars splashing in the water, and the boat pulling forward and then resting, pulling and then resting. It was a soporific, lulling movement, but John kept his eyes on his master. He saw the head, flecked with premature grey hair, nod and then sink. The man was exhausted after months of painstaking negotiation and unending civility, mostly conducted in a foreign language. John drew a little closer and watched over his master's sleep as the sun went down before them and painted the sky gold and peach, and turned the river into a shining path which took them slowly and steadily back to their garden. When the sky grew darker blue and the first stars came out, John reached for his lord and gathered the blanket around his crooked shoulders. The man, the greatest statesman in the land, probably the greatest in Europe, was as light as a girl. His head lolled to John's shoulder and rested there. John gathered his lord to him and guarded his rest as the boat went quietly on the inward flowing tide all the way up the river. Just before the Theobald's landing stage, Cecil awoke. He smiled to find John's arms around him. "A warm pillow you've been to me this evening," he said pleasantly. "I did not want to disturb you," John replied. "You look weary." "Weary as a dog after a whipping," Cecil yawned. "But I can rest now for a few days. The Spanish are gone. The king will return to Royston for the hunting. We can prune our orange trees back into shape, eh, John?" "There's one thing, my lord," John said cautiously. "A thing that I heard and thought I should tell you." Cecil was instantly awake, as if he had never dozed at all. "What thing?" he asked softly. "It was Lord Wootton's man. He suggested that now there is peace with Spain, the Roman Catholics will come back to court, that there will be new rivals for you at court, and in the king's favour. He knew that the Queen has become a Roman Catholic. He knew she takes Mass, and he named his own lord as a man who worships in the old way when he can, when he is abroad, and avoids his own church when he can at home." Cecil nodded slowly. "Anything else?" John shook his head. "Do they say I'm in the pay of Spain, that I took a bribe to get the peace treaty through?" John was deeply shocked. "Good God, my lord, no." Cecil looked pleased. "They don't know about that yet, then?" He glanced at John's astounded face and chuckled. "Ha, John, my John, it is not treason to the king to take money from his enemies. It is treason to the king to take money from his enemies and then do their bidding. I do the one, I don't do the other, and I shall buy much land with the Spanish gold and pay off my debts in England, so the Spanish will pay hard-working English men and women. John looked scarcely comforted. Cecil squeezed his arm. "You must learn from me," he said. "There is no principle. There is only practice. Look to your practice and let other men worry about principles." John nodded, hardly understanding. "As to the return of the Catholic lords," Cecil said thoughtfully, "I don't fear them. If the Catholics will live at peace in England under our laws, then I can be tolerant of some new faces in the King's Council." "Are they sworn to obey the Pope?" Cecil shrugged. "I care nothing for what they think in private," he said. "It's what they do in public that concerns me. If they will leave good English men and women to follow their own consciences in peace and quiet, they can worship in their own way." He paused. "It's the wild few I fear," he said softly. "The madmen who lack all judgment, who care nothing for agreements, who just want to act. They'd rather die in the faith than live in peace with their neighbours." The boat nudged the landing stage, and the rowers snapped their oars upright. A dozen lanterns were lit on the wooden pier and burned either side of the broad leafy path to the house to light the Lord homeward. "If they attempt to disturb the peace of the land that I have struggled so hard to win, then they are dead men," Cecil said gently. October 1605. The peace Cecil worked for did not come at once. A year later, in mid-autumn, John saw one of the house servants picking his way down the damp terrace steps to where he was working in the knot garden. Cecil had finally agreed that he should take out the gravel and replace it with plants. John was bedding in some strong cotton lavender, which he thought would catch the frost and turn feathery white and beautiful in the winter, and convince his master that a garden could be rich with plants as well as cleanly perfect in shapes made with stones. "The Earl wants you," the servant said, emphasizing the new title, reflecting the pleasure the whole household felt. "The Earl wants you in his private chamber." John straightened up, sensing trouble. "I'll have to wash and change my clothes," he said, gesturing to his muddy hands and his rough breeches. "He said at once." John went towards the house at a run, entered through the side door from the royal court, crossed the great hall, silent and warm in the afternoon quiet after the hubbub of the midday dinner, and then went through the small door behind the Lord's throne, which led to his private apartments. A couple of page boys and men-servants were tidying the outer room, a couple of the Lord's gentlemen gambling on cards at a small table. John went past them and tapped on the door. The sound of the Irish harp playing a lament abruptly stopped, and a voice called, "Come in." John opened the door a crack and sidled into the room. His lordship was, unusually, alone, seated at his desk with his harp on his knee. John was instantly wary. "I came at once, but I'm dirty," he said. He wanted Robert Cecil to glance up, but the man's face was down, looking at the harp on his lap. John could not see him, nor read his expression. "The man said it was urgent." The figure at the desk was still. There was a silence. "For God's sake, my lord, tell me you are well, and that all is well with you," John finally burst out. At last Cecil looked up, and his face, normally scored with pain, was alive with mischief. His eyes were sparkling. His mouth, under his neat moustache, was smiling. "I have a game to play, John, if you will take a hand for me." The relief to see his lord happy was so great that John assented at once without thinking. "Of course. Sit down." John pulled a little stool up to the dark wood desk, and the two men went head to head, Robert Cecil speaking so softly that a man in the same room could not have heard them, let alone any of them waiting outside the door. "I have a letter that I want delivered to Lord Mounteagle," he whispered, "delivered to him and none other." John nodded and leaned back. "I can do that." Cecil reached across and pulled him closer again. "It's more than a messenger boy I want," he whispered. "The contents of the letter are enough to hang Mounteagle and to hang the messenger. You must not be seen delivering it. You must not be seen with it. Your own life depends on you getting it to him with no man seeing you." John's eyes widened. "Will you do it for me?" There was a brief silence. "Of course, my lord. I am your man." "Don't you want to know what's in the letter?" Superstitiously, John shook his head. Cecil, mightily amused at the sight of his gardener stunned into silence, broke down and laughed aloud. "John, my John, what a poor conspirator you will make!" John nodded. "It is not my trade, my lord," he said with simple dignity. "You have others in your service better skilled. But if you want me to take a letter and deliver it unseen, then I will do that." He paused for a moment. "It will not undo Lord Mounteagle. I would not be a Judas." Cecil shrugged his shoulders. "The letter itself is nothing more than words on a page. It's not poison. It won't kill him. What he does with the letter is his own choice. His end will be determined by that choice." John felt himself to be swimming in deep and dark waters. "Do what you wish," he muttered, clinging only to his faith in his lord and his own vow of loyalty. Cecil leaned back and tossed a small note across the table. It was addressed to Lord Mounteagle, but the hand was not Robert Cecil's, nor that of any of his secretaries. "Get it to him tonight," Robert Cecil said. "Without fail. There's a boat waiting for you at the jetty. Make sure you're not seen. Not in the streets, not at his house, and not with the letter. If you are captured, destroy it. If you are questioned, deny it." John nodded and rose to his feet. "John!" his master called as he reached the door. John stopped and turned around. His lord sat behind his desk, his face, his whole stance, alive with joy at plotting and trickery and the game of politics which he played so consummately well. "I would trust no other man to do this for me," Cecil said. John met his master's bright gaze and knew the pleasure of being the favourite. He bowed and went out. He went first to the knot garden and gathered up his tools. The plants which were not yet bedded in he took back to the nursery plots and healed them into the earth. Not even an act of high treason could make John Tradescant forget his plants. He glanced around the walled nursery garden. There was no one there. He rose to his feet and brushed the earth from his hands, and then he went to the potting shed where he had left his winter cloak. He carried it over his arm, as if he were headed for the hall for a bite to eat, but turned instead towards the river. There was a wherry boat waiting at the Lord's private jetty, but it was otherwise deserted. "For London?" the man asked without much interest. "In a hurry?" "Yes," John said shortly. He stepped into the little boat, and he thought the lurch it made at his weight was what caused the sudden pounding of his heart. He sat in the prow of the boat, so the man might not have the chance to look in his face, and he wrapped himself warm in his cape and pulled down his hat over his face. He was sure that the sunlight along the river was pointing a rippling finger towards him, so that every fisherman and riverside walker, peddler and beggar, took particular note of him as the boat went swiftly downstream. The river flowed fast down to London, and the tide was on the ebb. They did the journey quicker than John had hoped, and when the boat nudged against the Whitehall steps and John leapt ashore, it was only dusk. He blamed his sense of sickness on the movement of the boat. He did not want to recognize his fear. No one paid any attention to the working man with his hat pulled down over his eyes and his cape up to his ears. There were hundreds, thousands of men like him, making their way across London for their suppers. John knew the way to Lord Mounteagle's house and slipped from shadow to shadow, making little sound on the dirt and mud of the streets. Lord Mounteagle's house was lit by double burning torches in the sconces outside. The front door stood wide open, and his men, hangers-on, friends, and beggars passed in and out without challenge. His lordship was dining at the top table at the head of the hall. There was a continual press of people all around him, friends of his household, servants, retainers, and, towards the back of the hall, supplicants and common people who had come in for the amusement of watching the lord at his dinner. John hung back and surveyed the scene. As he waited and watched, a man touched his shoulder and went to hurry past him. John recognised one of Lord Mounteagle's servants, a man called Thomas, hurrying in to dinner. The note was in John's hand, the direction clear. "A moment," he said, and pressed it into the man's hand. "For your master, for the love of Mary." He knew what a potent spell that name would weave. The man took it and glanced at him, but John was already turning away and diving into an alley, out of sight. He took a moment, and then peered cautiously out. Thomas Ward had entered the big double doors and was making his way to the head of the table. John saw him lean to whisper in his master's ear and hand him the note. The job was done. John stepped out into the street again and strolled onward, careful not to hurry, resisting the temptation to run. He strolled as if he were a working man on his way to an inn, hungry for his supper. As he turned the corner, and there was no shout of alarm and no running footsteps behind him, he allowed his pace to quicken, as fast as a man who knows that he should be home by a certain time. One more corner, and John allowed himself to run, a gentle, jogging run, as a man might do when he was late for an appointment and hoping to make up for the delay. He kept a sharp watch out among the dirt and cobblestones, so that he did not slip and fall, and he kept a brisk pace until he was 10-15 minutes away from Lord Mounteagle's, out of breath, but safe. He took his dinner at an inn by the river, and then found he was too weary to face the journey back to Theobald's. He headed instead for his lord's house near Whitehall, where Tradescant might always command a bed. He shared an attic room with 2 other men, saying that he had been sent to the docks for some rarity promised by an East India trader, but which had proved to be nothing. When all the clocks in London struck 8, John went down to the great hall and found his master, as if by magic, also resident in London, calmly seated to break his fast at the big chair at the head of the big table at the top of the hall. Robert Cecil raised an eyebrow at him. John returned the smallest nod, and master and man, at either end of the hall, fell on their bread and cheese and small ale, and ate with relish. Cecil summoned him with a crook of his long finger. "I have a small task for you today, and then you can go back to Theobald's," he said. John waited. "There is a little room in Whitehall where some kindling is stored. I should like it damped down to prevent the danger of a fire." John frowned, his eyes on his master's impish face. "My lord?" "I have got a lad who will show you where to go," Cecil continued smoothly. "Take a couple of buckets and make sure the whole thing is soaked through, and come away without being observed, my John." "If there is a danger of fire, I should clear it all out," John offered. He had the sense of swimming in deep and dangerous water, and knew that this was his master's preferred element. "I'll clear it out when I know who laid the fire in the first place," Cecil said very low. "Just damp it down for me now." "Then I'll get back to my garden," Tradescant said. Cecil grinned at the firmness of the statement. "Then your job is finished here. Go and plant something. My work is coming into its flowering time." It was only after the 5th of November that John learned that the whole Gunpowder Plot had been discovered by Lord Mounteagle, who had received a letter warning him not to go near Parliament. He had, quite rightly, taken the letter to Secretary Robert Cecil, who, unable to understand its meaning, had laid the whole thing before the King. The King, quicker-witted than them all, how they praised him for the speed of his understanding, had ordered the Houses of Parliament to be searched, and found Guido Fawkes crouched amid kindling and, nearby, barrels of gunpowder. On the wave of anti-Catholic sentiment, Cecil enforced laws to control papists, and mopped up the remaining opposition to the English Protestant succession. A handful of desperate, dangerous families were identified as one confession led to another, and as the young men who had staked everything on a barrel of wet gunpowder were captured, tortured, and executed. The one bungled plot forced everyone, from the king to the poorest beggar, to turn against the Catholics in a great wave of revulsion. The one dreadful threat to the king, to his wife, to the two little princes, was such that no monarch in Europe, Catholic or Protestant, would ever plot again with English Catholics. The Spanish and French kings were monarchs before they were Catholics, and as monarchs they would never tolerate regicide. Even more importantly for Cecil, the horror at the thought of what might have happened if Mount Eagle had not proved faithful, if the king had not proved astute, persuaded Parliament to grant the king some extraordinary revenue for the year and pushed back for another 12 months the impending financial crisis. "Thank you, John," Cecil said when he returned to Theobald's in early December. "I won't forget." "I still don't understand," John said. Cecil grinned at him, his schoolboyish conspiratorial grin. "Much better not to," he replied engagingly. May 1607. After the king's first successful visit to Theobald's, it was as if he could not keep away. Every summer brought the courts, hungry as locusts, out of London and into the country to stay at Theobald's and then move on in a constant circle of all the wealthy houses. The courtiers braced themselves for the unimaginable expense of entertaining the king and sighed with relief when he moved on. He might shower the host with honours or with favours, or with some of the newly farmed-out taxes, so that a favourite might grow rich collecting a newly invented duty from some struggling industry, or the king might merely smile and pass on. Whether he paid for his board in privileges, or took it with nothing more than a word of thanks, his courtiers had to provide him with the best of food, the best of drink, the best hunting they could manage, and the best entertainment. They had learned their skills with Queen Elizabeth. No one could teach them anything about lavish hospitality, extravagant gifts, and outright sycophancy, but King James demanded all this and more. His favourites, too, must be honoured, and his days filled with unending sport, hunting, until gamekeepers were at a premium, and no man dared cut down a tree in a forest which the king knew and loved. His evenings must be filled with a parade of pretty men and pretty women. No one refused him. No one even thought to refuse him. Anything the new king wanted, he must have. Even when he wanted Theobald's palace itself. "I shall have to give it to him." Sir Robert had left his palace, as he often did, to find Tradescant. The gardener was directing the garden lads at the entrance to the maze. A team of boys was being supplied with blunt knives and sent into the maze on their hands and knees to root up weeds in the gravel. A team of older men would go with them with little hatchets and knives to trim the yew hedging. They had already been lectured with passion and energy by John as to the care they must take to keep the top of the hedge even, and on no account, on pain of instant dismissal, were they to cut an unruly bough in such a way that it might leave a hole which would make a peephole from one path to another and spoil the game. John took one look at his master's dark expression, abandoned the pruning gang, and came to him. "My lord?" "He wants it. My house, and the gardens too. He wants it, and he's promised me Hatfield House in return. I'll have to give it to him, I suppose. I can't refuse the king, can I?" John gave a little gasp of horror at the thought of losing Theobald's palace. "The king wants this house? Our house?" Robert Cecil gave an unhappy shrug, beckoned to Tradescant, and leaned on his shoulder as they walked. I knew that you would feel it almost as much as me. I came to tell you before I told anyone else. I don't know how I can bear to lose it. Built for me by my own father, the little islands and the rivers, and the fountains, and the bathing-house, all this to be given away in exchange for that drab little place at Hatfield. A hard taskmaster, the new king, don't you think, Tradescant?" John paused. "I don't doubt you will get a better price than you might have had from any other monarch," he said cautiously. The Earl's cunning courtier face crinkled into laughter. "Better than from the old Queen, you mean? Good God, I should think so. There never was a woman like her for taking half your wealth and giving you nothing but a smile in return. King James is a freer hand for his favourites." He broke off and turned back towards the house. "With all the favourites," he muttered, "especially if they're Scots, especially if they're handsome young men." They walked side by side together, the Earl leaning heavily on John's shoulder. "Are you in pain?" John asked. "I'm always in pain," his master snapped. "I don't think about it if I can help it." John felt a sympathetic twinge in his own knees at the thought of his master's twisted bones. "Doesn't seem right," he said with gruff sympathy, "that with all the striving and worry you have to suffer pain as well." "I don't look for justice," said England's foremost lawmaker. "Not in this world." John nodded and kept his sympathy to himself. "When do we have to leave?" "When I've made Hatfield ready for us. You'll come with me, won't you, John? You'll leave our maze and the fountain court and the great garden for me?" "Your Grace, of course." The Earl heard at once the hesitation in his voice. "The King would keep you here if I told him you would stay and mind the gardens," he said a little coldly, "if you don't wish to come with me to Hatfield." John turned and looked down into his master's wretched face. "Of course I come with you," he said tenderly, "wherever you are sent. I would garden for you in Scotland if I had to. I would garden for you in Virginia if I had to. I am your man. Whether you rise or fall, I am your man." The Earl turned and gripped John's arms above the elbows in a brief half-embrace. "I know it," he said gruffly. "Forgive my ill humour. I'm sick to my belly with the loss of my house." "And the garden?" "I've spent my life on this garden," John said thoughtfully. "I learned my trade here. There's not a corner of it that I don't know. There's not a change that it makes from season to season that I cannot predict, and there are times, especially in early summer, like now, when I think it is perfect, that we have made it perfect here." "An Eden," the Earl agreed. "An Eden before the fall. Is that what gardeners do all the time, John? Try to make Eden again?" "Gardeners, and earls, and kings too," John said astutely. "We all want to make paradise on earth, but a gardener can try afresh every spring." "Come and try Hatfield," the Earl urged him. "You shall be head gardener in a garden which shall be all your own. You will follow in no man's footsteps. You can make the garden at Hatfield, my John, not just maintain and amend like here. You shall order the planting and buy the plants. You shall choose every one, and I will pay you more and give you a cottage of your own. You need not live in hall." He looked at his gardener. "You could marry," he suggested. "Breed us little babes for Eden." John nodded. "I will." "You are betrothed, aren't you?" "I have been promised these past 6 years, but my father made me swear on his deathbed never to marry until I could support a wife and family. But if I can have a cottage at Hatfield, I will marry." The Earl laughed shortly and slapped him on the back. "From great men do great favours flow like water in my fountains," he said. "King James wants Theobalds for a royal palace, and so Tradescant can marry. Go and tie the knot, Tradescant. I will pay you £40 a year." He hesitated for a moment. "But you should marry for love, you know," he said. He swallowed down his grief, his continual grief for the wife he had married for love, who had taken him despite his hunched body and loved him for himself. He had given her 2 healthy children, and one as crooked as himself, and it was the birth of that baby which had killed her. They had been together only 8 years. To have a wife you can love is a precious thing, John. You're not gentry or noble. You don't have to make dynasties and fortunes. You can marry where your heart takes you." John hesitated. "I'm not gentry, my lord, but my heart cannot take me to a maid without a portion." Irresistibly, the thought of the kitchen maid from the first dinner for King James came into his head. "My father left me with a debt to a man which is cleared by this betrothal to his daughter, and she's a steady woman with a good dowry. I've been waiting until I could earn enough for us to marry, until I had savings which might take us through difficult years, savings to buy a house and a little garden for her to tend. I have plans, my lord. Oh, never to leave your service, but I have plans to take my fortune upwards." The Earl nodded. "Buy land," he advised. "To farm? To sell?" John blinked. It was unusual advice. Most men thought of buying land and keeping it. Nothing was more secure than a small holding. The Earl shook his head. "The way to make money, my John, is to move fast, even recklessly. You see an opportunity, you take it quickly, you move before other men have seen it too. Then, when they see it, you pass it on to them, and they crow at having spotted their chance, when you have already skimmed the cream of the profit. And move fast," he advised. "When you see an opening, when a place comes open, when you see a chance, when a master dies, take what you're owed and move on." He glanced up into John's frowning face. "Practice," he reminded him, "not principles. When Walsingham died, who was the best man to take his place? Who had the correspondence at his fingertips? Who knew almost as much as Walsingham himself?" "You, my lord," Tradescant stammered. "And who had Walsingham's papers, which told everything a man who wanted to be Secretary of State would need to know?" John shrugged. "I don't know, my lord. They were stolen, and the thief never found." "Me!" Cecil admitted cheerfully. "The moment I knew he would not recover, I broke into his cabinet and took everything he had written and received over the previous 2 years. So when they were casting around for who could do the work, there was no one but me. No one could read the papers and learn what needed doing, for the papers were missing. No one could know Walsingham's mind, nor what he had agreed, because the papers were missing. Only one man in England of the dozen who had worked for Walsingham was ready to take his place, and that was me." "Theft?" John asked. "That's principle," Cecil said swiftly. "I'm advising you to look to practice. Think what you want, my John, and make sure that you get it, for be very certain that no one will give it to you." John could not help but glance up at the great palace of Theobald's, a place so grand that a king could envy it and insist on owning it, knowing that he could never build better. "Aye," said the Earl, following his gaze, "and if a more powerful man can do it, he will take it from you. He will be guided by practice and not principles, too. Buy land and take risks, is my advice. Steal if you need to, and if you will not be detected. When your master dies, even if it is me, have your next place secure, and also marry a woman with a dowry. She sounds the very one for a rising man like you, and bid her be careful with the housekeeping." John Tradescant rode down the Kentish lanes to his old village of Meffham, where he had been expected every day for the last 6 years. The hedges were white with hawthorn and May blossoms, the air warm and sweet-scented. The rich green pasture land of Kent glowed lush where cattle were knee-deep in water meadows. These were prosperous times and rich fields. John rode in a daze of pleasure, the lushness of the fields and the greening of the trees and the hedges acting on him as strong wine might turn another man's head. In the hedgerows were the white floss of gypsy lace and the little white stars of meadowsweet. Through gaps in the hedge where trees had been coppiced was a sea of blue where bluebells had sprung up to carpet the floor of the forest. Ahead of him the road was drifted with the tiny petals of the hawthorn flower like spring snow, and at every verge the lemon-yellow flowers of primroses were stuffed into roots and nooks like nosegays in a belt. When the road wound through meadowlands, John could see the light yellow of cowslips nodding as the breeze ran across the grasses. They put a veil of gold over the green, as a woman might toss a shawl of gold net over a green silk gown.
The oak trees were clench-fisted with flowers, the small, delicate catkins which looked like lumpy little buds at the end of the tough, contorted branches. The silver birches shivered with new pale leaves amid the dancing catkins, and the beeches on the uplands were wet with spring leaves, vibrant with growth. John was not deliberately plant collecting, but his awareness of every small budding orchid, every flowering nettle, every thick clump of violets and purple, white, and even pale blue was not something that he could ever ignore. By the time he had ridden into Kent, his hatband and his pockets were stuffed with shoots and soft, damp, trailing roots, and he felt himself wealthier than his own lord because he had ridden for days through a treasure chest of colour and freshness and life, and come home with his pockets stuffed with booty. Meffham High Street wound up the little hill to the grey stone church set like a cherry on the top of a bun. To the right of it was the small farmhouse of the Day family, built near the church where Elizabeth's father had been vicar. There were fat hens in the yard, and the pleasing smell of roasted hops which always hung around the store-yards and the little oast house. Elizabeth Day came out of the front door. "I thought I heard a horse," she said. She was dressed in sober grey and white, and had a plain cap on her head. "Mr. Tradescant, you're very welcome." John dismounted and led his horse to a stall. "William will take his tack off if you wish," she offered calmly. It was a loaded question. "If I may, I'll stay the night," John said. "William can take his saddle and bridle and turn him out to graze." She looked away to hide her pleasure. "I'll tell William," she said simply. "Will you take a glass of ale? Were the roads bad?" She led the way into the house. The wainscoted parlour was dark and cool after the bright sunshine. She left him for a moment while she fetched a tankard from the brewhouse. John looked out of the tiny, thickly leaded window at the orchard. The pink and white blossoms of the apple trees were bobbing above the white and pink daisies, starring the cropped grass of the orchard. The family had neither the time nor the inclination to make a good garden before the house, though Elizabeth had the care of the kitchen and herb garden in the walled area outside the back door. 6 years ago, when John had visited and confirmed his engagement, he had planted a little square of lavender with a bush of rue at each corner in the area before the window, but this was a working farm, and no one had the time to plan or weed an elaborate knot garden. He saw that the rue had gone straggly, as if remembrance itself was wearing thin, but the lavender was looking well. The door behind him opened, and George Lance, her stepfather, came in. "Good to see you, Tradescant," he said. Elizabeth brought them 2 mugs of ale and went quietly out of the room. "I'm come to ask for the marriage to take place," John announced abruptly. "I've delayed too long." "You've not delayed too long for her," George said defensively. "She's a virgin still." "Too long for me," John said. "I'm impatient to start a family. I've waited long enough." "Still working for Sir Robert?" John nodded. "He's an earl now. Still in favour?" John nodded again. "Never better. Have you seen the king?" George demanded. "He's a great man. I'd heard that he's a fine man, a huntsman and a man of God, an educated man and a father of fine children, just what the kingdom needs." John thought for a moment of the slack-mouthed lecher and the parade of pretty men who had come to Theobald's palace a dozen times, the loud, tempestuous Scots followers, and the wanton, drunken lechery of the new court. "He is all kingly virtues, thank God," he said carefully. "And now the Earl is secure in his place, and I in mine. There's a chance that the Earl will have a new house, and I will have the ordering of the garden. I will be paid more, and I will be head gardener in a new garden to make all my own. At last I can offer Elizabeth a proper home." "Your pay?" George asked directly. £40 a year, and a cottage to live in." "Well, she's been ready and waiting for 6 years," George said, "and she'll have what her father promised, a dowry of £50, and her clothes and some household goods. She'll be glad to go, I don't doubt. She and her mother don't always agree." "They quarrel?" "Oh, no, nothing to disturb a man's quiet,"
George replied hastily. "She'll make an obedient wife, I don't doubt. But 2 grown women and only 1 kitchen to ward her—" He broke off. "It's sometimes hard to keep the peace. Shall you call the banns at the church here?" John nodded. "And I'll take a cottage for us in the village. I shall be between Theobald's and my lord's new house for some time. Elizabeth will like to be near her family when I'm away. I shall have to travel abroad to seek trees and plants as soon as Hatfield is ready. I'm to go to the Low Countries and buy their bulbs. I'm to go to France and buy their trees. I'm planning an orangery where the tender trees can be reared in winter. Yes, well, Elizabeth will want to know all about it." John was reminded that his new kindred had little interest in gardening. "And I shall be paid a good wage," he repeated. George hesitated for a moment, looking at his future son-in-law. "My God, you're a cool fish, Tradescant," he said critically. "Or have you been banging the ladies of the court all this time and only now thought of Elizabeth?" John found himself flushing. "No, you misunderstand me. I've always been intending to come for Elizabeth. It was always agreed that when I had enough money to buy a house and a little land, then we would marry, and not before. I was not able to offer her a house before now." "Didn't you think you might chance it?" George asked curiously. "And you and your wife?" John demanded, stung. "How much of a chance did you take?" It was a shrewd blow. The whole of Kent knew that his wife had come to him with a farm and a handsome fortune from her husband, Elizabeth's father, and a widow's jointure from the husband before that. George nodded abruptly and went to the hall. "Elizabeth!" George shouted into the hall, and then turned back to John. "So you want to be on your own with her?" John found himself suddenly embarrassed. "I think so. Perhaps... or you could stay." "Speak for yourself, man," George said. "It'll hardly come as a surprise." They heard her quick footsteps coming across the wooden floor of the hall. George went to meet her. "Never fear," he whispered. "He has come for you at last. He's a good wage, and his future is secured. He's to buy a cottage here in the village. He'll tell you himself. But you're to be his wife, Elizabeth." The colour rushed into her face, and then drained away again. She nodded gravely, and stood for a moment in thought, her eyes downcast. She was saying a silent prayer of thanksgiving. There had been times in the long years of waiting that she had thought he had broken faith with her, and would not come. Then her head went up, and she went with her quick, steady steps to the parlour. John was at the window again, looking at the apple trees. When she came in, he turned. For a moment he saw not the grave Elizabeth in her sober Puritan dress, but little Cathy, the serving-maid, in her mob cap, with her gown cut low over her plump breasts, and her inviting smile. Then he put his hands out to Elizabeth, drew her to him, and kissed her gently on the forehead. "I can marry you," he said, as if it were the conclusion to a business arrangement which had been tediously delayed. "Thank you," she said coolly. She wanted to tell him that she'd been waiting for this moment ever since her father had come to her and folded her in his arms and said quietly, "I have got you the gardener, my dear. You shall be John Tradescant's wife as soon as he is saved enough to marry." She wanted to tell him that in the nightmare summer, when her little sister and then her father sickened of plague and then died, she had prayed every night for John Tradescant to come for her, like a hero in a romance, to take her away from the fear of sickness and from the depths of mourning. She wanted to tell him that she had waited and waited while her mother put off her grief and gleefully remarried, that she waited while the newlyweds kissed before their fireside, that she waited though she thought he might never come, and that, with her father dead and a hard-hearted mother who used her labour and never paid her, there would be no one to hold John Tradescant to his binding promise to marry. She waited, in the end, because she was in the habit of waiting, because there was no escape from waiting, because there was nothing else she could do. Elizabeth was 27 years old, no longer a girl in her first looks. She had been waiting for John for 6 long years. "I hope you're glad." John retreated to his place at the window. "Yes," she said carefully, from her place at the door. 3 weeks later, they were married at the parish church. They walked up the narrow path to the church door, hand in hand. John could not stop himself noticing the yew trees, which were extraordinarily fine. One was growing like a castle with pretty pinnacled towers. The branches of the other fell like layers of cloth in a deep green dress. Elizabeth saw the direction of his gaze and smiled and patted his arm. Her stepfather, George Lance, and Gertrude, her mother, were witnesses. Elizabeth wore a new gown of white instead of her usual grey, and John wore a new suit of brown with white and crimson slashings in the sleeve. The sunlight through the stained glass windows dappled the tiles on the floor with splashes of additional colour. John stood tall and made his responses in a firm voice, and felt, with pleasure, Elizabeth's little hand resting lightly on his arm. There were those waiting outside the flint-walled church to see the couple who complained that the bridegroom was dressed too fine for a working man. They murmured that he was getting above his station, and that the slashings in his sleeve were made of silk, as if he thought himself to be a gentleman. But then the wedding ale at the back door of the farmhouse was strong and sweet, and the grumblings gave way to a roar of ribald jokes by mid-afternoon. Gertrude had laid on a grand wedding dinner with 3 different sorts of cooked meats and half a dozen puddings. John found himself beside the vicar, the Reverend John Hoare, at the dinner table, and took his compliments and accepted a toast, and then tried to make stilted conversation. "You serve a great lord," the vicar commented. John warmed at once. "None greater." The Reverend Hoare smiled at his loyalty. "And he has put you in charge of the gardens of his new palace?" John nodded. "He has done me that honour. Will you have to live at Hatfield, or shall you keep a house at Metham?" "I shall keep the house here," John said, "but I shall be much with my lord. My wife knows that his service must come first. Anyone who has the honour to serve a great man knows that his lord comes before everything." The vicar assented. "The master comes before the man." "I wonder if you can tell me one thing, though, vicar?" John asked. The vicar at once looked cautious. These were not the times for theological inquiry. Sensible men confined themselves to the catechism and the commandments, and left questions to heretics and papists who would have to pay with their lives if they got their answer wrong. "What thing?" he asked. "It puzzles me that God should have made so many things the same, and yet just a little different," Tradescant confided. "So many things he has made which are the same, but differ only in shape or in colour, and I cannot understand why he should make the difference. Nor how Eden can have looked, crammed with such," he sought the word for a moment, "such diversity." "Surely every rose is the same," the vicar replied. "It differs only in colour, and a daisy is a daisy wherever it grows." John shook his head. "You wouldn't say that if you had looked as closely as I. To be sure, they have their families. A rose is still a rose, but there are hundreds of different kinds of roses," he explained. "Every county has a different sport. They have different shapes of petals. They have different numbers of petals. They have different preferences as to light and shade. Some are scented, they tell me, and some are not, and sometimes I think I see them being made, making themselves while I watch almost." "What do you mean?" "When they throw a sport, when from one main stem you can see another grow different, and if you take the different one, you can breed another from it. God didn't make that, surely. I made it." The vicar shook his head, but John went on. "And daisies are not the same wherever they grow. I've seen a Kent daisy different from a Sussex daisy, and a French daisy which was bigger and tipped with pink. I don't know how many daisies there are. A man would have to travel the whole world over with his eyes in his boots all the way, to be sure. Why should such a thing be? Why should God make hundreds of the same thing?" The vicar glanced around for rescue, but nobody was looking his way. "God, in his wisdom, gave us a world filled with variety," he began. He was relieved to see that Tradescant was not arguing. This was not a man who was quarrelsome in his cups. This was a man urgently in quest of a truth. The vicar had an odd sense of a man in search of his destiny. Tradescant was concentrating, passionately concentrating, with a deep line engraved between his brows as he listened to the vicar's answer. "It was God's great wisdom to give us many things of great beauty. We cannot question his choice to give us many things which are only a little different one from another, if you tell me that is how they are." Slowly John shook his head. "I don't mean to question my God," he said humbly, "any more than I would question my Lord. It just seems odd to me. And God did not make all things at once in Eden and gave them to us. I know that cannot be, though I read it in the Bible, because I see them changing from season to season." The vicar nodded, quick to move on. "That is no more than a craftsman making a table, I suppose. It is using the skills which God has given you and the materials which he has provided to make something new." John hesitated. "But if I made a new daisy, or a new tulip, and a man came along and saw it growing in a garden, he would think it was the work of God and praise him. But he would be wrong. It would have been my work." "Yours and God's," the vicar said smoothly, "for God made the parent tulip from which you made one of another colour. Undoubtedly it is God's purpose to give us many things of beauty, many things which are rare and different and strange, and it is our duty to thank him and praise him for them." John nodded at the mention of duty. "It would be a man's duty to gather the varieties?" he asked. The vicar drank a little wedding ale. "It could be," he said judiciously. "Why would a man want to collect varieties?" "To the glory of God," John said simply. "If it is God's purpose that we should know his greatness by the many varieties of plants that are in the world now and that can be made, then it is to the glory of God to make sure that men know of his abundancy." The vicar thought for a moment, fearful of heresy. "Yes," he said cautiously, "it must be God's will that we know of his abundancy, to help us to praise him. So, a man making a garden, a fine garden, is like a man making a church," John said earnestly, "showing men the glory of God as a stonemason might carve the glory of God into his pillars and gargoyles." The vicar smiled. "Is that what you want to do, Tradescant?" he asked, seeing his way at last to the heart of it. "Being a gardener and digging up weeds is not enough for you. It has to be something more." For a moment John might have disclaimed the idea, but the strong wedding ale was working on him, and his pride in his work was powerful. "Yes," he admitted, "it is what I want to do. My Lord Cecil's gardens are to his glory, to be a setting to his fine house, to show the world that he is a great lord, but the gardens are also a glory to God. To show every visitor that God has made abundant life in such variety that a man could spend all his days finding it and collecting it and still not see it all." "You have your life's task, then," the vicar said lightly, hoping to end the conversation. But John did not smile in return. "I have indeed," he said seriously. At the end of the dinner, Gertrude rose from the table, and the ladies followed her lead. The serving girls stayed behind with the poorer neighbours and drank themselves into a satisfying stupor. Elizabeth completed the last of the tasks in her old family home and waited for John in his turn to leave the dinner. At dusk he came away from the hall and the trestle tables and found her sitting at the kitchen table with the other women waiting for him. He took his bride by the hand, and they went down the hill a little way to their new cottage, followed by a shouting, singing train of family and villagers. In the cottage, the women went upstairs first, and Elizabeth's cousins and half-sisters helped her out of her new white dress and into a nightdress of fine lawn. They brushed her dark hair and combed it into a fat plait. They pinned her cap on her head and sprayed her with a little water of roses behind each ear. Then they waited with her in the little low-ceilinged bedroom until the shouts and snatches of song from the stair told them that the bridegroom had been made ready too and was come to his bride. The door burst open, and John was half flung into the room by the joyous enthusiasm of the wedding party. He turned on them at once and pushed them out over the threshold. The women around Elizabeth's bed made false little cries of alarm and excitement. "We'll warm the bed! We'll kiss the bride!" the men shouted as John barred their way at the door. "I'll warm your backsides!" he threatened and turned to the women. "Ladies!" They fluttered like hens in a coop around Elizabeth, straightening her cap and kissing her cheek, but she brushed them off and they pattered to the door, ducking under John's arm as he held the door firmly. More than one woman shot a quick look at the gardener and the strength of his outstretched arm, and thought that Elizabeth had done better than she could possibly have hoped for. John closed the door and shot the bolt on them all. The rowdiest hammered on the door in reply. "Let us in! We want to drink your healths! We want to see Elizabeth to bed!" "Go away! We'll drink our own healths," he shouted back, "and I shall bed my own wife." He turned, laughing, from the door, but the smile died from his face. Elizabeth had risen from her bed and was kneeling at the foot, her head in her hands, praying. Someone hammered on the door again. "What are you going to plant, Gardener John?" they shouted. "What seeds do you have in your sacks?" John swore under his breath at their bawdy humour, and wondered that Elizabeth could stay so still and so quiet. "Go away!" he shouted again. "Your sport is over. Go and get drunk and leave us in peace." With relief, he heard the clatter of their feet going downstairs. "We'll be back in the morning to see the sheets," he heard a voice shout. "We expect stains, glorious red and white stains." "Roses and lilies," shouted one wit. "Red roses and white lilies in John Tradescant's flower bed." There was a great guffaw at this sally, and then the front door of the cottage banged, and they were in the streets. "Dig deep, Gardener John," came the shout from the darkness outside. "Plant well." John waited until he could hear the staggering footsteps go up the lane to the village's only alehouse. Still Elizabeth kneeled at the foot of the bed, her eyes closed, her face serene. Hesitantly, John kneeled down beside her, closed his eyes, and composed himself for prayer. He thought first of the king, not the man he saw and knew, but the man he thought of when he said the word king, a being halfway between earth and heaven, a fount of law, the source of justice, the father to his people, a man like the Lord Jesus, sent from God, directly from God, for the guidance and good ruling of his people, a man whose touch could heal, who could perform miracles, whose mantle covered the nation. "God save the king," Tradescant whispered devoutly. Then he thought of his master, another man half-touched with divinity, a step lower than the king, but so high in power that he must be, surely, especially favoured by God, and was in any case John's lord, a role of unique potency. John thought of the word Lord, and had a sense of the holiness of it. Lord Jesus, Lord Cecil, both lords. But Cecil with his special trust in John, Cecil with his engaging child-sized body and his cunning, wise mind, was easy for John to bless in his prayers. John's Lord, John's great love. Then his mind slipped at once to the old royal palace of Hatfield. Cecil would build a new house there. Undoubtedly it would be a great house, and he would want a beautiful garden set around it. Perhaps an avenue. John had never planted an avenue. He lost the thread of his prayers altogether at the thought of the work of planting an avenue, and his great desire to see a double row of fine trees. Limes, he thought longingly. They must be limes. There was nothing like lime for an avenue. "God give me the skill to do it," John whispered, "and grant me, in your mercy, enough saplings." Elizabeth was very close, kneeling beside him. He could feel the warmth of her body. He could hear the soft rhythm of her indrawn and exhaled breath. "God bless us both," John thought, "and let us live in friendship and kindliness together." He did not expect more than friendship from Elizabeth, friendship and a lifelong partnership of indissoluble shared interest. Unbidden, the picture of Catherine, with her dark eyes and low-cut bodice, rose behind his eyelids. A man newly wedded to a girl like Catherine would not spend his bridal night on his knees, praying. John opened his eyes and got into bed. Still Elizabeth kneeled at the bedside, her head bowed, her lips moving. In sudden irritation, John leaned over and blew out his bedside candle. Darkness invaded the room. In the darkness and the quietness, he felt, rather than saw, Elizabeth rise from her knees, pull her nightdress over her head, lift the sheets, and slip in beside him, naked. For a moment he was stunned at the frank sensuality of the gesture. That a woman could arise from prayer and strip herself naked confounded his simple division of women into good or bad, saintly or sexual. But she was his newly married wife, and she had a right to lie beside him. John's desire rose at the glimpse of the moonlit body, and he was sorry he had no light for the candle that he had blown out in a moment of temper and left himself in the dark. They lay side by side, on their backs. Like effigies on a tomb, John thought awkwardly. It was for him to make the first move, but anxiety locked him into place. After years of avoiding sin and living in mortal terror of sexual temptation, which would lead to pregnancy and disgrace, John was unprepared for the free embrace of a willing partner. His hand strayed towards her side of the bed and encountered the unmistakable solidity of her thigh. The skin was as smooth as the fruit of an apple, but yielding like a ripe plum. Elizabeth said nothing. John stroked her thigh with the back of his hand, like a man brushing the soft foliage of a scented plant. He rather feared she might be praying again. Cautiously, he moved his hand up her thigh to the round, warm mound of her belly, the navel set in the flesh like a little duck pond in a hill. Up these new mysterious byways John's hand slowly went, one breast, and he heard her little indrawn breath as his hand moved across the soft rolling crest of her breast and took into its keeping the tender, warm nipple, which immediately hardened under his touch. He moved towards her, and heard that little gasp once more, which was not quite alarm, and yet not quite welcoming. He raised himself up so that he was above her. In the moonlight he could see her face, her eyes resolutely shut, her mouth expressionless, as she had looked when she was praying. He bent his head and kissed her on the lips. She was warm and soft, but she lay completely still, as if she were asleep. John stroked gently down her belly and beyond, and found the downy softness of the hair between her legs. As he touched her, she turned her head to one side, but still she did not open her eyes or stir. Gently he pressed his knee against her thigh, and slowly she opened her legs to him. Feeling like a king coming into his kingdom, John moved across in the bed and lay between the legs of his wife, started to ease forward, started to know the power of his desire. There was a sudden rush and a clatter of mud and stones against the window. "Gas wounds, what's that?" John exclaimed in alarm. "Fire!" In one swift, sinuous movement, Elizabeth was out of bed, her gown clutched to her heavy, swinging breasts, peering out of the window into the darkness of the village street. "Are you done, John?" came a jovial, beery yell. "Sowed your seeds, have you? God's blood, I shall murder them!" John exclaimed, dashing his nightcap to the floor. Slowly, Elizabeth put her nightgown to one side and came back to bed beside him. At last she spoke to him, the first word she spoke in their bedroom, the first word she said naked before him. "Never take the Lord's name in vain, husband. It is his own commandment. I want our house to walk in his ways." John flung himself back on the bed, deserted by desire, as soft as a gelding. "I shall sleep," he declared sulkily, "and then I shall avoid offending you." He humped all the bedclothes around him, turned his back on her, and closed his eyes. "You can pray again if you like," he added spitefully. Elizabeth, robbed of the blankets, lay in silence on the cool sheet, humiliatingly naked, her new nightgown spread across her breasts and belly. Only when she heard his breathing deepen, and she was certain that he was asleep, did she move close to his broad back and wind her arms around his sleeping body, pressing her cold nakedness against him. She wept a little before she finally fell asleep. But she did not wish her words unsaid. June 1607. Next day, before Elizabeth had done more than stir the fire in the new grate and set the morning porridge on to heat, there was a knock on the door and a messenger from the Earl. "His Grace wants you in London." the man said shortly. Elizabeth glanced at her new husband, half expecting him to refuse, but John was already seated in his chair at the fireside, pulling on his riding boots. The man doffed his hat to her, but looked beyond her to John. "At the docks," he said. "You're to meet him at Gravesend." Another swift bow, and he was gone. Cecil's servants were not encouraged to linger and gossip. The common belief was that Cecil had ears everywhere, and an indiscreet servant would not last long. Elizabeth took John's travelling cloak from the press, where she had laid it in lavender. She had thought then that it was worth protecting it against moths for months of storage. "When will you be back?" she asked quietly. "I can't say," John replied briskly. Elizabeth flinched at the coldness of his tone. "Am I to join you at Hatfield?" she asked. "Or come to Theobald's?" He looked at her and saw the coat she was holding for him. "I thank you," he said courteously. "I'll send you word. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what he wants me for. These are dangerous times for him. I must go at once." Elizabeth felt her village-based view of the world shudder under the weight of great events which would now impinge on her life. "I didn't think these were dangerous times. How are they dangerous?" He glanced at her quickly, as if her ignorance surprised him. "All times are dangerous to men with great power," he explained. "My lord is the greatest in the land. Every day he faces one danger or another. If he sends for me, I go without question, and I make no plans other than his will." Elizabeth nodded. There was no arguing with a man's duty to follow his lord. "I'll wait till I hear from you, then," she said. John kissed her forehead in that passionless, meaningless gesture which seemed to have started with their betrothal and hung over them still. Elizabeth curbed her impulse to turn up her face and kiss him on the lips. If he did not want to kiss her, if he did not want to lie with her, then it was not the part of a good wife to complain. She would have to wait. She would have to do her duty by him, as he did his by his lord. "Thank you," John said, as if she'd obliged him in some little courtesy, and went out to saddle his horse, mounted the animal, and rode him from the back of the cottage to the village street. Elizabeth was at the doorway, her head high. None of the village gossips would know that her husband was leaving her as virginal as she had been on her wedding day. John doffed his hat to her, conscious also of the dozens of watching windows. He did not lean down to kiss her, nor did he offer one word of assurance or comfort. Seated high on his horse, he looked down on the pale face of the wife he was leaving without bedding, and knew himself to be behaving badly, with his duty as an excuse as well as an obligation. "Farewell," he said shortly, and turned his horse and rode briskly out at a trot. The knowledge of his unkindness to a woman who, wedding night or no, mother naked or clothed, had said no more than she had every right to say, and who, before that accursed interruption, had laid warm and pleasant to his touch, galled him all the way along the lanes going north to Gravesend. He met his master at the quayside, at the docks of the East India Company, the air rich with the smell of cinnamon and spices, and loud with the curses of the dockers. A merchant welcomed them on board his ship at the gangplank. "Follow me," he said, and led them between the sailmakers and the rope chandlers to the captain's cabin. "A glass of wine?" he offered. The Earl and his gardener nodded. "I have some curious roots," he said, when they had a glass each. "I bought them for their weight in gold, because I knew that a man such as yourself, your grace, would pay much more for them." "And what are they?" the Earl asked. The merchant opened a wooden box. "I have kept them dry and sweet, and hidden from the light, as Mr. Tradescant advised me." He held out a handful of woody, twisted roots, brown, with a dusty earth still clinging to them. The Earl took them gingerly and handed them to John. "They are the roots of flowers of exceeding fineness," the merchant said rapidly, his eyes on Cecil's impartial face. "Roots, of course, your grace, never look well, but in the hands of your gardener you could bring these on to flower in great profusion." "And what is the flower like?" John asked. "Like a geranium," the merchant said, And the leaves are sweet, like geranium leaves, but much finer, a quite extraordinary blossom." Cecil raised an eyebrow at John. John made a small shrug of his shoulders. They looked like the roots of a geranium, but with neither leaf nor flower, no one could tell. They would have to be bought on trust. "Anything else?" Cecil asked. "These." The merchant pulled a little Hessian purse from the bottom of the box and opened it. Inside were fat green globes as large as a bantam's egg, with hard little spines all over. "A new chestnut," the merchant promised. Gently, he prized open one of the shells and spilled into John's cupped palm a bold, round, handsome nut, dappled like a brown roan horse in light and dark brown, with a paler grey and brown circle at the top. John caressed the moist inside casing of the shell, turned the nut in the light to see the sheen on it. Bigger than a walnut, shinier than mahogany, it was a delightful nut, a great jewel of a nut, a brown, warm pearl. "Where did you get these?" John could not keep the quiver of excitement from his voice. "Turkey," the merchant said, "and I saw the tree that gave this fruit." "Can you eat them?" Cecil asked. The man hesitated for that single half-moment which reveals a lie. "Surely," he said. "They are chestnuts, after all, and they are a powerful medicine. The man that sold them to me says they use them for curing broken-winded horses. They mend the lungs of horses, perhaps of men, too." "Is the leaf the same as our chestnut?" John asked. "Bigger," the merchant replied, "and spreading, and the trees are massive, round trees, better shaped than ours, like a great ball in a stick, and when they're in flower they're covered all over with huge white cones of flowers as big as both your hands, white blossoms, and the tongues of the flowers are speckled with pink." He thought for a moment. The price would depend on his description. "Like apple blossom," he said at once. "White and pink together, like apple blossom, but in a great shape, like a cone." John fought to keep the excitement from his voice. "Great trees? What height?" The man waved his hand. "As big as a full-grown oak. Not tall like a fir, but broad and tall, like a big oak tree." "And the wood?" Cecil interrupted, thinking of the nation's insatiable demand for timber for shipbuilding. "Fine wood," the merchant said quickly, too quickly for truth, Cecil thought. "Though I did not see it myself, they tell me the wood is very fine." "How many?" John asked, his eyes on the box, but he kept the chestnut in his hand. "How many do you have?" "Only half a dozen," the merchant said seductively. "Just 6, and that's the only 6 in the whole of the kingdom, the only 6 outside Turkey, the only 6 in Christendom. For you to own, Your Grace, and for you to grow, Mr. Tradescant." "Anything else?" Cecil asked nonchalantly. "These seeds," the merchant said, and showed a little purse filled with hard black seeds, "of rare flowers." "What flowers?" John asked. The nut was warm and smooth and comforting in his hand. He thought he could almost feel the life enfolded inside it, like a new-laid egg. "Rare beauties, like lilies," the merchant said. Tradescant looked doubtful. Lilies grew from corms, not little seeds. He suddenly doubted the merchant, and his fingers closed tightly. At least the beauty and promise of the nut could not lie. "How much?" Cecil asked. "For the roots, the seeds, and the chestnuts?" The merchant looked quickly from the gardener to the master, and read correctly the speechless desire in Tradescant's face. £50. Cecil choked. "For a handful of wood?" The merchant smiled and nodded at Tradescant. Cecil followed his gaze and was forced to laugh. John was turning the chestnut over and over in his hand, unaware of the two men. He looked besotted. "It is a treasure beyond price to a gardener," the merchant said. "A new tree, a completely new tree, which blooms like a rose and stands as broad as an oak." £8 now, and £8 if the tree grows," the Earl said gruffly. "You may come to me next spring, and if it is rooted, I shall pay you the remainder. If it is a fine tree in 5 years, with flowers like apple blossoms and broad as an oak, I shall pay another 8 then." "Perhaps 9, the merchant said thoughtfully. "No more than 9, the Earl said, and got to his feet. 9 now, and 9 if it roots, and 9 in 5 years if it is good." "I shall take these to Theobald's at once." John said, emerging from his trance. He still had hold of the chestnut. The merchant put the roots and seeds back in the box and handed them to him. "I thought you were newly wed," Cecil commented. "A wife can wait," John said firmly, "but I should like to see these well planted and well nursed, and the chestnut tree nuts should be in warm, damp soil at once, unless—" He broke off and looked at the merchant. "Is it cold there in winter?" The man shrugged. "I've only been in the spring." Cecil laughed shortly and led the way down the gangplank to the quayside. John followed him, and then called back up to the ship as the thought struck him, "Do the leaves turn colour in autumn, or does it keep fresh and green all the year round?" "How should I know?" the merchant called back. "I've never been there in autumn. Why does it matter to you? You'll see soon enough when it grows." "So that I know when to plant, of course," John shouted irritably. "If it grows all the year around, then I can plant any time, best in the summer. But if it loses its leaves and its seeds in winter, then it should be planted into cold ground." The merchant shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "I will ask when I go back, and if they do not take then, I will get you some more, at double the price next time." Cecil had walked away, limping on the cobbles. Tradescant ran to catch up with him. "You really must learn a little cunning, Tradescant," Cecil complained. "If you're to travel and to buy for me, you must learn to barter and hide your desire. Your face is as open as a book of receipts." "I'm sorry, my lord, but I couldn't be indifferent. They will cheat you from Flushing to Dresden." "I will learn world-weariness," John promised. "I shall cultivate it. I shall be as weary as a Scotsman with a small bribe." Cecil laughed shortly. "Do you come in my boat across the river? I'm going to Whitehall." John looked down the quayside to where the Earl's boat was gently rocking, the oars upright in salute, the bright colours of the liveried boatmen reflected in the clean water of the Thames. "I'll take a horse to Theobald's," he said, "and get these planted up at once." "And then go back to your wife," Cecil called up to the quayside as he went down the steps to his waiting boat. "Take a few days to spend with her, Tradescant. You must dig your own garden too, you know." At Meffham, Elizabeth was waiting for John again. "Married only a day and left already?" her mother said sharply. "I hope you did not do something to give him a distaste for you, Elizabeth." Elizabeth smoothed a loose strand of hair under her cap. "Of course not," she said levelly. "He was summoned by the Earl himself. He could hardly send a message back and say he would not go." "And was the bedding properly done?" Gertrude asked in an undertone. "You will not hold him to the marriage if he can argue that the work was not undertaken or carried through." "Of course. And he does not wish to withdraw from the marriage. He was summoned away to his lord. He sent me a message from London. I expect him back every day." "The sheets were hardly marked at all," Gertrude pointed out. Elizabeth flushed. She had resorted to strawberry jam on the bed linen. It was the tradition that the newlywed sheets be put to air over their window-sill, so that the neighbours and the community might be assured that a marriage had been made and consummated and was now indissoluble. Not even people of the class of Elizabeth and John could escape public scrutiny. "They were marked enough," Elizabeth said. "Oh, well." Gertrude sat back in the hard chair and looked around the little parlour. "He has left you comfortably, at least. As long as he provides for you, I dare say you will not miss him, having been a spinster so long." "He will provide for me, and he will return to me," Elizabeth replied calmly. "He had to go to Theobald's with some new plants for the Earl, but I expect his return any day." "You'd have done better to marry a farmer." Gertrude gave a malicious little laugh. "Better a little mud on your parlour floor than a husband who leaves you the very morning after you're wed." "Better to be married to a man high in the favour of the Earl Cecil himself than to be a woman who knows nothing beyond the hills of her home." Elizabeth flared up. "Do you mean me, you saucy miss?" Gertrude exclaimed, leaping to her feet. "For I shall not be insulted by you. Your stepfather shall hear of it, and he will make you sorry for your impertinence. I shall send him down here after he's had his dinner, and he will tell you what we think of impertinent spinsters, married a night and abandoned the next day. You'll be lucky if your husband ever comes home at all. I shall see you at my back door, wanting your own bed back, I don't doubt it." Elizabeth strode to the door and flung it open. "I am not a miss, saucy or otherwise," she declared, "and my stepfather has no rights over me any more, and neither do you. I do not have to listen to you, and I certainly don't have to obey him. My father would not have used me so." "Easy to say," Gertrude retorted, "since he is not here to contradict you." "He would not contradict me," Elizabeth rejoined. "He was like me, the faithful kind. We love and stay loyal. We don't flit from one to another like a drunk bee." The reference to her mother's 4 marriages could not be borne. Gertrude flounced to the door. "Well, I thank you, Mrs. Tradescant," she spat. "I shall go home to my husband at my fireside and enjoy company and good cheer. We will drink and be merry, and I shall sleep in a warm bed with a man who loves me, and I dare say you wish you could say the same." Elizabeth waited until Gertrude was on her way, and then she flung the door shut with a crack which sounded down the length of the street to mark her defiance. But when she was quite sure that Gertrude was gone, and not returning for a final retort, she dropped to her knees on the hearthrug, put her face on the empty seat of the master chair, and cried for John. August 1607. He did not come until late in the summer, nor did he send for her to go to Theobald's. He did not send her so much as a note to tell her that he was delayed, absorbed in the work of replanting and maintaining the most beautiful garden in England. First, it was the newly designed knot gardens which took his attention. The continuous twist of hedging was much harder to keep cut than the old straight lines, and inside the box hedges the lavender had flourished too strongly. Now it needed cutting back so that it did not thrust wands of navy blue out of their place, but at last Cecil agreed that the softness of their shape and the spiky azure flowers had added beauty to the geometric precision of the garden, and that Tradescant should plant other shrubs inside the hedging. Then the bathing pools in the marble temple turned green in the hot weather, and he had them drained and scrubbed with salt and rinsed clean and refilled. Then the kitchen gardens started fruiting, first strawberries, then raspberries, gooseberries, peaches, and apricots. It was not until the currants came into season that John took time from his work to borrow a horse and ride down the dusty lanes to his home in Kent. He took 2 of the new chestnuts in his pocket, still shining from the polishing he continually gave them. Of the 6 in the merchant's box, he had planted 2 in large pots and left them in a shady place in the garden, watering them gently every day from the dish placed underneath the pot to encourage their roots to grow down. 2 he had kept in a net, hung high out of the way of rats in his shed, planning that they should feel the heat of the summer on their glossy backs before he planted them in autumn, when the weeds died back and before the first frosts came, hoping to mimic the tree's natural time for growth. 2 he carried in the safe darkness of his pocket, planning to plant them in spring in case they needed to be hidden from frost and to feel the warmth of a new season and the damp richness of the spring earth to make them flourish. He thought he should have left them in a stone box in the darkness and coldness of the floor of the marble bathhouse, but he could not resist their smooth, round shapes tucked in his waistcoat. A dozen times a day his fingers found their way into the little pocket to caress them like a broody hen turning over 2 precious eggs. He buttoned down the flaps with care when he mounted his horse. "I shall stay some weeks with my wife," he said to the gardener's lad who held the horse. "You can send for me if I'm needed. Otherwise I shall come home at the end of September." He did not notice he had called Theobald's home. "And have a care that you keep the gates shut," he reminded the boy, "and weed the grass every day, but do not touch the roses. I shall be back in time to see to them myself. You may take the heads off when they are finished flowering, and take the petals to the still room, but that is all." It was a 2-day journey to Meffham. John enjoyed travelling through the Surrey countryside, where the hayfields were showing green again after the rain, and where the wheat stooks stood high in the field. Horsemen cantered past him, covering him in blinding clouds of dust. He sometimes rode alongside great wagons, and could hitch his horse behind, taking a seat with the driver for a rest from the saddle and a sup of the driver's ale. There were many people walking the roads, artisans on the tramp looking for work, harvesting gangs at the end of their season, apple pickers making their way to Kent, like John, gypsies, a travelling fair, a wandering preacher ready to set up at any crossroads and preach a gospel which needed neither church nor bishops, pedlars waddling beneath the weight of their packs, goose girls driving their flocks to the London markets, beggars, paupers and sturdy vagrants forced away from parish to parish, bullocks being driven to Smithfield by swearing, anxious cattle drovers. In the inn at night, John ate an ordinary, the daily dinner, with a set price, which humble travelling men preferred, but he paid extra to sleep alone. He did not want to appear before Elizabeth scratching with another man's fleas. At the long dining table in the inn's front room, the talk was of the new king, who could not agree with Parliament, although he had been in the kingdom only 4 years. The men dining at table were mostly on the side of the king. He had the charm of novelty and the glamour of royalty. So what if Parliament complained of the Scots nobles who hung around the court? And so what if the king was extravagant? The King of England could afford a little luxury, surely to God. And besides, the man had a family to support, a brace of princes and princesses. How else should he live but well? One man at the table had suffered at the hands of the Court of Wards, and claimed that no man's fortune was safe from a king who would take orphans into his keeping and farm out their fortunes among his friends, but he gained little sympathy. The complaint was an old one, and the king was new, and novelty was a pleasure. John kept his head down over his mutton, and kept his own counsel. When someone shouted for a toast to His Majesty, John rose to his feet as swiftly as any man. He was not disposed to gossip about the painted women and painted boys of court, and, besides, no man who had worked for Robert Cecil would ever voice a dangerous political opinion in a public place. "I care nothing if we have no Parliament," a man exclaimed. "What have they ever done for me? If King James, God bless him, can do without a Parliament, why, then so can I." John thought of his master, who believed that a monarch could only rule by a combination of bluff and seduction to gain the consent of the people, and whose watchword was practice, not principle, kept silent, touched the chestnuts in his waistcoat pocket for luck, took up his hat, and went from the room to his solitary bed. He arrived at Metham at noon, and nearly turned into the courtyard of the day's family farmhouse before he recalled that he should find Elizabeth in her new cottage, in their new cottage. He rode back down the mud track of the village street, and then skirted around to the back of the little house, where there was a lean-to shed and a patch of ground for his horse. He took off its saddle and bridle and turned the animal into the field. It raised its head and whinnied at the strangeness of the place, and he saw Elizabeth's face at an upstairs window, looking out at the noise. As he walked towards the little cottage's back gate, he heard her running down the wooden stairs, and then the back door burst open, and she was racing towards him. As she suddenly recollected her dignity, she skidded to an abrupt halt. "Oh, Mr. Tradescant," she said, "I should have killed a chicken if I'd known you were coming today." John stepped forward and took her hands and kissed her, formal as ever, on her forehead. "I did not know what time I should arrive," he said. "The roads were better than I thought they would be." "Have you come from Theobald's?" "I left the day before yesterday." "And is everything well?" "It is." He glanced down at her and saw that her usually pale face was rosy and smiling. "You look very well, wife." She peeped up at him from under her severe white cap. "I am well," she said, "and very happy to see you. The days are rather long here." "Why?" John asked. "I should have thought you would have much to do in a house of your own at last." "Because I'm used to running a farmhouse," she said, "with care for the still-room and the laundry and the mending and the feeding of the family and all the farm workers and the health of the staff, the herb garden and the kitchen garden too. Here, all I have to look after is 2 bedrooms and a kitchen and a parlour. I have not enough to do." "Oh!" John was genuinely surprised. "I had not thought." "But I have started on a garden," she said shyly. "I thought you might like it." She pointed to a level area of ground outside the back door. The ground was marked out with pegs and twines into a square shape, containing the serpentine twists of a maze. "I was going to make it with chalk stones and flints in patterns of black and white," she said. "I don't think anything tender will thrive because of the chickens." "You can't have chickens in a knot garden," John said decidedly. She chuckled, and John looked down and saw with surprise that rosy, happy face again. "Well, we have to have chickens for their eggs and for your dinner," she said, "so you must think of a way that chickens can be kept out." John laughed. "At Theobald's I'm plagued with deer," he said. "It seems very hard that in my own garden I shall still have pests to come and spoil my plants." "Perhaps we could get another plot of land for the chickens," she suggested, "and fence this off so that you might grow whatever you wish." John glanced down at the overworked light brown soil and the nearby midden. "It is hardly an ideal place," he said. At once he saw the colour and the happiness drain from her face. She looked weary. "Not after Theobald's palace, I suppose." "Elizabeth," he exclaimed, "I did not mean—" She turned away from him and was leading the way into the cottage. He stepped after her and was about to take her hand, but some stupid shyness checked the movement. "Elizabeth," he said more gently. She hesitated, but she did not turn. "I was afraid you were never coming back," she whispered. "I was afraid that you had married me to fulfill the agreement and to get my dowry, and that you would never come back to me at all." Of course I would come back." He was astounded at her. "I married you in good faith. Of course I would come back." She dipped her head down and then pulled up her apron to rub at her eyes. Still she did not turn around to him. "You did not write," she said softly, "and it has been 2 months." Now it was he who turned away. He looked away from the house, over the little plot where his horse grazed, and towards the hill where the square-towered church pointed up at the sky. "I know," he said shortly. "I meant to." She raised her head, but still she did not turn around. He thought they must look a pair of fools, back to back in their own yard, instead of in each other's arms. "Why did you not?" she asked softly. He cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. "I cannot write very fair," he said awkwardly. "That is to say, I cannot write at all. I can read a bit, I can reckon very swiftly, but I cannot write. And anyway, I should not know what to say." She turned to him, but in his embarrassment he did not see her. He was digging the heel of his riding boots into the corner of her little square of hen-scratched dust. "What would you have said if you had written?" she asked, and her voice was very soft and tempting. It was a voice which a man would turn to and rest upon. John resisted the temptation to spin on his heel, snatch her up, and bury his face in her neck. "I would have said I was sorry," he confessed gruffly. "Sorry to have been ill-tempered on our wedding night, and sorry that I had to leave you that very morning. When I was angry with them for making a noise, I'd thought that we would have the next day in peace, and that anything troublesome could be mended then. I'd thought to wake up early in the morning and love you then. But then the message came, and I went up to London, and there was no way of telling you that I was sorry." Hesitantly, she stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "I am sorry too," she said simply. "I thought these things were easier for men. I thought that you were doing just exactly what you wished. I thought that you had not bedded me because—" Her voice became choked, and she ended in a thin whisper, "Because you have an aversion to me, and that you went back to Theobald's to avoid me." John spun around and snatched his wife to his heart. "I do not." He felt her whole frame convulse with a deep sob. "I do not have an aversion." She was warm in his arms, and her skin was soft. He kissed her face and her wet eyelids and her smooth, sweet neck,
and the dimples of her collarbone at the neck of her gown, and suddenly he felt desire sweep over him, as easy and as natural as a spring rainstorm across a field of grass. He scooped her up and carried her into the house and kicked the door shut behind him, and he laid her down on the hearthrug before the little spinster's fire, where she had sat, alone and lonely for so many evenings, and loved her until it grew dark outside, and only the firelight illuminated their enfolded bodies. "I do not have an aversion to you," he said. At supper time, they rose from the floor, chilled and uncomfortable. "I have some bread and cheese and a broth," Elizabeth said. "Whatever you have in the larder will do for me," John replied. "I'll fetch some wood for the fire." "I'll run up the road to my mother's house and borrow a jug of beef stock," she said, pulling her grey gown on over her head. She turned her back to him and offered him the ties on her white apron. "I'll only be a moment." "Give them my good wishes," John said. "I'll call up and see them tomorrow." "We could go up to the house for supper," she suggested. "They would be glad to see you tonight." "I have other plans for tonight," John said with a meaning smile. Elizabeth felt herself warm through with the intensity of her blush. "Oh," she recovered herself. "I'll get the beef stock, then." John nodded and listened to her quick step down the brick path and out into the main street. He stacked the fireplace with a liberal supply of logs and then went out through the backyard to the little field to see his horse. When he came back, Elizabeth was stirring a pot hung on a chain from the spit, and there was bread and new cheese on the table and 2 jugs of small ale. "I brought my book," she said carefully. "I thought you might like us to look at it together." "What book?" "My lesson book," she said. "My father taught me to read and write, and I did my writing in this book. It has clean pages in it still. I thought, if you wished, I might teach you." For a moment John was going to rebuff her. The idea of a wife teaching her husband anything was contrary to the laws of nature and of God. But she looked very sweet and very young. Her hair was tumbled and her cap was slightly askew. Lying on his cape on the floor of the little cottage, she had been tender and ready to be pleased, and at the end openly passionate. He found he did not feel much like supporting the laws of God and nature. Instead, he found that he was rather disposed to oblige her. Besides, it would be good to know how to read and write. "Do you know how to write in French?" he asked. "And Latin words?" "Yes," she said. "Do you want to learn French?" "I can speak French and a bit of Italian, and enough German to see that my lord is not cheated when I'm buying plants for him from a sea captain. And I know some plant names in Latin, but I never learned to write any of it down." Her face was illuminated with her smile. "I can teach you." "All right," he said, "but you must tell no one." Her gaze was open and honest. "Of course not. It shall be between the 2 of us, as everything else will be." That night they made love again in the warmth and comfort of the big bed. Elizabeth, free from her fear that he did not love her, and discovering a sensuality which she had not imagined, clung to him and wrapped her arms and legs around him and sobbed for pleasure. Then they wrapped their blankets around their shoulders and sat side by side on the bed and looked out at the deep blue of the night sky and the sharp whiteness of the thousands of stars. The village was all quiet. Not one light showed. The road away from the village, north to Gravesend and London, was empty and silent, ghostly in the starlight. An owl hooted, quartering the fields on silent wings. John reached for his waistcoat, folded on the chest at the foot of the bed. "I have something I should like to give you," he said quietly. "I think it is perhaps the most valuable thing I own. Perhaps you will think it foolish, but if you would like it, I should like to give it to you." His hand closed over one of the precious chestnuts. "If you do not like it, I will keep it, by your leave," he said. "It is not really mine to give away. It is entrusted to me." Elizabeth lay back on the pillow, her hair spread as brown and as glossy as his chestnut. "What is it?" she asked, smiling. "You sound like a child in the schoolyard." "It is precious to me." "Then it is precious to me too, whatever it may be," she said. He brought his clenched fist out of his waistcoat pocket, and she put her hand out flat, waiting for him to open his fingers. "There are only 6 of these in the country," he said, "perhaps only 6 in the whole of Europe. I have 5 in my keeping, and, if you like, you may have the 6th. He dropped the heavy nut, like a round, smooth marble, into her hand. "What is it?" "It is a chestnut." "It is too big and too round." "A new chestnut. The man who sold it to me told me that it grows into a great tree, like our chestnut tree, but it flowers like a rose, the colour of apple blossom, and this great nut comes only 1 to a pod, not 2 nuts to a pod like ours, and the pod is not prickly like our chestnuts, but waxy and green with a few sharp spines. He sold it to my lord for £9 down, and another £18 if it grows, and I shall give this one to you." Elizabeth turned the nut over in her hand. It nestled heavily in her palm, its brown, glossy colour dark against her calloused hand. "Shall I plant it in the garden?" John instantly flinched, thinking of the voracious chickens. "Put it in a pot, somewhere that you can easily watch it," he said. "In soil, with some muck well stirred in. Water it from the base of the pot, with a little water every day. Perhaps it will grow for you. Shall you not regret giving me this precious nut, if it fails for me?" John closed her fingers around the nut. "It is yours," he said gently. "Do with it as you will. Perhaps you will be lucky. Perhaps together, now that we are married, we shall be lucky together." John stayed a full month at Metham with his wife, and when the time came for him to go back to Theobald's, a number of innovations had been made. She had a pretty little miniature knot garden outside the back door, incongruously planted with leeks, beets, carrots and onions, and fenced with rooted willow twigs woven into a dwarf living fence against the marauding chickens. He could both read and write a fair enough script. The chestnut was in a pot on the window-sill, showing a pale snout above the earth. Aunt Elizabeth was expecting their child. Summer 1608. "The boy should be called George, for his grandfather," Gertrude remarked. She was seated in the best chair in Elizabeth's parlour. The wooden crib stood beside the open window, and John, leaning against the window-sill, was rocking it gently with his foot and looking down into the sleeping face of the baby. He was a dark-skinned child with black hair as thick as John's own. When he was awake, his eyes were a deep periwinkle blue. John kept his foot nudging the crib, repressing the desire to lift his son to his face and smell again his haunting smell of spilled milk and sweet buttercream skin. "George David, for his grandfather and godfather," Gertrude said. She glanced sideways at John. "Unless you wish to call him Robert and see if the Earl can be persuaded to take an interest in him." John gazed out into the garden. The little vegetable knot garden was doing well, and this spring he had added another square beside it, planted with herbs for strewing, for medicines, and for cooking. There was now a withy hurdle penning Elizabeth's hens into the far end of the garden, with wormwood planted around it to hide the fencing, to give them shade, and to prevent fowl pest. "Or we might call him James, in a compliment to His Majesty," Gertrude went on, "though it will do him little good, I suppose. We could call him Henry Charles for the 2 princes, but they say Prince Charles is a sickly boy. Do you ever see him at Theobald's, John?" She glanced up at John, who had leaned out of the window and was thoughtfully weighing a flower-pot in his hand. Poking from the moist earth was a whippy, slim stem crowned with a little hand of green leaves.
Oh, that eternal pot! Every day Elizabeth sighs over it as if it were worth its weight in gold. I told her, no twig in the world is worth that sort of attention. But I was asking you, John, do you ever see Prince Charles at Theobald's? I heard he was sickly. He's not strong, John replied, putting the chestnut tree gently on the windowsill. They say he is much better since he came from Scotland, but I rarely see him. The king does not keep his family by him. When he comes hunting, he comes with only his most intimate circle. Gertrude leaned forward, avid for gossip. And are they as bad as everyone says? I've heard that the king adores the Duke of Rochester, that he loads him with pearls, that the Duke rules the king, and the king rules the kingdom. I wouldn't know, John said unhelpfully. I'm just a gardener. But you must see them. John thought of the last visit of the king. He had come without his wife Anne, who now never travelled with him. She was completely replaced by his young men. John had seen him walking in the garden with his arm around the Duke of Rochester's waist. They had sat together in the arbour, and the king had rested his head on the Duke's shoulder, like a country girl mooning over a blacksmith. When they kissed, the court turned aside and pretended to be busy about its own concerns. No one pried, no one condemned. The young Duke of Rochester was the favourite of everyone who wanted to be the favourite of the king. A whole court was formed around his handsome, lithe figure. A whole morality was lightly constructed around the king's love for him that permitted any sort of display, any sort of drunkenness. That night, the Duke went openly to his bed in the king's room. The king was said to be afraid of assassination, and it soothed him to sleep with a companion, but there were loud groans of pleasure from the inner chamber and the repetitive squeaking of the royal bed. They go out hunting. I weed the paths, John said, unhelpfully. I hear the Queen misses him and pines for him, and has become a papist for consolation. John shrugged. And what of the children, the royal princes and princesses? John looked deliberately vague. He was disinclined to gossip, and in any case he had seen more than enough of the royal princes and princesses. Princess Mary was only a baby, and not yet at court, but Prince Henry, the heir and the darling of the whole court, was an arrogant boy whose charm could be blown away in a moment's rage. His sister, Elizabeth, had all the Tudor temper and all the Tudor hastiness, and poor little Prince Charles, the second surplus heir, the rickety-legged runt of the litter, ran behind his stronger, older, more attractive siblings all the day, breathless with his weak chest, stammering with his tied tongue, longing for them to turn and pay him attention. They never did. They were courted, beloved, spoiled children, the first children of 4 kingdoms, and they had no time for him. John would see them boating on the lake or riding across the park, and never looking back as poor little Charles struggled to keep up. I scarcely see their highnesses, he said. Oh, well. Gertrude leapt to her feet in frustration. Tell Elizabeth I called in to wish her well. I'm surprised she is not downstairs by now. Tell her that I said she should stir herself, and tell her that the baby should be called George David. No, I don't think so, John said in the same quiet tone of voice. What? I will not tell her any of that, and you shall not tell her either. I beg your pardon? John smiled his easy smile. Elizabeth shall stay in bed until she's well again, he said. We were lucky not to lose her. It was a hard birth for her, and she was hurt inside. She shall rest as long as she wants. And we won't be calling the child George or Robert or James or Charles or Henry or David. He'll be John, after my grandfather and after my father and me. Gertrude flounced towards the door. It's very dull, she exclaimed. You should save your name for another child. The first child should be named in such a way as to encourage a sponsor. John's smile never wavered, but his face was dark with regret. There won't be another child, he said. There will only ever be this one. So we will name him as we wish, and he will be John Tradescant, and I will teach him how to garden. Gertrude paused. Not another child? She asked. How can you say such a thing? He nodded. "I called the apothecary from Gravesend. He said that she could not manage another birth, so we shall only ever have this, our son." Gertrude came back into the room and looked again into the cradle, shocked out of her normal irritability. "But, John," she said softly, "to have to pin all your hopes on just one child, no one to bear your name but just the one, and everything to be lost if you lose him." John rubbed his face as if he would rub away his scowl of pain. He leaned over the cradle. The baby's sleeping fists were as tiny as rosebuds, his dark hair a little crown of fluff around his head. A tiny pulse, like a vulnerable heart, beat at the centre of his skull. John felt a deep passion of tenderness, so powerful that his very bones seemed to melt inside him. "It's as well I am used to growing rarities," he murmured. "I've not a dozen little seedlings to watch. I shall never have more than this one. I just have this one precious little bud. I shall nurse him up as if he were a new flower, a rarity." January 1610. It is done. Robert Cecil found Tradescant on his knees in the Theobald's knot garden. "I was looking for you. The King wants to call Theobald's his own this year. We are to leave." John rose to his feet and rubbed the cold earth from his hands. "What are you doing?" the Earl asked. "Relaying the white stones," John said. "The frost disturbs them, throws up dirt and spoils the pattern." "Leave it," he ordered peremptorily. "The King's gardeners can worry about it now. He wants it, he has pressed me for it, he hinted 100,000 different ways, and Rochester pushed him on every time he might have stopped. I've fended him off for 3 years, but now I've given it to him, God damn it. And now he's happy, and Rochester is happy, and I have Hatfield." Tradescant nodded, his eyes on his master's face. "You shall make me a splendid garden there," Robert Cecil said rapidly, as if he was almost afraid of John's calm silence. "You shall go abroad and buy me all sorts of rarities. How are the chestnuts coming along? We will take them with us. You shall take anything you want from the gardens here. Take them with us, and we shall start again at Hatfield." He broke off. Still John watched him, saying nothing. The most powerful man in England, second only to the King himself, took 2 hasty steps away from his gardener, and then turned back to face him. "John, I could weep like a babe," he confessed. John slowly nodded. "So could I." The Earl held out his arms, and John stepped into them, and the 2 men, the one so slight and twisted, the other so broad and strong, wrapped each other in a deep, firm hug. Then they broke apart, Cecil rubbing his eyes on the sleeve of his rich jacket, while John cleared his throat with a harsh cough. John offered his arm, and Cecil took help and leaned on his man. The 2 of them walked from the knot garden side by side. "The bathhouse," the Earl said quietly. "I'll never manage anything like it at Hatfield. And the tulips I've just put in, and snowdrops, and Lenten lilies." "You've planted bulbs?" "Hundreds last autumn, for a show this spring. We'll dig them up and take them with us." John shook his head in silent disagreement, but said nothing. They walked slowly towards the ornamental mount. A stream played beside the path on a bed of white marble pebbles. John hesitated. "Let's walk up," the Earl said. Slowly, the 2 men followed the twisting path. John had pruned the rambling roses which bordered the path on either side, and they lay flat and tidy like withy fencing. Cecil paused for breath, and to ease the pain of his lame leg, John put his arm around his master's waist and held him steady. "Go on," Cecil said, and they walked slowly side by side round and round the little hill. There were a few foolishly early buds on the roses. John noticed the deep crimson of new shoots, red as wine. At the top of the hill there was a round lover's seat, with a fountain plashing in the middle. Tradescant swung his cape down for his master to sit, and the Earl nodded for John to sit beside him, as an equal. The two men looked out across the palace gardens, spread below them like a tapestry map. "Those woods," the Earl mourned. "The trees we have planted." "The bluebells underneath them in springtime," John reminded him. "The orchard, my peach-tree wall, and the courts." Tradescant nodded at the smooth grass laid out in every courtyard of the rambling palace. "There isn't grass like that anywhere else in the kingdom, not a weed in it, and the mowing team trained to go to half an inch." "I don't see any mud in the knot garden," Robert Cecil remarked, looking at the garden as it was meant to be viewed, from on high. "There isn't any now," John said with rare impatience, "because I've been washing the stones in freezing water all morning." "I shall be sorry to lose the hunting," the Earl said. "I shan't miss the deer eating my young shoots in spring." The Earl shook his head. "You know, they say that this is the fairest garden in England, and the greatest palace, that there never was and never will be a palace and garden to match it." John nodded. "I know." "I couldn't keep it," the Earl said. "It's his revenge on my father for the execution of his mother, you know. He wanted to take my own father's house, his pride and his joy. What could I say? I hedged and twisted and turned and showed him other men's houses. It's my own fault. We built it too grand and too beautiful, my father and I. It was bound to draw out envy." John shrugged. "It is all the king's," he said simply. "The whole country. And each of us is nothing more than his steward. If he wants anything, we have to give it." The Earl threw him a curious sideways glance. "You really believe that, don't you?" John nodded, his face open and guileless. "He is the king under God. I would no more refuse him than I would skip my prayers. Please God, he always has subjects as loyal as you. Amen. Leave washing the stones now and start preparing the plants for moving, and dig up those damn bulbs." The Earl got to his feet with a grunt of discomfort. "My bones ache in this cold weather." "I'll leave the bulbs," John replied. The Earl raised an eyebrow. "You've given him the house and the grounds," John said. "I can be generous too. Let the king have these tulips in spring, and I shall go myself to the lowlands to buy you a fine crop for Hatfield, as we planned. We can make a new garden at Hatfield. We don't have to scrump from here." "A lordly gesture from a gardener?" Cecil asked, smiling. "I have my grander moments," John said. Hatfield House in Hertfordshire had been the home and the prison of the young Elizabeth during the dangerous years of her half-sister's rule, when she had been a studious girl with a deep fear of the executioner's axe. It had been Robert Cecil's father who had come to her in the garden to tell her that she was now queen. "I'll keep the tree she was sitting under," Robert Cecil said to Tradescant, as they surveyed the quagmire the workmen had made in the building of the huge new house, "but I'm damned if I'll do anything with that poky little hall. It can't have been impressive even when it was new built. I'm not surprised the Queen was in the garden. Nowhere else to sit. If you cut away all around it so that it stood on a hill instead of so low, you could make it into a banqueting hall for summer, or a masking theatre." The Earl shook his head. "Leave it. An extra hall with its own kitchen and stables is always useful if someone important comes with a big entourage. Come and see the new house." He led the way up the garden, John following him slowly, looking everywhere with his quick, perceptive glance. "Fine trees," he remarked. "They can stay," the Earl said. "Mountain Jennings does the park, and a Frenchman has designed the garden, but you plant it." John suppressed an instant, unworthy pang of envy. "I'd rather plant a garden than design it, anyway." "You know it comes to the same thing after the first summer," Cecil said. "The Frenchman goes back to Paris, and you have a free hand then. Anything you don't like, you can tell me it has died. I'm not likely to know." John chuckled. "I can't see me lasting long in your employ if I kill off your plantings, my lord," he said. The Earl smiled. "Never mind the plants. What about the new house?" It was a large, stately house, not as big as Theobald's, which was built as a palace and had sprawled to become a village, but it was a grand, beautiful house in the new style, fit to display the staggering wealth of the Cecils, fit to welcome the prodigal luxury of the Jacobean court, fit to take its place as a great display house of Europe. "Surrounded by great courts on every side," the Earl pointed. 100 rooms, separate kitchen and bakehouse altogether. I tell you, John, it has cost me nigh on £30,000 for the house alone, and I expect to spend as much again on the park and gardens." John gulped. "You'll be ruined," he said bluntly. The Earl shook his head. "The King is a generous master to those who serve him well," he said, "and even to those who serve him ill," he added. "But £60,000. The Earl chuckled. "My money," he said grimly, "my show house, and in the end my grand funeral. What else should I do with it but spend it on what I love? And what a garden we will make, won't we, John? Do you want me to scrimp on the plantings?" John felt his excitement rising. "Have you the plans? Over here." The Earl led the way to a little outhouse, his boots squelching in the mud. "As soon as the workmen have finished, you can sow grass here. Get the place clean." "Yes, my lord," John said automatically, looking at the plans spread out on the table inside. "There!" Cecil exclaimed. John leaned over. The parkland was so immense that the grand house, drawn to scale, showed us nothing more than a little box in the centre. He ran his eye over the gardens. All the courts were to be planted with different flowers, each with their own ornate knot garden in different patterns. There was to be a great walk of espaliered fruit trees, and a grand water feature of a river running along a terrace edged with seats and planted with tender fruit trees in tubs. The water for the terrace was to be fed from a gigantic fountain splashing from a copper statue standing on a great rock. Further away from the house were to be wooded walks and orchards, a bowling green, and a mountain large enough to ride a horse up a winding path to the top. "Will this ease your homesickness for Theobald's?" Cecil asked jokingly. "It will ease mine," John replied, looking at the magnitude of the plan and thinking, his imagination whirling, of how he would ever get the thousands of fruit trees, where he would buy the millions of plants. "Will it ease yours, my lord?" The Earl shrugged. "The service of a king is never easy, John. Don't forget that. No true servant of a king ever sleeps well at night. I shall miss my old house." He turned back to the plan. "But this will keep us busy into our old age, don't you think?" "This will keep us busy forever," John exclaimed. "Where am I to get 1,000 golden carp from for your water parterre?" "Oh," Cecil said negligently, "ask around, John. You can find 100 pairs, surely, and they will breed if they're well kept, I don't fear it." John chuckled reluctantly. "I know you don't fear it, my lord. That is to be my job." Cecil beamed at him. "It is," he said, "and they're re-roofing a fine cottage for you here, and I shall pay you an increase. How much did I promise you?" £40 a year, sir," John replied. "Call it 50, then," the Earl said genially. "Why not? I'm hardly going to notice it with the rest of these bills to pay." Summer 1610. John decided that Elizabeth and baby Jay should remain at Metham while he was travelling in Europe to buy the Earl's trees. Elizabeth protested that she wanted to live in the new cottage in Hertfordshire, but John was firm. "If baby Jay should be ill, or you yourself sick, then there is no one there who would care for you," he said in the last days of August, while he planned and packed his clothes for the journey. "There's no one here in Metham who would care for me," she said inaccurately. "Your whole family is here. Cousins, sisters, aunts, and your mother. I can't see Gertrude wasting much time on my comfort." John nodded. "Maybe not. But she would do her duty by you. She would make sure that you had a fire and water and food, whereas at Hatfield I know no one but the workmen. Not even the house staff are fully at work yet. The place is still half built. They must be finished soon. John was incapable of explaining the scale of the project. It looks as if they could build for a dozen years and never be done, he said. They have the roof on now, at least, and the walls complete, but all the inside fittings, the floors, the windows, there's all that to do, and the panelling is yet to come. There are hundreds of carpenters and wood carvers on site. I tell you, Elizabeth, he is building a little town there, in the middle of 100 meadows, and I must plant the meadows and turn them into a great garden. Don't sound so overawed, Elizabeth said affectionately. You know you're as excited as a child. John smiled, acknowledging the truth. But I fear for him, he confided. It is a great task he's taken on. I can't see how he can bear the cost of it. And he is buying property in London, too, and then selling it on. I fear he will overstretch himself, and if he gets into debt— He broke off. Not even to Elizabeth would he trust the details of Cecil's business arrangements, the bribes routinely taken, the treasury money diverted, the men bankrupted by the king one day on charges of treason or offences against the crown, whose estates were bought up by his first minister at knockdown prices the next. They say he is an engrosser, Elizabeth remarked. Not a wood or a common is safe from his fences. He takes it all to himself. It is his own, John said stoutly. He takes what is his by right. Only the king is above him, and God above him. Elizabeth gave him a sceptical look, but kept her thoughts to herself. She was too much like her father, a clergyman of stoutly independent Protestantism, to accept John's spiritual hierarchy, which led from God in heaven down to the poorest pauper, with each man in his place, and the king and the earl a small step down from the angels. I fear for myself, too, John said. He has given me a purse of gold and ordered me to buy and buy. I'm afraid of being cheated, and I'm afraid of shipping these plants so far. He wants a garden all at once, so I should buy plants as large and fruitful as I can get, but I'm sure that little sturdy ones might travel better. There's no one in the kingdom better able than you, Elizabeth said encouragingly, and he knows it. I just wish I might come with you. Are you not afraid to go alone? John shook his head. I've longed to travel ever since I was a boy, he said, and my work for my lord has tempted me every time I go down to the docks and speak to the men who have sailed far overseas. The things they have seen, and they can bring back only the tiniest part of it. If I might go to India with them, or even Turkey, just think what rarities I might bring home. She watched him, frowning slightly. You would not want to go so far, surely. John put his arm around her waist to reassure her, but could not bring himself to lie. We are a nation of travellers, he said. The finest of the lords, my lord's friends, are all men who seek their fortunes over the seas, who see the seas as their highway. My lord himself invests in every other voyage out of London. We are too great a nation with too many people to be kept to the one island. Elizabeth was a woman from a village that counted the men who were lost to the sea and tried to keep them on the land. You don't think of leaving England? Oh, no, John said, but I don't fear to travel. I don't know how you can bear to leave us for so long, she complained, and baby Jay will be so changed by the time you come back. John nodded. You must note down every new thing he says, so that you can remember to tell me when I return, he said. And let him plant those cuttings I brought for him. They're his lordship's favourite pinks, and they smell very sweet. They should grow well here. Let him dig the hole himself and set them in. I showed him how to do it this afternoon. I know. Elizabeth had watched from the window as her husband and her quick, dark-eyed, dark-haired son had kneeled side by the little pot of earth and dug together. John straining to understand the rapid babble of baby talk, baby Jay looking up into his father's face and repeating the sound until, between guesswork and faith, they could understand each other. Dig, baby Jay insisted, thrusting a little trowel into the earth. Dig, his father agreed. And now we put these little fellas into their beds. Dig, Baby J insisted again. "Not here," John said warningly. "They need to rest quiet here so that they can grow and make pretty flowers for Mama." "Dig! J want dig!" "Not dig," John replied, descending rapidly to equal stubbornness. "Dig!" "No." "Dig!" "No. Elizabeth, come and take your son out of this. He's going to destroy these before they even know they've been transplanted." She had come from the house and swept Baby J up and taken him down to the end of the garden to pet Daddy's horse. "I don't know that he will make a gardener," she warned. "You should not count on it." "He understands the importance of deep digging," John said firmly. "Everything else will follow." Autumn 1610. John set sail in September and experienced a rough and frightening crossing after waiting for 4 dull days off Gravesend for a southerly wind. He landed in Flushing and hired a large flat-bottomed canal boat so that he could stop at every farm and inquire what they had to sell all the way down the canal to Delft. To his relief, the canal boatman spoke English, even though his accent was as strong as any Cornishman. The boat was drawn by an amiable, sleepy horse, which wandered along the towpath and grazed on the lush banks during John's frequent halts. He found farmers of flowers whose whole trade consisted of nothing but the famous tulips, and whose whole fortune rested on being able to produce and then reproduce the new colours of blooms. They were farms like John had never seen before. Row upon row of floppy-leaved stalks were tended by women wearing huge wooden clogs against the rich sandy soil, and big white hats against the sun, working their way down the rows with an implement like a wooden spoon, gently lifting the smooth round bulbs from the ground and laying them softly down, and the cart coming along behind to gather them all up. John watched them. Each set of leaves, which had grown from one bulb, now had a cluster of 3, perhaps even 4, bulbs at the end of their white stems. Most of them carried fat buds at the head where the petals had been, and when the women spotted them, and they never missed one however long he watched, they cut them off and popped them into their apron pockets. Where one valuable bulb had been set in the ground and flowered, there were now 4, and maybe 3 dozen seeds as well. A man could quadruple his investment in 1 year for no more labour than keeping the field free of weeds and digging up his capital in the autumn. "Profitable business," John remarked enviously under his breath, thinking of the price he paid for tulips in England. At every canal-side market town he had the boatman tie up and wait for him on board, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days, as he wandered around the market gardens and picked out a well-shaped tree, a sack of common bulbs, a purse full of seeds. Wherever he could, he bought in bulk, haunted by the thought of the rich green common land and meadows around Hatfield, waiting for forests and plantations and mazes and orchards. Wherever he could find someone who could speak English and had the appearance of an honourable man, he made a contract with him to send on more plants to England as they matured. "A great planting scheme," one of the Dutch farmers commented. John smiled, but his forehead was creased with worry. "The greatest," he said. Despite his rooted belief that Englishmen were the best of the world, and England undeniably the best country, John could not help but be impressed by the labour these people had put into their land. Each canal bank was maintained as smartly as each town doorstep. They took a pleasure and a pride in things being just so, and their rewards were towns which exuded wealth and a land which was interlaced with an efficient transport system that put the potholed roads of England to shame. The dikes that held back the shifting sands and the high waves of the North Sea were a wonder to John, who had seen the feckless neglect of the marshes and waterlogged estuaries of the fens and East Anglia. He had not thought it possible to do anything with land soured by salt, but he saw the Dutch farmers had learned the way of it and were making use of land that an Englishman would call waste ground and abandon it as hopeless. John thought of the harbours and inlets and boggy places all around the coast, even in land-hungry Kent and Essex, and how in England they were left to lie fallow, steeped in salt, whereas in Holland they were banked off from the sea and growing green. He could not help but admire their labour and their skill, and he could not help but envy the Dutch prosperity. There was no hunger in the Holland provinces, and basic fare was rich and good. They ate cheese on buttered bread, a double helping of richness and fat, and did not think twice about it. Their cows grazed knee-deep in lush, wet pasture land and gave abundant milk. They were a people who saw themselves as divinely rewarded for their struggle against the Papish Spanish, and John, idling down the narrow canals, looking left and right for plants and flowers tucked away in the moist grasses, had to agree that the Protestant God was a generous one to this, his favoured people. When they reached The Hague, Tradescant sent the loaded barge back, with instructions to ship all the plants directly to England. He stood on the stone wharf and watched the swaying heads of trees glide slowly away. Some of the cherry trees were bearing fruit, and he saw with irritation that once they were beyond hailing distance, the bargee picked a handful and ate them, spitting the stones carelessly into the glassy water of the canal. In Flanders, he bought vines and watched them pruned of their yellow leaves and thick black grapes in preparation for their journey. He ordered their roots to be wrapped in damp sacking and plunged into old wine casks for their voyage home. He sent a message ahead of them in the careful script which Elizabeth had taught him, so that a gardener from Hatfield would meet them with a cart on the dockside to take them back and heel them in the same day without fail, making sure to water them religiously at dawn every day until Tradescant came home. The Prince of Orange's gardener admitted Tradescant to the beautiful garden behind the Palace of The Hague and showed him around. It was a garden in the grand European style, with large stone colonnades and broad sweeping walks. Tradescant spoke to him of his work at Theobald's, planting between the box hedges and replacing the coloured stones of the knot garden with lavender. The gardener nodded with enthusiasm and showed Tradescant his version of the changing style in a little garden at the side of the palace, where he had used tidily pruned lavender for the hedges themselves. They made a softer pattern and had more variation of colour than the usual box hedge. They did not harbour insects, and when a woman passed by, her skirts brushed against the leaves and released a cloud of perfume. When he left, Tradescant had a tray full of rooted cuttings and a letter of introduction to the great physic garden at Leiden. He travelled overland to Rotterdam, uncomfortable on a big, broad-backed horse, all the way seeking out English-speaking farmers who could tell him about the growing of their precious tulips. In the darkened cellars of alehouses, drinking a rich, sweet beer which was new to John, called thick beer, they swore that the new colours entered into the heart of the flowers by slicing into the very heart of the bulb. "Does it not weaken them?" John asked. The men shook their heads. "It helps them to split," one of them volunteered. He leaned forward and breathed a blast of raw onion into John's face. "To spawn, and then what do you have?" John shook his head. "Two, where you had one before. If they are of another colour, and the colour often enters at the split, then you have made a fortune 1,000 times over. But if they are the same colour, but have doubled, then you have doubled your fortune at the least." John nodded. "It is like a miracle," he said. "You cannot help but double your fortune every year." The man sat back in his seat and beamed. "And it's more than double," he confirmed. "The prices are steadily rising. People are ready to pay more and more each year." He scratched his broad belly with quiet satisfaction. "I shall have a handsome house in Amsterdam before I retire," he predicted, "and all from my tulips." "I shall buy from you," John promised. "You have to come to the auction," the man said firmly. "I don't sell privately. You'll have to bid against the others." John hesitated. An auction in a foreign country in a language he did not understand was almost bound to drive up the price. One of the other growers leaned forward. "You have to," he said simply. "The market for tulips is all agreed. It has to be done in the colleges in the appointed way. You cannot buy without posting a bid. That way we all know how much is being made on each colour." "I just want to buy some flowers," John protested. "I don't want to post a bid in the colleges. I don't understand how it is done. I just want some flowers." The first grower shook his head. "It may be just flowers to you, but it's trade to us. We are traders, and we have formed a college, and we buy and sell in each other's view. That way we know what prices are being charged. That way we can watch the prices rise, and not be left behind." "Prices are rising so fast?" John asked. The grower beamed and dipped his face into his great mug of ale. "No one knows how high it can go," he said. "No one knows. If I were you, I would swallow my English pride and go to the college and post my bid and buy now. It will be dearer next season, and dearer the year after that." John glanced around the alehouse. The growers were all nodding, not with a salesman's desire for a deal, but with the quiet confidence of men who were in an irresistibly rising market. "I'll take a dozen sacks of plain reds and yellows," John decided. "Where is this college?" The grower smiled. "Right here," he said. "We don't leave our dinner table for anything." He took a clean dinner plate and scribbled a price on it and pushed the plate across to John. The man at John's elbow dug him in the ribs and whispered, "That's high. Knock off a dozen guilders at least." John amended the price and pushed it back. The man rubbed the number off and wrote his own total. John agreed, and the plate was posted on a hook on the wall of the room. The grower extended a calloused hand. "That's all?" John queried, shaking it. "That's all," the man said. "Business done in the open where everyone can see the posted price. Fairly done and well done, and no harm to either bidder or seller." John nodded. "A pleasure to do business with you, Mr. Tradescant," said the grower. The tulips were delivered to John's inn the next day, and he sent them off with a courier under strict orders that they were not to be out of his sight until he had put them into the Hatfield wagon at London Dock. He also sent a letter to Mepham with his love and a kiss for baby Jay, and news that he was going on to Paris. It was as he sealed the letter and put it into the hands of the courier that John knew that he was a traveller indeed. He did not fear the strangeness of Europe. He had a deep, intoxicating sense that he might hire a horse here and then exchange it for another, and then another, and then another, and ride all the way across Europe, through the heart of Papist Spain, and even on to Africa. He was an islander no more. He had become a traveller. He watched the barge carrying his precious tulips slip away down the canal and turned back to the inn. The horse was waiting, saddled for him. He had paid his slate. His travelling pack was ready. John swung his thick cape around his shoulders, heaved himself into the saddle, and set the horse's head for the west gate. "Where are you headed?" one of the tulip growers called to him, seeing a good customer departing. "To Paris," John called back, and nearly laughed at his own sense of excitement. "I'm to visit the gardens of the French king, and I'm buying more plants. I need even more. I think I shall buy up half of Europe." The man laughed and waved him on, and John's horse, its metal shoes ringing on the cobblestones, stepped delicately out onto the highway. The roads were good to the frontier, and then they deteriorated into a mud track riddled with potholes. John kept a sharp lookout for great forests with a chateau set among the trees, and when he saw newly planted drives, he turned off the road and went to find the French gardener to discover where he got his trees from. If he found a good supplier of rare trees, he placed an order with him to lift 100 of them when the weather turned colder, and they could be safely moved and sent on to Hatfield, for the great Earl Cecil himself. As John drew nearer to Paris, the woods became thinner, except for the preserved forests for hunting, and then the road became lined with little farmhouses and market gardens to feed the insatiable appetite of the city. From his vantage point on horseback, John overlooked garden and orchard walls, and constantly surveyed what the French gardeners were growing. As a man from Kent, he could afford to despise the quality of their apples, but he envied the size and ripeness of their plum trees, and stopped half a dozen times to buy specimens of what looked like new varieties. He entered Paris with an entourage following him like a travelling garden, 2 wagons loaded with swaying leaves, and he had to find an inn that was accustomed to great baggage trains where he could pack up his new purchases and send them on to England. As soon as they were safely dispatched, John called for a laundress to wash and starch his clothes, to clean the dust from his cape, so that he might use his letter of introduction to the French king's own gardener, the famous Jean Robin. Robin had heard of Tradescant, and was desperate for news of the new great palace and gardens at Hatfield. Of course, it would be in the French style. It was to be designed by a Frenchman, but what of the woods? What of the walks? And what did Tradescant think of the prices of tulips? Were they rising, or would they hold steady for another year? How high could the price of a bulb go, anyway? Surely there must be a point where a man would pay no higher. Tradescant and Jean Robin walked around the royal garden for a couple of hours, and then retired for a grand dinner, enhanced by several bottles of claret from the royal cellar. Jean Robin's son joined them for the meal, washing the mud from the garden off his hands before he sat down and bowed his head for a papist grace. Tradescant shifted uneasily in his seat while the ritual Latin was spoken, but when the young man broke bread he could not help but smile. "I hope that my son too will follow me into my place," John said. "He's only a baby now, but I will bring him up to my work, and who knows?" "A man who holds a craft should pass it on," Jean Robin said, speaking slowly for John's benefit. "But when it is a garden which takes so long to fruit, then you are planting for your son, and his sons anyway. It is a fine thing to say to a boy, 'Look out for this tree, and when it grows this high, I want it pruned like that.' To know that the garden lives on, and your work and plans for it will live on even after you are long dead." "It is a poor man's posterity," John said thoughtfully. "I should want no other than to leave a beautiful garden," Jean Robin declared. He smiled at his son. "And what an inheritance for a young man." When they parted, a week later, they had sworn eternal friendship in the brotherhood of gardeners, and Tradescant was loaded with trays of cuttings, purses of seeds, and dozens of roots and saplings. "And where'd you go now?" Robin demanded at a final farewell dinner. John knew an instant temptation to say that he was going on to Spain, that he would ride slowly down the country ways and collect a plant from every roadside verge. "Home," he said in his halting French. "Home and my wife." Robin clapped him on the back. "And the new garden at Hatfield," he said, as if there was no doubt which was the most important. John arrived back at Metham in December to kiss Elizabeth and make his peace with baby J, who was angry at being neglected. He had brought baby J a little wooden soldier, carved by a Frenchman and dressed in the uniform of the king's personal guard. Baby J was talking clearly now and very firm in his opinions. He particularly disapproved of John's return to Elizabeth's bed. "That's my place," he stated flatly, glaring at his father in the early hours of John's first day at home. John, who had planned to make love to Elizabeth when they woke, was rather taken aback by the unmistakable enmity in his son's little face. "This is my bed," John said reasonably, "and my wife." "She's my mother!" Baby J shouted, and launched himself at his father. John caught the little fists and tucked the writhing, angry body under his arm. "Hey, J, what's this? I'm home now, Baby J, and this is my place." Elizabeth smiled at the two of them. "He's been the man of the house for 3 months, John. You stayed away too long." John bent his face down to his little son's wriggling body and smacked a kiss on his bare stomach. "He'll learn to love me again," he said. "I shall stay till 12th night." Elizabeth did not protest. She was learning that the Lord's garden came before everything, but she swept out of bed in a way which made her feelings very plain. John let her go, his eyes on his son's bright little face. "One time I shall take you with me," he promised. "It's not that I'm in your place here. You should be sharing my place with me." He nodded to the window, which overlooked the village street, but he meant the wider world. Beyond the lanes, to London, beyond even London. He meant Europe. He meant Africa. He meant
the East. Spring 1611. John stayed for little more than 3 weeks at Metham, long enough to get under Elizabeth's feet in the little cottage and to make his peace with his son, before hiring another cart and driver and travelling down the mud-filled, almost impassable roads to Dorset, seeking more trees for sale, apple trees for the orchard, cherry, pear, quince, plum, trees for the park, oak, rowan, birch, beech. Wherever will you get them all from? Elizabeth wondered, bringing him his well-darned travelling cloak and packing a basket of food under the seat of the wagon. "I shall buy them from the orchards," John said determinedly. "They sell apples by the dozen, why not trees?" "And the wild trees for the Earl's Park?" "I shall take them," John said recklessly, "from every forest I pass on my way. I shall be going through the New Forest. Every sapling I see I shall stop and dig up." "You will be hanged for certain," Elizabeth exclaimed. "You will be hauled before the verderers' courts and hanged for damaging the royal chase." "How else am I to find my lord's trees?" John demanded. "How else am I to do it?" John travelled around England and brought back his swaying, whispering carts, filled with the bushy heads of trees. They came to know him on the West Road, and when children saw him coming into a town with his carts rumbling behind him, they would run to the well to fetch a bucket to water Mr. Tradescant's trees. The great house was nearly finished, and the gardens were slowly shaping according to the master plan. There had only been one long delay when the workmen had run short of money, and even the great Cecil coffers had run dry. John had feared for his lord then, feared that the cost of the house and the cost of the garden had overstretched him, as everyone had warned that it would. John sensed, but did not know, that there were enemies on every side at court, who might bow to and flatter the Secretary of State now, but at the least sign of weakness would pull him down like a pack of hounds upon an old stag. Just as the rumours got out that Cecil had overreached himself and would fail, there was more money delivered to the builders, and more money at the goldsmiths in the little provincial towns for John to draw on to buy his trees. "How did you manage it?" John asked Cecil. "Have you sold your soul, my lord?" Cecil's smile was grim. "All but," he said. "I sold every other property I owned and borrowed on the rest. But I had to have my house, John, and we had to have our garden." John first laboured on the acres which faced the house, especially the huge knot garden below the terrace, where the Earl had his private rooms. Each path leading from the house was precisely aligned to the windows of the private rooms, so that Cecil, looking out, would always see a vista of straight lines running outwards to the distant horizon. Tradescant, breaking with tradition, planted different edging plants at each junction of the outward path, so the colour of the hedges melted and grew paler as the eye was drawn further and further from the house. At each crossroads was a little statue, an aid to meditation on the fleeting nature of life and the vanity of wishes. "I might as well have put up a moneylender's sign," Cecil said dourly to John when they walked the new paths, and John grinned. "You were warned, my lord," he said lovingly, "but you would have your own way." "Are you telling me I was wrong?" Cecil asked, with a dark upwards gleam at the taller man. Tradescant shook his head. "Not I. It was a great venture, and grandly carried out, and still much to do." "You have given me a great gift," the Earl said thoughtfully. They climbed the steps to the stone terrace, Cecil heaving his lame leg, refusing to take help, John beside him, his hands pushed deep into his pockets to prevent him reaching out and holding his master's arm. They gained the top of the terrace, and Cecil gave John a quick glance, which thanked him for his forbearance. "Walk with me," he said. The two men strolled side by side on the new paving stone, and looked down on the patterns of the twisting beds of the knot garden. "You have given me a great gift, because every year it will grow more lovely. Most gifts are consumed in the first weeks, like young love. But you have given me a gift which will be there long after we are both gone." John nodded. The sky above them was soft and grey. Only in the west was there a line of rosy cloud where the sun had gone. An owl called in the wood, and then they saw its pale shape drift across the new orchard in the distance, where the land fell away down to the valley. The Earl smiled. "Sometimes I think the greatest thing that I ever did for England was to set you to work, my John. Nothing in my life gives me more joy." Tradescant waited. Often these days the Earl was disinclined to talk, and would walk in silence with his gardener through the slowly emerging shapes of the garden and park. His work was daily growing more arduous. The power of the favourites around the king was undiminished, the problems of the court's profligacy greater than ever. The fashion for masks now dominated at court, and every occasion was marked with a catastrophically expensive play, written, composed, designed, and produced in one night, and completely forgotten the next. Every court favourite, the women as well as the men, had to have a costume blazing with jewels. Every important role had to arrive in a chariot or depart with fireworks. King James had inherited a fortune from the throne of England. The legendary meanness of the old queen had served the country extraordinarily well. Her father had left her a throne with two sources of revenue: the steady flow of money from the sale of places at court, favours and civic jobs, and the rare bounties voted in taxes by an agreeable parliament. The balance was a delicate one. Tax the wealth of the industries too sharply, and the merchants, traders, and bankers would complain. Go cap in hand to Parliament too often, and the country squires who sat there would buy control of royal policy. Only by scrimping on every expenditure, by borrowing, by insisting on constant gifts, and by downright out-and-out corruption, had the Tudor King Henry and his daughter Elizabeth amassed a fortune for themselves and a steady, reliable prosperity for their kingdoms. The almighty theft of the Roman Catholic Church possessions had started the process, but Tudor charm and Tudor guile had continued it. King James was new to this process, but he had Cecil and 100 others to advise him. The Earl had thought that the new king, who had previously managed hand-to-mouth in cold castles and a poor kingdom, would show all of the family's legendary parsimony and have no experience of their love of show. But it was a habit quickly learned. James, new come to one of the richest thrones in Europe, could see no reason why he should not have everything he desired. The money from the royal treasury poured out in fountains over the new favourites, over the new luxurious court, for every beautiful woman, for every pretty man. Not even Cecil's constant struggle with the farming out of taxes, the sale of honours, the exploitation of orphans left in trust to the king could keep the throne in profit. Soon the king would have to call another parliament, and they would speak against him and against the favourites at court, and the whole question of the king and the people would be thrown open, and who would know where such a debate might lead? The Earl limped forward. His arthritic hip pained him to walk, and it had grown worse than the last few months. John, without offering sympathy, moved a little closer, and his master leaned on his shoulder. "All I have ever done is juggle with the forces which drive us," the Earl said. "All I ever have to do is to fend off consequences. He's running through the old Queen's fortune as if there were no bottom to the well, and nothing to show for it. No roads, no navy, no protection for shipping, no new colonies to mention, and not even a bit of show for the people." It was growing darker. The cool, early summer twilight hid the bare places of the garden, masked the awkward corners. The Earl's favourite pinks, which John had planted in great ornamental urns on the terrace, scented the air as their cloaks brushed by. John bent to pick a spray and handed it to him. "You brought the new king to his throne and to his country," John observed. "You've served him well, and he came to his country without trouble. You've kept the country at peace." The Earl nodded. "I don't forget it. But that little chestnut tree of yours, John, that little tree in the pot, may bring more joy to more Englishmen than any of my schemes in the long run." "Most men's tastes are not political," John said apologetically. "I prefer the tree myself." The Earl laughed. "I have something to show you. I think you may be surprised." He turned, and John followed him back towards the house. The wide double door stood open, 2 serving men at either side. The Earl walked past them as if they were invisible. John nodded pleasantly to them. The Earl led John into the shady hall. The wood floor and panelling smelled sweet and new. There was sawdust still in the corners, and the linen fold shapes on the panelling were sharp cut and bright. The wood had not even had its first polish yet. It was still light and shining. Even in the twilight it gleamed as if it were bathed in sunshine. At the foot of the stairs there was a great newel post, left swathed in a cloth by the woodcarver when he went home for the night. The Earl took hold of the sheet and pulled it to one side. "What do you see?" John stepped forwards to look. The post was square and grand, a fitting size and solidity for the big hall. The ornaments carved on top with acanthus leaves and swags and ribbons. One face of the square pillar was ornate with half-finished carvings, but the other was already complete. It showed a man, in the act of stepping down from the plinth, stepping out of the frame of the carving, as if he would take his place in the outside world, as if he would take his work to the farthest corners of the world. In one hand, the figure had a long-handled rake, and in the other a grand, fanciful flower springing from a huge pot, which was spilling over with fruit and seeds, a cornucopia of goodness. He was wearing comfortable, baggy breeches and a stout overcoat, and on his head, at a rakish, joyful angle, was his hat. With an awe-struck gasp, John recognized himself, carved in wood, on the Earl's newel post. "Good God! Is it me?" John asked in a whisper. Robert Cecil's hand was gentle on his shoulder. "It's you," he said, "and a very good likeness, I think." "Why have you put me on your stair-post, my lord?" John asked. "Of all the things that you could have carved." The Earl smiled. "Of all my great choices, the 3 Graces, or Zeus, or Apollo, or something from the Bible, or the king himself, yet I chose to have my gardener carved in the centre-post of my house." John looked at the jaunty confidence of the set of the hat and the brandished rake. "I don't know what to say," he said simply. "It's too much for me. You have taken my breath away." "Fame comes in many guises, Tradescant," Robert Cecil remarked, "but I think people will remember you when they sit beneath their chestnut trees, and when your plants bloom in their gardens. And here you are, and here you will be, as long as my house stands, recorded forever, striding out with a plant in one hand and your rake in the other." Autumn, 1611. Elizabeth and baby Jay were at last to move to Hatfield House. Gertrude, suddenly seized with maternal tenderness, came to weep over their departure and to see them off, all their goods loaded into one wagon, and Elizabeth sitting beside John on the driver's seat, with baby Jay wedged between them. "Where's the chestnut tree?" John asked. "That tree!" Gertrude exclaimed, but she lacked her old spite. "Safe in the back," Elizabeth said, "beside the kitchen things." John handed her the reins of the steady horse and went round to the back of the wagon to find the barrel with the tree. It was leaning at an angle against the rail. The movement could have rubbed the bark off the tender trunk. John compressed his lips over hard words. Elizabeth had much to do, moving house and a young child, active as a puppy under her feet all day. He should not blame her for being careless with something which had only meant much to her as a token of his love. She never cared for it as he did. It was unfair to expect that she should. He unloaded a couple of stools and repacked the corner of the wagon so that the tree was fully supported. Then he came round to the driver's seat. "Your baby safely settled?" Elizabeth asked sharply. John nodded, not rising to the bait. "It's a precious rarity," he reminded her mildly. "Probably worth more than the whole cart of things put together. We would be fools if we broke it out of carelessness." Gertrude shot a swift look at Elizabeth, as if to bewail the stubbornness of men. Then Elizabeth leaned out of the wagon and kissed her mother good-bye.
"Come and see us at Hatfield," Elizabeth said. Gertrude stepped back as the wagon moved forward. She waved and saw baby Jay wave back to her. For a moment she thought she might be able to cry, but though she screwed up her face and thought of the loss of her daughter and her grandson, no tears came. "Safe journey," she called, and saw Tradescant settle himself on the wagoner's hard bench seat, as if he were ready to travel across half the world. "Oh, yes," she said under her breath as the wagon drew away. "I see you, John Tradescant, with your heart leaping up at the very word, journey. She'd have done better to have married a good Kent farmer and be christened, married, and buried in her father's church. But that would never have done for you, because you are Cecil's man, through and through, and you have all of his ambition, though it shows itself in funny ways with your rarities and your travels. And Mepham would never have been big enough or strange enough or rare enough for you." A little handkerchief fluttered from the receding cart, and Gertrude whipped out her own and waved back. "Still," she said philosophically, "he doesn't beat her, and there are a lot worse things a man can love better than his wife than a garden and a lord." Elizabeth and John, unaware of this brutal and nearly accurate summary of their lives, found their spirits rising as they drew further and further away from Mepham. "It seems odd to me to live anywhere else, but I shall grow better accustomed," Elizabeth said. "And a bigger cottage and a better garden, and the parkland all around instead of the lanes for Jay to play in," John reminded her, "and gardens the like of which no one in England has ever seen, fountains and rivers." "We must take care he doesn't wander off and fall in," Elizabeth said. "He's very restless. I can't think how many times someone has brought him back to me and told me he was halfway to Sussex." "He can stray all he likes in my lord's gardens," John said with satisfaction. "He'll come to no harm there." "And we'll eat our dinner in hall or at our home as we wish?" Elizabeth asked. "As we wish when the Lord is away from home, but when he is at the palace he likes his men to dine in the hall, and I like to see him." "Well enough when you had no one to cook your dinner at home," Elizabeth remarked, "but now I shall be there." John put a hand gently on hers. "If he looks down the hall to see me, I must be there," he reminded her. "It's not a question of a dinner cooked by you or a dinner cooked by the cooks. It's not even a question of whose company I would rather keep. It is just that if he looks down the hall for me, I must be there. You must know that by now, Elizabeth. You must know that now that we are going to live on his land, in a cottage owned by him and given to us free, you must know that he comes first." For a moment he thought she would fly out at him, and then there would be a quarrel and a sulk, for they were both terrible sulkers, which could easily last for the whole 2 days of the journey. But then he saw her recognize the simple truth of it. "I know," she agreed, "but it is hard for me. The people I come from, my family, are freeholders on their own land. They dine where they please." "Sometimes only on bread and bacon," John pointed out. "Even so, it's their own bread and bacon, and they fear no one's favour." John nodded. "And if I had been content to be a farmer, or perhaps a gardener on my own account in a small way, with a little market garden for bulbs or flowers or fruit, then I should be a man like that too. But I wanted something more, Elizabeth. I wanted the chance to make the greatest garden in England, and he gave me that when I was a young man, so young that most masters would have made me work an apprenticeship under another man for another year or 3 before they even considered me. He trusted me. He took a risk with me. He gave me Theobald's when I was little more than a lad." "And don't you see what you've paid for that?" she asked him. "You can't even choose where to eat your dinner. You can't choose where to live. Sometimes I think you can't even choose what to feel in your heart. It's his feelings that matter, not your own." "It's the way it is," he stated. "The way of the world." She shook her head. "Not in Mepham, not in my family, not in the country. It's the way of the court, where everyone has to have a great man's favour and protection to rise, where every great man has to have his followers to show his importance. But there are men and women all over the country who live according to their own lights, and call no man master." "You think that's a better life?" "Of course," she said. But she could see that what seemed to her to be a freedom from an onerous duty was to him a loss, an emptiness which he could not have borne. "I would have been a smaller man without my lord," he said. "And what you think of as freedom is a small price to pay for belonging heart and soul to a great man. It's a price I pay gladly." "But I pay it too," she said quietly. For a moment he glanced down at her, as if something in her voice had made him feel tender for her, regretful, as if they should have been more to each other. She thought that he would put his arm around her and cuddle her against his side and drive one-handed, like a lover and his lass on the way to the fair. "Yes, you pay too," he admitted, keeping both hands on the driving reins. "You knew you were marrying a man who had a duty already promised. I was Cecil's man before we were even betrothed, let alone married. You knew that, Elizabeth." She nodded, and kept her eyes on the unwinding road ahead of them. "I knew that," she agreed, a little grimly. "I don't complain." He left it at that, with her acquiescence, and trusted to the house that his lord had provided for them to persuade her, as he could not, that it was better to be the follower of a great man than a small man on your own account. He saw her face as he drew up outside the cottage, and knew that there would be no complaints for a while about the Earl. It was not a cottage he had given them at all, not 2 cramped rooms on the ground floor and a rickety stair to a hayloft bedroom, but a proper house, with a fence all around it and a path of handsome brick chippings leading up to the front door, set flush in the middle with 2 windows, proper glazed windows, with panes set in diamond-wise in thick lead on each side of it. "Oh! Oh!" Elizabeth slid down from the hard driving seat, lost for words. A thick blonde thatch sat weightily on the low roof. The beams and the walls were so new that they were still golden against the pale pink of the lime-washed plaster. "New built," Elizabeth whispered. "New built for us." "For us, and no other. Step inside," John invited her. With Jay at her heels, looking around at everything with his eyes as wide as a hunting owl, Elizabeth stepped over the threshold of her new home and found herself inside a stone-flagged hall with a fire already lit in the fireplace to welcome her. To the right was the kitchen, with a big stone sink and a broad fireplace. To the left was a small room she could use as she pleased, a still room or a drawing room, and immediately before her was a genuine solid flight of stairs with well-made wooden treads and risers which led to 2 more rooms above. Each one of them was big enough for a full-size bed, never mind the cramped little bed and baby Jay's truckle that they had brought with them on the wagon from Metham. "And a garden," John said exultantly. "A garden!" Elizabeth laughed at the predictability of her man, but let him lead her back down the stairs and through the kitchen to the back door. Cecil had bidden John take what he wanted from the saplings and plants of the palace gardens and make his own little Eden. John had created in the small walled plot a little orchard, a walk of trellised apple and plum trees, a potager by the back door with herbs for cooking and salad vegetables, a bed of strawberries, and a kitchen garden bed of beans and peas and onions and greens. "It looks so rooted," Elizabeth found the word at last, "as if it had been here forever." A brief gleam of pride crossed John's face. "That is what I've learned this year at least," he said. "I've learned how to make a garden you made look as if it was there when Eden was planted. The trick of it is to put things too close and bear the work of moving them before they get overcrowded. Also, you have to take a risk of moving things which are really too big to be disturbed, digging a wide trench around the roots. These trees now—" He broke off. His wife was smiling at him, but she was not listening. "I have found a way of moving trees so they don't wither," he finished, "but it's of little interest except to another gardener." "It means that you have given me a beautiful garden which I will treasure," she said. She came into his arms and held him close. "And I thank you for it. I see now why the little patch at Metham was not enough. I never thought of you making a cottage garden like you make grand gardens, my John.
But you have given me a little beauty here." He smiled at her pleasure and bent his head and kissed her. Her lips were still soft and warm, and he thought, with rising desire, that tonight they would bed in a new room, and tomorrow wake to look out on the great parkland of Hatfield, and their new life would begin. "We'll see these trees grow strong," he said, "and we'll plant the chestnut sapling at the bottom of the garden, and sit in its shade when we are old." She nestled a little closer. "And we'll bide at home," she said firmly. John rested his cheek against her warm cap. "When we're old," he promised, disarmingly. The very next day, the Earl himself came down to visit the Tradescants in their new cottage. Elizabeth was flustered and overawed by the grandness of the pony carriage, with one footman driving and another hanging on the back. She came to the gate and curtsied and stammered her thanks. But John opened the gate and went out to stand at the carriage door, as to an intimate friend. "Are you ill?" he asked Cecil quietly. Cecil's face was yellow, and the lines of pain were deeper than ever. "No worse than usual," he replied. "Is it your bones?" "My belly this time," he said. "I'm sick as a dog, John, but I can't stop work yet. I've a plan to reform the King's finances, despite himself. If I can get him to agree, then I can sell the whole scheme to Parliament and hand over to them the farming of benefits in return for proper wage for the King." John blinked. "You want the King to be paid by Parliament? To be its servant?" Cecil nodded. "Better than this endless haggling year after year, when they demand that he change his favourites and he demands more money. Anything's better than that. You have to be a king, rich in charm, to survive holding out an annual begging bowl, and this king is not as the old queen." "Can you not rest and come back to it later?" John asked urgently. The heavy-lidded eyes looked at him. "Setting up as apothecary, John? Can you not rest?" Cecil flinched as he stretched out his hand to his man, and John saw that even that small gesture cost him pain. He took the hand as gently as he would hold baby jays while he slept. Unconsciously, he put his other hand on top of it, and felt how cool were the fingers and how sluggish the pulse. "Do I look so sick?" John hesitated. There was a gleam of a smile on Cecil's face. "Come, John," he said in a half-whisper. "You always prided yourself on telling me the truth. Don't turn courtier now." "You do look very, very sick," John said, his voice very low. "Sick to death?" John snatched a quick glance at his master's heavy-lidded eyes and saw that he wanted a true answer to his question. "I have no skills, my lord, but I would think so." Cecil frowned slightly, and John tightened his grip on the thin, cold hand. "I've so much more to do," the Secretary of State said. "Look to yourself first," John urged him, and then heard himself whisper, "Please, my lord, look to yourself first." Cecil leaned forward and laid his cheek against John's warm face. "Ah, John," he said softly, "I wish I had some of your strength." "I wish to God I could give it to you," John whispered. "Drive with me," the Earl commanded. "Drive round with me and tell me what is planted and how it will be, even though neither of us will be here to see it. Tell me how it will be in 100 years, when we will both be dead and gone. Hale or sick, John, this garden will outlive us both." Tradescant clambered into the carriage and sat beside his master, one arm along the back of the seat, as if he would protect him from the jolting movement. Elizabeth, forgotten at the gate of her new house, watched them both go. "You have made me a velvet setting for my jewel," Cecil said with quiet pleasure, as the carriage moved slowly down the avenue of new-planted trees. "We have done well together, John, for a pair of youngsters learning our trades." May 1612. Cecil was dying in the great curtained bed in the master chamber of his new fine house. Outside his door, the household staff pretended to go about their work in a hushed silence, hoping to hear the muttered colloquy of the doctors. Some wanted to see him to Bath to take the waters, his last chance of health. Some were for leaving him in his bed to rest. Sometimes, when his door opened, the servants could hear the harsh labouring of his breath and see him propped up on the rich embroidered pillows, the brightness of their spring colours a mockery of his yellowing skin. John Tradescant, weeping like a woman, was deep digging in the vegetable garden, digging without much purpose, in a frenzy of activity, as if his energy and effort could put heart in the earth, could put the heart back into his master. At midday he abruptly left his vegetable bed and marched determinedly through the 3 courts on the west of the house, up the alley, past the mount where the paths were rimmed with yellow primroses, out into the woodland side of the garden. The ground was a sea of blue, as if the whole wood was deep in flood. John kneeled and picked bluebells with steady concentration, and did not stop until he had an armful. Then he went to the house, careless of the mud dropping off his boots, up the stairs where his likeness in wood still stepped blithely out of the newel post, up to the master bedroom. A housemaid stopped him at the door to the anteroom. He would not be allowed further in. "Take these and show them to him," he said. She hesitated. Flowers in the house were for strewing on the floor, or for a posy to wear at the belt or hatband. "What would he want them for?" she demanded. "What would a dying man want with bluebells?" "He'd like to see them," John urged her. "I know he would. He likes bluebells." "I'll have to give them to Thomas," she said. "I'm not allowed in, anyway." "Then give them to Thomas," John pressed her. "What harm can it do? And I know it would please him." She was stubborn. "I don't see why." John gestured helplessly. "Because when a man is going into darkness, it helps him to know that he leaves some light behind," he exclaimed. "Because when a man is facing his own winter, it is good to know that there will still be springs and summers, because he is dying. And when he sees the bluebells, he will know that I am still here outside and that I am picking him some flowers. He will know that I am still here, just outside, digging in his garden. He will know that I am here, still digging for him." The look she turned on him was pure incomprehension. "But, Mr. Tradescant, why should that help him?" John grabbed her in his frustration and pushed her towards the anteroom. "A man would understand," he growled. "Women are too flighty. A man would understand that he will be comforted to know that I am still out there, that even when he is gone, his garden will still be there, that his mulberry tree will flower this year, that his chestnut saplings are growing straight, that the new velvet double anemone is thriving, that his bluebells are blowing under the trees of his woods. Go, and get those bluebells into his hands, or I shall have words to say to you." He thrust her with such force that she went at a little run to Thomas, who was standing outside the bedroom door, waiting for the orders from his master that never came. "Mr. Tradescant wants these taken in to his lordship," she said, thrusting her armful of blossoms at him. Their slim, whippy green stems oozed sap like the very juice of life. She wiped her hand on her apron. "He says they're important." Thomas hesitated at the eccentric request. "Do you know what he said? He said that women are too flighty to understand." She sniffed resentfully. "Impertinence." Thomas's sense of male importance was immediately stimulated. He took the flowers from her, turned at once to open the door, and crept inside. A doctor was at the foot of the bed, another at the window, and an old woman, part nurse, part layer-out, was at the fireside, where a small fire of scented pine cones was crackling, pouring heat into the stuffy room. Thomas came quietly forward. "Beg pardon," he said hoarsely, "but his lordship's gardener insisted he had these." The doctor turned irritably. "What? What? Oh, nonsense, nonsense. Nothing but folly and superstition," said the doctor from the window, "and likely to spread noxious fumes." Thomas stood his ground. "It was Mr. Tradescant, sir, his Grace's favourite. And he insisted," the maid said. Cecil
turned his head a little. The dispute was instantly silenced. Cecil crooked a finger at Thomas. The doctor waved him forward. "Quick, he wants them, but it won't make a groat of difference." Awkwardly, Thomas stepped up to the bed. The aquiline face of the most powerful man in England was etched in sandstone and grooved by pain. He turned his dark eyes sightlessly towards the manservant. Thomas thrust the bluebells into the slack hands. They spilled onto the rich coverlet of the bed, blotting out the scarlet embroidery and the gold thread with blue, nothing but sky blue. "From John Tradescant," Thomas said. The light, sweet scent of the bluebells poured like fresh water into the room, drowning the smell of fear and sickness. Their colour shone like a blue flame in the dark chamber. The great lord looked down on the scattered flowers and inhaled their cool, fresh perfume. They seemed to come from a world 100 miles away from the overheated bedchamber, a clean, spring world outside. He turned his head to the little window, and his crumpled face stretched into a small smile. Though the casement was opened only the smallest crack, he could hear the thud of a spade into the flower-bed beneath his window, loud as a faithful heartbeat, as John Tradescant and his master set about their different tasks, digging and dying. October 1612. When they buried the Earl, after dragging him to Bath for the cure and then back home again, there was still a place for John Tradescant at Hatfield House. But the heart had gone out of the garden for John. He kept looking around for Cecil, wanting to show him one of the grand new sights of the garden, expected to see him picking mulberries in summer and limping down the dark shade of the newly growing pleached alley. He kept wanting to consult him. He kept wanting to exchange that swift, conspiratorial smile of triumph, that a plant had grown, that a rarity had taken root, that seeds had struck. When he took a mug of small ale and a loaf of bread to his potting shed, he kept expecting to see his lord there before him, lounging against the bench, beringed fingers dabbling in the soft, sifted earth, taking a rest from letter-writing, from plotting, from the sleight of hand of foreign policy, seeking John to share a bit of dinner together, a companion who needed no lies, no courting, seated on a barrel of bulbs to watch John transplanting seedlings. "I'm sorry, my lord," John said to the new Earl, Cecil's son, finding his old master's title sluggish on his lips. "I cannot settle here without your father. I was in his service too long to make a change." "You will miss the garden, I expect," the new Lord Cecil remarked. But he did not know, as his father had known, the intense joy of making a garden where before there had been nothing but meadow. "I will," John said. Robert Cecil's favourite flowers, the pinks, were in full bloom. The chestnut saplings, which they had bought as glossy nuts a full 5 years ago, were leggy and strong and putting out green palmate leaves like beggars' hands. The cherry-tree walk was a maze of ordered blossom, and the tulips were ablaze in the new flower-beds. "I can't garden here without him," he said simply to Elizabeth that night. "Why not?" she asked. "It's the same garden." "It's not." He shook his head. "It was his garden. I chose things that would delight his eyes. I thought of his tastes when I planned the walks. When I had something new and rare, I considered where it would flourish, but also where he would be certain to see it. Every time I planted a seedling, I had 2 thoughts, the angle of the sun shining on it, and my lord's gaze." She frowned at the sound of blasphemy. "He was only a man." "I know, and I loved him as a man. I loved him because he was a man, and more mortal and frail than many others. He would lean on me when his back pained him." Tradescant broke off. "I liked him leaning on me," he said, conscious that he could not explain the mixture of elation and pity that he felt all at once when the greatest man in England after the king would confide his pain and take help.
Elizabeth pressed her lips together on hasty words and kept her jealousy to herself. She put her hand on her husband's shoulder and reminded herself that the lord he had loved was dead and buried, and a good wife should show some sympathy. "You sound as if you have lost a brother, not a lord." He nodded. "A lord is like a brother, like a father, even like a wife. I think of his needs all the time. I guard his interests. And I cannot be happy here without him." Elizabeth did not want to understand. "But you have me, and baby Jay." John gave her a sad little smile. "And I will never love another woman or another child more than I love the two of you. But a man's love for his lord is another thing. It comes from the head as well as the heart. Loving a woman keeps you at home. It is a private pleasure. Loving a great lord takes you into the wider world. It is a matter of pride." "You make it sound as if we are not enough," she said resentfully. He shook his head, despairing of ever making her understand. No, Elizabeth. It doesn't matter. You are enough." She was not convinced. "Will you seek another lord? Another master?" The expression that passed swiftly across his face was deeper than mourning. It was desolation. "I will never see his like again." That silenced her for a moment, as she saw the depth of his loss. "But what about us?" she asked. "I don't want to lose this house, John, and Jay is happy here. We have put down roots here just as the plants in the garden have done. You said you would plant the chestnut here this spring, and that we would sit under its branches when we are an old married couple." He nodded. "I know. I'm forsworn. That's what I promised you, but I can't bear it here without him, Elizabeth. I have tried, and I cannot. Can you release me from my promise that we should stay here, and let us make another home, back in Kent?" "Kent? What do you mean? Where?" "Lord Wootton wants a gardener at Canterbury, and asked me if I would go. He has the secret of growing melons, which I should be glad to learn. His gardener has always teased me that only Lord Wootton in all of England can grow melons." Elizabeth tutted with irritation. "Forget the melons for a moment, if you please. What about a house? What about your wages?" "He'll pay me well," John said. £60, where my lord paid me 50, and we shall have a house, the head gardener's house. Jay can go to this King's School in Canterbury. That'll be a fine thing for him." "Canterbury," Elizabeth said thoughtfully. "I've never lived in a market town. There'd be much society. We could start there at once. He asked me on the death of my lord, and I said I would tell him within the quarter." "And will you not love Lord Wootton as you loved the Earl?" Elizabeth asked, thinking it would be an advantage. John shook his head. "There will never be another lord for me like that one." "Let's go, then," she said with her typical sudden decisiveness. "And we can plant the chestnut sapling in Canterbury instead of Hatfield." November 1612. John was working in Lord Wootton's garden, hands among cold clods of earth, when he heard the bell tolling. On and on it went, a funeral bell. Then he heard the rumble of cannon fire. He stood up, brushed the mud on his breeches, and reached for his coat where it was hooked over his spade. "Something's happened," he said shortly to the garden lad who was working beside him. "Shall I run into town and bring you the news?" the boy asked eagerly. "No," John said firmly. "You shall stay and work here while I run into town and find out the news. And if you're not here when I get back, it will be the worse for you." "Yes, Mr. Tradescant," the boy said sulkily. The bell was ever more insistent. "What does it mean?" "I'll find out," John said, and strode out of the garden towards the cathedral. People were gathered in gossiping circles all the way down the road, but John went on until he reached the cathedral steps and saw a face he recognized, the headmaster of the school. "Dr. Phillips," he exclaimed, "what are they ringing for?" The man turned at the sound of his name, and John saw with a shock that the man's face was wet with tears. "Good God, what is it? It's not an invasion. Not Spain." "It's Prince Henry," the man said simply.
Our blessed prince. We have lost him." For a moment John could not take in the words. "Prince Henry? Dead?" John shook his head. "But he's so strong. He's always so well. Dead. Of fever." John's hand went to his forehead to cross himself in the old superstitious, forbidden sign. He caught his hand back and said instead, "Poor boy. God save us. Poor boy. I forgot. You would have seen him often." "Not often," John said, his habitual caution asserting itself. "He was a blessed prince, was he not? Handsome and learned and godly?" John thought of Prince Henry's handsome, tyrannical disposition, of his casual cruelty to his dark little brother, of his easy love of his sister, Elizabeth, of his royal confidence, some would say arrogance. "He was a boy born to rule," John said cleverly. "God save Prince Charles," Dr. Phillips said stoutly. John realized that the little 11-year-old lame boy who ran after his brother and could never get nor keep his father's attention would now be the next king, if he lived. "God save him indeed," he repeated. "And if we lose him," Dr. Phillips said in an undertone, "then it's another woman on the throne, the Princess Elizabeth, and God knows what danger that would bring us now." "God save him," John repeated. "God save Prince Charles." "And what's he like?" Dr. Phillips asked. "Prince Charles, what sort of a king will he make?" John thought of the tongue-tied boy who had to be taught to walk straight, who struggled so hard to keep up with the older two, who knew himself never to be beloved like them, never to be handsome like them. He wondered how a child who knew himself to be a second best, and a poor second at that, would be when he was a man and was first in the land. Would he take the people's love and let it warm him, fill the emptiness in that ugly little boy's heart? Or would he be forever mistrustful, forever doubting, always wanting to seem braver, stronger, more handsome than he was? "He'll be a fine king," he said, thinking that his master would not be there to teach this king, and how the boy would learn the Tudor guile and the Tudor charm with only his father to advise him, and the court filled with men picked for their looks and their bawdiness, and not for their skills. "God will guide him," Tradescant said hopefully, thinking that no one else would. September 1616. The new cottage at Canterbury was little bigger than their first home at Meffham, but Elizabeth did not complain, as the front door opened to a proper city street, and the finishing of the house was elegant. They cooked and ate and lived in the large ground-floor room, and Elizabeth and John slept in a curtained four-poster bed in the room next door. Jay, now a boy of 8 years old, went up the shallow stairs to a pallet bed in the attic. During the day, John went and gardened for Lord Wootton, and Jay went to dame's school, where for a penny a week he was taught to read and write and to figure sums. They both came home for their dinner at 4 o'clock on the darkening autumn afternoons, John with a spade over his shoulder, Jay with his school-book clutched under his arm. Elizabeth, slicing parsley for the soup one afternoon, heard 3, not 2, sets of boots stamping off mud in the porch of the little cottage, and put her sacking apron off in the expectation of company. She opened the front door to John, to her son, and to a young man, brown-faced and smiling, with the unmistakable swagger and roll of a seafaring man. "Captain Argyle," Elizabeth said without pleasure. "Mrs. Tradescant!" he exclaimed, and swept into the house, kissing her heartily on one cheek and then the other. "The most beautiful rose in all of John's gardens. How are you?" "Very well," Elizabeth said, disengaging herself and going back to the kitchen table. "I have brought you a handsome ham," Sam Argyle said, looking at the stew pot and sliced vegetables without much enthusiasm. Jay, his face a picture of moonstruck admiration, produced the leg of ham from behind his back and dumped it on the table. "And a taste of paradise, too," Sam Argyle went on, offering a flask of rum. "From the Sugar Islands, Mrs. Tradescant. A taste of sweetness and strength that will bring a taste of the tropics even here to chilly Canterbury." "I find the weather very mild for the time of the year," Elizabeth said stoutly. "Do sit down, Captain Argyle. I will fetch you a glass of small ale, if you'd like one. We do not serve strong liquors in this house." Jay rushed to do his mother's bidding, while John and Sam sat at the table and watched Elizabeth slice the last pieces of parsley and toss them into the pot hanging over the fire. There was a silence while they drank. Elizabeth busied herself with setting out the wooden bowls and a knife at each place, and a loaf of bread in the centre of the table. "Sam is to be the master of a great venture," John began at last. Elizabeth stirred the pot and prodded one of the floating parsnips to see if it was cooked. "A great venture, and he has offered me a place," John said. Elizabeth poured the broth into the 3 bowls, for the captain, for her husband, for her son, and stood behind them to wait in them. John saw that she would not sit and eat with them, as she always did when it was just him and Jay at the dinner table. He read, correctly, her absolute opposition to Sam Argyle and all the adventure and risk that he stood for, concealed behind chilly courtesy. "Virginia!" Sam Argyle exclaimed, blowing on his bowl. "Mrs. Tradescant, I have been entrusted with a great task. I am appointed Deputy Governor of Virginia and Admiral of the Virginia Seas." "Will you say grace, husband?" Elizabeth asked repressively. John bowed his head over the bread, and Sam, remembering Elizabeth's strictness in matters of religion, quickly closed his eyes. When he had finished, John picked up his spoon and nodded to Sam. "Amen," Sam said briskly. "I've come to ask John here to go venturing with me, Mrs. Tradescant. You shall be landowners, madam. You shall be squires. For every place you take on the ship with me, you shall have 100 acres of your own land. For the 3 of you, that will be 300 acres. Think of that. You, the mistress of 300 acres of land." Elizabeth's face was as unmoved as if she were thinking of 3 yards. "This is 300 acres of good farmland?" "It's prime land," Argyle said. "Cleared and ploughed?" There was a brief silence. "Mrs. Tradescant, I am offering you virgin land, a virgin land rich with woodland. Your land is standing with tall trees, wonderful rare bushes, fruiting vines. First you cut your own timber, and then you build yourself a handsome house, a mansion if you like, built of your own timber." "A mansion from green wood?" Elizabeth asked. "Built by a man in his 40s, a woman, and an 8-year-old boy? I should like to see it." He pushed his bowl away and cut a slice of the ham. Elizabeth, the very model of wifely obedience, poured the jug of small ale and stepped back, folding her hands on the front of her apron, her eyes cast down. "What will we grow?" Jay asked. Captain Argyle smiled down at the bright face of the boy. "Anything you wish. The land is so rich you could grow anything. But who knows? You might find gold and never trouble yourselves to plant anything ever again." "Gold? I thought the first shipment of rocks was nothing more than fool's gold," Elizabeth asked. "They tipped it out below the tower and picked it over and found nothing but quartz, and there it stood for many a long day, a little monument to folly and greed." "No gold yet, not yet, Mrs. T," Captain Argyle said. "But who can say what there might be deeper in the mountains? No one has gone further than the shoreline and up the river's little way. What could be there? Gold, diamonds, rubies? And what need have we of these, anyway, while we can grow tobacco?" "Why do you dislike the idea so much, Elizabeth?" John asked her directly. She looked from him to Jay's excited face and Captain Argyle's determined good humour. "Because I've heard travellers' tales before, but I've heard nothing good of this plantation," she said. "There's Mistress Woods at Meffham, who lost 2 brothers to Virginia in the starving time when half the settlement died of hunger. She told me that they were digging over the graveyards looking for meat, reduced to worse than savagery. There's Peter John, who paid for his own passage home and kissed the ground at London docks. He was so glad to be alive. He said the forest was filled with Indians, who could be kind or wicked as the mood took them, and only they knew whether they were your enemy or your friend. There's your own friend, Captain John Smith, who swore that he would live the rest of his days there, and yet he was brought home a cripple." "John Smith would never say a word against Virginia," Argyle interrupted, "and he was hurt in an accident which could have happened anywhere. He could have been boating on the Thames." "He was hurt in an accident, but only after he had fought against Indians and been captured by them and been so close to death by execution that he nearly died of fear," Elizabeth maintained stoutly. "The Indians are at peace now," Argyle said, "and I have played my part in that. Princess Pocahontas is Mrs. Rebecca Rolfe now, and all the Indians are coming into Christian schools and living in Christian homes. You're speaking of old fears. It was hard in the early years, but it is all at peace now. Pocahontas is married to John Rolfe, and other Indians and white men will marry. In a few years, all the wars will be forgotten." He glanced down at Jay's attentive face, drinking in the stories. "You will have an Indian playmate to show you the paths through the woods," he promised. "Perhaps an Indian maid to be your sweetheart." The boy blushed scarlet. "How did Princess Pocahontas come to marry Mr. Rolfe?" he asked. Sam Argyle laughed. "You know the story as well as me," he exclaimed. "I captured her and held her hostage, and all the while she was weaving her spell and capturing John. So go to bed and dream of it, young Jay. Your mother and father and I will talk more of it later." "I have to sleep too," John said. He and Jay lifted the board from the trestle legs of the table and stacked it to one side of the little room. "I hope you will sleep well here?" Elizabeth asked, laying a straw mattress and an armful of bedding in the space. "Like a babe in a cradle," Captain Argyle assured her. He kissed her hand in his flirtatious way and ignored her lack of response. "Good night." Elizabeth watched Jay go up the stairs to his little bed in the attic, and then drew the curtains of the four-poster around her and John. "I'd have thought you would have leapt at the chance of a fresh start in the new world," John remarked as he got into bed and pulled the covers up to his chin. "You who always want us to be freeholders. We would be freeholders in Virginia, of land we could only dream of here, 300 acres. Elizabeth, pulling her nightgown over her head, and only then dropping her skirt and shift, did not answer. John was too wise to demand a reply. He watched her kneel at the foot of the bed to say her prayers, and closed his own eyes and muttered his thanks for blessings. Only when Elizabeth was in bed, tying the ties of her nightcap under her chin, did she say suddenly, "And who is the governor of this new land?" John was taken aback. "Sir George," he said, "newly appointed. Sir George Yeardley." "A courtier. Exactly," she said, and blew out her candle with an emphatic puff. They lay for a moment in silence in the darkness, and then she spoke. "It's not a new land at all. It's the same land, but in a different place. I won't go, John. It's just another form of service. We risk everything. We gamble our savings, our livelihood, and even our lives. We put ourselves in grave danger in a country, one of the few in the whole world, where you could not earn a living doing your own trade. No one will want a gardener there. It's farmers they need. We put our son into a forest filled with unknown dangers. We try to make a living from a land that no one has farmed before, and who makes the profits? The governor, the Virginia Company, and the king." "It's their land," John said mildly. "Who else should make the profits? If it's their land, then they can take the risks," Elizabeth declared bluntly. "Not I." Elizabeth's determined opposition to the Virginia venture could not prevent John investing money. While she watched, with her mouth in a hard, ungenerous line, he counted over 25 gold sovereigns for 2 shares. Captain Argyle promised that 2 men, poor men who could not find their own passage money would be sent on John's account, and that the land granted to them on arrival in Virginia would be held in part for John. "You'll be a squire of Virginia yet," Argyle said to him, stowing the purse of gold beneath his coat with a swift glance at Elizabeth's stony face. "I shall pick you out a good piece of land, west of Jamestown, inland, upriver. I shall call it Argyle Town." He broke off as Elizabeth snorted quietly at his presumption. "I beg your pardon?" "Excuse me," Elizabeth said swiftly. "I sneezed." "I shall call it Argyle Town," Captain Argyle repeated, "and there will always be a welcome there for you, John." He glanced down at Jay's adoring, uplifted face. "And for you, Jay," he said. "Never forget that you're a landowner in the new world, in virgin earth. When you are weary of this old country, you have your stake in the new. When you want to get away from here, there will be your headright in virgin land." Jay nodded. "I won't forget, sir." "And I shall take you to meet Princess Pocahontas," Argyle promised. "She is visiting in England, and she has a kindness for me. I shall introduce you to her." Jay's eyes grew rounder, and his mouth dropped into a perfect circle of astonishment. "She would not want to be troubled with us," Elizabeth said quickly. "Why not?" Captain Argyle asked. "She would be delighted to make your acquaintance. Come up to London next week and I'll introduce you. It's a promise." He turned to Jay. "I promise you, you shall meet her." "Time for him to go to school," Elizabeth interrupted firmly. "I'm surprised, husband, that you linger so long." "I'll walk with you," Argyle said, taking the hint. "And thank you for your hospitality, Mrs. T. It's always a pleasure to be entertained by such a lady." Elizabeth nodded, still unsmiling. "I wish you well in your ventures," she said. "I hope that you make a profit, especially as it is our money you're venturing." Argyle laughed without embarrassment. "Nothing venture, nothing gain," he reminded her, and took her hand in the way she disliked, and kissed it. Then he clapped John on the shoulder, and the two men left the house, with Jay bobbing behind, like an agitated duckling in the wake of two grand swans. Argyle was as good as his word, and John took his son to London to see the Indian princess, travelling up on a wagon taking fruit to London Market, staying overnight, and coming down the next day on the empty wagon. Elizabeth tried not to encourage Jay's excitement, but she could not hide her own interest. "Was she black?" she asked. "Not at all," Jay exclaimed. "Just brown. A beautiful lady, and she had a little baby on her knee. But she didn't wear bearskins or anything, just ordinary clothes." "Jay was bitterly disappointed," John said with a smile to his wife. "He expected something very savage and strange. All she is a pretty young woman with a little son. She calls herself Rebecca now, and is baptized and married. You would pass her in the street and think nothing more but that she was a fine tall woman, a little tanned." "She said that there are boys and girls of my age who live in the forest and hunt deer," Jay said, "and that they can fire a bow and spear a fish from 4 years old, and that they can make their own pots and sew their own clothes from deer hide, and—" "She was making it up to amuse you," Elizabeth said firmly. "She was not." "She truly wasn't," John said gently. "I believed every word she said, and I should so like to go, Elizabeth. Not to settle there, but just to take a look at our land and see what the prospects are. Not as planters, to be there forever, but just to take a little run over there and see what the land is like. It sounds very fine." "A little run?" Elizabeth demanded. "You speak of the ocean as if it were the cart track to your orchards. Lord Wootton could not spare you from his garden. I could not spare you now we are settled here. It is 6 weeks at sea, on a huge sea. Why can you not stay in the same place, John? Why can you not be at peace?" He had no reply for that, and she knew he would have no reply. "I'm sorry," he said at last. "I just long to see all there may be for me to see. And a new land would have new plants, don't you think? Things that I might never have seen before. But you're right. I have my garden here, and Lord Wootton's garden, and the house, and you, and Jay. It is enough for me. Summer 1618. Elizabeth had prevented John uprooting the whole family and setting off for Virginia, but when he had an invitation to go venturing to Russia, of all places, and it came with the blessing of his master and a recommendation that he should go, there was little she could do to stop him. It was the king's business at the top of it, so no man in the country could refuse. The king wanted a new trade route to China, and thought that Sir Dudley Digges might find one by making an agreement with the Russians. A loan of English gold, coaxed from the coffers of the Muscovy and East India companies, was supposed to help. Sir Dudley was a firm friend of Lord Wootton, who wanted new plants for his garden. Sir Dudley said he needed a useful man and a seasoned traveller, and not a gentleman who would be too proud to work, and not some dolt of a working man who would be of no use in an emergency. Lord Wootton said he could have Tradescant, and Tradescant was as ready to leave as a bagged hare when the hounds are giving tongue. All she could do was to help him pack his travelling bag, see that his travelling cloak was free from moth-holes and tears, and go down to the dockside at Gravesend with Jay, now a tall boy of 10 years and a King's Scholar at Canterbury, at her side to wave farewell. "And beware of the cold," Elizabeth cautioned again. "It may be Russia, but it is midsummer," John replied. "Do you keep yourselves well, and Jay, mind your studies, and care for your mother." The dockers scurried about, pushing past Elizabeth and her son. With a moment's regret, John saw that there were tears in her eyes. "I shall be back within 3 months," he called over the widening gulf of water. "Perhaps earlier. Elizabeth, please, don't fret." "Take care," she called again, but he could hardly hear her as the rowing barges took hold of the lines and the sailors cursed as they caught the ropes flung from the shore. Elizabeth and her son watched the boat move slowly downriver. "I still don't understand why he has to go," Jay said, with the discontent of the schoolboy. Elizabeth looked down at him. "Because he does his duty," she said, with her natural loyalty to her husband. "Lord Wootton ordered him to go. It is unknown country. Your father might find all sorts of treasures." "I think he just loves to travel," Jay said resentfully, "and he doesn't care that he leaves me behind." Elizabeth put her arm around her son's unyielding shoulders. "When you are older, you shall travel too. He will take you with him. Perhaps you will grow to be a great man like your father and be sent by lords on travels overseas." Baby Jay, her baby no longer, disengaged himself from her arm. "I shall go on my own account," he said stiffly. "I shall not wait for someone to send me." The ship was in mid-river now. The sails, which had been slack when sheltered in the dock, flapped like sheets on washing day. Elizabeth gripped her son's arm. "He's old to go venturing," she said anxiously. "So far and into such regions. What if he is taken ill? What if they get lost?" "Not he," Jay said with scorn. "But when I travel, I shall go to the Americas. A boy at school has an uncle there, and he has killed hundreds of savages and is planting a crop of tobacco. He says that a man who wants land can just cut it from the forests, and we have our land there. Father is going in the wrong direction. He should be going to our lands." Elizabeth's eyes were still on the ship, which was picking up speed and moving smoothly downriver. "It's never been owning land for him," she said. "Never building a house or putting up a fence. It has always been discovering new things and making them grow. It has always been serving his lord." Jay pulled at her arm. "Can we have some dinner before I have to go back?" Elizabeth patted his hand absently. "When he's gone," she said, "I want to see the ship out of port." Jay pulled away and went to the waterside. The river was sucking gently at the green stones. In the middle of the water, unseen by the boy, a beggar's corpse rolled and turned over. The harvest had failed again, and there was starvation in the streets of London. In a moment, Elizabeth joined him. Her eyelids were red, but her smile was cheerful. "There," she said, "and now your father gave me £half-a-crown to buy you an enormous dinner before we take the wagon home." John watched from the deck of the ship as his wife and son grew smaller and smaller, and then he could no longer pick them out at all. The sense of loss he felt as the land fell away was mingled with a leaping sense of freedom and excitement as the ship moved easily and faster and the waves grew greater. The voyage was to take them northwards, hugging the coast of England, and then eastwards across the North Sea to the high icebound coast of Norway, and then onwards to Russia. Tradescant was as much on deck as any of the ship's watch, and it was he who first spotted a great fleet of Dutch fishing ships taking cod and summer herring just south of Newcastle. They weighed anchor at Newcastle, and Tradescant went ashore to buy provisions for the journey. "Take my purse," Sir Dudley offered, "and see if you can get some meat and some fish, John. My belly is as empty as a Jew's charity box. I've been as sick every day since we left London." John nodded and went ashore and marketed as carefully as Elizabeth might do. He bought fresh salmon and fresh and salted meats, and by noising Sir Dudley's name and mission much around Newcastle, he was able to lead the Lord Mayor himself on a visit to the ship. And the Lord Mayor brought a barrel of salted salmon as a timely present for his lordship. When the ship was provisioned again, they set out to cross the North Sea, but the wind veered to the northwest and started to rise before they were more than a day out of port, skimming the white tops off the grey waves, which grew steeper and more frequent. Sir Dudley Digges was sick as a dog from the moment the wind veered, and many of his companions stayed below too, groaning and vomiting and calling on the captain to return to shore before they died of seasickness. John, rocking easily to the movement of the boat, stood in the prow and watched the waves come rolling from the horizon and the ship rise up and then fall down, rise up and fall down again and again. One night, when Sir Dudley's own manservant was ill, John sat at his bedside and held his head as he vomited helplessly into the bowl. "There," said John gently. "Good God," Sir Dudley groaned. "I feel sick unto death. I've never felt worse in all my life." "You'll survive," John said with rough kindliness. "It never lasts longer than a few days." "Hold me," Sir Dudley commanded. "I could weep like a girl for misery." Gently, John raised the nobleman off the narrow bunk and let his head rest on John's shoulder. Sir Dudley turned his face to John's neck and drew in his warmth and strength. John tightened his grip and felt the racked body in his arms relax and slide into sleep. For an hour and more he knelt beside the bunk, holding the man in his arms, trying to cushion him from the ceaseless rolling and crashing of the ship. Only when Sir Dudley was deeply, fast asleep did John draw his numbed arm away and lay the man back down on his bed. For a moment he hesitated, looking down into that pale face. Then he bent low and kissed him gently on the forehead, as if he were kissing baby Jay and blessing his sleep, and then he went out. As they drew further north, the wind wheeled around and became more steady, but Sir Dudley could keep down no food. The little ship was halfway between Scotland and Norway when the captain came to Sir Dudley, who was wrapped in a thick cloak and seated on the deck for the air. "We can go back or forward as you wish," the captain said. "I don't want your death on my conscience, my lord. You're no seafarer. Perhaps we'd best head for home." Sir Dudley glanced at Tradescant, one arm slung casually around the bowsprit, looking out to sea. "What do you think, John?" he asked. His voice was still faint. Tradescant glanced back and then drew closer. "Shall we go back or press on?" John hesitated. "You can hardly be sicker than you were," he said. "That's what I fear," the captain interrupted. John smiled. "You must be seasoned now, my lord, and the weather is fair. I say we should press on." "Tradescant says press on," Sir Dudley remarked to the captain. "But what do you say, my lord?" the captain asked. "It was you who was begging me to turn back at the height of the storm." Sir Dudley laughed, a thin thread of sound. "Don't remind me. I say press on too. Tradescant is right. We have our sea legs now. We might as well go forward as back." The captain shook his head, but went back to the wheel and held the ship's course. Their luck was in. The weather turned surprisingly fair. The men became accustomed to the motion of the ship, and even Sir Dudley came out of his cabin and strode about the deck, his pace rocking. They had been nearly 3 weeks at sea, and slowly the skies around them changed. It was like entering another world, where the laws of day and night had been destroyed. John could read a page of writing at midnight, and the sun never sank down, but only rested on the horizon in a perpetual sunset which never led to dusk. A school of grampus whales came alongside, and a flock of tiny birds rested in the rigging, exhausted by their long flight over the icy waters. John walked up and down the length of the boat all day, and most of the bright night, feeling oddly unemployed with hours of daylight and nothing to grow. Then a thick fog came rolling over the sea, and the daylight counted for nothing. The sun disappeared behind it, and there was neither night nor day, but a perpetual pale greyness. Sir Dudley took to his chamber again, and summoned one man after another to play at dice with him. John found himself curiously lost in the half-light. He could sleep or wake as he wished, but he never knew when he woke whether it was day or night. Despite Tradescant's watching, it was a sailor who first called, "Land ahoy!" spotting through the rolling fog the dark outline of the coast of the North Cape of Lapland. Sir Dudley came up on deck, huddled in his thick cape. "What can you see, John?" John pointed to the dark mass of land, which was growing whiter as they grew closer. "More like a snowdrift than land," he said. "Bitterly cold." The two Englishmen stood side by side as their ship drew closer to the strange land. A man of war detached itself from the shadow of some cliffs and sailed towards them. "Trouble?" Sir Dudley asked quietly. "I'll ask the captain," John said. "You go below, my lord. I'll bring you news the moment I have it. Get your pistols primed, just in case." Sir Dudley nodded and went back to his cabin as John made his way the few steps to the captain's cabin and knocked on the door. "What is it?" "A man of war coming this way, flying the Denmark flag." The captain nodded, pulled on his cape, and came out of his tiny cabin. "They'll only want passes," he said. "Sir Dudley's name is permission enough for them." He went briskly to the side of the boat, cupped his hands around his mouth and bellowed, "Ahoy there! This is Captain Gilbert, an English sea captain on a voyage of embassy, carrying Sir Dudley Digges and the Russian ambassador. What do you want with us?" There was a silence. "Perhaps they don't speak English," John suggested. "And they damned well should do so," Gilbert snapped, "before trying to delay honest Englishmen going about their business." "Ahoy, Captain Gilbert!" The reply came slowly, muffled by the fog. "We require your passes and permits for sailing in our waters." "Ahoy!" Gilbert shouted irritably. "Our passes and permits are packed away for the voyage, and besides we need none. On board is Sir Dudley Digges, and travelling with him is the Russian ambassador, homeward bound. You don't want to trouble the nobleman, I suppose." There was a longer silence, as the Danish captain decided whether or not the troubling of the gentleman was worth the possible embarrassment, and then decided it was not. "You can pass freely," he bellowed back. "Thank you for nothing," Gilbert muttered. "I thank you," he shouted. "Do you have any provision we can buy?" "I'll send a boat over," came the reply, half muffled by the fog. Tradescant stepped swiftly down the companionway and tapped on the door to Sir Dudley's cabin. "It's me. All's well," he said quickly. "Shall I come out?" "If you wish," John said, and went back to the rail and watched with Captain Gilbert as a rowing boat, like a Dutch scuts, came out of the mist. "Anything worth having?" Sir Dudley asked from behind Tradescant. The men waited. The little boat came alongside and threw up a rope. "What have you got?" Captain Gilbert shouted. The two men on board simply shook their heads. They understood no English, but they held up a basket of salted salmon. Sir Dudley groaned. "Not salmon again!" But he held up 2 silver shillings for them to see. They shook their heads and held up a spread hand. "They mean 5, Tradescant remarked. "They can add, then, even if they can't speak a civilized language," the captain noted. Sir Dudley reached into his purse and held out 4 silver shillings. The men spoke briefly one to another and then nodded. Sir Dudley tossed the coins down into the boat, and Tradescant caught the rope the sailors threw to him. He hauled in the basket of salmon and presented it to Sir Dudley. "Oh, wonderful," Sir Dudley said ungratefully. "I know. Let's have it with dry biscuit for a change." Tradescant grinned. The rest of the voyage they hugged the coastline and watched the landscape change from the steady, unyielding white of snow to a russet dry brown, and then slowly to a green. "Almost like England in a hard winter," Tradescant remarked to Captain Gilbert. "Nothing like," Gilbert said crossly, "because half the year it's under snow and half the year it's under fog." Tradescant nodded and retreated to his vantage point at the bowsprit. Now there was more and more for him to see as the coastline unrolled before the rocking prow. On land, John could see the people of the country, who startled him at first with their appearance of having no necks, but heads which grew directly from their shoulders. "It can't be," he said stoutly to himself, and shaded his eyes from the sun to see better. As the people ran down to the beach, shouting and waving to the passing ship, and the ship drew a little closer to shore to avoid a mid-river sandbank, John could see that they were wearing thick cloaks of skins over their heads and shoulders, giving them the illusion of a hooded, misshapen head. "God be praised," John said devoutly. "For a moment I thought we were among strange countries indeed, and that all the travellers' tales I had heard were coming true." The people on the shore held up their bows and arrows and spread a deerskin for John to see. John waved back. The ship was too far out to make any bargaining a possibility, though he would dearly have loved to examine the bows and arrows. The ship anchored at sunset, Captain Gilbert declaring that he was more afraid of sandbars in an unknown river than all the sailing he ever did across the North Sea. "Can I have a boat take me on shore?" Tradescant asked. The captain scowled. "Mr. Tradescant, surely you can see all you need from here." John smiled engagingly at him. "I need to gather plants and rarities for my Lord Wootton," he said. "I'll be back before dusk." "Don't come to me with an arrow up your arse," the captain said coarsely. John bowed and slipped away before he could change his mind. A young sailor rowed him to the shore. "Can I wait by the boat?" he asked, his eyes round in his pale face. "They say there are terrible people on this shore. They call them the Samoyeds." "Don't go without me," John said. "The captain is far more of a terror than the Samoyeds, I promise you, and he will kill you for sure if you maroon me here." The lad managed a weak smile. "I'll wait," he promised. "Don't be too long." John slung a satchel over his shoulders and took a little trowel. In the pocket of his breeches he carried a sharp knife for taking cuttings. He had decided against carrying a musket. He did not want the trouble of keeping the fuse alight, and he thought he was as likely to shoot his own foot off in a moment of abstraction as confront an enemy. "You won't be too long, will you?" the lad asked again. John patted his shoulder. "As soon as I have found something worth bringing home, I will come straight back," he promised. 10 minutes at the most." He walked up from the shelving beach and at once plunged into the deep forest. Huge trees, a new fir tree that he had never seen before, interlaced their boughs above his head and made a twilight world, which was shadowy green and sharply cold. Underfoot there were thick cushions, as big as bolsters, of fresh, damp moss. John knelt before them, like a knight before the Holy Grail, and patted them with loving hands before he could bring himself to dig in his trowel and take a clump to stuff in his satchel. There were shrubs he had never seen before, many in flower, white, star-shaped flowers, and some tinged with pink. He walked on and came to a bush of worts with an unusual red flower. John brought out his little knife and took cuttings, wrapped them in more of the damp moss, and laid them carefully in his satchel. A few steps more, and he was in a clearing. Where the sunlight poured in, there were bushes forming fruit like an English hedge Mercury, except that they were a brighter red, and with 3 sharply shaped leaves at the head of the twig, and every leaf bearing a berry inside it. In the darker places, beneath the trees, John saw the gleaming blossom of hellebores, thickly growing and carpeting the forest floor. There was an explosion of noise from the trees above his head, and John instinctively ducked, fearing attack. It was 6 birds, a new species to John, big, pheasant-sized birds in white with green bodies and slate-blue tails. John clasped his hands together in frustration, longing for a musket so that he could have shot one for the skin, but they were gone with a clatter of wings, and there was no one there for John to compare notes with and wonder if he could possibly have seen aright. He dug and snipped, like a squirrel preparing for winter, until, from the distance, he heard a faint voice calling his name, and looked up, realizing that it was growing dark, and that he had promised the lad that he would be little more than 10 minutes, and that was more than an hour ago. John trotted down the path, back to the boat and the shivering lad. "What is it?" he asked. "Cold or terror?" "Neither," the lad said stoutly, but as soon as he had the boat pushed off and rowed back to the ship, he scampered up the ladder at the side and swore that he would never take Mr. Tradescant anywhere again, whatever the captain said. He did not need to risk a charge of mutiny. The next day, the captain waited for the fullness of the tide to save them from the dangers of being grounded on sandbanks, and the ship landed at Archangel. The ship's company were able to go ashore and eat the oat bread and cheese and drink the Russian beer, and the gentlemen travelling with Sir Dudley unloaded their goods and moved into houses on the quayside. The company were particularly scathing about the houses, which were wooden cabins, and about the bread, which was made in different shapes, some rolls no bigger than a single mouthful. John waylaid the Russian ambassador, and was given permission to hire a local boat and set sail around the islands and the river Channel. He took a purse of gold with him, and bought every rarity he could find for his lord's collection, and took cuttings and roots and seeds from every strange plant he saw. At every island, John went ashore, his eyes on his boots and his little trowel in his hand, and at every place he came back to the boat with his satchel bulging with cuttings and plants which had never before been seen in England. "You are a conquistador," Sir Dudley remarked, when Tradescant arrived back at the Archangel Quay and had his barrels of plants set in damp earth unloaded on the quayside. "This is a treasure for those who love to make a garden." John, filthy and smelling strongly of fish, which was all he had eaten for many days, grinned and came stiffly up the quayside steps. "What have you seen?" Sir Dudley asked. "I've spent all my time getting my goods unloaded and preparing for the journey to Moscow." "It is mostly waste ground," Tradescant explained softly to him. "But when they clear a piece of land for farming, they're good farmers. They can lay their crops down into soil which is only just warm, and get a harvest off it inside 6 weeks. Sir Dudley nodded. "But a poor country," he suggested. "Different," John judged. "Terrible ale. The worst taste I've ever had. But they have a drink called mead made with honey, which is very good. They have no plane to work their wood, but what they can do with an axe and a knife is better than many an English carpenter. But the trees—" He broke off. "Go on, then," Sir Dudley said with a smile. "Tell me about the trees." "I've found 4 new sorts of fir trees that I've never seen before, the buds of the boughs growing so fresh and so bright that they're spotted like a dappled pony, the bright green against the dark." Sir Dudley nodded. "And a birch tree, a very big birch tree, which they tell me they can tap for liquor, and they make a drink from it. And they have a little tree for making hoops for barrels that they say is a cherry, but it was between the blossom and the fruit, so I can't be sure. I can't believe there could be a cherry tree which could make hoops, but I have a cutting and a sapling which I will set to grow at home and see what it is. Its leaf is like a cherry. If you so much as bend a twig down to the ground, it will grow where it is set, like a willow. That would be a wood worth growing in England, don't you think?" Sir Dudley had lost his indulgent smile and was looking thoughtful. "Indeed, and it must be strong to survive this climate. It would grow in England, wouldn't it, John?" Tradescant nodded. "And white, red, and black currants, much bigger than our fruit, and roses. In one place I saw more than 5 acres of wild roses, like a cinnamon rose. Hellebores, angelica, geranium, saxifrage, sorrel as tall as my son John at home, and a new sort of pink." John broke off for a moment, thinking how pleased his lord would have been to hear that he had found a new sort of pink. "A new pink," he said quietly, "with very fair, jagged leaves." "These are treasures," Sir Dudley said. "And there are plants which could yield medicines," Tradescant told him. "A fruit like an amber strawberry which prevents scurvy, and I was told of a tree which grows at the Volga River which they call God's tree. It sounds like fennel, but they say it will cure many sicknesses. You might see it, my lord. You might take a cutting if you see it." "Come with me, John," Sir Dudley replied. "Come and take your own cuttings. You've been here such a little time and found such novelties. Come with me to Moscow, and you can collect your plants all the way." For the moment he thought the man would say yes. John's face lit up at the prospect of the adventure and the thought of the riches he would see. Then he shook his head and laughed at his own eagerness. "I'm like a girl running after a fare," he said. "I can think of nothing I would like more, but I have to go home. Lord Wootton expects me, and my wife and son." "His lordship comes first?" John was recalled to his duty. "My lord must come before everything, even my own desires." Sir Dudley dropped an arm carelessly around John's shoulders, and they strolled together to his waiting horses. "I'm sorry for it," he said. "There's no man I would rather have beside me, all the way to China." John nodded to hide his emotion. "I wish I could, my lord." He looked down the wagon train of the strong Tartar horses, tacked up with deep travelling saddles. "All the way to China, you say? Think what you would find," Sir Dudley whispered temptingly. John shook his head, but his hand was on the stirrup leather. "I cannot," he said. Sir Dudley smiled at him. "Then safe homeward journey," he said. "And if I find anything very rare or strange, I will cut it and send it to you, and I will make a note of where I found it, so that you can make the journey yourself one day. For you are a traveller, John, not a stay-at-home. I can see it in your eyes." John grinned, shaking his head, and made himself release his grip on the stirrup, and made himself step back from Sir Dudley's horse. He forced himself to watch and not run after, as the whole cavalcade of them turned from the quayside to set off on the track towards Moscow and the east. "Godspeed," John called, "and good fortune at the court of the Russian king." "God send you safe home," Sir Dudley replied. "And when I get home, you can name me as your friend, Tradescant. I shall not forget your care of me when I was sick." John watched them till the dust from the last of the train was gone, till the dust had blown across the grey sky, until the sound of the harness bells and the beat of the hooves was silent. That night they rocked at anchor, and on the next tide they loaded the last of their goods and cast off with Tradescant's cuttings in boxes on the deck and his trees loosely lashed to the mast, and his heart in his sea boots. Elizabeth was watering the chestnut tree in its great box on the morning that John returned. The earth in the rest of the garden was dry and parched. It had been a bad year for the harvest, wet in the early months and scorching in July. The wheat crop had failed, and the barley was little better. There would be hunger in the cities, and in the poorer villages the price of flour would rise beyond the pockets of the poor. But through sun or rain, the little chestnut sapling had thrived. Elizabeth had made it a little shelter of thatched straw to keep off the strongest sun, and watered it without fail on the dry days. "Now there's a pretty sight," John said, coming up behind her. Elizabeth jumped at the sound of his voice and turned to see him. "Praise God," she said steadily, and paused for a moment, her eyes closed, to give thanks. John, impatient with her piety, pulled her close to him and held her tight. "Are you safe?" she asked. "Was it a good voyage? Are you well?" "Safe and well, and with boxes full of treasures." Elizabeth knew her husband too well to imagine that he was talking of Russian gold. "What did you find?" "A Muscovy rose, bigger and sweeter than any I have seen before. A cherry tree, with wood you can weave like a willow, which roots by bending its twigs into the ground like a willow. Some new pinks, with jagged leaves. I could have loaded the whole boat with white hellebores, which grew so thick on one island that you could see nothing else. A new purple cranesbill, a great sorrel plant." He broke off. "A cart is following me. And I bought some rarities, too, for Lord Wootton's collection. Russian boots and strange shoes for walking on the snow, and rare stockings." "And you're safe? And you're well?" John sat down on the garden bench and drew Elizabeth onto his lap. "Safe as a summer garden. And I was well all the time, not even seasick. And now, tell me your news," he said. "Is Jay well?" "Praise the Lord, yes." "And all your family? No plague in Kent?" Elizabeth dipped her head in that familiar gesture which meant that she was swiftly praying. "None, thank God. Is there sickness in London?" "I passed swiftly through to avoid the risk." "And are you home now, John? Home for good?" She saw his roguish smile, but she did not respond to it. "John," she repeated gravely. "There is a ship which I will take passage on, but it does not go for a year or two," he assured her. "An expedition to the Mediterranean against the pirates, and I may have a place on a supply pinnace." She did not return his smile. "Think of what I might find," John said persuasively. "Think of what they grow in those hot places, and what I might bring back. I should make my fortune for sure." Elizabeth folded her underlip. "It will not be for a year or so," he said placatingly, "and it is all uncertain as yet." "You will always travel whenever you can," Elizabeth replied bitterly. "A man your age should be staying home. I thought we would settle here, away from the courts of great lords. I thought you would be happy here." "I am happy here, and it is not ever that I want to leave you," John protested as she got up from his lap and went to one side, gently stroking the leaf of the chestnut. "But I have to obey, Elizabeth. If my lord says I am to go, I have to go, and I must seek plants if I have the chance of them. It is to the glory of God to show men the wealth he has given us, Elizabeth, and a trip to the Mediterranean could bring back great things. Flowers and trees, but also herbs, maybe a cure for the plague. That would be godly work." She did not smile at his overt appeal to her piety. "It would be godly work to stay home and serve your lord at home," she said firmly. "And you're getting old, John. You should not be sailing out at your age. You're not a seaman, you're a gardener. You should be at home in your garden." Gently he drew her back to him. "Don't be angry with me," he said softly. "I've only just got home. Smile for me, Lizzie, and see. I've brought you a present." From deep in the pocket of his coat, he brought a small pine cone. "A new tree," he said. "A beautiful fir tree. Will you nurse it up for me, Elizabeth, and keep it as well as you've kept our chestnut? I love you as much now as I did when I gave you the chestnut." Elizabeth took it, but her face remained grave. "John, you are nearing 50 years old," she said. "It is time for you to stay home. He kissed the warm nape of her neck, slightly salt beneath his lips. Elizabeth sighed a little at the pleasure of his touch and sat still. In the apple tree above their heads, a wood pigeon cooed seductively. "The next voyage shall be my last," he promised. "I will go to the Mediterranean on the Mercury, and then I shall come home with orange trees and olive trees and all manner of spices and grow them quietly in my garden with you." When Jay learned that his father was to go to the Mediterranean, he insisted that he go too, but John refused. Jay went quite pale with anger. "I'm old enough to come with you now," Jay insisted. "I want you to continue at school," John said. "What's the use of that?" Jay exclaimed passionately. "You never went to school." "And I felt the lack of it," John pointed out. "I want you to read and write in Latin as well as English. I want you to be brought up as a gentleman." "I won't need that. I shall be a planter in Virginia. Captain Argyle said that the last thing the new plantation needs is gentlemen. He said the plantation needs hard-working men, not scholars." Elizabeth looked up at the mention of Argyle's name and compressed her lips. "He may be right," John said, "but I was counting on you to help me with my business before you leave for Virginia." Jay, who was in full flight, checked at that. "Help you? All the plants these days are given new names, Latin names. When the King of France's gardeners, the Robins, write to me and send me cuttings, they send them with their Latin names. I was hoping you would learn to read and write Latin so you could help me." "I shall work with you." "Of course," John said simply. "What else?" Jay hesitated. "So you'll stay home and teach me?" "I shall go on this trip to the Mediterranean," John stipulated, "destroy Algiers, defeat the corsairs, collect all the Mediterranean plants, and come home. And after that I shall stay home, and we shall garden together." Jay nodded, accepting the compromise. Elizabeth found that she had been gripping her hands tightly together under the cover of her apron, and released her grasp. "Tradescant and Son," John said, pleased. "Tradescant and Son," Jay replied. "Of Canterbury," Elizabeth added, and saw her husband smile. Spring 1620. "They say that Algiers is a town which cannot be taken," Elizabeth said to John on the quayside, refusing to be optimistic even at this last moment. "You're too doubting," John said mildly. "Algiers can be defeated. No town is invincible. And the pirates who use it as their base must be stopped. They cruise in the English Channel, even up the Thames. The king himself says that they must be taught a lesson." "But why should it be you that goes?" she demanded. "To go plant hunting in the meantime," John replied mildly. "Captain Pett said he was short-handed for officers, and he would take me. I told him that I would want the ship's boat to call on shore wherever we could. It's a bargain on both sides." "You won't take part in any battles?" Elizabeth pressed him. "I shall do my duty," John said firmly. "I shall do whatever Captain Pett commands." Elizabeth curbed her anger and put her arms around her husband's broadening middle. "You're not a young man any more," she reminded him gently. "For shame," John said, "when my wife is a girl still." She smiled at that, but he could not divert her. "I wanted you to stay home with us." He shook his head and gently kissed the warm top of her white cap. "I know, my love, but I have to go when there's a chance for me like this one. Be generous and send me away with a smile." She looked up at his face, and he saw that she was closer to tears than to smiles. "I hate it when you go," she repeated passionately. John kissed her on the mouth, on the forehead, as he had first done when they were betrothed, and then again on the lips. "Forgive me," he said, "and give me your blessing. I have to go now." "God bless you," she said reluctantly, "and bring you safe home to me." "Amen," he replied, and before she could say any more, he had slipped out of her arms and run up the gangplank to the pinnace Mercury. She did not wait to see his ship sail this time. She had good reason to hurry home. Jay would be back from school in the afternoon, and she had planned to take a lift on the Canterbury wagon, which went from Gravesend at midday. But in truth she did not wait because she was angry and resentful, and because she did not want to stand on the quayside like a lovelorn girl and wave her husband goodbye. She could not help but think that it was an infidelity to her and to his promise to stay home and dig his garden. She could not help but think the less of him that he could not resist the temptation of adventure. John, looking down from the deck at the small, indomitable figure walking stiff-backed away from the quayside, knew some of what was in her mind, and could not help but admire her. He knew also that she would have been a happier wife coupled with another man, one who stayed at home and only heard travellers' tales in the village inn, and that he too would have been a happier man married to a woman who could wave goodbye and greet him home with a broad smile, and not cling to him on leaving, nor greet him resentfully on his return. But it was not a love match between John and Elizabeth, and it never had been. What love they had found, and what love they had made, had been a benefit which neither they nor their fathers, who had wisely made the match, could have predicted. It was a marriage which was primarily designed to resolve some debts. It was a marriage designed to place Elizabeth's dowry in the hands of a man who could make use of it, and place John's skills at the disposal of a woman who would know how to manage a house that would grow in size and splendour with every move. The old men had chosen well. John was richer every year with his wages and with his burgeoning trade in rare plants. Elizabeth managed the Canterbury house as she had managed the new house at Hatfield, as she had managed the cottage at Meffham, with confidence and honesty. She had managed the vicarage and farmhouse for Gertrude. She could cope with bigger houses than her marriage had yet brought her. But their fathers never provided for temperament and desire and jealousy, and the marriage they had made never had room for such emotions either. As John watched Elizabeth walk away from the quay, and as the Mercury slipped its moorings and the barges took it in tow, he knew that she would have to come to terms with the disappointments of the marriage as well as its benefits. He knew that she would have to recognize that her husband was a venturer, an adventurer, and that when he came home she would have to know that he was a man who could not resist the chance of travelling overseas, and that when the chance came for him, he would always go. John's Mediterranean voyage took him to Malaga to join the rest of the English fleet in readiness for the assault on Algiers, and then they sailed in force to Majorca for revictualling. At both stops, John begged for the use of the ship's boat and went ashore with his satchel and his little trowel. He came back with his satchel bulging. "You look as if you have murdered a dozen infidels," Captain Pett said as Tradescant returned, mud-stained and smiling through the Mediterranean sunset. "No deaths," John said, "but some plants which will make my name." "What have you got?" the captain asked idly. He was not a gardener, and only indulged John's enthusiasm for the undeniable benefit of having a steady and experienced man on board who might command a troop of men if needed. "Look at this," John said, unpacking his muddy satchel on the holystone deck. "A starry-headed trefoil, a sweet yellow rest harrow, and what do you think this is?" "No idea." "A double-blossomed pomegranate tree," John said proudly, producing a foot-long sapling from his satchel. "I'll need a barrel of earth for this at once." "Can it grow in England at all?" Captain Pett asked curiously. Tradescant smiled at him. "Who knows?" he said, and the captain suddenly realized the joy that fired his temporary maverick officer. "Who can tell? We grow a cultivated sort in the orangeries. This is far more fragile and lovely, but I shall have to try it. And if I win, and we can grow wild pomegranates in England, then what a glory to God! For every man who walks in my garden can see things that until now he would have had to travel miles to find. And he can see that God has made things in such variety, in such glorious wealth, that there is no end to his joy in abundance, and no end to mine." "Are you doing this for the glory of God?" Captain Pett asked, slightly bemused. John thought for a moment. "To be honest with you," he said slowly, "I cling to the thought that it is for the glory of God, because the other thought is heresy." Captain Pett did not glance round, as he would have done on land. He was master of his own pinnace, and speech was free. "Heresy? What do you mean?" "I mean that either God has made dozens, even hundreds of things which are nearly the same, and that the richness of his variety is something which redounds to his holy name, or that it is madness. It is madness to think that God should make a dozen things almost the same, but a little different. All a man of sense could think is that God did not make them, that the earth they feed on and the water they drink makes plants in different areas a little different, and that is the only reason that they are different. And if that is true, then I am denying that everything in the world was made first by my God in Eden, working like a gardener for 6 days and resting on the Sabbath. And if I am denying that, then I am a heretic damned." Captain Pett paused for a moment, following the twisting path of Tradescant's logic, and then let out a crack of laughter and hammered Tradescant on the shoulder. "You're trapped," he exclaimed, "because every variety that you discover must make you doubt that God could do all this in 6 days in Eden, and yet what you say you want to do is to show these things to the glory of God." Tradescant recoiled slightly from the loud good humour of his captain. "Yes." The captain laughed again. "I thank God I'm a simple man," he said. "All I have to do is to sack Algiers and teach the Barbary pirates that they cannot hazard the lives of English sailors, whereas you, Tradescant, have to spend your life hoping for one thing but continually finding evidence to the contrary." A familiar, stubborn look came across John's face. "I keep faith," he said stolidly, "whether to my lord, or to my king, or to my God. I keep faith. And 4 sorts of Smilax do not challenge my faith in God, or king, or lord." Pett was optimistic about the ease of his task, compared with John's metaphysical worries. He was part of a well-victualled, well-commanded fleet with a clear plan. When they came to Algiers, it was the task of the pinnaces to patrol the waterways to trap the pirates inside the harbour. John and the other gentlemen recruited for the adventure were called into the captain's cabin on the day the whole of the English fleet was assembled and moored in readiness half a league offshore. "We'll send in fireboats," Pett said. 2. They are to set the moored shipping ablaze, and that will destroy the Corsairs' fleet. It'll also spread smoke across the harbour, and under cover of the smoke will assault the walls of the harbour. That will be our task, and that will be where you come in, gentlemen." He had a map unrolled before him on the table. The English fleet was shown as a double line of converging white flags with the distinctive red cross. The Corsair ships were shown as a black square. "Which way is the prevailing wind?" Tradescant asked. "On shore," Pett replied. "It will blow the fireboats in, and then the smoke will go into their eyes." "Do they have scaling ladders for the harbour walls?" someone asked. The officers nodded, Tradescant among them. "And do you each of you know the men you are to lead, and have checked their equipment?" Captain Pett confirmed. Tradescant nodded and glanced around him, wondering if anyone else had a sense of sick dread in their stomachs, the fear of a man who had never seen a battle before. "Then do your duty, gentlemen," the captain said simply, "for God and King James." John wanted the attack to start at once, certain that his small core of courage would diminish if he had to wait a moment. He stood with his landing party at the side of the pinnace and watched the fireboats go in through the mouth of the harbour. The 2 little barges were loaded with explosives and tar, and were rowed with a single oar by a volunteer. The rower's task was to get the little craft through the choppy water at the harbour mouth, and then as close as he dared to the moored shipping, despite the rain of musket fire which came down from the trapped ships. He was to light the coil of pitch rope which served as a fuse, point the boat in the right direction, and then plunge into the sea and swim as fast as he could back to the English ships, while the fireboat, smouldering with its cargo of explosives, was supposed to float up against the enemy shipping. "At least I wasn't ordered to do that," Tradescant whispered miserably to himself. watching the little boat head towards the harbour mouth and seeing a cannonball splash with horrid weight into the water beside it. The boat bobbed in, the sailor's head just visible. They saw the flame of the fuse and his swift dive into the water, and then nothing. The fuse had gone out, and they heard the ironic cheers of the pirates as the fireboat bobbed uselessly against the wooden sides of their ships. "A free gift of powder and explosives to our enemies," Captain Pett said savagely. "Stand down, everyone. There will be no attack until the tide is up tomorrow." Tradescant spent a sleepless night, with a taste of fear like cold sweat on his lips, and in the morning showed a white face on deck at the head of his landing party. He checked them over. They all had muskets primed and ready. They all had brightly glowing fuses palmed confidently in their hands. One man had the scaling ladder, and he was wearing a helmet Tradescant had managed to scrounge in Majorca. Tradescant nodded to his troop with affected confidence, and was irritated to see, by the hidden smile one from another, that they saw and understood his pallor. "Soon be over, sir," one of them said cheerfully, "and you're either dead or safe in minutes." "Thank you," John said repressively, and went to the ship's rail to watch the fireboats go in again. They failed again. And the next day, too. By day 4, Tradescant ate a hearty breakfast and was at the rail to watch the fireboats try once more, and felt as nonchalant as his men. Boredom and disappointment had driven out fear, and now he wanted the battle to be joined. What he could not tolerate was the waiting and the immense irritation when the winds dropped and the fireboats burned harmlessly in the middle of the bay and then exploded with a loud crack that made the pirates cheer. It was dawn. The tide suited them high at dawn. The weather suited them at last, a grey mist on the water which would make the pirate muskets uncertain of their aim, shooting into greyness, and a brisk onshore wind which should blow the fireboats inwards to the harbour. "But hardly a surprise attack," Tradescant grumbled, at the pinnace rail. The wind blowing steadily on shore lifted the brim of his hat. "The principle is right," someone said behind him. Tradescant thought of his old master's preference for sound practice over principle, but held his peace. They all watched together as the two barges were rowed to the harbour mouth. The sailors on board lit the fuses to the explosive, burning twists of rope dipped in pitch. No one could tell how long they would take to burn with any accuracy. It was a brave man who stayed on board a barge that would blow up at any moment to steer it closer and ever closer to enemy shipping. The two sailors did well. "Jump!" Tradescant muttered under his breath as they went through the harbour mouth and drifted towards the ships, while the waiting English ships could see the sparks at the foot of the powder kegs. Then there were two dark shadows leaping and two splashes in the water, and then an almighty roar as the first barge went up in flames and drifted towards the trapped corsair ships. But just as it should have collided with the wooden rowing ship, there was a sudden lull. "The wind!" Captain Pett yelled in anguish. "What the devil has happened to the wind?" It was nothing, a lull before a storm, but it was enough to ruin the English plans. The fireboats exploded and burned as they should have done, as two little torches afloat on the dark water of Algiers harbour. The corsair ships remained moored, safe in its lee, and the pirate crews came out on deck with toasting forks and made as if they were frying their bacon for breakfast on the English attack. "What do we do now?" someone asked. "Stand down again?" "Today we attack," Captain Pett said. "We follow orders." John found his feet were strangely heavy in his boots. There was nothing for him to do until the Mercury was close enough either to shore or to a ship, and then he was to lead a boarding party. "There will be no smoke," he said shortly. "No cover, and they're ready and waiting and confident." "My orders are to attack, whatever the success of the fireboats," Captain Pett declared. He called for the sails to be crowded on, and the Mercury moved slowly towards the mouth of the harbour. There was another pinnace before her, and one behind. All the English captains were staying within the letter of their orders, though the chances of the attack succeeding, with the wind down and the fireboats sputtering into darkness, was remote. The Turkish guns, expertly manned from the high harbour walls, bombarded the incoming ships. "Like ducks on a moat," John said angrily. Mercury sailed in, obeying orders. "Please God he does not put us ashore and expect us to scale the walls," Tradescant muttered into his neckerchief. He looked back at his men. They were waiting grim-faced for Tradescant to lead them. Ahead of them were the high walls of the fort, with the sharply etched windows, where a dozen muskets waited for the English to come into range, clearly visible on the water, which was brightening with the morning light, and shielded neither by mist nor smoke. Captain Pett sailed inward, obeying his orders to the letter, but with a man at his elbow with a telescope trained on the commander's ship, waiting for a signal. At last the flag reluctantly fluttered out. "Retreat ordered!" shouted the man with the telescope. "Retreat!" Captain Pett bawled. At once the drum began to beat, and the other English ships wheeled around and started forcing their way, against the prevailing wind, back out of the harbour mouth. The rest of the fleet sent in barges and took the ships in tow. It was an ignominious end to an attack, but John caught a rope and made it fast, feeling as light-hearted as a lad. The desire for battle had been replaced completely with a profound longing for the safety and comfort of his home. Elizabeth greeted John home with a touch of coolness. She had been painfully aware that he had left despite her wishes, and she had prayed every night that he would be spared, so that he could come home and they could start as friends and lovers again. But when he walked into the Canterbury cottage, not a scratch on him, his face tanned and smiling, and a small wagon of plants waiting outside in the lane, her most powerful feeling was deep irritation. John sent the wagon on to Lord Wootton's garden, with orders to see that the plants were unloaded and watered, and came into the house, asking for a bath, and that his linen be burned on the kitchen fire. "It's lousy," he said. "It has driven me mad for days." Elizabeth set water to heat, pulled out the big wooden wash-tub, and set it on the stone flags of the floor. John stripped off his clothes and left them at a heap near the door. "God be praised, I'm glad to be home," he said, and gave her a smile. She did not smile back at him, nor did she come into his arms and put her face against his warm, bare chest. John did not hold out his arms. He was afraid he might smell, and he knew his head and his beard harboured lice. But he would have been glad of a greeting which was passionate, or even affectionate. Elizabeth, pouring hot water into the tub, offered a dutiful welcome, not an exciting one. "I'm glad to see you safe home," she said calmly, and put on another pot of water to heat. John tested the water with his foot and then stepped in. Elizabeth handed him the wash-ball of herbs tied in cotton and a bowl of sludgy soap. "I was afraid you might be fired on, sailing past the Spanish coast," she said. "There were rumours that the fleet would go against Spain." "I would have thought you would have been glad to see me put a cannonball into the heart of Papistry," John observed, sitting in a bath of soapy water and sponging the salty grime of several months' voyage off his neck. "Not if they fired back," she said. "And anyway, I thought your quarrel was with the infidels." John splashed water into his face and puffed out like a grampus whale. "We had orders which could be read any way you wanted," he said. "It makes no sense to me. When I leave the garden for any length of time, I say to the gardeners, take care of this, and when this flowers, do this. I don't say to them, use your judgment, do as you wish. And that way, when I come home again, I know if they have done well or badly, and they know it too." "But the king?" Elizabeth asked. John lowered his voice. "The king gave them orders which told them to attack the infidel and release our poor captured countrymen, and gave them secret orders to attack Spain, and then orders which were open, which told them to respect Spain as an ally." Elizabeth shook her head. "This is dishonesty," she said flatly. John smiled, as if at an old half-forgotten joke. It's practice, but not principle. It's a sin. John looked at her thoughtfully. You're very sure what makes a sin and what does not, my wife. Are you setting up to be a preacher like your father? To his surprise, she did not laugh and disclaim, as she would have done only a few years before. I am studying my Bible more than I have done before, she told him. There is a lecturer who teaches me and some other women on Wednesday nights. He's a man of much learning and wisdom, too, and I find I am thinking of things with more care than when I was a girl full of folly. John bent his knees awkwardly in the little wooden tub to get his shoulders under the suds. I don't remember you as full of folly, he remarked. I always thought you were a God-fearing, serious woman. Elizabeth nodded, and again he saw the new gravity about her. These are fearful times, she said. The plague seems to get worse every summer, and no one can tell where it strikes. There are rumours about a king and a court who don't walk in the way of the Lord, and a church which does not reproach them. John straightened and rose up from his bath, water cascading all over the floor. Elizabeth handed him a linen sheet, and he threw it around his shoulders. She was carefully looking away, as if the sight of her husband's nakedness might lead her into sin. It was that turning away of her head which tripped John into irritation. We don't repeat gossip about the king in this household, he said flatly. And when Elizabeth was about to argue, he held up his hand. It's not a matter of piety or truth, Elizabeth. It's a lesson I learned from my lord. We don't gossip against the king. The price is too high if you're overheard. Whatever you're reading in your classes, you keep your mind on your Bible and off King James and his court, or you won't go again. For a moment she looked as if she might argue. Does this man preach against the authority of God vested in men over their wives? He demanded. She dropped her head. Of course not. John nodded, hiding his sense of immense smugness. Good. You know that all I have ever wanted is for you to come home and stay home, Elizabeth said, dragging the big bath towards the back door, where it could be tipped into the yard. If you'd been home, I would have had no time to go to meetings. John gave her a sharp look. Don't lay it at my door, he said. You can go where your conscience leads you as long as it does not take you into treason or into denying the authority of those set over you. All of those set over you. Me as your husband, my lord above me, the king above him, and God above him. She flung open the door so a cool wind blew in around John's bare legs. I would never deny God's authority, she said, and I have not denied the authority of men. Mind you don't catch cold. John turned abruptly and went to the bedroom to get dressed. 1622. Should we not transplant that chestnut? Jay asked his father. John was leaning on his spade, watching his coltish 14-year-old son at work. It must be getting too big for that box, Jay said. I gave that to your mother the year we were married, John said reminiscently. Sir Robert and I bought a dozen of them. No, half a dozen. 5 I planted for him at Hatfield, and 1 I gave to your mother. She kept it in a pot at Meffham, and then I moved it into the carrying box when we went to Hatfield, with you so little on the bench seat of the wagon that your feet didn't reach the board. Shouldn't we plant it out now? Jay asked, so it can put down great roots. I suppose so, John said thoughtfully. But we can leave it another year. I'm going to buy some land at the back of our house, make a bigger garden so that we can see it spread out. The man who sold it to me said they grow as wide as an oak tree. There's no room for it in the cottage garden. It would overspread the house, and I'd be loath to plant it here. Jay gazed around Lord Wootton's graceful garden, at the grey walls and the high tower of Canterbury Cathedral behind. Why not? It would look well enough. John shook his head. Because it's your mother's, he said gently, given from me to her the first time I loved her. She rarely comes in here. She'll never see it.
It's her keepsake. We must buy her a bigger house with a bigger garden, so she can sit underneath it and rock your babies on her knee." Jay flushed with the quick embarrassment of a young man still too innocent for bawdy talk. "There won't be babies from me for a while," he said gruffly, "so don't count on it." "You put your roots down first," John advised, "like your mother's chestnut sapling. Shall we take a break for our dinner now?" "I'll go on," Jay said. "I want to take a look at those Spanish onions of yours. They should be fit to taste soon." "They'll be very sweet if they're grown as well as they do at their home," John said. "They eat them like fruit in Gibraltar. And take a look at the melon glasses while you're in the kitchen garden. They should be ripening. Bank up some straw around and under them to keep the slugs off." Jay nodded and trudged off to the kitchen garden. John spread a napkin on the grass and opened his little knapsack. Elizabeth had given him a new-baked loaf, a slice of cheese, and a flask of small ale. The crust was grey, the flour was poor this year, and the cheese was watery. Not even good money could buy good provisions. The country was feeling the pinch of bad finances and bad harvests. John made a small grimace and bit into his bread. "John Tradescant?" John looked up, but did not rise to his feet, though the man standing above him was splendidly dressed in the livery of the Duke of Buckingham. "Who wants him?" "The Duke of Buckingham himself." John put his loaf of grey bread to one side and stood up, brushing off crumbs. "I am John Tradescant," he said. "What does His Grace want?" "You're to go and see him," the man said abruptly. "You're summoned. He's at New Hall in Chelmsford. You're to go at once." "My master is Lord Wotton," John started. The man laughed abruptly. "Your master can be Lord Jesus Christ for all that my master cares," he said softly. John recoiled. "No need for blasphemy." "Every need," the man insisted, "for you do not seem to understand who commands you. Above my master there is only the king. If my master wants something, he has only to ask for it, and if he asks for it, he gets it. Do you understand?" John thought of the painted youth at Theobald's who sat in King James's lap, and the jewels around the young man's neck, and the purse at his waist. "I understand well enough," he said dryly, "though I've been away from court for some years." "Then know this," the man said. "There is only one person in the world for King James, and that is my master, the beautiful Duke." He stepped forward and lowered his voice. "The Duke's friends can do anything they wish. Poison, treachery, divorce. All this they have done and escaped scot-free. Had you not heard?" John carefully shook his head. "Not a thing." "Lord Rochester took the wife of another man, no less than the Earl of Essex's wife. They declared him impotent. How would you like that?" "Not at all." "Then Rochester and his new wife poisoned Sir Thomas Overbury, who would have betrayed them. She is a declared witch and poisoner. How'd you like that?" "No better." "Found guilty, imprisoned in the Tower, and then what do you think?" John shook his head, maintaining his ignorance. "Forgiven, overnight," the manservant said with satisfaction. "If you have the king's ear, you can do no wrong." "The king knows best," John said staunchly, thinking of his lost lord and his advice to be blind and deaf when other men are talking treason. "And Rochester was nothing to my lord." The man lowered his voice still further. "Rochester is the old favourite, but my lord is the new. Rochester may have had the king's ear, but my lord has all his parts. Do you understand me? He has all his parts." John kept his face very still. He did not smile at the bawdy humour. "My master is supreme under the king," the man declared. "There is no one in England more beloved than my master, George Villiers, and he has decided that you are to serve him." The man looked down at John's plain dinner. "Chosen you from every other man in the kingdom." "I am honoured, but I do not think I can be released from my work here."
The man flapped a letter in John's face. "Villa's orders," he said, "and the King's seal. You're to do as you're told." John resigned himself to the inevitable and rolled up his half-eaten dinner in his napkin. "And remember this," the man continued in the same boastful tone, "that what the Duke thinks today, the King thinks tomorrow, and the Prince thinks the next. When the King goes, the Duke and the Prince succeed. When you hitch your cart to the star of my master, you have a long, brilliant future." John smiled. "I have worked for a great man before," he said gently, "and in great gardens." "You have never worked for one like this," the servant declared. "You have never even seen a man such as this." John thought that Elizabeth would dislike the move to his Grace's house at New Hall, Chelmsford, and he was right. She was passionately opposed to leaving Lord Wootton's service and going near to the hazardous glamour of the royal court. But the little family had no choice. Jay took his mother's worries to his father and gained no satisfaction. "Mother doesn't want to move house, and she doesn't want you to work for a great lord again," he said in his halting, shy way. "Mother wants us to live quietly. She likes it here." "Won't she speak to me herself?" "She didn't ask me to tell you," Jay said, embarrassed. "I thought perhaps you didn't know. I was trying to help." John dropped a gentle hand on his son's narrow shoulder. "I know what she fears, but I am no more free to choose where to live than your mother is free," he explained. "She is bound by God to follow me, and I am bound by God to go where I am commanded by my Lord and by the King above him. And the Lord and King, and therefore God, say we must go to the Duke of Buckingham in Essex." He shrugged. "So we go." "I don't believe that God wants us to go near to vanity and idleness," Jay protested. John turned a stern gaze on him. "What God wants or does not want, no man can say. Only a priest or the King," he said firmly. "If the King tells the Duke, who tells my Lord Wootton that I am wanted in Essex, then that is enough for me, as if God had leaned down from heaven and told me himself." He paused. "And it should be enough for you too, Jay." Jay, avoiding the challenge of his father's gaze, looked away. "Yes, sir," he said. The little family had been expecting something impressive of New Hall. The Duke had bought it as a palace near to London, where he could entertain the King in a style befitting the royal favourite. It had been a summer palace for Henry VIII, and had passed around the courtiers as a prize plum of patronage. Buckingham was said to have paid a fortune for it, and was now pulling the place apart to enrich it still further under the direction of Inigo Jones, who was laying a great sweeping staircase of marble and noble stone gateways. The Tradescants arrived, as the King himself would arrive on his frequent visits, up the great drive, which turned in a full circle before the house. The house fronted the drive full square, with great turrets on either side and a huge wooden doorway, wide and high enough for 2 coaches to be driven abreast into the inner courtyard. It was built of handsome stone, every inch carved and crenellated like marchpane on a cake, with 3 stories of bay windows bulging from the encrusted walls. At each corner stood great towers with bulbous cupolas, and flags flying from the poles at the top. In the inner courtyard was a huge cobbled area, as big as a tilt-yard, with the great hall on the east side and a handsome oriel window looking out over the quadrangle. On the west side was the chapel for the house, and a bell tolling at the tower end. Elizabeth looked askance at the stained glass in the huge chapel windows as the wagon halted in the yard. A maidservant came out with a tray of drinks for the travellers, and a groom from the stables emerged and said he would direct the wagon on to the Tradescants' own cottage. "His Grace said that you should live in the great house if you please, but he thought you might prefer your own cottage so that you can nurse up plants in your own garden." "Yes," Elizabeth said before John could reply. "We don't want to live in the hall." John shot her a reproving look. "The Duke is gracious," he said carefully, I will need a garden under my eye. A cottage sounds a very good solution. Please show us the way." He drained his mug of small ale, set it back on the tray with a smile at the girl. Jay, still seated in the back, one arm around the precious chestnut tree, one hand on the tailgate of the wagon, did not even glance at the pretty serving-maid, but kept his eyes on his boots. John sighed. He had not imagined the move would be easy, but with Elizabeth suspecting papistry and luxury around every corner, and with Jay sinking into the manners of a country bumpkin, he thought that returning to court life would be hard indeed, and that no master, however graceful or powerful, would make up for the differences in the little Tradescant family. The cottage was some compensation. It had been built as a farmhouse and taken into the demesne of New Hall by the ever-widening wall and ambition of each successive owner. It was as good as Elizabeth's girlhood home at Meffham, a 2-storied, 4-bedroomed house with an orchard at the back and a stable-yard with room for a dozen horses at the side. Elizabeth might put up with the disruption of the move for the benefit of the house, John thought, and held that hope in his mind until they had unpacked their goods and penned up the cat so that she should not stray, when a liveried manservant from the house tapped on the open front door and ordered John to wait on his Grace in the garden. John pulled on his jacket and followed the man back up the drive towards the house. "He's in the yew tree alley," the man said, gesturing to the right of the house. "He said you were to go and find him." "How shall I know him?" John asked, hanging back. The man looked at him with open surprise. "You'll recognize him the moment you see him, without error." "How?" "Because he's the most beautiful man in the kingdom," the man said frankly. "Go towards the yew tree alley, and when you see a man as lovely as an angel, that's my Lord Buckingham. You can't miss him. And when you've seen him, you'll never forget him." John puffed a little at the courtier hyperbole and turned towards the colonnade of yew. He had time to note that the alley was overgrown and needed pruning at the head of the trees to make them thicken out at the bottom before he stepped into the shade. He blinked against the sudden darkness of the thickly interleaved boughs. It was as dark as night-time beneath the arching branches. The ground beneath his feet was soft with years of fallen brown yew needles. It was eerie and silent in the darkness. No birds sang in the still boughs of the trees. No sun shone into their shade. Then John's eyes adjusted to the dimness after the dazzle of the sun, and he saw George Villiers, Duke of Buckingham. At first, he could see only a silhouette of a slim, solitary man of about 30. He was dark-haired and dark-eyed, dressed like a prince, laden with diamonds. He had a bright, mobile face above the wide, lace-trimmed ruff, with eyes that were smiling and wicked, and a mouth as changeable and as provocative as any pretty woman's. The pallor of his skin gleamed in the darkness as if he were lit from within like a paper lantern, and his smile, when he saw John coming towards him, was as engaging as a child's, with the confidence and innocence of a child who has never known anything but love. He wore a doublet and cape of dark green as the yew, and for a moment John, looking from trees to man, thought he was in the presence of a dryad, some wild, beautiful spirit of the wood, and that some miracle had been granted him, to see a tree dancing towards him and smiling. "Ah, my John Tradescant!" exclaimed Buckingham, and at that moment John suffered a strange, falling feeling, which made him think that he had taken the sun riding all day on the open wagon. The man smiled at him as if he were a brother, as if he were a living angel come to give him tidings of great joy. John did not smile in greeting. Years later he would remember that he had not felt any sense of meeting a new master, but rather a grave sense of deep familiarity. He did not feel that they were well met, new met. He felt as if they had been together for all their lives and just accidentally parted until now. If he had spoken the words in his heart, he would have said, "Oh, it is you, at last. Are you My John Tradescant?" the man asked. John bowed low, and when he looked up, the sheer beauty of the young man made him catch his breath again. Even standing still, he was as graceful as a dancer. "I am," John said simply. "You sent for me, and I've come to serve you." "Forgive me," the Duke said swiftly. "I don't doubt you were snatched away from your work, but I need you, Mr. Tradescant. I need you very badly." John found he was smiling into the quick, bright face of the young man. "I'll do what I can." "It is here, at these gardens," the young Duke said. He led the way down the alley, talking as he went, throwing a smile over his shoulder as John followed. "The house is a thing of rare beauty, King Henry's summer house, but the gardens have been sorely neglected. I love my gardens, Mr. Tradescant. I want you to make these rich and lovely with your rare trees and flowers. I have seen Hatfield, and I envy you the planting of such a place. Can you work the same magic for me here?" "Hatfield was many years in the making," John said slowly, "and the Earl spent a fortune on buying in new plants." "I shall spend a fortune," the young man said carelessly. "Or rather, you shall spend my fortune for me. Will you do that for me, John Tradescant? Shall I earn a fortune and you spend it? Is that a fair agreement?" Despite his sense of caution, John chuckled. "Very fair on me, my lord. But perhaps you'd better take a care. A garden can gobble up wealth as it can gobble up manure." "There's always plenty of both," Buckingham said quickly. "You just have to go to the right place." John was tempted to laugh, but then thought better of it. "So, will you do it?" Buckingham paused at the end of the alley and looked back towards his house. It looked like a fairy tale palace in the afternoon sunshine, a crenellated, turreted palace set in the simple loveliness of the fertile green countryside of England. "Will you make me a fine garden here, and another at my other house in Rutland?" John looked around. The ground was fine. The aspect of the house was open and facing south. The ground had been terraced in wide, beautiful steps down the hillside. At the bottom was a marshy pond that he could do all sorts of things with, a lake with an island, or a fountain feature, or a man-made river for boating. "I can make you a fine garden," he said slowly. "There will be no difficulty in growing what you will." Buckingham slipped his hand in John's arm. "Dream with me," he urged him persuasively. "Walk with me and tell me what you would grow here." John looked back at the long alley. "There's little that will grow under you," he said, "but I've had some success with a plant that came from Turkey to France, lily of the valley, a small white flower, the daintiest thing you've ever seen, like a snowdrop, only smaller, a frilled bell, like a little model of a flower made in porcelain. It is scented, they tell me, as sweet as a rose, only sharp like lemons. A true lily scent. It will grow in great thick clumps, and the white flowers are like stars against broad green leaves." "What do you mean, they tell you it is scented? Can't you smell them?" Buckingham asked. "I have no nose for smell," John admitted. "It is a great disadvantage for a gardener. My son tells me when the earth smells sour or when we have some putrid rot. Without him, I have to go by my eyes and touch." Buckingham stopped and looked at his gardener. "What a tragedy," he said simply. "One of the greatest pleasures for me is the scent of flowers. What a tragedy that you cannot sense this. Oh, and so many other things. Good cheeses and wine, and smell of a clean stable of straw. Oh, and perfume when it is warm in a woman's skin, or the smell of her sweat when she's hot, and tobacco smoke. Oh, John, what a loss." John smiled a little at his enthusiasm. "Having never known it, I do not feel the lack," he said. "But I should like to smell a rose." Buckingham shook his head. "I should like you to smell a rose, John. I feel for you." They walked on a few steps more. "Now," Buckingham said, "what would you do here?" The ground below them fell away to the marshy dip at the bottom of the field. As they watched, a herd of cows trudged through the mud and water, churning it up. "Get rid of the cows," John said definitely. Buckingham laughed. "I could have thought of that on my own. Do I need to hire you to tell me to mend the fences?" "First, get rid of the cows," John amended, "and then perhaps use that water to make a lake. Perhaps a water-lily lake, and at one side you would have a wet garden with plants that love moisture, some reeds and rushes, irises and buttercups, and on the other a large fountain. At Hatfield we had a grand statue mounted on a boulder. That was handsome. Or perhaps some playful water feature, a fountain which throws an arc of water for boats to sail underneath, or an arc of water thrown over the path, or even from one side of the lake to another with a bridge passing beneath it." Buckingham gleamed. "And one of those toys which sprinkle people when they approach," he exclaimed. "And I should like a little mount as well, perhaps in the middle of the lake." "A grand mount," John suggested, "planted thickly with a winding alley to the summit. Perhaps cherry trees, espaliered into a hedge to make them thick and shady. I have some wonderful new cherry trees, or even apple trees and pears. They take time to establish, but you have a pretty effect with blossom and spring, and at the end of summer it is very rich to walk under boughs heavy with fruit. You could thread them through with roses and eglantine, which would climb and hang their blooms down through the leaves. You could row out to your island and wander among roses and fruit." "And where would you put the knot gardens?" Buckingham demanded. "Beyond the lake?" John shook his head. "Near to the house," he said firmly. "But you could show me your favourite window seat, and I could plant a garden which leads the eyes outwards into the garden, a little maze for your eye to follow, in stone and with small pale-leafed plants, and herbs to aid your meditations. And an orchard with a covered walk all around it, and turf benches in every corner. I must have an orchard, great fruiting trees which bow low to the ground. Where can we get quick-flowering fruit trees?" "We can buy saplings, but it will take time," John warned him. "But I want it now," Buckingham insisted. "There must surely be trees which will grow swiftly, or trees we can buy full-grown. I want it at once." John shook his head. "You may command every man in England," he said gently, "but you cannot make a garden grow at once, my lord. You will have to learn patience." A shadow crossed Buckingham's face, a dark flicker of frustration. "For God's sake," he exclaimed, "this is as bad as the Spanish. Is everything I desire to go so slow that by the time it comes to me I'm sick of waiting? Am I to grow old and tired before my desires can be met? Do I have to die before my plans come to fruit?" John said nothing, only stood still, like a little oak tree, while the storm of Buckingham's temper blew itself out. Buckingham paused as he took the measure of John Tradescant, and he threw back his curly dark head and laughed. "You will be my conscience, John," he exclaimed. "You will be the keeper of my soul. You gardened for Cecil, didn't you? And they all say that when you wanted Cecil, you had to go out into the garden and find him, and half the time he would be sitting on a bench in his knot garden and talking to his man." John nodded gravely. "They say he was the greatest Secretary of State that the country has ever had, and that your gardens were his greatest solace and his joy." Tradescant bowed and looked away, so that his new mercurial master should not see that he was moved. "When I'm tempted to overreach myself in my garden, or in the great wild forests which are the courts of Europe, you can remind me that I cannot always have my own way. I cannot command a garden to grow," Buckingham said humbly. "You can remind me that even the great Cecil had to wait for what he wanted, whether it was a plant or policy." John shook his head in quiet dissent. "I can only plant your garden, my lord," he said softly. "That's all I did for the Earl. I can't do more than that." For a moment he thought that Buckingham would argue, demand that there must be more, but then the young man smiled at him and dropped an arm around his shoulders and set them both walking back to the house. "Do that for me now, and when you trust me more and know me better, you shall be my friend and adviser, as you were Cecil's," he said. "You will make it grow for me, won't you, John? You will do your best for me, even if I am impatient and ignorant." Tradescant found that he was smiling back. "I can undertake to do that, and it will grow as fast as it is able, and it will be all that you want." John started work that afternoon, walking to Chelmsford to find labourers to start the work of fencing the cows out, digging the lake, and building the walls for the kitchen garden. He took a horse from the stables and rode a wide circle around the great estate to neighbouring farms to see what trees they had in their orchards and what wooded copses he could buy and transplant at once. Buckingham was careless about cost. "Just order it, John," he said, "and if they're tenants of mine, just tell them to give you whatever you wish, and they can take it off their rent at quarter day." John bowed, but made a point of visiting the steward of the household at his desk in an imposing room at the very centre of the grand house. "His Grace has ordered me to buy trees and plants from his tenants and command them to take the cost from their rent," Tradescant began. The steward looked up from the household books, which were spread before him. "What?" "He has ordered me to buy from the tenants," John began again. "I heard you," the man said angrily, "but how am I to know what is bought or sold? And how am I to run this house if the rents are discounted before they are collected?" John hesitated. "I was coming to you only to ask you how it should be done. If you have a list of tenants—" "I have a list of tenants, I have a list of rents, I have a list of expenditure. What no one will tell me is how to make the one agree with the other." John paused for a moment to take stock of the man. "I am new to this post," he said cautiously. "I don't seek to make your task any harder. I do need to buy his lordship trees and plants to stock his gardens, and he ordered me to buy from his tenants and see that they deduct the cost from their rents." The steward took in Tradescant's steadiness. "Aye," he said more quietly, "but the rents are already spent, signed away, or promised. They are not free for deductions." There was a brief silence. "What am I to do, then?" John asked pleasantly. "Shall I return to his lordship and tell him it cannot be done?" "Would you do that?" the man inquired. John smiled. "Surely. What else could I do?" "You don't fear taking bad news to a new master, the greatest master in the land?" "I have worked for a great man before," John said, "and, good news or bad, I found the best way was to tell him simply what was amiss. If a man is fool enough to punish his messengers, he'll never get his messages." The steward cracked a laugh and held out his hand. "I am William Ward, and I am glad to meet you, Mr. Tradescant." John took the handshake. "Have you been in his lordship's service for long?" he asked. The steward nodded. "Yes." "And are his affairs in a bad way?" "He is the wealthiest man in the land," William Ward stated, "newly married to an heiress, and with the king's own fortune at his disposal." "Then, and the most spendthrift, and the wildest. Do you know how he did his courting?" John glanced at the closed door behind them and shook his head. "He caught the lady's fancy. Not surprising." John thought of that smile and the way the man threw back his head when he laughed. "Not surprising," he agreed. "But when he went to her father, the man declined. Again, not surprising." John thought of the rumours that Buckingham was the king's man in ways that a sensible man did not question. "I don't know," he said stoutly. "Not surprising to those of us who have seen the king on his visits here," the steward said bluntly. "So what does my lord do?" Tradescant shook his head. "I have been away and in Canterbury. We don't hear gossip. I rarely listen to it anyway." The steward laughed shortly. "Well, hear this. Buckingham invites Lady Kate to his mother's house for dinner, and when the dinner is ended, they don't let her call for a carriage. They don't let her go home. Buckingham's mother herself keeps the girl overnight. So her reputation is ruined, and her father is glad to get her wed at any price, takes the Duke's offer, and has to pay handsomely for the privilege of having his daughter dishonoured into the bargain." Tradescant's jaw dropped open. "He did this?" William Ward nodded. "To a lady?" "Aye. Now you get some idea of what he can do and what he is allowed. And now you get some idea of his rashness." Tradescant took a couple of swift steps and looked out of the window. Almost at once his sense of anxiety at this new post, at this madly impulsive young master, deserted him. He could see the site of what would be his kitchen garden, and he had it in mind to build a hollow wall, the first of its kind in England, and to heat the inside of it like a chimney. It might warm the fruit trees growing against the wall and make them come early into bud. He shook his head at the promising sight and returned to the problem of his new master's wildness. "And is his new wife unhappy?" he asked. William Ward looked at him for one incredulous moment and then burst into laughter. "You've seen my lord. Do you think a new wife would be unhappy?" John shrugged. "Who knows what a woman wants? She wants rough wooing and passionate bedding, and she's had both from our lord. She wants to know that he loves her above everything else, and there is no other woman in the land who can say that her husband risked everything to have her." "And the king?" Tradescant asked, going to the key of all things. Ward smiled. "The king keeps the two of them, as lesser men keep lovebirds in a cage, for the pleasure of seeing their happiness. And in any case, when he wants Buckingham all to himself, he is only to crook his finger, and our lord goes. His wife knows that he must go, and she smiles and bids him farewell." The steward fell silent. John looked out again at the parkland that stretched to the horizon. This was flat country. He thought the winds in winter would be cruel. "So," he said slowly, "I have a new lord who is a spendthrift and wild, a breaker of hearts and no respecter of persons." The steward nodded. "And any one of us would lay down our lives for him." Surprised, John looked up. The steward was smiling. "Yes," he said, "there isn't a man on the estate who wouldn't go hungry to keep him in his silks and satin. You'll see. Now, go and buy your trees. Every time you agree a price, make sure that you note down the tenant's name and the price of his trees, and tell them that I, and not they, will calculate the difference in the rents and discount the rents next quarter day. Bring me the list when you've done." He paused for a moment. "Unless I have given you a disliking for your lord, and you want to go back to Canterbury?" he asked. "He is as wild as I say, he is as spendthrift as I say, and he is as wealthy as I say. He has more power at his fingertips than any man in the land, and that is probably including the king." John had a strong sense of returning to his place at the very centre of things, serving a lord who served his country, a man whose doings were the talk of every alehouse in the land. "I'll keep my place here," he said. "There is much for me to do." 1623. John and Jay worked hard all the winter, planning the gardens and pegging out lines for the knot garden, for the terraces, and for the turf benches and the Lord's new orchards. Much of the work had to wait until the spring, when the ground was soft enough for digging, but John had a small forest of trees waiting for the earth to warm so that they could be planted, each one labelled with its place, each with a plot reserved for it. For the workers who could neither read nor write, Jay had instituted a scheme of coloured dots. They had to match the label on the tree, marked with 3 red dots, with the plot in the ground, marked with 3 red dots, or green or yellow. "This is code," John said admiringly to Jay. "It's madness," Jay said bluntly. "Everyone should be taught to read at dame school. How else can they understand their Bible? How else do their work?" "We're not all scholars like you," John said mildly. Jay flushed in one of his sudden attacks of bashfulness. "I'm no scholar," he said gruffly. "I don't pretend to be one. I'm no better than any man, but I do think that all men should be taught to read and write so that they can read their Bible and think for themselves." Work on the heated wall had already started, to John's design. The plot was marked out, and the foundations for the perimeter wall were already dug. The whole garden was to be walled with a double skin of deep red brick, and there were to be built 3 equally spaced fireplaces, one above the other, where the charcoal burners could be lit, and the smoke drift sideways through the wall till every brick was warm to the touch. The beds of the garden were not to be edged with box in the usual way. John wanted to raise them after a fashion never seen before. He wanted little brick walls to edge them, and the beds were to be filled with sifted earth and rotted manure. He even instituted a pile of manure from the stables, which was to be left to moulder and then turned over every month. "I don't want it all fresh and carrying the roots of weeds into my garden," he explained to Jay and to the other vegetable gardeners. "I want the earth in these beds to be free of weeds and free of stones. I want this garden to have soil so rich and so soft that I could lay a strawberry plant on it and leave it to set its own roots. You understand?" They grumbled behind his back, but to his face they nodded and pulled their caps. John's reputation as one of the greatest gardeners of the day had preceded him, and it was an honour to work under him, raised beds and stirred manure, hollow walls or no. The house was quiet after the festivities of Christmas. The Duke had returned from the court in January and set up residence with Kate, his wife. His mother was to come later in the year. So Tradescant, rounding the stable yard in search of an errant weeding lad, was surprised to see an exceptionally fine horse, an Arab, being led from its stall into the yard, and the Duke's hunter prancing around on the cobbles, all tacked up and ready to go. "Whose horse is that?" John asked a groom, and received nothing more than a wink for a reply. "Dolt," John said shortly, picked up his hoe and went to pace out the orchard. That afternoon, John was measuring the length of the new avenue which he planned to plant with lime trees leading from the Chelmsford Road to the house, when he heard hoofbeats on the drive, and there were the 2 horses with 2 strange men on their backs. John stepped forward to challenge them. "Who are you, and what's your business here? That's my lord's horse." "Let me pass, my John," said one of the men in a familiar voice. The stranger leaned down from the Duke's horse and swept off his hat. Buckingham's dark eyes looked down at John, and John heard his irrepressible chuckle. "Fooled you!" Buckingham cried triumphantly. "Fooled you completely!" John stared at the face of his lord, absurdly concealed by a false beard and a muffler. "Your Grace." He glanced across at the other horseman and recognized, with a sense of shock, the young prince he had last seen snivelling at the heels of his older brother. But now the young prince was the heir, Prince Charles. "Good God, Your Highness!" "Will we pass, do you think?" Buckingham demanded joyously. "I am John Smith, and this is my brother Thomas. Will we pass, do you think?" "Oh, yes," John said. "But what are you about, my lord? Wenching?" Buckingham laughed aloud at that. "The finest wench in the world," he whispered. "We're going to Spain, John. We're going to marry His Highness here to the Infanta of Spain. What do you think of that?" For a moment, John was too stunned to speak. Then he grabbed the hunter's bridle above the bit. "Stay!" he cried. "You can't." "You order me?" Buckingham inquired politely. "You had much better take your hand off my horse, Tradescant." John flinched, but did not let go. "Please, Your Grace," he said. "Wait. Think on this. Why are you going disguised?" "For the adventure," Buckingham said merrily. "Come on, Thomas," the prince said. "Or are you John? Am I Thomas?" "I beg of you," John said urgently. "You cannot go like this, my lord. You cannot take the prince like this." The prince's horse pawed the ground. "Come on," the prince said. "Forgive me." Tradescant looked over at him. "Your Highness has perhaps not considered. You cannot ride into France as if it were East Anglia, Your Highness. What if they hold you? What if Spain refuses to let you leave?" "Nonsense," Prince Charles said briefly. "Come on, fellas." Buckingham's horse moved forward, and John was dragged along, not releasing his grip on the bridle. "Your Grace," he tried again, "does the king know of this? What if he turns against you?" Buckingham leaned low over the horse's neck, so he could whisper to Tradescant, "Leave me go, my John. I'm at work here. If I marry the prince to the Infanta, then I have done something which no man has ever done. Make Spain our ally, make the greatest alliance in Europe, and myself the greatest marriage broker who ever lived. But even if I fail, then the prince and I will have ridden out like brothers, and we will be brothers for the rest of our lives. Either way, my place is assured. Now, let the bridal go. I have to leave. Have you food and money and a change of clothes? Buckingham laughed. John, my John, next time you shall pack for me, but I must go now. His spur touched the hunter's side, and it threw up its head and bounded forward. Prince Charles's horse leapt after, and there was a swirl of dust in John's face, and the two of them were gone. Please God, keep him safe. Keep them safe, Tradescant said, looking after them. His new master and the prince he had known as a lonely, incompetent little boy. Please God, stop them at Dover. Elizabeth saw at once that something had happened when John came home at dusk for his dinner and stared into his broth without eating. As soon as Jay had eaten, she sent him from the room with a nod of her head, and then seated herself beside John on the settle which stood at the fireside, and put her hand on his. What's the matter? He shook his head. I cannot tell you. He glanced down into her worried face. Nothing wrong with me, my dear. Nothing wrong with Jay, and nothing wrong with the garden. But I cannot tell you. It is a secret, and not my secret. I cannot tell anybody. Then it's the Duke, she said simply. He's done something bad. John's stricken look told her that her guess had struck home. What's he done? She pressed. He shook his head again. Please God, it won't be too bad. Please God, there will be a happy outcome. Is he at home? He shook his head. Gone to London? Gone to the King? Gone to Spain, he whispered very low. Elizabeth recoiled from him as if he had pinched her. Spain? John gave her a swift, unhappy glance and put his finger to his lips. I cannot say more, he said firmly. Elizabeth rose and went to the fire, bent and stirred the poker under the glowing logs. He saw her lips moving in a silent prayer. Elizabeth was a devout woman. A trip to Spain was like a trip to the underworld to her. Spain was the heart of Catholicism, the home of the Antichrist, against whom all good Protestants must struggle and fight from birth till death. Buckingham's choice of destination at once condemned him in her eyes. He must be a bad man if he chose to go to Spain. John closed his eyes briefly. He could not imagine what condemnation would be released on his master if Elizabeth, and all the many hundreds, thousands of devout men and women like Elizabeth, knew that he was planning to bring a Spanish princess home to be Queen of England. Elizabeth straightened up and hooked the poker onto the bracket at the side of the fire. We should leave, she announced abruptly. What? John opened his eyes again and blinked. We should leave now. What are you saying? We've only just got here. She came back beside him, took his hand in hers and pressed it to her lips, and then held it to her heart, like a pledge. He could feel her heartbeat, steady and reassuring, as her earnest face looked into his. John, this Duke is not a good man. I have spoken with the people of the house, and half of them worship him, and will hear nothing against him, and the other half say that he is a sinner of dreadful vices. There is no balance in this household. There is no steadiness. This is a whirlwind of worldly desires, and we have strayed into the very heart of it. John wanted to speak, but she gently pressed his hand, and he let her finish. I did not want to leave Canterbury, but you prevailed, and it was my duty to obey you, she said softly. But please now, husband, hear this. We can go to any household in the world that you choose, as long as we do not stay here. I will pack our goods and our clothes and go tomorrow, wherever you say, as long as we do not stay here. I will follow you overseas even, Virginia even, as long as we do not stay here. John waited until she was silent. Then he spoke cautiously, feeling his way. I never thought to hear you speak so. Why do you dislike him so much? As a man? As my master? She shrugged and looked towards the fire, where the flames were leaping over the wood and casting a flickering light on her face. "I don't know him as a man, and it's too early to say how he will be as your master. All I have seen of him is worldly show. The diamonds in his hat, the horses in his coach. What man in England has ever had a coach before? No one but the old Queen and King James, and now this man has one, with rare horses to go before it. All I have seen of him would make me suspect that he is not a true Christian, and all that I have heard of him and all that I know of him tells me that he is very deep in sin." She dropped her voice. "Have you not thought that he may even be in league with the devil himself?" John tried to laugh, but Elizabeth's sincerity was too much for him. "Oh, Elizabeth, where did he come from? Not from hell, from Leicestershire." She frowned at the flippancy of his tone. "The son of a servant and a mere knight of the shires," she said. "Look at his rise, John. Do you think a man can get such fortune honestly?" "He has enjoyed the favour of the king," John insisted. "He was a cupbearer, and then a groom of the bedchamber, and the favourite of many great men. They helped him to the post of master of the horse, and he has brought the king such horses as no prince ever had before. Of course he enjoys great favour. He has earned it. He brought the king an Arab horse, the only one in England, the finest horse that ever was seen in England." She shook her head. "So they make him Lord High Admiral for trading in a horse?" "Elizabeth," John said warningly. "Bear with me," she said swiftly. "Hear me out this once." He nodded. "But I will not hear treason. I will speak nothing but the truth." They looked at each other for a moment, and she saw in the sliding away of his glance that he knew that the truth was treasonous, that you could speak the truth about Buckingham, and the truth was that the king was mad for the man and unfit to rule through his madness, that Buckingham was higher than his ability, higher than any single man's ability could ever take him, because the king was mad to please him. "What hold is it that he has over the king?" she asked, her voice very low. "The king loves him," Tradescant said firmly, "and he is a faithful servant." "He calls himself the king's dog," she said, naming the unthinkable. "In play, the king calls him Steenie after St. Stephen. He admires his beauty, Elizabeth. Nothing wrong with that." "He calls himself his dog, and there are those who say that the king mounts him, like a dog mounts a bitch." "Silence!" Tradescant leapt to his feet and away from his wife. "That you should speak such words, Elizabeth, at your own hearthside, that you should listen to such things, bawdy talk, dirty tavern talk, and repeat them to me! What would your father say if he heard his daughter speaking of such things like a whore?" She did not even flinch from her father's name. "I say what must be said, what must be clear between the two of us. And God knows that my heart is pure, though my mouth is filled with filth." "A pure heart and a dirty mouth," Tradescant exclaimed. "Better than a sweet mouth and a dirty heart," she retorted. He checked. They were both thinking of Buckingham and the sweetness of his singing voice. "Finish what you have to say," John said sullenly. "Finish this, Elizabeth." "I say to you that his mother, who was born a serving maid, is now a countess, and is said by many to be a witch." John gasped, but she went on. "A witch! And others say that she is a papist, a heretic, who would have been burned at the stake only a few years ago. I say to you that he is a man who has earned his place by sodomy under the king, and by pandering for the king, who won his wife by kidnap and by rape, who has seduced the king and seduced the prince, who has been a sodomite with a man and with his son. For all I know, he is leagued with the devil himself. Certain he is deep, deep in sin. And I ask you, John, I beg you, John, to let us go now, to let us leave him now. He has gone to Spain, to the enemy of our country, so he is a traitor, even to the king who sins with him. So let us go, John. Let you and me and Jay get away from here to somewhere where the air is not rank as sulphur with sin and debauchery." There was a long silence. "You are intemperate," John said weakly. She shook her head. "Never mind about that. What's your answer?" "I have been paid for the full quarter. We can find a way to repay your wages if we leave now." He paused for a moment, thinking of what she had said. Then slowly he rose and shook his head. He put his hand on the chimney breast, almost as if he needed to steady himself as he went against his wife's declared wish, and his own sense, his own deep and hidden sense, that she was right. "We stay," he said. "I have given him my promise that I will make him a fine garden. I will not go back on my word. Even if all that you say were true, I would not go back on my word. All I will do for him is garden. There can be no sin in that for us. We stay, Elizabeth, until the garden is finished, and then we will leave." She stood beside him, looking up into his face, and John saw her face alter, as if he had failed some great test, and she would never fully trust him again. "I beg you," she said, and her voice shook a little, "by everything that I hold sacred, which is everything that this new lord of yours denies, to turn aside from him and walk in the paths of righteousness." John shrugged irritably at her scriptural tone. "It's not like that. I have agreed to make a garden for my lord, and we will stay until I have completed it. When it is done, we can leave, as I have said." He went from the room, and she heard him close their bedroom door, and the floorboards creak as he undressed to get into their bed. "It is like that for me," she said quietly to the dying fire, as if she were swearing a solemn oath. "You have turned aside from the paths of righteousness, husband, and I can walk by your side no more." John waited for news of his master, but there was silence for the first 2-3 days. Then news of the escapade of the young prince and the young duke began to leak out. They were incompetent conspirators, and indeed such incompetent travellers that it was a wonder they were not stopped at Dover, as John had hoped. But Villiers threw silver around their journey, and ordered the ships out of Dover harbour on his authority as Lord High Admiral, and soon the court and the old king heard that the boys had been entertained in Paris, ridden halfway across France, and finally reached Madrid. The king saw the whole business as a handsome piece of the knight-errantry, like the court masques, when the handsome hero wins the fairest lady, and then they dance. But the rumour that came back to England, even to the King's Arms at Chelmsford, where John had taken to drinking in the evening, alert for gossip, was that matters were more difficult. The weeks went by, and the young men did not come home with a princess for a bride. Instead, they sent demands for money, and more money. The king grew fretful, missing the duke, even missing his usually neglected son. The court was robbed of life when Villiers was not there to arrange amusements, the hunting, the masking, the scandals. John, lingering in the steward's room, found the courage to ask him outright if he thought their master would hold his place if he did not come home soon, and saw his own worry reflected in William Ward's eyes. "They will introduce the king to another man every day that our lord is away," Mr. Ward said quietly, "and the king does not like demands for money. He will hold it against our lord. He will resent it." He paused for a moment. "You knew the prince when he was a boy. Is he faithful-hearted?" John thought of the lame boy who stammered on his plea that his handsome brother should wait for him, and was always left behind, the sickly boy who was never anyone's favourite while his older brother was the heir. He nodded. "Once he gives his love, he clings," he said simply. "If he loves our Duke as he loved his brother, then he worships him." William Ward nodded. "Then maybe our Lord is playing a wiser game than we realise. He may be breaking the heart of the father, but there will be another king when the father is gone." John scowled at the thought of courtiers' work, which was not based on skill and turning of policy, but was grounded on courtship and heartbreak and jealousy, the skills of the bordello, not of the office. "It must have been the same for Lord Cecil?" the steward asked. John jerked back at the thought of it. "No, nobody loved him for his looks," he said with a half-smile. They needed him for his abilities. That was why no one could supplant him. That was why he was always safe. Whereas our Lord—" The steward broke off. "What's he doing in Madrid that takes so long?" John demanded. "I hear that the Spanish are playing with him," the steward said very quietly. "And all the time the feeling against the Spanish is rising in the court, in Parliament, and in the streets. He'd do better to come home without the Spanish princess. If he brings her home now, he'll pay for it with his life. They'll tear him to pieces for arranging a heretical marriage." "Can't you write and tell him?" John asked. "Warn him?" William Ward shook his head. "I don't advise him," he said quickly. "He treads his own path. He said the Spanish marriage was a matter of principle." "Principle?" John asked. And when the man nodded, he turned and went from the room. "That's very bad," John said to himself. Not until July, midsummer in Madrid, during the worst of the hot weather, was Prince Charles finally wearied of waiting, and Buckingham losing his nerve. At last the Spanish completed the marriage contract, and Prince Charles put his name to it. He was allowed a brief visit to his bride to promise that she would be Queen of England after a proxy marriage, and that they would next meet as husband and wife at Dover. The King of Spain himself rode out of Madrid with the Prince and Duke to set them on their way, loaded with presents, and kissed Prince Charles farewell as a son-in-law. "How do you think he will be received?" William Ward asked John. He had gone into the garden to seek John, who was opening the sluice gates and watching the flow of the river into the Duke's new boating lake. It was a cool sheet of water just to the side of the house. John was planting yellow flag irises in the boggy corner where he had first told Buckingham to shut out the cows. "He must have some trickery up his sleeve. He must know that if he tries to bring a Spanish bride home, they will tear him to pieces." John looked up from the water channel and wiped his hands on his old breeches. "He can't be such a fool," he said anxiously. "He cannot have got as far as he has and still be a fool. He must know that there is a balance between king and parliament and church and people." He thought of Cecil. He could not help but think of Cecil in this, his successor's household. "He cannot hold the offices he has and be a fool," John said stoutly. "He must have some way to turn this all around." John did his lord a favour with such faith. Buckingham had no master plan, and no plan hidden behind it. He was not a Cecil with a conspiracy for every eventuality. Everything in his life had come easily to him, and he had thought that this would come easily too. He had thought that he could seduce the Spanish as he had seduced everyone else, but the cold, formal court of Spain proved hard-hearted, even to England's heartbreaker, and his disappointment turned him against them. His letters from home, from his mother and from his wife, warned him that a Spanish bride would never be accepted, and the man who tried to bring her to the English throne could meet with nothing but disaster. Buckingham turned like a weathercock, but Charles, who had learned early that love is always a matter of disappointment, clung to his picture of a desirable and unattainable woman. Indeed, the more unattainable she became, the more she mirrored Charles's vision of true love and desire. It was Buckingham's task to lift the prince's view from a woman who might never love him, whom he could trail behind for the rest of his days, as he had trailed behind his brother, and encourage him to think that, as a Prince of England, he might hope for a little more. It was not easy. Buckingham reminded him of the concessions of the marriage contract, wild promises of religious tolerance, and the children of the marriage to be brought up as papists. He questioned Spanish probity, wondering if the Infanta could really be constrained into marrying a heretic, or, if she would not, on her wedding day, make a dive for a nunnery and leave Charles looking like a fool. The steady drip, drip of cynicism and doubt eroded the prince's confidence, which was, at the best of times, unsteady. By the time the two had ridden from Madrid to Santander to meet the English fleet, Buckingham and the prince were the best of friends, and Spain was their opponent. By the time they sailed into Portsmouth, they were as close as brothers, and Spain was not to be the new alliance, but was once again the deadliest enemy, and the marriage contract which they had worked for so fervently was a trap that they were determined to escape. As they came into Portsmouth, through the cold sea mist of October, sailing in with the tide, uncertain of their welcome in the Protestant city in the staunchly Protestant country, after trying for a marriage which would have brought the proud Tudor independence to an abrupt end, they saw a light blaze on the quayside. A bonfire had been lit, then another, in a string of light along the city walls. Then there was the boom of a cannon salute, which echoed across the harbour, and then another, and the scream of loudly blown trumpets, and the sound of people cheering. Buckingham smiled to himself, slapped his prince on the back, and went below to put the diamond studs in his hat. "He did it! He brought the prince safe home," John said to Elizabeth when the news of the triumphant entry of the two young men into London reached New Hall. "There was dancing on the streets and roasted oxen at every corner. They are calling him a greater statesman than England has ever seen. They are calling him the saviour of his country. Shall we go into Chelmsford tonight and see the merrymaking?" He did not mean to crow, but he heard the joy in his own voice. It was not that Buckingham had proved himself to be a statesman or a diplomat, but at least he was lucky, and in this new court, luck and beauty would do everything. The face that Elizabeth turned to him was pinched and cold. "He took the prince into danger in the first place," she said unforgivingly. "Danger of his body and deadly danger to his mortal soul, and the prince only escaped from marrying a disciple of the devil by being forsworn. He gave his word of honour to a noble princess. He courted her and promised to marry her. But now he has broken his promise. I shan't go dancing because your lord took the prince into danger and then made him a jilt to bring him safe home. It was vanity and folly to go in the first place. I won't drink to his safe return." John quietly put on his coat and hat and let himself out of the door. "I think I'll go then," he said mildly. "Don't wait for me." 1624. "He's home," Jay announced without enthusiasm. John was standing on the mount he had created in the Duke's new lake, checking the line of the winding path to the top. Below him, the men hired to plant the trees were digging and settling in apple, cherry, pear, and plum alternately up the circling slope. Small stakes supported each tree against the constant easterly winds, which were John's bugbear in this Essex garden. Bigger posts were set in the ground, tied tautly with twine, one to another, to guide the espaliered branches to reach out, one tree to another, so they would make unbroken lines of blossom in spring and unbroken lines of fruit in autumn. Jay's task was to check that each tree was placed to its best advantage, with the outstretched branches lying conveniently along the twine and tied in so they could not stray and be wayward. John was following with a sharp knife to cut off any twigs which were growing out of the smooth line of the interlaced trees. It was one of John's most favourite tasks, a delicate marriage of wildness and artifice, an imposition of order upon unruliness which, in the end, looked as if it had grown ordered and well-ruled out of simple good nature, a garden as God might have left it, an Eden without disorder or weeds. "God be praised," John said, straightening up from his pruning. "Did he ask for me? Is he coming out into the garden?" Jay shook his head. "He's sick," he said. "Very sick." John felt his breath suddenly stop, as if he too were ill. A sudden pulse of dread went through his body at the thought of his master's frailty. He suddenly remembered Cecil, dying in bluebell time. "Sick?" he asked. "Not the plague?" Jay shrugged. "A great quarrel with the king, and he took to his bed." "Is he pretending to be ill?" John asked. "I think not. The Duchess is running all around their apartments, and the kitchen is making possets. They want some herbs for medicine." "Good God, why did you not tell me at once?" John ran down the path, slithering on the muddy track, and flung himself into the rowing boat moored at the delicate, ornamental jetty. He grabbed at the oars and laboured clumsily across the lake, splashing himself with water and cursing his own slowness. He got to the shore, beached the boat, and ran through the shallows and up towards the house. He went straight away towards the great hall, his boots making wet prints on the floor. "Where is the apothecary? What does he need?" The man gestured him towards the Duke's private quarters, up the beautiful staircase which had cost him such a fortune. John went up the stairs at a run. The Duke's apartments were in uproar, the doors wide open, the Duke sprawled neglected on his bed, still in his riding boots. Dozens of men and women were running in and out with coals for his fire and fresh straw for the floor, warming pans, cooling drinks, someone opening the windows, someone closing the shutters. Amid it all was Kate, the young Duchess, weeping helplessly in a chair, and half a dozen apothecaries quarrelling over the bed. "Quiet!" Tradescant shouted, too angry at the sight of such chaos for his usual politeness. He took a couple of footmen, spun them around, and pushed them out of the room. He closed the door on them, and then pointed to the maids who were sweeping the floor and the men who were stacking logs on the fire. "You! Out!" The room slowly emptied of complaining servants, and Tradescant turned his attention to the apothecaries. "Who's in charge here?" he asked. The 6 men, all bitter rivals, burst into noisy argument. Kate, hunched in her chair, wailed like a child. Tradescant opened the door. "Her Grace's ladies!" he shouted. They came at the run. "Take her Grace to her own chamber," he said gently. "Now." "I want to be here," Kate cried. Tradescant took her arm and half lifted her from the room. "Let me see that he is comfortable, and you can come when he is ready to receive you," he suggested. She fought against him. "I want to be with my lord." "You wouldn't want him to see you weeping," John said softly, "with your nose all red and your eyes puffed up so plain." The appeal to her vanity struck her at once. She ran out of the room, and John closed the door on her and rounded on the apothecaries. "Which of you's the oldest?" he demanded. One man stepped forward. "I," he said, thinking that the prize was to be awarded to seniority. "And which the youngest?" A young man, barely 30, stepped forward. "I am." "The 2 of you get out," Tradescant ordered brutally. "The other 4 of you agree on a treatment in whispers at once." He opened the door, and the 2 dismissed men hesitated, caught one fulminating look, and stepped outside. "Wait there," Tradescant said. "If these can't agree, you'll be employed in their place." He shut the door on them and went back to the bed. The Duke was as white as marble. He looked like a statue carved from ice. The only colour about him was his dark eyelashes sweeping his cheeks, and the blue shadows, the colour of violets in springtime, under his eyes. The eyelids fluttered, and he looked up at John. "Splendidly done," he said softly, his throat hoarse. "I just want to sleep." "Well enough," Tradescant said. "Now that I know." He pointed to the apothecaries. "You 3, out of the room." He pointed to the other. "And you, watch the Duke's sleep and guard him from noise and interruption." Buckingham made a little gesture with his thin hand. "Don't you leave me, John." John bowed and swept all the men from the room. "Consult among yourselves and make whatever he needs," he said firmly. "I shall watch his sleep." "He needs cupping," one of them said. "No cupping." "Or leeches?" John shook his head. "He's to sleep and not be tortured." "What do you know? You're nothing but a gardener." John gave the apothecaries a hard, unfriendly smile. "I wager I lose fewer plants than you do patients," he said accurately, "and I keep them well by letting them rest when they need rest, and feeding them when they are hungry. I don't cup them and leech them. I care for them, and that is what I shall do for my Duke until he orders it otherwise." Then he shut the door in their faces and stood at the foot of his master's bed and waited for him to have his fill of sleep. Tradescant could guard his master against the household, but when the king heard that the favourite had been sick and near to death, he sent word that he would come at once, and the whole court with him. Buckingham, still pale but only a little stronger, was sitting in the bay window which overlooked John's new knot garden, John standing at his side, when they brought the message from the king. "I'm back in favour, then," Buckingham said idly. "I thought I was finished for this reign." "But you brought Prince Charles safe home," Tradescant protested. What more did His Majesty want?" Buckingham slid a sly, sideways smile at his gardener and sniffed at the spray of snowdrops which Tradescant had brought him. "A little less rather than more," he said. "He envied me the triumphant entry into London. He thought I was setting up to be king myself. He thought I wanted Kit Villers to marry the Elector Frederick's daughter and ally myself to the Stuarts." He laughed shortly. "As though I would put Kit over myself," he said scornfully. "And then he looks from me to the prince and back again, and he fears my influence over the heir. And he's jealous as an old woman. He cannot bear to see us make merry when he is old and aching and longing for his bed. He cannot bear to think that we are merry without him when he has withdrawn. He has given me everything I ask, and now he is jealous that I am wealthy and courted, jealous that I am the richest man in the kingdom with the most beautiful house." He broke off and tossed his head. "Though it is true that it is better not to flaunt your wealth," Tradescant remarked to the sky outside the bay window. "What do you mean?" "I am thinking that my old lord loved Theobald's palace before anything else in the country, and the king, this king, in very truth, saw it through his eyes, acknowledged its value, and claimed it for himself. And here we've only just got the avenue planted." Buckingham cracked a laugh. "John, my John, if he wants it, he'll have it, avenue and all. Anything so long as I'm back in his favour." John nodded. "You think he will forgive you?" The younger man lay back on the rich cushions heaped in the window-seat and turned his face to look out at the view. John noted with affection the perfect profile, white against red velvet. "What do you think, John? If I am very pale and very quiet and very submissive and look so, would you forgive me?" John tried to stare at his master unmoved, but he found he was smiling as if his master was a tender, wilful maid in the first years of her beauty, at the time when a girl can do anything and be forgiven by everyone. "I suppose so," he admitted ungraciously. "If I were a besotted old fool." Buckingham grinned. "I suppose so, too." The Duke waved farewell to the royal coach and the hundreds of courtiers and outriders, and watched them move slowly down the newly planted avenue. John Tradescant had done his best, but the limes in the double-planted avenue were still only saplings. The Duke watched the coach and the crown and the nodding feathers rumble from one thin leafy shade to another. When they grew, the trees would be a powerful symbol of the greatness of the house, and by then the prince would be on the throne with Buckingham as his adviser, and the king, the jealous, difficult, bad-tempered old king, would be dead. The king had wept and asked for forgiveness after a long, bitter quarrel. He had tolerated Buckingham's marriage. Indeed, he loved Kate, and he was even amused by Buckingham's notorious affairs with every pretty woman at court. But he could not bear to feel that his son, the prince, had supplanted him in Buckingham's affections. Tearfully, he accused them of conspiring against him, and that Prince Charles, never the favoured son, had stolen from his father his love, his only love. He publicly called Prince Charles a changeling, and wished that his brother, the handsome and godly Prince Henry, had never died. He publicly called Buckingham a heartbreaker and a false son to him. He called him a traitor, and wept the easy tears of an old man, and swore that no one loved him. It took all Buckingham's charm to talk the king into a more reasonable frame of mind, and all his patience to tolerate the moist kisses on his face and his mouth. It took all his ready humour and his genuine joy of life to seek to make the elderly king happy again, and the court happy with him. A sick man, newly up from his bed, Buckingham danced with Kate before the king, and sat at his side and listened to his rambling complaints about the Spanish alliance and the Spanish threat, and never showed so much as a flicker of weariness or sickness. Buckingham waited until the royal carriage was out of sight, before he put his hat back on his head and turned away towards the stone steps to the knot garden. Already it was as Tradescant had promised it would be. Each delicately shaped bed was filled with plants of a single uniform colour, edged with dark green box and entwined in an unending pattern with another. Buckingham walked around them, feeling his anxiety melt away at the sight of the twisting patterns, at the perfection of the planting. It was a joy he had not known before Tradescant had made this place for him. He had seen gardens as part of the furniture of a great house, something a great man must have. But Tradescant had made him see things with a plantsman's eye. Now he walked around and around the little twisting paths of the knot garden with a sense of renewed pleasure and a feeling of liberty. The little hedges destroyed the sense of perspective. When he looked across them from one end of the knot garden to the other, they seemed as if they enclosed acres of land, one field after another. They were a little parable of wealth. They looked like great fields, great acres, and yet they were encompassed within a few 100 yards. "A thing of beauty," Buckingham murmured softly to himself. "I should thank him for it, thank him for making it for me, and then for training my eye to see it." He walked down from the formal garden towards the lake. There were the lilies that Tradescant had promised him, and waving in the slight breeze were the golden buttercups and flag irises. A little pier jutted out into the water, and the still reflection of the lake showed another pier reflected darkly beneath it. At the very end of it, looking down into the water, was John Tradescant himself, watching a boy drop baskets of osier roots into the deep mud. When he heard Buckingham approach, he pulled off his hat and nudged the boy with his foot. The boy dropped to his knees. Buckingham waved him away. "Will you row me?" he asked Tradescant. "Of course, my lord," John replied. He took in at once the dark shadows under the eyes, the pallor of Buckingham's skin. He looked like an angel carved in purest marble, with sooty fingerprints on its face. John pulled in the little boat by its dripping rope and held it steady while the Duke climbed in and leaned back against the cushions. "I'm weary," he said shortly. John cast off, sat down, and bent over the oars without speaking. He rowed his master first towards the island where the mount had been thrown up, just as they had first planned. He rowed slowly around it. Whitethorn and roses tumbled down to the water's edge, and the blossoms nodded at themselves in the still water. A few ducks came quacking out of hiding, but Buckingham did not stir at the noise. "Do you remember, Robert Cecil," he asked idly, "in your thoughts or in your prayers?" "Yes," Tradescant said, surprised. "Daily. I met a man the other day who said that the first time he went to Theobald's palace they could not find Sir Robert anywhere, and in the end they found him in the potting shed with you, eating bread and cheese." Tradescant gave a short laugh. "He used to like to watch me work." "He was a great man, a great servant of state," Buckingham said. "No one ever thought the less of him because he served first one monarch and then her heir." John nodded, leaned forward on the oars, and rowed. "But me," Buckingham broke off. "What do you hear, John? Men despise me, don't they? Because I came from nowhere and nothing, and because I won my place at court, because I was a pretty boy?" He expected his servant to deny it. "I'm afraid that's what they do say," John confirmed. Buckingham sat bolt upright and the boat rocked. "You say so to my face?" John nodded. "No man in England has dared so much. I could have your tongue slit for impertinence," Buckingham exclaimed. John's oars did not break in their gentle rhythm. He smiled at his master, a slow, affectionate smile. "You spoke of Sir Robert," he said. "I never lied to him either. If you ask me a question, I will answer it, sir. I'm not impertinent, and I'm not a gossip. If you tell me a secret, I will keep it to myself. If you ask me for news, I will tell you." "Did Sir Robert confide in you?" Buckingham asked curiously. John nodded. "When you make a garden for a man, you learn what sort of man he is," he explained. "You spend time together, you watch things grow and change together. We worked on Theobald's together, and then we moved and made Hatfield together, Sir Robert and me, from nothing, and we talked, as men do, when they walk in a garden together." "And what sort of man am I?" Buckingham asked. "You've worked for a king's adviser before now. You worked for Cecil, and you work for me. What do you think of me?" What do you think of me compared with him?" Tradescant leaned forward and pulled gently on the oars, and the boat slid smoothly through the water. "I think you are still very young," he said gently, "and impatient, as a young man is impatient. I think you're ambitious, and no one can tell how high you will rise or how long you will stay at the height of your power. I think that you may have won your place at court on your beauty, but you have kept it by your wit, and since you are both beautiful and witty, you will keep it still." Buckingham laughed and leaned back on the cushions. "Both beautiful and witty," he exclaimed. John looked at the tumbled dark hair and the long dark lashes sweeping the smooth cheeks. "Yes," he said simply, "you are my lord, and I never thought to find a lord that I could follow heart and soul ever again." "Do you love me as you loved Lord Cecil?" Buckingham asked him, suddenly alert, with a sly, searching look from under his eyelashes. John, innocent in his heart, smiled at his master. "Yes. I shall keep you by me, as he kept you by him," Buckingham said, planning their future, "and men will see that if you can love me as you loved him, then I cannot be less than him. They will make the comparison, and think of me as another Cecil." "Maybe," Tradescant replied, "or maybe they will think I'm a man with a sense to garden in only the best gardens. It would be a man over-proud of his sight to boast that he could see into men's hearts, my lord. You'd do better to follow your own counsel than wonder how it might look to others, in my view." March 1625. John was working late. The Duke had ordered a watercourse to flow from one terrace to another, and it was to his fancy that in each terrace there should be a different breed of fish, in descending orders of colours, so that the gold, the king of fish, should only swim in the topmost pool near the house. The garden around it was to be all gold too, and it was to face the royal rooms that King James used on his visits. Tradescant had sent out messages to every ship in the Royal Navy, commanding them to bring him seeds or roots of any yellow or gold flowers they saw anywhere in the world. The Duke of Buckingham ordered the highest admirals in the Navy to go ashore and look at flowers, that John Tradescant might have his pick of yellow flower seeds. It was a pretty idea, and it would have been a delightful compliment to His Majesty, except Tradescant's goldfish were as elusive as swallows in winter. Whatever he did to the watercourse, they slipped away downstream and mingled with the others. Silver fish on one level, rainbow trout at the next, and dappled carp on the fourth level, who ate them. Tradescant had tried nets, but they got tangled up and drowned themselves. He had tried building little dams of stones, but the water became sluggish and did not pitter-patter from one level to another as it should. Worse, when the water was still or slow, it turned green and murky, and he could not see the fish at all. His next idea was to build a little fence of small pieces of window glass through which the water could flow and the fish could not swim. It was a prodigally expensive solution to use precious glass for such a fancy. Tradescant scowled and placed the small panes, each one carefully rounded at the corners so as not to cut the fish, in a line, with only a small gap for the water to flow between each. When he finished, he stood up. His feet ached with standing in the cold water. His back was stiff with stooping. His fingers were numb with cold. It was only March, and there were frosts at night. He rubbed his hands briskly on the homespun of his breeches. His fingertips were blue. He could hardly see his work in the failing light, but he could hear the musical splashing of the water flowing down to the next pool on the next terrace. As he watched, a goldfish approached the fence of glass, nosed at it, and turned back and swam towards the centre of the pond. "Got you," Tradescant grunted. "Got you, you little bastard." He chuckled at himself and clapped his hat on his head, picked up his tools, and set off for his shed to clean and hang them before he went home for his dinner. Then he stopped, listening. A horse, galloping at high speed up the long, spectacular winding drive, and at full pelt to the front door of the house. The messenger saw Tradescant. "Is His Grace at home?" he shouted. John glanced towards the brightly lit windows of the house. "Yes," he said. "He should be dining soon. Take me to him," the man ordered. He flung himself from his horse and dropped the reins, as if the high-bred animal hardly mattered. John, wrenching his mind from yellow flowers, snatched at the reins and called for a groom. When one came running, he handed him the horse and led the messenger into the house. "Where's the Duke?" he asked a serving man. "At his prayers in his library." The man nodded towards the door. John tapped on the door and went in. Buckingham was sprawled on his chair behind his grand desk, listening to his chaplain reading prayers, playing idly with a gold chain, his dark eyes veiled. When he saw John, his face lit up. "It's my wizard, John," he called. "Come in, John. Have you made the water flow backwards up the hill for me?" "There's a man here, come in haste from the king," John said shortly, and pushed the messenger into the room. "You're to go to Theobald's," the man blurted. "The king is sick with ague and asking for you. He says you're to come to him at once." There was a sudden alertness about Buckingham, like a sudden freezing when a cat sees its prey, and then he moved. "Get me a horse." Buckingham started from his desk. "John, get one too. Come with me. You know the way better than any. And a man to ride with us. How bad is he?" he threw over his shoulder to the messenger. "They said more sorry than sick." The man trotted after him. "But commanding your presence. The prince is already there." Buckingham ran up the stairs and looked down at John. His face was alight with kindled ambition. "Perhaps now," he said, and turned into his room to change his clothes. John sent orders for horses to be made ready, and sent a man running to the kitchen for a knapsack of food and a flask of drink. He sent no message for Elizabeth. The urgency of the young Duke, the call of the adventure, and the sense of living in great times was too much for him to remember his domestic ties. When the Duke came clattering down the front steps, handsome in his riding boots and a long cape, John was mounted on one good horse and holding another. The servant who was to ride with them was coming from the stable-yard. The Duke glanced at John. "Thank you," he said, and meant it. John grinned. The great fault of these large households was their slowness. Meat was always eaten half cold. Hunting expeditions had to be planned days ahead and always started hours after the time named. Nothing could be done on impulse. Everything had to be prepared. John's ability to get a horse from the stables, groomed and ready to ride in minutes, was one of his greatest talents. "Will you be all right to ride?" Buckingham asked, glancing at John's borrowed breeches and boots. "I'll get you there," John said. "Never fear." He led the way at a steady trot out of the courtyard, put the cold sliver of the rising moon on his right, and rode due west to Waltham Cross. They changed horses, not once but twice in the 24-hour journey, once knocking at the door of an inn until a reluctant landlord lent them his own horses, when he caught sight of the gold which Tradescant carried. The second time, when there were no horses to be hired, they simply stole a pair from the stable. John left a note to tell the owner in the morning that he had obliged the great Duke and might call on him for repayment. Buckingham laughed at Tradescant's enterprise. "By God, John, you are wasted in the gardens," he said. "You should be a general at least." John smiled at the praise. "I said I would get you there, and I will," he said simply. Buckingham nodded. "I'll not travel without you again." It was near dawn when they came wearily up the drive to the sweep before the great door of Theobald's. The dark windows of the palace looked down on them. John glanced up to where the great breast of the bay window jutted outwards, like the poop deck on a sailing ship. He could see the light from many candles spilling out through the cracks of the shutters. "They're awake in the king's chamber," he said. "Shall I go first?" "Go and see," Buckingham commanded. "If the king is asleep, I shall wash and rest myself. It may be a great day for me tomorrow." John got stiffly down from his horse. His borrowed breeches were stuck to the skin of his thighs by sweat and blood from saddle sores. He scowled at the pain and went bow-legged into the house, up the stairs and to the royal rooms. A soldier extended his pike to bar the door. "John Tradescant," growled John. "I brought the Duke. Let me pass." The sentry stood to attention, and John went into the room. There were half a dozen doctors and innumerable midwives and wise women called in for their knowledge of herbs. There was a desperate gaiety about the room. There were courtiers, some dozing in corners, some playing cards and drinking. Everyone turned as John came in, travel-stained and weary. "Is the king awake?" John asked. "I have brought the Duke." For a moment it seemed that no one knew. They were so absorbed in their own tasks of arguing about his health and waiting for his recovery that no one was actually caring for him. One doctor broke from the others and scuttled to the door of the bedroom and peeped in. "Awake," he said, "and restless." John nodded and went back down to the hall. Behind him he could hear the flurry of movement as the courtiers prepared themselves for the greatest courtier of all, George Villiers. He was seated in a chair in the hall, a glass of mulled wine in his hand, a lad kneeling before him, brushing the mud off his boots. "He's awake," John said shortly. "I'll go up," Buckingham declared. "Many with him?" "A score," John said. "No one of importance." Buckingham went wearily up the stairs. "Make sure they make up a bed for me," he threw over his shoulder, "and get a bed for yourself in my chamber. I want to have you close, John. I may be busy these next days." John poured himself a glass from the Duke's own flagon and went to do as he had been told. The household was starting to wake, although many had not slept at all. The word was that the king had been hunting and had fallen sick. At first it was a light fever and expected to pass, but it had taken hold and the king was rambling. He feared for his life. Sometimes he dreamed he was back in Scotland, with buckram wadding beneath all his clothes to ward off an assassin's knife. Sometimes he called out for forgiveness from his enemies he had tried on a pretext and then hanged and drawn and quartered. Sometimes he dreamed of the witches that he thought had haunted his life, the innocent old women he had ordered drowned or strangled. Sometimes, and most pitifully of all, he called out to his mother, poor Mary of Scotland, and begged her forgiveness for letting her go to the executioner's block at Fotheringay without a word of comfort from him, though she sent letter after letter addressed to her beloved son, and never forgot the baby he had been. "But he will recover?" John asked one of the maids. "It is only ague," she said. "Why should he not recover?" John nodded and went to the Duke's bedroom. The cold March dawn was turning the sky from black to grey. The frost was white on the terraces. John leaned his elbows on the window-sill and watched the familiar landmarks of Theobald's, his first great garden, swim upward from the mist. In the distance he could see the woods, bare-branched now and cold, and underneath them, deep in the frozen earth, would be the bulbs of the daffodils that he had planted for the king, who was now old, and to please the master, who was long dead. He wondered what Cecil would have thought of his new master, if he would have despised or admired the Duke. He wondered where Cecil was now. In a garden, he thought, the blessed last garden where flowers were always in bloom. John felt great tenderness for the master he had lost, and this garden they had loved together. Then the door behind him opened, and Buckingham came into the room. "Shut the window, for the love of God, John," he snapped. "It's freezing." John obeyed and waited. "Get some sleep," the Duke said, "and when you wake I want you to go to London and fetch my mother." "I could go now," John volunteered. "Rest," the Duke said. "Go as soon as you wake and are fit to ride. Take her this message. I shan't write it down." He crossed the room to John and spoke very low. "Tell her that the king is sick, but not yet dying, and I need her help, badly. Do you understand?" John hesitated. "I understand the words, and I can repeat them, but I dare not think of your meaning." Buckingham nodded. "John, my John," he said softly, "that is what I wish. Just remember the words and leave the rest to me." He met John's worried look with an open face. "I love the king like my own father," he said persuasively. "I want him cared for with love and respect. That crowd in there will not leave him alone. They torture him with remedies. They bleed him. They turn him. They blister him. They sweat him and chill him. I want my mother to come and nurse him gently. She's a woman of much experience. She will know how to ease his pain." "I'll fetch her at once," John said. "Rest now, but go as soon as you wake," the Duke said, and went quietly from the room. John peeled the borrowed breeches off his sore buttocks, tumbled into the pallet bed, and slept for 6 solid hours. When he woke, it was past noon. Someone had placed a jug and ewer on the dark wooden chest at the head of his bed, and he washed. In the chest was a change of clothes, and John slipped on a clean shirt and breeches. He did not trouble to shave. The Duke's mother could take him as he was. He went quietly down the stairs and out to the stable-yard. "I need a good horse," he said to the chief groom. "The Duke's business." "He said you would be riding," the man replied. "There's a horse saddled and ready for you, and a lad to ride part of the way with you to bring back the horse when you need to change. In which direction are you going?" "London," John said briefly. "Then this horse will take you all the way. He's as strong as an ox." The groom took in John's stiff walk. "Though I imagine you'll not be galloping." John grimaced and reached for the saddle to haul himself up. "Where in London?" the groom asked. "To the docks." John lied instantly. "The Duke has some curious playthings come from the Indies, which he thought might amuse the king and divert him in his illness. I'm to fetch them." "The king is better, then?" the groom asked. "They said this morning he was on the mend, but I did not know. He has ordered his horses to move to Hampton Court, so I thought he must be better." "Better, yes," John said. The groom released the reins, and the horse took 3 steps back. With his bruised muscles aching, John leaned forward against the pane and sent his horse at the gentlest canter he could command back down the road to London. The Countess was at her son's grand London house. John went to the stables first and ordered them to harness the carriage for her, and then went into the house. She was a powerful old woman, dark-eyed like her son, but completely lacking his charm. She had been a famous beauty when she was a girl, married for her looks and jumped from servitude into the gentry in one lucky leap. But her struggle for respect had left its mark. Her face was always determined. In repose she looked bitter. John recited his message in a whisper, and she nodded in silence. "Wait for me downstairs," she said shortly. John went back down to the hall and sent a maidservant racing for some wine, bread, and cheese. Within a few moments, Lady Villiers was sweeping down the stairs, wrapped in a travelling cape, a pomander held to her nose against the infections of the London streets, a small box in her hand. "You will ride in front to guide my driver." "If you wish, my lady." John got stiffly to his feet. She walked past him, but as she got into the carriage, she made a quick gesture with her hand. "Get up on the box. Your horse can be tied behind." "I can ride," John offered. "You're half crippled with saddle sores," she observed. "Sit where you will be comfortable. You're of no use to my son or to me if you're bleeding from a dozen bruises." John climbed up to sit beside the driver. "Perceptive woman," he remarked. The driver nodded and waited for the carriage door to shut. John saw that he was holding the reins awkwardly with each thumb between the first and second finger. The old sign against witchcraft. The roads were bad, thick with mud from the winter. In the heart of London, beggars held out beseeching hands as the rich carriage went by them. Some of them were pocked with rosy scars where they had recovered from the plague. The driver kept to the line of the track at a steady pace and left it to them to leap clear. "Hard times," John remarked, thinking with gratitude to his lord of the little house at New Hall and his son and wife safely distant from these dangerous streets. 8 years of bad harvests and a king on the throne who has forgotten his duty," the driver said angrily. "What would you expect?" "I don't expect to hear treason from the Duke's own household," John said shortly, "and I won't hear it." "I'll say only this," the driver said. "There's a Christian prince and princess, his own daughter, driven from her throne by the armies of the Pope. There's a Spanish match that he would still make if he could. The Spanish ambassador is to return to him by his own request, and year after year the country gets poorer while the court gets richer. You can't expect people to dance in the streets. The death cart goes past them too often." John shook his head and looked away. "There's those that think the land should be shared," the driver said under his breath. "There's those that think that no good will come to England while people starve every winter and others are sick of surfeit." "It is as God wills," John insisted, "and I won't say more. To speak against the king is treason. To speak against the way things are, and must be, is heresy. If your mistress heard you, you'd be on the street yourself, and me too, for listening to you." "You're a good servant," the man sneered, "for you even think in obedience to your lord." John shot him a hard, dark look. "I am a good servant," he repeated, "and proud of it. And of course I think in obedience to my lord. I think and live and pray in obedience to my lord. How else could it be? How else should it be?" "There are other ways," the driver argued. "You could think and live and pray for yourself." John shook his head. "I've given my allegiance," he said. "I don't withdraw it, and I don't pay 3 farthings to the penny. My lord is my master, heart and soul, and you'll forgive me saying, but you might be a happier man if you could say the same thing." The driver shook his head and sulkily fell silent. John wrapped himself in his borrowed cloak and nodded off to sleep, only waking when they were driving towards Theobald's under the great double avenue of ash and elm, with the daffodils flooding around the trunks. The carriage drew up outside the door, and the Duke himself came out to greet his mother. "Thank you, John," he threw over his shoulder, and drew her into the house and up to the king's chamber. "Is the king better?" John asked a manservant as the Countess's box was carried up the stairs. "On the mend," the man said. "He took some soup this midday." "Then I think I'll take a turn around the garden." John nodded towards the door and the enticing view. "If my lord wants me, you will find me at the bath-house or on the mount. I've not been here for many years." He stepped through the front door and towards the first of the beautiful knot gardens. They wanted weeding, he thought, and then smiled at himself. These were not his weeds any more. They were the king's. He saw Buckingham before dinner that night. "If you do not need me, I shall go home tomorrow," he said. "I did not warn my wife that I was going with you, and there is much to do in the garden at New Hall." Buckingham nodded. "When you go through London, you can see if my ship has come from the Indies," he said, "and supervise the unloading of the goods. They were ordered to bring me much ivory and silk. You can fetch them safely down to New Hall and see them installed in my rooms. I'm making a collection of rare and precious things. Prince Charles has his toy soldiers. Have you seen them? They fire cannon, and you can draw them up in battle lines. They're very diverting. I should like some pretty things, too. Am I to wait in London for the Indies goods to arrive?" "If you will," Buckingham said sweetly. "If Mrs. Tradescant can spare you so long." "She knows your service comes first," John said. "How does the king today? Still better?" Buckingham looked grave. "He is worse," he said. "The ague has hold of him, and he is not a young man, and was never strong. He saw the prince privately today, and put him in mind of his duties. He is preparing himself. I really think he is preparing himself. It is my duty to make sure he can be at peace, that he can rest." "I heard he was getting better," John ventured cautiously. "We give out the best reports we can, but the truth is that he is an old man who is ready to meet his death." John bowed and left the room, and went down to the hall for his dinner. The place was an uproar. 6 of the physicians that John had first seen in the king's chamber were calling for their horses and their men-servants. The courtiers were shouting for their carriages and for food to take on their journeys. "What's this?" John asked. "It's all the fault of your master," a woman replied shortly. "He has flung the physicians from the king's presence, and half the court too. He said they were troubling him too much with their noise and their playing, and he said the physicians were fools." John grinned and stepped back to watch the confusion of their departure. "He will regret it," One doctor shouted to another. "I warned him myself. If His Majesty suffers and we are not at hand, he will regret this insult to us. He is beyond counsel. I warned him, but he pushed me from the room. He snatched my very pipe out of my mouth and broke it," one of the courtiers interrupted. "I know that the king hates smoke, but it is a sure prevention of infection. And how should His Majesty smell it in another room? I shall write to the Duke and complain of my treatment. 20 years I've been at court, and he pushed me out of the door as if I were his serf. He has cleared the room of everyone but a nurse, his mother, and himself," a man declared. "And he swears that the king shall have peace and quiet and no more meddling, as if a king should not be surrounded by his people all the time." John left them and strolled into dinner. Buckingham and his mother were at the high table. The place for the king was left respectfully empty. Prince Charles was seated next to the empty place, his head very close to the Duke's. "Aye, they'll have much to consider," a man said in an undertone, and took his seat next to John. John took some fine white manchet bread and a large joint of pheasant from the plate in the centre of the table. He snapped his fingers for a girl, and she came to pour him wine. "What's the Countess doing here?" one man asked. "The king can't abide her." "Caring for the king, apparently. The physicians have been sent away, and she is to nurse him." "An odd choice," another man said shortly, "since he hates the sight of her." "The king is on the mend," yet another man said, pulling out his stool. "The Duke was right to send those fools away. His Majesty had the fever. Why, we've all had a fever, and if the Countess knows a remedy which cured the Duke, why should she not offer it to the king?" The men glanced at John. "Was it you fetched her?" one asked. John savoured the taste of roast pheasant, the rich juices flowing in his mouth. "I can hardly remember," he said, muffled. "Do you know, this is the first decent meal I've had in a day and a half. I was damming up a fish pond in Essex not long ago. And now here I am, back at Theobald's, and very good fare to be had too." One of the men shrugged and laughed shortly. "Aye," he said, "we've got no secrets from you. We all know who is your master, and you serve him well, John Tradescant. I hope you never come to regret it." John looked up the hall to the top table, where the Duke was leaning forward to call to one of the officers. The candlelight made a reddish halo around his black curls. His face was as bright and delighted as a child's. "No," John said with affection, "I'll never regret it." John stayed late in the hall, drinking with the men at his table. At midnight he headed unsteadily to the Duke's chamber. "Where do you sleep?" one of his drinking companions asked him. "With my lord." "Oh, yes," the man said pointedly. "I heard you were a favourite." John wheeled around and stared at him, and the man held his gaze, half a question on his face, which was an insult. John spoke a hasty word, and was about to strike the man when a serving-maid ran between the two of them, a basin in her hand, blinded with hurry. "What's the matter?" John asked. "It's the king," she exclaimed. "His fever has risen, and his piss as blue as ink. He's as sick as a dog. He's asking for his physician, but he has only Lady Villiers to attend him." "Asking for his physicians?" the man demanded. "Then the Duke must send for them, to bring them back." "He will do," John said uncertainly. "He is bound to do so." He went to Buckingham's chamber, and found the Duke seated by the window, gazing at his own reflection in the darkened glass, as if it would answer a question. "Shall I ride out and fetch the physicians?" John asked him quietly. The Duke shook his head. "I heard the king was asking for them." "He is well nursed," Buckingham said. "If anyone should ask you, John, you may tell them that he is well cared for. He needs rest, not a dozen men harrying him to death." "I'll tell them," John said, "but they tell me that he is asking for his physicians, and your mother is not a favourite." The Duke hesitated. "Anything else?" "That's enough," John warned him. "More than enough. Go to sleep," the Duke said gently. "I'm going to bed myself in a minute." John shucked off his breeches and shoes, lay down in his shirt, and was asleep in moments. There was a hammering on the bedroom door in the early hours of the morning. John started out of sleep, leapt from his bed, and ran, not to the door, but to the Duke's bed, to stand between him and whoever might be outside, battering the door down. In that first moment, as he pulled back the bed curtains, he saw that the younger man was not asleep, but was lying open-eyed, as if he were silently waiting, as if he had been wide awake and waiting all night. "All safe, Tradescant," he said. "You can open the door." "My Lord Duke!" the shout came. "You must come at once!" Buckingham rose from his bed and threw a cape around him. "What's to do?" he called. "It's the King! It's the King!" He nodded and swiftly went from the room. John, pulling on breeches and his waistcoat, ran behind him. Buckingham went swiftly through the door to the antechamber, but the guards barred John's way. "I'm with my lord," John said. "No one goes in but the prince and the Villas, mother and son," the guard replied. "His orders." John fell back and waited. The door opened, and Buckingham looked out. His face was pale and grave. "Oh, John, good. Send someone you can trust to fetch His Grace the Bishop of Winchester. The King needs him." John bowed and turned on his heel. "And come back here," Buckingham ordered. "I have need of you." "Of course," John said. The court was subdued all day. The King was worse, there could be no doubt of it. But the Countess was said to be confident. She was applying another plaster. The King was feverish. She was certain her cure would draw the heat from him. In the evening, a message came that the Bishop of Winchester was too ill to travel. "Get me another bishop," Buckingham said to John. "Any bloody bishop will do. Get me the nearest, get me the quickest, but get me a bishop." John ran down to the stables and sent 3 men-servants riding out to different palaces with 3 urgent summonses, and then went back to the gallery outside the King's rooms to wait for the Duke. He heard the long, low groan of a man in much pain. The door opened and Lady Villas came out. "What are you doing here?" she demanded sharply. "What are you listening for?" "I am waiting for my lord," John said quietly, "as he bid me." "Well, keep others off," she ordered. "The King is in pain. He does not want eavesdroppers." "Is he getting better?" John asked. "Has his fever broken?" She gave him an odd, sideways smile. "He is doing well," she said. The fever did not break. The King lay sweating and calling for help for 2 more days. Buckingham said that John could go back to New Hall, but he could not bear to go until he had seen the end. The court went everywhere on tiptoe. The flirting and gambling had ceased. Around the sombre young prince was an aura of silence. Everywhere he went, people fell quiet and bowed their heads. The courtiers longed to recommend themselves to him. Some of them had sided with his father against him. Some of them had laughed at him when he had been a tongue-tied, weakly younger son. Now he was the king-to-be, and only Buckingham had completely accomplished the great balancing act of being the greatest friend of the father and the greatest friend of the son. Buckingham was everywhere, in the sick-room, watching at the King's bedside, walking with Prince Charles in the garden, moving among the men at court, giving a word of reassurance here, a carefully judged snub there. The Bishop of Lincoln arrived from his palace and was shown in to the King. The whisper came out of the sick-chamber that the King, too ill to speak, had assented to the prayers by raising his eyes to heaven. He would die a true son of the English Church. That night, John lay in Buckingham's chamber listening to the quiet breathing, and knew his master was affecting sleep, but was wide awake. At midnight, the Duke got up from his bed, pulled on his clothes in the darkness, and went softly out of the bedchamber. John lost all desire for sleep, sat up in his bed, and waited. He heard the sound of a woman's light footstep down the corridor, and then her knock on the door. "Mr. Tradescant, the Duke wants you." John got up, pulled on his breeches, and hurried to the King's chamber. Buckingham was standing at the window embrasure, looking out over Tradescant's garden. When he turned from the knight to face the room, his face was alight with excitement. "It is now," he said shortly. "At last. Wake the bishop and bring him quietly, and then wake the prince." John went through the maze of wood-lined corridors,
tapped on the bishop's door, and forced his sleepy servant to wake his grace. When the bishop came out of the room, robed in his vestments and holding King James's own Bible, John led him through the servants' hall, past sleeping men and dogs, which growled softly as they went by. Only firelight illuminated their way, and the moving silver moon which tracked their path through the great high windows. The bishop went into the chamber. John turned and ran along the broad wood-panelled corridor to the prince's apartments. He knocked on the door and whispered through the keyhole, "Your Highness, wake up. The Duke told me to fetch you." The door was flung open, and Charles came quickly out, wearing only his nightshirt. Without saying a word, he ran down the corridor to the king's chamber and went in. The palace was completely quiet. John waited outside the royal chamber, straining his ears to hear. There was the low, dismal mutter of the last rites and the prayers. Then there was a silence. Slowly the door opened, and the Duke came out. He looked at Tradescant and nodded, as if a difficult task had been well done. "The king is dead," he said. "Long live His Majesty King Charles." Charles was at his shoulder, looking stunned. His dark eyes fell unseeing upon Tradescant. "I did not know," he said at once. "I did not know what they were doing. Before God, I had no idea that your mother—" Buckingham dropped to one knee, and John followed his example. "God bless your Majesty," Buckingham said swiftly. "Amen," Tradescant said. Charles was silenced. Whatever he might have said would never be spoken. Spring 1625. 3 hours later, Prince Charles was proclaimed king at the gate of Theobald's palace, and stepped into the royal coach to ride in state to London. Buckingham, the master of horse, did not follow tradition by taking the place of honour, heading the train that rode behind the royal coach. Buckingham walked into the royal coach a mere half-pace behind His Majesty, and rode like a prince himself at the new king's side. Tradescant followed in the long train of the household, closing his ears to the general gasp of horror at his master's presumption. They drew up at St. James's Palace in the afternoon, and John waited for his orders. At first he could not find Buckingham's chamber, and waited in the hall. The palace was in complete confusion. King James had been expected to stay hunting at Theobald's for many days, and go afterwards to Hampton Court. In his absence, his palace had closed down for cleaning and refurbishing. There was no food in the kitchens and no fire in the chambers. The few housekeeping staff who did not travel with the king had been spring cleaning, and had swept up the strewing herbs from the floor, and taken down the curtains from the windows and the tapestries off the walls. Serving men and maids ran everywhere, trying to prepare the palace for the new king and his train, and do in moments what usually took days to accomplish, delayed all the time by the storm of gossip that was running around the royal courts, explaining how the king had fallen sick, how the villa's mother and son had nursed him and excluded all others, and how the king had died under their care. A feast had to be prepared, and the comptroller of the royal household had to use all his cash and all of the new king's credit to buy in food, and set everyone in the kitchen, from the scullions labouring over the bellows to get the kitchen fires aright, to the great master cooks preparing and cooking food, so that a king new come to his kingdom might sit down to his dinner. A great press of people invaded the palace to see the new king and the first man in the land, the Duke of Buckingham. The poorer people came just to see him. They liked to watch their betters eat, even when their own bellies were empty, and hundreds of others had complaints about taxes, about land ownership, about injustices, which they were eager to place before the new king. When King Charles and his duke came pushing through the hall, Tradescant was forced to the back, behind dozens of shouting, demanding people. But even there, as he was fighting for a space in the crowd, his master looked over the bobbing heads and called to him, "John, you still here? What did you stay for?" "For your orders."
Men craned around to see who had taken the Duke's attention, and Tradescant fought his way forward. "Oh, forgive me, John, I've been so busy. You can go to New Hall now. Call at the docks on the way and get my India goods, then go home." "Your Grace, you have no chamber prepared for you here," John said. "I asked, and there is none. Where shall you sleep? Shall I go to your London house and bid the lady your mother make ready for you, or shall I wait, and we will go to New Hall together?" The Duke looked across to where the young king was moving slowly through the crowd, his hand extended for people to kiss, acknowledging their bows with a small gesture of his head. When he saw Buckingham watching him, he gave him a private, conspiratorial smile. "Tonight I shall sleep in His Majesty's chamber," the Duke remarked silkily. "He needs me at his side." "But there is only one bed," John started, then he bit back the words. Of course, a truckle bed could be found. Or the two men could sleep in comfort in the big expanse of the royal bed. King James had never slept alone. Why should his son do so if he wanted company? "Of course, my lord," John said, careful to ensure that none of his thoughts appeared in his face. "I shall leave you, if you're well served." Buckingham gave John his sweet, satisfied smile. "Never better." John bowed and pushed his way to the back of the hall and out into the dusk. He wrapped his borrowed cloak around his shoulders and went outside to the stables. The horses were tired after the day's journey, but he had no intention of riding hard. He chose a steady-looking beast and mounted. "When are you back with us, Mr. Tradescant?" a groom asked. John shook his head. "I'm going to my garden," he said. "You look sick," the man remarked. "Not taken the king's ague, have you?" John thought for a moment of the old king's long heart-sickness for Buckingham, and the net of half-truths and deceptions which were the very heart of court life. "Maybe I have a touch of it," he said. He turned the horse's head eastward and rode down to the docks. There was only one cartload of goods waiting to be unloaded. He saw it packed on a wagon and ordered it to follow him down the lanes to New Hall, irritated all the way at the noise and the lumbering slowness of the cart in the muddy lanes. His hat pulled low over his eyes, his coat collar turned up against the light, cold spring rain, John sat heavily in the saddle and kept his thoughts on the seasonal tasks of planting and weeding. He did not want to think about the new king, about his great friend the Duke, or the old king who had died, a healthy man aged only 59 years, from a slight fever, under their nursing, after his doctors had been sent away. If evil had been done, there were men whose duty it was to make accusations. It was not John's duty to accuse his master or his king, not even privately, in his anxious conscience. Besides, John was not a man who could live with a divided loyalty in his heart. If evil had been done, Tradescant had to be blind to it and deaf to it. He could not love and follow a master and set himself up as judge of that master. He had to give his love and his trust and follow blindly, as he had followed Cecil, as it had been possible to follow Cecil, a master who might bend all the rules, but whom you could trust to act only for his country's gain. John reached his home in the cool light of the early evening and found Elizabeth in the kitchen, preparing supper for Jay. "Forgive me," John said shortly, coming into the house and taking and kissing her hand. "I was called away in haste, and I had no time to send you word. Afterwards there were great deeds going on, and I had no time." She looked curiously at him, but the usual warmth was missing. "Jay was told that you had gone with the Duke to Theobald's at a moment's notice," she said, "so I knew you were on another errand for him." Tradescant noted the slight emphasis she placed on him and found himself longing for a quarrel. "He's my master," he said abruptly. "Where else should I be?" She shrugged slightly and turned back to the fire. The pot hanging over the flames was simmering with pieces of meat bobbing in a rich gravy. Elizabeth held it steady with one hand shielded by a cloth and stirred with a long spoon. "I have said I am sorry for not sending you word," Tradescant insisted. "What more could I have done?" "Nothing more," she said steadily. "Since you chose to ride with him, and you went far away in the night." "I did not choose." "You did not refuse." "He is my master." "I am sure I am aware of it." "You are jealous of him," Tradescant exclaimed. "You think I am too devoted. You think that he treats me like a servant and takes me and uses me when he needs me and then sends me back to the garden when he has had his fill of my service." Elizabeth straightened up, and one cheek was flushed on the side near the fire, but the other was pale and cold. "I did not say any of that," she pointed out. "Nor, as it happens, do I think it." "You think he involves me in the plotting of his darker deeds," Tradescant persisted. "I know you suspect him." She took up the hook and drew the hanging chain away from the flames of the fire, unhooked the pot, and placed it carefully on the stone of the hearth. She worked with an absorbed quietness, as if she would not let him disturb her tranquillity. "You do," Tradescant insisted. "You suspect him, and you suspect me with him." Still in silence, she fetched 3 bowls and 1 trencher. She sliced her home-baked loaf into 3 equal pieces, bowing her head for a moment over the breaking of the bread. Then she took the long-handled spoon and served broth and meat into each bowl and carried them to the table. "I have seen things these days which you would trust to no other," John said urgently. "Things which I would tell no one, not even you. I have seen things which, if he were a lesser man, would give me grave pause. I have seen things which he trusts only to me. He trusts me. He trusts no one but me. And if, when he needs me no more, he sends me back to his garden, why, that is part of our understanding. I am at his side when he needs a man he can trust like no other. When he is in safe harbour, any man can serve him." Elizabeth put out 3 knives and 3 spoons on the table and pulled up her little stool and bowed her head. Then she waited for him to sit. John threw himself onto the stool, unwashed and without saying his grace, and moodily stirred his broth. "You are thinking that he is guilty," he said suddenly. The face that she raised to him was completely serene and clear. "Husband, I am thinking nothing. I begged you once that we should leave this place, and when you would not, I took my sorrow to my God in prayer. I have left it to him. I am thinking nothing." John was burning to quarrel or to confess. "That's a lie. You are thinking that I was present, that I was witness to acts which might ruin him, acts which are a dreadful crime, the worst crime in the world, and that he leads me on to love him so that I am ensnared in love, and then I am incriminated myself." She shook her head and spooned her broth. Tradescant pushed his bowl away, unable to eat for the anger and the darkness on his conscience. "You are thinking that I have been an assistant to a murder," he hissed, "to assassination, and that it is plaguing my conscience and making me sick with worry. You are thinking that I come home with guilt in my face. You are thinking I come home to you with a stain on my soul, and that even after all I have done for him, in closing my ears and my eyes to what I can see and hear, that even then he will not keep me by his side, but vaults on my shoulders to go upwards and upwards, and tonight he sleeps beside the new king and dismisses me with no more than a word." Elizabeth put her hands over her eyes, shielding her face from his anguish, incapable of disentangling the mortal sins at which her husband was hinting, murder, treason, and forbidden desire. "Stop it! Stop it!" "How can I stop?" John yelled in terror for his mortal soul. "How can I go forward? How can I go back? How can I stop?" There was a shocked silence. Elizabeth took her hands from her face and looked up at her husband. "Leave him," she whispered. "I cannot." She rose from the table and went towards the fireplace. John watched her go, as if she might have the key for them to escape from this knot of sin. But when she turned back to him, her face was stony. "What are you thinking?" he whispered. "All that I think is that I have given you the wrong spoon," she said with sudden clarity. She took off her apron, hung it on the hook, and went out of the room. "What do you mean?" John shouted at her back as she went through the doorway.
"You need that one." He recoiled as her meaning struck him. She was pointing to the spoon she used for cooking. The long spoon. The news that King James was dead and his son was to be crowned the first King Charles arrived at Chorley the next day. Elizabeth was told in the marketplace, at her small stall selling herbs. She nodded and said nothing. Her neighbour asked her if her husband was home, and if he had brought any news of the doings from London. "He was very tired last night," Elizabeth said with her usual mixture of discretion and honesty. "He said hardly a word that made sense. I left him to sleep this morning. I expect he will tell me all the news from London when he wakes, and it will be old news by then."
"It's time for a change," her neighbour said decisively. "I'm all for the new king. God bless King Charles, I say, and keep us safe from those damned Spaniards. And God bless the Duke, too. He knows what should be done. You can count on it."
"God bless them both," Elizabeth said, "and guide them in better ways."
"And the king is to be married to a French bride," the neighbour went on. "Why can he not marry a good English girl, brought up in our religion? Why does it have to be one of these papish princesses?"
Elizabeth shook her head. "I don't know," she said. "The ways of the world are strange indeed. You would think that, with the whole of the country at their feet, they would be content." She paused for a moment, and her neighbour waited, hoping against all likelihood for a juicy piece of gossip. "Vanity," Elizabeth concluded unsatisfactorily. "It is all vanity." She looked around the quiet market. "I shall go home," she said. "Perhaps John is awake now." She packed her little pots of herbs into a basket, nodded to her neighbour, and made her way through the muddy street to her own cottage. John was seated at the table in the kitchen, a mug of small ale and a piece of bread, untasted, before him. When Elizabeth came in and hung her cape on the hook on the back of the door, he started up. "I'm sorry, Elizabeth," he said quickly. "I was tired and angry yesterday." "I know," she said. "I was troubled by what I had seen and heard." She waited in case he would say more. "The court life is a tempting one," he said awkwardly. "You think you are at the very centre of the world, and it takes you further and further away from the things which really matter. What I love more than anything else is gardening, and you, and Jay. The last thing I should be doing is dawdling like a serving wench in the halls of great men." She nodded. "And then I think I'm in the centre of great events, and an actor on a great stage," he went on. "I think it will all go wrong if I'm not there. I think I'm indispensable." He broke off with a little laugh. "I'm a fool. I know it. For look, he has come to the highest point of his power yet, and his first act was to send me home." "Shall you go to the house?" Elizabeth asked. "Will you go to work today?" John turned to the door. "No, I'll walk until I can live with myself. I feel—" He made a strange, distressed gesture. "I feel all racked. I can't say more. I feel as if I have pulled myself out of shape, and I need to restore myself somehow." Elizabeth took a small piece of linen and wrapped a piece of bread and cheese. "You walk," she advised. "Here is your dinner, and when you come home tonight, I will have a good supper prepared for you. You look like a man who has been poisoned." John recoiled as if she had slapped him. "Poisoned? What are you saying?" Elizabeth's face was graver than ever. "I meant that you looked as if the court had not agreed with you, John. What else should I mean?" He passed his hand quickly over his face, as if he were wiping away a cold sweat. "It does not," he said. "It does not agree with me. For here I am, as nervous as a deer, when I should be quietly at peace and setting my seeds."
He took the bread and cheese from her. "I'll be home by dusk," he promised. She drew him to her, took his worried face in her hands, and drew his head down to her. She put a kiss on his brow, as if she were his mother, blessing and absolving him. "You say a little prayer as you walk," she said, "and I shall pray for you while I set the house to rights." John reached for his hat and opened the door. "What shall you pray for me, Lizzie?" he asked. Elizabeth's look was calm and steady. "That you shall avoid temptation, husband. For I think you have chosen a way which is much among the snares of the world." John worked through the spring with a dogged sullenness on the gardens of New Hall. The cherries, which had always been his especial pleasure, blossomed well, and he watched the pink and white buds swell and then bloom, denying his own feeling that since their master did not see them, their sweetness was wasted. Buckingham did not come. The rumour was that London was dreadfully infested by plague, the dead lying in the streets of the poorer quarters, and the plague cart coming by 2 and 3 times a day, healthy citizens shrinking back into doorways and locking themselves into their houses, every man who could afford it moving out to the country, and then finding that villages on the road from the capital barred their doors to London trade. No one knew how the plague spread. Perhaps it was by touch, perhaps it was in the air. People spoke of a plague wind as the season grew warmer, and said that the soft, warm breezes of spring blew the plague into your skin and set the buboes like eggs in your armpit and groin. John longed to see Buckingham, and to know that he was well. He could hardly believe that the court would linger in London while the hot weather came. The young king must be mad to expose himself to such danger, to expose his friends. But no one at New Hall could say when the court would move. No one could tell John if the court would come on a visit, or even if the Duke might come home alone, tired of the squabbles and rivalry of the court, and longing to be quietly in his own house, in his garden, among those who loved him. John unpacked the India rarities and laid them out, as his fancy took him, in a small room. They looked well altogether, he thought. There were some handsome skins and some silks, and he ordered the maids to sew them to strips of stout canvas, which he could fix to the walls to make into hangings. He had a cabinet made to hold the jewels, fastened with an intricate gold lock with only one key, which he held for the Duke. Still, the Duke never came. Then John had news. The king's delayed marriage to the French princess was to go ahead. The Duke had already left for France. "He's out of the country?" John asked the steward in the safe privacy of the household office. William Ward nodded. "Who has he taken from his household?" John demanded. "You know his way," Ward said. "He was up and gone within the day. He forgot half his great wardrobe. The moment the king said he was to go, he was gone. He took hardly a dozen servants for his own use." "He did not ask for me?" He shook his head. "Out of sight, out of mind when you serve his grace," he said. John nodded and went back outside. The plan for the fish had worked. The terrace was a delightful place in the April sunshine. The goldfish swam in their own pool on the top terrace, and the banks around them were gleaming with kingcups and celandine, as gold as they. The stream overflowed and babbled down to the next level, where silver fish swam under the overhanging pale green stems of what would bloom into white carnations. The glass fence was quite invisible. The water rippled down just as John had planned. He sat in one of the arbours and watched the water play, knowing that it was only his own folly which made the sound mournful, and made him feel that great events were taking place out of reach and out of sight. There was much to do in the garden. The ships of the navy still obeyed Buckingham's command that John should have the pick of rarities and new plants every time they returned from a voyage. Often a traveller would make his way to the garden at New Hall with something to sell, a plant, a seed, a nut, or some rare and curious gift. John bought many things and added them to the collection, keeping a careful account and submitting it to William Ward, who repaid him. The things accumulated in the cabinet. The India skins grew dirty, and John ordered a woman to come into the rarities room to dust and clean. Still, the Duke did not come home. Finally, in May, a message came for Tradescant, scrawled in the Duke's own hand, and brought all the way from Paris. It read, "My best suit and shirts forgotten in the hurry. Do bring all the things I may need, and anything precious and rare which might amuse the little princess." "He sends for you?" the steward asked. John read and reread the note, and then laughed aloud like a man who's been told that he shall be rescued. It was a laugh of relief. "He needs me. At last he needs me. I'm to take his best suit and some curious playthings for the princess herself." He stuffed the note in his pocket and headed for the rarities room, his step lighter, his whole being straighter, more determined, as if he were a young man commanded to set out on a quest, a chivalric quest. "William, help me. Send for the housekeeper and get his things packed for me at once. He must have everything he might need. His best suit, but shirts as well, and I'd better take a pair of his horses. Remember his riding clothes, and his hats. Everything he might want. I must take it all. His jewel box and his best diamonds. Nothing must be forgotten." The steward laughed at Tradescant's urgency. "And when is all this to be ready?" "At once," John exclaimed. "At once! He has sent for me, and he trusts me to forget nothing. I must leave tonight." John scattered orders like plentiful seed up the stairs and down the stairs, in the stable and in the kitchen, until everyone in the household was running to pack whatever the Duke might require in France. Tradescant himself ran like a man half his age across the park to his cottage. Elizabeth was spinning, her wheel pushed alongside the window so that the sunshine fell on her hands. John hardly saw the beauty of the moving strands of wool in the sunshine and the quiet peace of his wife, humming a psalm as she worked. "I'm off," he cried. "He has sent for me at last." She rose to her feet, her face shocked, knowing at once who he meant. The Duke. God be praised. She did not say Amen. "I'm to follow him to France with his baggage," John said. "He wrote to me himself. He knows that no one else could get it done. No one else would take the care. He wrote to me by name." She turned her face away for a moment, and then quietly put her spindle down. "You will need your travelling cape and your riding breeches," she said, and went to climb the little stair to their bedchamber. "He wants me!" Tradescant repeated exultantly. "He sent for me all the way from France." Elizabeth turned back to look at him, and for a moment he could not understand her expression. She was looking at him with regret, with a strange, inexplicable pity. "This is what I have been waiting for," he said, but at once the words sounded lame. "At last." "I know you have been waiting for him to whistle and for you to run," she said gently, "and I will pray that he does not lead you down dark pathways." "He is leading me to the court of France," John exclaimed, "to the heart of Paris itself, to bring home the new Queen of England." "To a papist court and a papist queen," Elizabeth said steadily. "I will pray for your deliverance night and day, husband. Last time you went to court, you came home sickened to your soul." John swore under his breath and flung himself out of the cottage to wait on the road for his wife to pack his bag. So when they said farewell, he did not take her in his arms, but merely nodded his head to her. "I bid you farewell," he said. "I cannot say when I shall return." "When he has finished with you," she said simply. John flinched at the words. "I am his servant as he is the king's," he said. "Duty to him is an honour as well as my task." "Indeed, I hope his service is always an honour," she said, "and that he never asks anything of you that you should not perform." John took her hand and kissed her lightly, coldly, on the forehead. "Of course not," he said irritably. The cart packed with the Duke's goods and drawn by 2 good horses, with his lordship's 2 best hunters tossing their heads at being tied on behind, clattered down the lane. John hailed it and swung up on the seat beside the driver. When he looked down on her, he thought his wife seemed very small, but as indomitable as she had been the day of their engagement 24 years ago. "God bless you," he said gruffly. "I shall come home as soon as I've done my duty." She nodded, still grave. "Jay and I will be waiting for you," she said. The cart rolled forward. She turned and watched it go. "As we always are." When Jay came in for his supper, she sent him back out to the pump to wash his hands again. He came in wiping his palms on his smock, leaving muddy stains. "Look at you," Elizabeth exclaimed without heat. "It's clean earth," he defended himself, "and I've never seen my father's hands without grimy calluses." Elizabeth brought bread and meat broth to the table. "Chicken broth again?" Jay asked without resentment. "Mutton," she said. "Mrs. Giddings killed a sheep and sold me the lights and a leg. We'll have a roast tomorrow." "Where's father?" She let him break bread and take a spoonful of soup before she answered. "Gone to France, after my Lord Buckingham." He dropped his spoon back in his bowl. "Gone where?" he asked incredulously. "I'd have thought you'd have heard." He shook his head. "I was over at the far side of the estate all day with the game birds. I heard nothing." "The Duke sent for him. Wanted him to take some clothes and some playthings for the French princess." "And he went?" She met his angry glare. "Of course, Jay, my boy, of course he went." "He runs after the Duke as if he were a dog," Jay burst out. Elizabeth shot a fierce look at him. "You remember your duty," she hissed. Jay dropped his gaze to the table and fought for control. "I miss him," he said quietly. "When he is not there, then people look to me to tell them what to do. Because I am his son, they assume that I know things, and I don't know them. And the lads in the stable tease me when he is not there. They mock me behind my back and call me names. They say things about him and the Duke which are not fit to be repeated." "He won't be long," Elizabeth said without conviction. "You cannot know that." "I know he will come as soon as he can." "You know he will come when the Duke has finished with him, and not a moment sooner. Besides, he loves travelling. If he gets the chance, he will be off around Europe again. Did he leave you with an address where you can reach him?" "No." "Or money?" "No." Jay sighed heavily and spooned broth. When his bowl was empty, he took the last piece of bread and wiped it carefully around, mopping up the gravy. "So at the end of the month I shall have to go to the almoner for his wages, and he will swear they will be paid to him in Paris, and we will have to make do on my money until he returns." "We can manage," Elizabeth said. "I have some put by, and he will make it up when he gets back." Jay knew how to bait his mother. "And he will be drinking and dining and living at a papist court. I doubt that there will be any church where he can say his prayers. He will come home crossing himself and needing a priest to pray for him." She went white at that. "He will not," she said faintly. "They say Buckingham himself is inclining that way," Jay went on. "His mother has turned papist, or witch, or something." Elizabeth dropped her head and was silent for a moment. "Our Lord will keep him safe," she said, "and he is a godly man. He will come home safe, to his home, to his faith." Jay tired of the sport of teasing his mother's piety. "When I am a man, I shall call no man master," he asserted. She smiled at him. "Then you will have to earn more money than your father has ever done. Every man has his better, every dog a master." "I shall never follow a man as my father follows the Duke," Jay said boldly. "Not the King of England himself. I shall work for my own good. I shall go on my own travels. I shall not be ordered to one place and then summoned away." Elizabeth put out her hand in a rare gesture of tenderness and touched his cheek. "I hope you will live in a country where great men do not exercise their power in such a way," she said. It was the closest he had ever heard her come to any sort of radical thought. "I hope you will live in a country where great men remember their duty to the poor and to their servants. But we do not live in such a world yet, my Jay. You have to choose a master and become his man and do his bidding. There is no one who does not serve another, whether you're the lowest ploughboy or the greatest squire. There is always another above you." Instinctively, he lowered his voice. "England will have to change," he said softly. "The lowest ploughboy is questioning if his master has a God-given right to rule over him. The lowest ploughboy has a soul which is as welcome in heaven as the greatest squire. The Bible says that the first shall become last. That's not the promise that nothing can ever change." "Hush," Elizabeth said. "Time enough to speak like that when things have changed, if they ever do." "Things are changing now," Jay insisted. "This king will have to deal with the people of the country. He will have to listen to Parliament. He cannot cheat on honest, good men as his father did. We're tired of paying for a court which shows us nothing but luxury and sin. We will not be allied to papists. We will not be brothers to heretics." She shook her head, but she did not stop him. "At New Hall, there is a man who knows another man who says that there should be a petition against the king that should tell him his duties, that he cannot levy taxes without calling a parliament, that he must listen to his advisers in Parliament, that the Duke should not rule over everything and scrape all the wealth into his own pocket, that orphans and widows should have the protection of the crown, so that a man can die in peace and know that his estate will be well managed and not farmed by the Duke for his own good." "Are there many that think this?" Her whisper was the thread of sound. "He says so." Her eyes were wide. "Does any say so in your father's hearing?" Jay shook his head. "Father is known as the Duke's man through and through. But there are many, even in the Duke's own service, who know that the mood of the country is turning against the Duke. They blame him for everything that goes wrong, from this hot weather to the plague." "What will become of us if the Duke should fall?" she asked. Jay's young face was determined. "We would survive," he said. "Even if the country never wanted another Duke, it would always need gardeners. I should always find work, and there will always be a home for you and me. But what would become of my father? He's not just the Duke's gardener. He is his vassal. If the Duke fails, then I think Father's heart will break." May 1625. John met his master in Paris, as he had been ordered. He waited for him in the black and white marble hall of the great house until the double doors swung open and the Duke was framed in the bright Paris sunlight. He was wearing diamonds in his hat, on his finely embroidered doublet. His cap was hemmed with brilliants, which John hoped very much were glass, but feared were also diamonds. He sparkled in the spring sunshine, like the new leaves on a silver birch tree. "My John!" he exclaimed with delight. "And have you brought all my clothes? I am reduced to rags." John found he was beaming with delight at the sight of his master. "So I see, my lord. I was afraid that I would find you looking very poor and mean. I have brought everything, and your coach and 6 horses is coming behind me." Buckingham grasped him by the shoulder. "I knew you would do it for me," he said. "I would trust no other. How are things at New Hall?" "Everything is well," John told him. "The garden is looking well. Your water terrace is working and looks lovely. Your wife and mother are at New Hall and are both well." "Oh, yes, gardens," the Duke said. "You must meet the gardeners to the French court. You will be impressed with what they do here. The Queen will give me a note for you to introduce yourself to them." He bent towards John and spoke softly in his ear. "The Queen would give me a good deal more, too, if I asked for it, I think." John found he was smiling at the shameless vanity of the man. "I know the Robins, but I shall be pleased to see them again. And you have been amusing yourself?" Buckingham kissed his fingertips like a Frenchman acknowledging beauty. "I have been in paradise," he said. And you shall come with me, and we shall see the palace gardens together. Come, John, I shall change my clothes, and I shall take you around the city. It's very fair and very joyful, and the women are as easy as mares in heat. It's a perfect town for me." John chuckled unwillingly. "My wife would be most distressed. I will go and see the gardens, but I cannot go visiting women." Buckingham put his arm around Tradescant's shoulders and hugged him tight. "You shall be my conscience, then," he said, "and keep me on the straight and narrow way." It could not be done. The Archangel Gabriel with a flaming sword could not have kept the Duke of Buckingham on the straight and narrow way in Paris in 1625. The French court was besotted with the English, a new prince on the throne, a French princess as his chosen bride, and the handsomest man in Europe at court to fetch her to her new home. Crowds of women gathered outside Buckingham's hotel just to see him come and go, and to admire the astounding sight of his carriage and six, and the jewels, and his clothes, and his hat, the bonnet d'anglais, which was copied by 100 hatters as soon as they glimpsed it. The Queen herself blushed when he came near her, and watched him from behind her fan if he so much as spoke to another woman, and little Princess Henrietta Maria stammered when he was in the room and forgot what little English she knew. The whole of France was in love with him, the whole of Paris adored him, and Buckingham, smiling, laughing, feted everywhere he went, passed through adoring crowds as if he were the king himself, and not a mere ambassador, the bridegroom himself, and not a proxy. John was weary of Buckingham's ceaseless round of parties within days. "Keep up, John!" Buckingham threw over his shoulder. "We're going to a masked ball tonight." "As you wish," John said. Buckingham turned and laughed at John's stoical expression. "Have you no assignations? No dances promised?" "I'm a married man," John said. "As you are, my lord." He paused for Buckingham's crack of laughter. "But I will attend you there and wait for you as long as you wish, my lord." Buckingham rested his hand on Tradescant's shoulder. "No, I have a dozen men who can wait on me, and only one who loves me like a brother. I shan't waste your love and loyalty on watching me dancing. What would you like to do most?" Tradescant thought. "I've seen some plants which would look very well at New Hall," he said cautiously. "If you could spare me, I shall visit the Robins' garden to order the plants and see them packed, and then they could come home with us when we leave." Buckingham thought, his head on one side. "I think we can do better than that." He reached into the deep pocket of his coat and pulled out a purse. "Do you know what this is? Money. Better than that. A bribe. An enormous bribe from Richelieu or his agents." John looked at the purse as if it were a venomous snake. "Do you want me to return it?" Buckingham threw back his head and laughed. "John, my John, no! I want you to spend it." "French money? What do they want for it?" "My friendship, my advice to the king, my support of the little princess. Take it." Still John hesitated. "But what if you need to warn the king against them? What if things change?" "Who's our worst enemy? Worst enemy of the faith? Greatest danger to the freedom of our Protestant brothers in Europe?" "The Spanish," John said slowly. "So we befriend the French to make an alliance against the Spanish," Buckingham said simply. "And if they want to give me a fortune for doing what I would be doing anyway, then they may." "But what if it all changes?" John asked. "What if the Spanish make an alliance with the French, or the French turn against us?" Buckingham tossed the purse in the air and caught it again. It fell, as if it were indeed very heavy. "Then the money is spent, and I have done my country the service of draining the coffers of our enemy. Here, catch!" He threw the purse to John, and John caught it as a reflex action before he could stop himself. "Take it to Amsterdam," Buckingham said, as skilfully tempting as a serpent in Eden. "Take it to Amsterdam and buy tulips, my John." He could have said nothing which would have worked more powerfully on Tradescant. Unaware of the action, John hefted the purse in his hand, guessing at the weight. "They're going at a terrible price," he said. "The market has gone mad for tulips. Everyone is buying, everyone is speculating in them. Men who have never left their money counters are buying the names of tulips on scraps of paper. They never even see the flower. I can't be sure how many bulbs I could get, even with this money." "Go," Buckingham commanded. He flung himself into a chair and swung his long legs over the arm. He looked at Tradescant with his teasing smile. "You know you're longing for them, my John. Go and look at the tulip fields and buy as many as you want. There's that purse and another to follow. Bring me a couple of bulbs back and we will put them in a pot, set ourselves up as burghers and grow rich." "The Semper Augusta is scarlet and white," John said. "I've seen a painting of it. The colour is most beautifully broken, and it has a most wonderful shape, the true tulip cup shape, but with tiny points on each petal, so each petal stands a little proud from the others, and long curvy leaves. In faith, this is love," Buckingham mocked. "This is true love, John. I've never seen you so moved." Tradescant smiled. "There's never been a more perfect flower. It's the best there is. There's nothing better. And there's never been one which cost more." Buckingham pointed to the French bribe in Tradescant's hand. "Go and buy it," he said simply. Tradescant packed that night and was ready to leave at dawn. He left a note for his master, promising that the gold would be safe in his keeping and that he would buy as many bulbs as could be got. But, to his surprise, when he was about to mount his horse in the street outside the Buckingham Hotel, the Duke himself came lounging out, pulling on a robe against the cold morning air, dressed only in his shirt and boots and breeches. "My lord," Tradescant dropped the reins of his horse and went towards him. "I had thought you would sleep till noon." "I woke and thought of you setting off on your own adventure, and I chose to come down to bid you farewell," Buckingham said casually. "I would have waited if I had known. I could have left later, and you could have had your sleep." Buckingham slapped John on the shoulder. "I know, it doesn't matter. I knew you were setting off early, and I woke and looked from my window and took a fancy to see you ride away." John said nothing. There were no words to say to the greatest man in England, who rose at dawn after a night's dancing to bid a servant farewell. "Enjoy yourself," Buckingham urged. "Stay as long as you like. Draw on my banker. Buy anything which takes your fancy and bring it home to New Hall. I want tulips next season, my John. I want thousands of beautiful tulips." "You shall have them," Tradescant said fervently. "I shall give you gardens of great beauty, my lord, great beauty." He paused for a moment and cleared his throat. "And when am I to be home, my lord?" Buckingham put his arm around John's shoulders and hugged him tightly. "When you're ready, my John. Go and spend some money and enjoy yourself. I have never been happier. You be happy too. Go and joyfully spend some of my easily earned money, and we will meet again at New Hall when you come home." "I shall not fail you," John promised, thinking that if he were not an honest man, he could disappear into Europe with the heavy purses of gold and never be seen again. "I know, you never fail me," Buckingham said affectionately, "and that is why I want you to go and pleasure yourself with tulips. It is a reward for fidelity. If I cannot tempt you with easy French women and drink, then let me give you what is your greatest joy. Go and run riot in the bulb fields, my John. Lust after pedals, and slake your lust." He waved and turned inside the house. Tradescant waited, his hat in his hand, until the great double doors had closed behind his master, and then he mounted his horse, clicked encouragingly, and turned its head eastwards, out of Paris, to the Low Countries and the tulip fields. John found Amsterdam buzzing with infectious, continual excitement. All the taverns he had known where the tulip growers had met and sold tulips to each other were now expanded into double and treble the size, and they opened for business in the morning in an atmosphere of teeth-gritting excitement. He looked in vain for the men he had known, the quiet, steady gardeners who had told him how to cut the bulbs and plant them. They had been replaced by men with soft white hands who carried not bulbs, but great books in which there were illustrations of tulips drawn with the beauty and care of fine portraits. The bidding for the bulbs was done on promissory notes. No money changed hands. John, with his purses of French gold, was an exception. He felt like a fool trying to pay men with money when everyone else was trading in credit. And he felt even more of a fool when he tried to buy tulip bulbs to take away with him, when he wanted to exchange a sackful of gold, real money, for a sackful of bulbs, real bulbs. Everyone else was trading without ever holding a bulb in their hand. They bought and sold the promise of the tulip crop when it was lifted, or they bought and sold the name of a tulip. Some flowers were so rare that there were only 10 or a dozen in the whole country. Such bulbs would never come to market, John was assured. He would have to buy the slip of paper with the name of the tulip written on the top of it and have it attested at the Bourse. If he had any sense, he would sell the slip of paper the very next day as the price jumped and leapfrogged. He should make his profit in the rising market and not hang around the dealers and ask them for real tulips to take home with him. The market was not for a bulb in a pot. It was for the idea of a tulip, the promise of a tulip. The market had gone light. The market had gone airy. It was the Windhandel market. "What's that?" John asked. "A wind market," a man translated for him. "You're no longer buying the goods, you're buying the promise of the goods. And you're buying with a promise to pay. You don't actually have to give your gold and receive your tulip until, next year. But if you have any sense, by then you will have sold it at a profit, and you will have made a fortune merely by letting the wind blow through your fingers." "But I want tulips," John exclaimed in frustration. "I don't want a piece of paper with a tulip name written on it to sell to someone else. I want a bulb that I can take home and grow." The man shrugged, losing interest at once. "It's not how we do business," he said. "But if you go down the canal towards Rotterdam, you will find men and women who will sell you bulbs that you can take away. They will call you a fool for paying money on the nail." "I've been called a fool before," John said grimly. "I can bear it." He was dining in a tavern at the end of this expedition, drinking deep of the thick ale which the Dutch loved, and eating well of their rich food, when the door darkened, and a well-loved voice shouted into the gloom, "Is my John in here?" John choked on his ale and leapt to his feet, overturning his stool. "Your Grace?" It was Buckingham, modestly dressed in a suit of smooth brown wool, chuckling like a madman at the sight of John's astounded face. "Caught you," he said easily, "drinking away my fortune." "My lord, I never—" He laughed again. "How have you done, my John? Are you rich in tulip notes?" John shook his head. "I am rich in tulips, in real bulbs, my lord. The men in this town seem to have forgotten what they're buying and selling. They want only a piece of paper with a name written on it and the Bourse seal at the bottom. I had to go far inland to find growers who would sell me the real thing." Buckingham came into the alehouse and sat at John's table. "Finish your dinner. I've dined already," he remarked. "So where are they, these tulips?" "They're packed away and ready to sail tonight," John said, reluctantly picking up a crust of bread smeared with creamy Dutch butter. "I was on my way home to New Hall with them." "Can they sail alone?" John thought quickly. "I'd send a man I could trust to go with them. It's too precious a cargo to leave to the captain. And I'd like someone to see them all the way to New Hall." "Do it," the Duke said idly. John swallowed his question with his bread, rose from the table, bowed swiftly to the Duke, and went out of the tavern. He ran like a deer for his inn, engaged the landlord's son to go to England and see the barrels of tulips safely delivered to New Hall, pressed money and a note of introduction to Jay into the young man's hand, and then ran back to the tavern as the Duke was downing his second pint of ale. "All done, Your Grace," he reported breathlessly. "I thank you," the Duke said. There was a tantalizing silence. John stood before his master. "Oh, you can sit down," the Duke said. "And have an ale. You must be thirsty." John slid into the seat opposite his master and watched him as the girl brought his drink. The Duke was pale, a little tired from the festivities of the French court, but his dark eyes were sparkling. John felt a stir of his venturing spirit. "Are you not attended, Your Grace?" The Duke shook his head. "I'm travelling unknown." John waited, but his master volunteered nothing. "Anywhere to stay? I thought I'd bed with you. What if you had not found me?" John grimaced at the thought of the greatest man in England wandering around the Low Countries in search of his gardener. "I knew I only had to wait somewhere near the Tulip Exchange and you would turn up," Buckingham said easily. "And besides, I do not crumple without a dozen servants to support me, you know, John. I can fend for myself." "Of course," John agreed quickly. "I just wondered what you were doing here." "Oh, that," Buckingham said, as if recalled to his mission. "Why, I have a job to do for my master, and I thought you might help me." "Of course," John said instantly. "We'll drink a little more, and then roister a little, and then, in the morning, we shall do some business," Buckingham suggested engagingly. "Are we to go far?" John asked, thinking wildly of the ships which left for the Dutch Indies and for the spreading Dutch Empire. "It may be that I should prepare while you make merry." The Duke shook his head. "My business is in town, with the gold and diamond merchants, but I shall want you with me. My amulet. I shall need all my luck tomorrow." They slept in the same bed. When John woke in the morning, the younger man had thrown an arm out in his sleep, and John woke to a touch on his face, like a caress. He lay still for a little while, under that casual blessing, and then slid out of bed and looked out of the little window down at the street below. The cobbled quayside was crowded with sellers of bread and cheese and milk, up from the country by barge at dawn and spreading their stalls for all to see. Among them, and starting to lay out their wares, were the cobblers and sellers of household goods, brushes and soaps, kindling and brassware. Artists were setting up easels and offering to sketch portraits. Sailors up from the deep water docks were moving among the crowd and offering rarities and foreign goods, silk shawls, flasks of rare drink, little toys. The low barges plied constantly up and down the canal, and ducks, in continual flurry away from the prows, quacked and complained. The sunlight glinted on the water of the canal and threw back the reflection of the market stalls and the dark shadows of the criss-crossing bridges. Tradescant heard Buckingham stir in the bed behind him and turned at once. "Good morning, my lord. Is there anything I can get you?" "You can get me £100,000 in gold, or I'm a ruined man," Buckingham said, his face buried in the pillow. "That's what we're doing today, my John. We're going to pawn the crown jewels." Cecil's long training stood John in good stead throughout that day. Buckingham was trying to raise the money to equip a mighty Protestant army to attack Spain and to free Charles's sister, Elizabeth of Bohemia, and her husband, and restore them to their rightful throne. There was no money in the royal treasury. The English Parliament would vote no more to a king who had done so little to bring in the reforms they had demanded. It was left to Buckingham to raise the funds, and he had nothing to offer as security but the crowns of England, Scotland, and Ireland, and any related valuables that the moneylenders might require. John stood with his back to the door, watching his master charming the powerful moneymen of Amsterdam. The scene looked like one of the new oil paintings that King Charles kept buying. The room was in half darkness, windows shrouded with thick embroidered curtains. The table was lit only by a couple of candles behind an engraved shade, which threw strange cabalistic patterns on the walls. There were 3 men on one side of the table, and Buckingham on the other. One man was a solid burgher, a father of the city, and a cautious man. To him Buckingham deferred with a charming, youthful respect, And as the meeting went on, John watched the big man slowly unbend, like a horse on the towpath bending its neck to be patted. Next to him was a Jewish financier, his eyes as dark as Buckingham's own, his hair as black and lustrous as the Duke's. He wore a little cap on the back of his head and a long dark suit in plain material. The Low Countries was a place that prided itself on its tolerance. John thought that Buckingham would not have sat on equal terms with a Jew at any other table in Europe. The Duke was uneasy with the financier. He could not find the right tone to tempt him. The man was guarded, his long face giving away nothing. He spoke little, and when he did, it was in French, with an accent which John could not identify. He treated Buckingham with deference, but it seemed as if there was a secret inner judgment that he was keeping hidden. John was as superstitious and fearful of the Jews as any Englishman. He feared this man in particular. The third man was from some strand of nobility who would have access to a vast fortune if these other two approved. He was slim and young and richly dressed, and he had no aptitude for the carefully written calculations of profit and interest on the small pieces of paper which the other two men were exchanging. He leaned back in his chair and gazed idly around him. Every now and then he and Buckingham would exchange a smile, as if to agree that they two were the men of the world, and these vulgar details were beneath them. "We have to consider the issue of the security of the jewels," the burgher said. "They will be lodged here." Buckingham shook his head. "They cannot be taken from London," he said, "but you shall have your own man in London to guard them, if you wish, and a sealed letter from King Charles himself to acknowledge your right." The burgher looked uneasy. "But if we should need to collect them—" "If His Majesty cannot repay the loan—" Buckingham smiled. Forgive me. The King will repay. He will not fail. When Prince Frederick and Princess Elizabeth are back on their thrones, then the wealth of Bohemia will repay all the debts incurred in the campaign to restore them." "And if the campaign fails?" the Jew asked quietly. Buckingham checked for a moment. "It will not," he replied. There was a brief silence. The Jew waited for his answer. "If it should fail, then His Majesty will repay according to the schedule of repayments as you propose," Buckingham said smoothly. "We are speaking of the King of England, my lords. He is hardly likely to run off to the Americas." The nobleman laughed at the joke, and Buckingham shot him a swift smile. The Jew did not laugh. "But how should we collect if, by some error, His Majesty were to default?" the burgher asked politely. Buckingham shrugged as if such a thing were beyond the stretch of any imagination. "Oh, I can hardly think. Well, we will follow the line of fairy tales. If the campaign fails and the Prince and Princess of Bohemia do not repay you themselves, and then if the King of England does not repay you, then I, the Duke of Buckingham, will myself deliver to you the crown jewels of England. Will that satisfy you, gentlemen?" John looked from one face to another. It satisfied the nobleman, who could not imagine that Buckingham could say one thing and do another. He was no obstacle. The burgher was havering, half convinced, half fearful. The Jew was inscrutable. His dark, serious face could not be read. He might be inwardly approving. He might have damned this project from the first moment. John could not tell. "And would you put that in writing?" "Signed in blood, if you wish," Buckingham said carelessly, the glancing reference to the popular play a half-insult to all Jewish moneylenders. "I have promised my master, the King of England, that he shall have the funds to raise an army to restore his sister and her throne. It is a task which we should all do as good Protestants and good Christians. It is a task which most becomes me as His Majesty's most faithful servant." The three men nodded. "Shall I leave you to consult for a while?" Buckingham offered. "I must warn you, out of courtesy, that my time is a little limited. There are other gentlemen who would extend this loan to the King and think it an honour to do so, but I promised you I would see you first." "Of course," the burgher said awkwardly, "and we thank you. Perhaps you would like a glass of wine." He drew back one of the thick hangings and showed a small door beyond. It opened into a walled courtyard. In a giant pot against the wall grew an apricot tree. At its feet, the folded leaves of some tulips, now past their prime. John saw at once that they had been lac tulips, beautifully white and veined with scarlet. There were a couple of chairs and a table in the shade of the tree, and a flagon of wine with a small plate of biscuits. "Please," the burgher said, "enjoy this, and ring for anything further you need. We will delay you only a moment." He bowed and went back into the room. Buckingham threw himself into the chair and watched John pour the wine and hand him a glass. "What do you think?" he asked quietly. "It's possible," John said in the same undertone. "Do you have other men to borrow from?" "No," Buckingham said. "Do you think they know that?" "No," John said. "There is so much wealth flying around this city that they cannot be sure of it. The nobleman is in your pocket, but I doubt the other two." Buckingham nodded and sipped his wine. "That's good," he said with approval. "Alicante." "What do we do if they say no?" Buckingham tipped his beautiful face up to the sun and closed his eyes, as if he did not have a care in the world. "Go home with the whole of the king's foreign policy in ruins," he said. "Tell the king that his sister is thrown out of her kingdom and insulted, and that he can do nothing. Tell the king that unless he agrees with Parliament, he will be a pauper on his own throne, and that his chief minister was a better master of horse than he is a diplomat." "You got him the French princess," John observed. Buckingham half opened his eyes, and John saw the glint of his look under the thick eyelashes. "Let's hope to God she pleases him. I don't guarantee it." The door behind John opened, and he whirled around. It was the Jew in the doorway, his head held low. "I am sorry, masters," he said quietly. "We cannot oblige you. The capital is more than we can afford without holding the security ourselves." Buckingham jumped to his feet in one of his sudden rages, about to shout at the man. John threw himself forward and got both hands on his master's shoulders, as if he was rearranging his cape. "Steady," he whispered. He felt the shoulders straighten under his grip. Buckingham lifted his head. "I'm sorry you could not oblige me," he said. "I will tell the king of your reluctance and my disappointment." The Jew's head bowed lower. Buckingham turned on his heel, and John dived before him to open the door, so his smooth, disdainful stride from the courtyard was not checked. They arrived out in the street by a side door, and hesitated. "What now?" Tradescant asked. "We try another," Buckingham said, "and then another, and then we go and buy some bulbs, for I think that is all we're going to get out of this damned city." Buckingham was right. John was back at New Hall by the end of May, preceded by a wagon-load of plants, sacks of tulip bulbs, and with 6 of the most precious bulbs, each costing a purse of gold, hidden deep inside his waistcoat. His first act was to go to the rarities room of New Hall and to summon Jay to meet him there with 6 large porcelain pots and a basket of soil. Jay came into the room and found the 6 bulbs laid out on a table. His father was, with infinite care, cutting slightly into the base of each bulb in the hope that it would encourage them to divide and make new bulbs. "What are they?" Jay asked reverently, holding a wicker basket of sieved, warm, weed-free earth, watching his father's meticulous care. "Are they the Semper Augustus?" His father shook his head. "I had a king's ransom to spend, and yet I could not afford it," he said. "No one bought the Semper. I was at the Bourse every day, and the price was so high that no one would buy, and the merchant kept his nerve and would not drop the price. Next season he will offer them again at double the price, and all the year he will be praying that no one has grown a new tulip which supplants the Semper and leaves him with a pair of fine flowers which are out of fashion." "Could that happen?" Jay was horrified. John nodded. "It's not gardening, it's speculation," he said with distaste. "There are people dealing in tulips who have never so much as pulled a weed, and making fortunes from their work." Jay extended a respectful finger and stroked the dry, firm surface of the nearest bulb. "The skin is solid, and the shape is good. They're even lovely in the bulb, aren't they?" He bent and sniffed the firm, warm skin. "Is it clean?" John asked anxiously. "No hint of taint?" Jay shook his head. "None. What sort is it?" "This is the duck tulip, yellow with crimson blush at the base of the petals." John pointed to the next bulb. "This is a lac tulip, white and thin-petalled, with thin red stripes through white. And this is a Tulipa australis, very strong-stemmed and scarlet petals with a white border. Pray God they grow for us. I've spent nearly £1,000 on the 6 of them." Jay's hand holding the trowel trembled. £1,000? 1,000? But, Father, what if they rot? He asked, his voice a whisper. What if they grow blind and fail to flower at all? John smiled grimly. Then we seek another line of work. But what if they grow and split into new bulbs, Jay? Then our master has doubled his wealth in one season. But we stay on the same wages, Jay observed. John nodded and put the 6 pots in a cool cupboard in the corner of the room. That's how it works, he said simply. But there could be no objection to us taking a bulb for every 2 we grow for him. My master Cecil taught me that himself. John was popular in the great dining room of New Hall on his return. He was able to tell a rapt audience of the prettiness of the little French princess, only 15 and tiny, dark-haired and dark-eyed. He told them of her dancing and her singing, of her complete refusal to learn English. He told them that the news in London was that when the young King Charles met her at Dover Castle, he had covered her little face with kisses, laughed at her prepared speech, and spent the night in her bed. The ladies wanted to know what she was wearing, and John struggled through a description of her clothes. He assured them that the King and Queen entered London by the river in a grand barge, both dressed in green, with the guns of the Tower roaring out a salute, and that was a vivid enough picture to be told and retold by a dozen hearthsides. He did not tell them that there had been a nasty quarrel between the King and his bride of only a day, when she had wanted her French companions in the carriage from Dover to London, and the King had insisted that she travel with Buckingham's wife and his mother. The King had said that the French attendant was not of high enough station to ride with the Queen of England, and the young Queen incautiously retorted that she knew well enough that the Buckinghams had been nobodies just 10 years ago. She did not yet know enough to mind her sharp tongue. She had not yet learned of the extent of the Duke's influence. As it was, she rode in her carriage with the Duke's wife and the Duke's mother for the long journey into her capital, and it might be safely assumed that no promises of friendship were made on the drive. "So, did she look happy?" asked Mrs. Giddings, who worked in the New Hall laundry, but had her own little farm, and would kill another sheep for the Tradescants if John's story was good enough. John thought of the 15-year-old girl and her un-English formality, her court which spoke only French, and her brace of confessors who spoke Latin grace over her dinner and warned her not to eat meat, even though her new husband had just carved her a slice, since she must observe a fast day. "As happy as a maid can be," he said, "laughing and chattering and singing." "And the Duke, does he like her?" Only Elizabeth saw the swift shadow cross her husband's face. There had been a scandal in France, several scandals. Buckingham had told him the worst of it as they paced the deck of a little fishing boat sailing from Rotterdam to Tilbury. The Queen of France had encouraged Buckingham further than a married woman, and one so carefully watched, should have done. He had climbed the wall into her private garden to meet her there. What took place, Buckingham would not say, but everyone else in Europe was talking about it. The pair had been caught by her personal guard. Swords had been drawn and threats made. Some said that the Queen had been assaulted by Buckingham. Some said the Queen had been seduced and caught half-naked in his arms. The Queen's ladies said that she had been elegantly flirting, or no such thing, somewhere else all the time. There had been a whirlwind of rumour and innuendo, and through it all Buckingham had sailed smiling, the handsomest man at court, the wickedest look, the most roguish smile, the irresistible charm. John had frowned when Buckingham had confessed to losing his heart to the Queen of France, and thought that he should have stayed by his master and kept him from secret assignations with the most carefully guarded woman in Europe. What could have prevented it? Buckingham sighed, but with a glint in his eye which always meant mischief. It's love, John. I shall run away with her and take her from her dreary husband to live with her in Virginia. John had shaken his head at his master. What does her husband think? He asked. Oh, he hates me, Buckingham said joyfully. And the Princess Henrietta Maria? My sworn enemy now. She's your queen, John reminded him. She is only the wife of my dearest friend, Buckingham had replied, and she'd better remember who he loves. So what does she think of him? The questioner repeated. What does the new queen think of our Duke? He is her greatest friend at court, John answered carefully. The Duke admires and respects her. Will he come home soon? Someone asked from the back of the crowd, packed into John's kitchen. Not for a while, John answered. There are parties and maskings and balls at court to greet the new queen, and then there will be the coronation. We'll not see him here for a few weeks. There was a general murmur of disappointment at that. Newhall was merrier when the Duke was at home, and there was always the chance of a glimpse of the king. But you'll go to him, Elizabeth said, rightly reading her husband's contented serenity. I am to meet him in London, and then I have to go down to the New Forest looking for trees. He wants a maze, Tradescant said with ill-hidden delight. Where I am to get enough yew from, I don't know. John only ever told half the story to the curious, and he always emphasized the things that they should hear. He was ready to tell that the young King Charles had already dismissed dozens of his father's idle, wastrel favourites, that the court now ran to a strict rhythm of prayer, work, and exercise. The king seldom drank wine, and never to excess. He read all the papers set before him, and signed each one personally with his own name. Sometimes his advisers would find small-handed notes written in the margin, and he would ask them later to ensure they were obeyed. He wanted to be a king with an eye to detail, to the meticulous observance both of ceremony and the minutiae of government. John did not tell them that he had no eye to the grander picture. He was incapable of visualizing consequences on a long term or big scale. He was faultlessly loyal to those he dearly loved, but quite incapable of keeping his word to those he did not. Everything to the new king was personal, and when a man or a nation displeased him, he could not bear to see them or think of them. His sister Elizabeth of Bohemia, still in exile, still waiting for support from her brother, remained uppermost in his mind, and he ransacked his advisers for ideas, and his treasure chests for money to pay for an army to help her. John never mentioned to anyone, not even his wife, the long hours in the darkened rooms of the Dutch moneylenders, and the humiliation of finally seeing that no man in Europe had any faith in the partnership of the untried king and the extravagant Duke. It was not only the moneylenders who found the Duke wanting. An itinerant preacher, his clothes ragged but his face shining with conviction, came to Chelmsford and set up to preach under the market cross. "You surely won't go and hear him," John grumbled to Elizabeth, as she laid his supper on the table and threw a shawl around her shoulders. "I should like to go," she said. "He's bound to preach heresy," John said. "You'd much better stay home." "Come too," she invited him, "and if he speaks nonsense, we can stop at the Bush on the way home and taste their ale." "I've no time for hedgerow preachers," John said, "and every year there are more of them. I hear 2 sermons on a Sunday. I don't need to seek one on Tuesday as well." She nodded and slipped out of the door without arguing. She walked briskly down the street. A small crowd was at the centre of the village, gathered around the preacher. He was warning them of hell fire and of the sins of the great. Elizabeth stepped back a little way into a doorway to listen. John was right. This was probably heresy, and it might well turn into treason too, but there was something powerful in how he moved his argument slowly forward.
"Step by step, we are going down the road to ruination," he said, so softly that his listeners craned forward and had the sense of being drawn into a conspiracy. "Today, the plague walks the streets of London as freely as a favoured guest. Not a home is safe against it. Not a person can be sure he will escape. Not a family in the city but loses one or two. And it is not only London. Every village across the land must be wary of strangers and fearful of sickly people. It is coming. It is coming to all of us, and there is only one escape: repentance and turning to our Lord." There was a soft murmur of assent. "Why is it come to us?" the preacher asked. "Why should it strike us down? Look at where it starts. It comes from London, the centre of wealth, the centre of the court. It comes in the time of the new king, when things should be new-made, not struggling against the old sickness of plague. It comes because the king is not new-made. He has his father's favourite forever at his shoulder. He has his father's adviser forever ordering his ways. He is not a new king. He is the old king, while he is ruled by the same man." There was a movement of the crowd away from the preacher. He saw it at once. "Oh, yes," he continued swiftly. "He pays your wages. I know. You live in his cottages. You grow his vegetables on his ground. But look up from your dung heaps and your crooked chimneys and see what this man does in the greater world. He it was who took the prince into mortal danger in Spain. He it was who brought home a papist French queen. Every office in the land is his or in his gift. Every great office has a villas sitting on the top of it, raking in wealth. When our king goes begging to the towns and to the corporations, why has he no money? Where has the wealth gone? Does the duke know as he walks in his great house and his silk and diamonds? Does the duke know where the money is gone? And if that were all, it would be enough. But it is not all. There are more questions we should answer. Why can we win no battle, neither by land nor by sea, against the Spanish? Why do our soldiers come home and tell us they had nothing to eat and no powder to fire their guns? Who is in charge of the army but the Duke? When our sailors tell us that the ships are not fit to put to sea and the provisions are mouldering before they are eaten, who is the High Admiral? The Duke again! And when our brothers and sisters in faith at La Rochelle in France, Protestants like us, ask for help against a papist army of France, do we send them our aid? Our own brothers, praying as we do, escaped as we have escaped from the curse of popery, do we send them help? No! This great Duke sends English ships and English sailors to help the forces of darkness, the army of Rome, the navy of Richelieu. He sends good Protestant Englishmen for hire to the devil, to the painted whore of Rome." The man was sweating. He swayed back against the stonework and wiped his face. "Worst of all," he said very low, "there are those who wonder that in his last hours our King James, our good King James, was watched over only by Villiers and his mother, that the king seemed to be better, but they sent away his physicians and his surgeons, and under their nursing he grew worse and died." There was an awestruck whisper at this scandal, which came so close to naming the greatest crime in the world, regicide. The preacher pulled back. "No wonder that the plague comes among us," he exclaimed. "No wonder! For why should the Lord of hosts smile down on us, who are betrayed, and let the betrayal go on?" Someone shouted from the back of the crowd, and those around him laughed. The preacher replied at once to the challenge. "You're right! I cannot speak like this to the Duke himself, but others will speak for me. We have a parliament of men, good men, who know how the country feels. They will speak to the king and warn him that this Duke is a false friend. They will advise him to turn from villas and to listen to the needs of the nation, and he will turn, he will turn. He will give justice to the people, and food to the children, and land to the landless. For it is very clear in the Bible that every man shall have his own land to dig and grow, and every woman shall have her own place. This king will turn from his evil advisers and give us that, an acre for every man, and a cottage for every woman, and freedom from want for every child."
There was a silence. This was an agricultural audience, and the thought of free land struck to the very heart of their deepest desire.
"Will the king do this for us?" a man asked. "Once he is rid of false advisers, he will certainly do it for us," the preacher answered. "What, and break down his own park gates? There is enough land. The commons and wastes of England are vast. There is more than enough land for us all, aye, and for all the city men too. And if we need more, then we only have to look around. Why, the very gardens of Newhall would feed 50 families if they were brought under the spade. There is wealth in this country. There is enough for us all, if we can take the surfeit from the wicked men and give it to the children in need."
Elizabeth felt a gentle hand on her elbow.
"Come away," John said softly in her ear. "This is not preaching, this is ranting, a sermon with more treason than writ."
Silently, she let him draw her away from the crowd and back up the lane to their home. "Did you hear it all?" she asked as they entered the house.
"I heard enough,"
John replied shortly. Jay looked up at their entrance and then dropped his head and went on with his supper. "He blamed the Duke for everything," Elizabeth said. John nodded.
"Some do."
"He said that without his bad advice the king would give land away and make no more wars." John shook his head.
"The king would live as a king, whether or not my lord was at his shoulder," he said, "and no king gives away his land."
"But if he did," Elizabeth persisted. John pulled out his stool and sat beside Jay at the table.
"It is a dream," he said, "not reality. A dream to whisper to children. Think of a country where every man might have his own garden, where every man might grow enough for his own pot, and then grow fruits and flowers as well. This is not England. It is Eden. There would be no hunger and no want, and a man might draw his garden in the ground and plant it as he wished and watch it grow."
There was a silence in the little room. John, who had been meaning to deride the preacher's vision, found himself tempted at the thought of a nation of gardens, of every park an orchard, every common a wheat field, and no hunger or want.
"In Virginia, they cut their land from the forest, however much land they want," Jay said.
"It need not be a dream."
"There is no shortage of land here either," John said, "if it were shared equally among every man and woman. There are the commons and wastelands and the forests. There is enough land for everyone."
"So the preacher was right," Elizabeth said. "It is the surfeit of the few which brings poverty to the rest. The rich men enclose the land and use it for parks and for wilderness. That is why there is not enough for poor people." John's face closed at once. "That is treason," he said simply. "It is all the king's. He must do with it as he wishes. No one else can come along and ask for land as if it were free. It all belongs to the king."
"Except for the acres which belong to the Duke," Jay remarked slyly.
"He holds it for the king, and the king holds it for God," Tradescant said, repeating the simple truth.
"Then we must pray that God wants to give land to the poor," Jay said, getting up from the table and pushing his bowl irritably to one side, "for they cannot survive another summer of plague and failed harvest without help, and neither the king nor the Duke is likely to ease their pains."
Summer 1626. Tradescant had thought that complaints about the Duke were in the mouths of ignorant men, boys like Jay, women like Elizabeth, and wayside preachers whose opinions might disturb a man's peace, but would not challenge him. But then the King called Parliament to Oxford, sitting outside London to escape the plague which made the streets of the city a charnel house. The King's debts forced him to deal with Parliament, though he suspected their loyalty and hated their self-importance. Once they were in place, they were not obliging. They refused to settle the massive bills of the court, and instead the simple country squires confronted him with a long list of complaints against the Duke and demanded that he be brought before a committee to be examined for his faults. "I can't settle to anything, not knowing what is happening," John said to Elizabeth. He was working in their own garden at the little house at New Hall, planting peas in straight, orderly rows. She saw that his fingers trembled slightly as he pressed each one into the earth. "They say they want him impeached. They say they want him tried for treason." "Do you want to go to him?" she asked, keeping her voice colourless. John shook his head. "How can I, without orders?" "Won't he send for you?" "If I can serve him, he will send for me, but there's no reason for him to think that I might serve him. He won't need a gardener at Oxford." "But he uses you for all sorts of work," Elizabeth said. "Dirty work," she thought to herself. "Private work," she said out loud. John nodded. "If he sends for me, I will go," he repeated. "But I may not go until he orders me." She thought his head drooped a little at the thought of the Duke in trouble or danger, and not thinking to get help from Tradescant. "I have to wait," John said. One of the Duke's servants brought the news from Oxford to New Hall. The steward saw John in the stable yard and sent down a message for him to come into the house, to the central household office. "I knew you would want to know that the Duke will not face his accusers." William Ward beamed. "I knew you would have been worried." John snatched off his hat and threw it in the air like a boy. "Thank God for it! Thank God!" he exclaimed. "I've been sick with worry these 10 days. I thank God that they have seen sense. They threw out the charges, did they? Dismissed them? Who can stand against him, eh, Mr. Ward? Who could think wrong of him when they see him and hear him speak?" Mr. Ward shook his head. "They did not dismiss the charges." "How so? They must have done. You said—" "I said he would not face his accusers." "So?" "They had him impeached on 8 counts, the steward said, his voice low and shocked. "They charged him with everything from the ruination of the Navy to stealing from the King. They even accused him. They said he was implicated. They called him to account for the murder of King James." John went pale. "Murder?" The steward nodded, his face as horrified as John's. "They named it. They called it murder. And they named him as the regicide." "My God," John said softly. "What did he answer?" "He gave no answer. The King had his accusers arrested and dissolved the Parliament. He sent the members back to their homes. He will not hear them." For a moment John was relieved. The King stands his friends, then, and his enemies are the King's enemies. William Ward nodded. Then John saw the disadvantage. "And since the accusers were imprisoned, are the accusations withdrawn?" Slowly the steward shook his head. "No, that's the rub. His accusers are imprisoned without trial in the Tower, but they do not retract." "Who are they, the damned liars? Who?" "Sir Dudley Digges and Sir John Eliot." Tradescant went white to his collar. "But Sir John is my lord's closest friend," he said quietly. "They have been like brothers together since they were children." William Ward nodded. "And I sailed to Russia with Sir Dudley. He's not a man for false accusations. He's a man of most careful honour. Why, I'd trust his judgment as I'd trust my own. We were shipmates on a long, hazardous voyage, and when he was sick, I nursed him. I'd have gone with him overland to Moscow if I could have done. He's a fine man, a fair man. He'd not bear false witness against anyone. He would not do it." The steward looked bleakly at him. "It is his word against the Duke's."
"I would have wagered my life on his honesty,"
Tradescant said uncertainly. The steward shook his head. "It was those two who spoke against our lord, and are imprisoned for it. And now the king has them in the Tower, and they're not to be released."
"But what are the charges?"
"None. There are no charges, except that they spoke against the Duke." John took a swift stride to the window and looked out at the terraces below, the golden terrace with the goldfish, the silver beneath, and the dappled trout ponds at the lowest level.
"They are men you could trust with anything," he said softly. "If it was any other cause, I would be with them."
The steward said nothing. When Tradescant turned back, his face was very grave.
"This is a bad business. No one can call Sir Dudley a liar, but no one can say that my Duke did all these things that they say he did."
The steward looked at him closely. "You were there, at the king's death. You must have seen—"
"I saw nothing," John answered swiftly. "I saw nothing but my lord watching and waking with his master. The prince was there. Do they say he killed his own father? The Bishop of Lincoln was there. Do they say he did it too?"
"And Villa's mother was there," William Ward remarked. "And the doctors were dismissed." John looked at him baffled.
"We have to trust him,"
he said stoutly, but it sounded more like an appeal.
"He's our master. We are sworn to be his men. We have to trust him until we have absolute evidence that he has gone against the king or against the word of God itself. We can't give ourselves as his men and then take ourselves back again when his star is coming down. I am his man through good and bad times. I have eaten his bread."
William Ward nodded. "At least the Duke is to come home for a few days. He writes me that he will stay and then go on to the New Forest for hunting with the king."
Tradescant nodded. "They're going hunting. But what about the Parliament? The king only just called it."
"Dissolved," Mr. Ward said shortly. "It's only the king's second Parliament, and it's broken up with no agreement at all. No money voted, no policy decided. The king will rule with the Duke alone, but without Parliament."
"But how is he to raise money to pay for anything? What will the country think of him?"
"What will they do?" Tradescant wondered. "How will they manage? They are both such young men, and they have such enemies ranged against them abroad, and—" The steward shrugged slightly. "It is a dangerous road that they tread," he said. "God save them both." That summer there was a meteor clearly seen for night after night, which burned very low and bright in the sky. You could see it most easily after sunset, when the sky was still pearly before the stars shone out. It stood alone then, and its hair burned yellow with fire. Everyone knew that it was a sign, and most thought it was a warning. The plague had not eased. The new French queen was proving barren, and, besides, there were whispers that she could not tolerate the king. There had been fierce quarrels and shouting behind closed doors. The Duke had been everywhere in the marriage, intervening, advising, even reprimanding Her Majesty. Now it was said she could not bear the sight of him, and she was never admitted to see her husband without the Duke present. The meteor was visible from New Hall, and in the village of Chorley they thought it was a sign of sins seeking the sinner out. The golden trail behind the meteor was said to be a certain sign of poison somewhere in the land. John Tradescant, who had a hatred of superstition, snapped at Jay and said that the meteor was a star fallen out of its place and that it meant nothing. It meant nothing to men of any sense. But he never saw it without crossing his fingers in his pocket and whispering to himself, "God save the king. God save the Duke." In July, matters came to a head in the royal marriage. The king ordered the Queen's French attendants out of his house and out of the country, and forcibly installed Buckingham's wife and sister in her household to take their place as the first ladies of the English court. John, watching the massive new fountains being installed at New Hall, found Jay by his side. "Father, why can the king not live happily with his wife?" he asked him. "In the kitchen they are saying that he attacked her, and that she screamed from the window for her priests and her ladies, and that the Duke, our Duke, threatened her that she could be beheaded for treason." John took Jay firmly by the shoulder and marched him away from the workmen. "That's tittle-tattle," he said sharply. "Women's gossip. Do you want to be an old beldame at the fireside?" "I just want to understand," Jay said quickly. His father's face was dark with anger. He saw that he had gone too far. "Understand what?" Jay hesitated. "I want to know why you follow the Duke above all else," he said in a sudden rush. "Why you leave me and leave Mother, and sometimes we don't see you for months. I want to know what hold he has over you, what hold he has over the king." John was thoughtful for a moment. Then he turned to his son and walked beside him, his arm laid heavily on the young, slim shoulders. "I love him as a master," he said, "set above me by God to guide me and command me. I am his vassal, do you see? He asked me to be his man, and I consented. That means that I am bound to him till death, or until he releases me. I didn't go down on my knees and swear vassalship as I would have done in the old days, but the thing is still the same. I am his man, and he is my lord. That's the bond between us." Jay nodded unwillingly. "And I love him because of his beauty," John said simply. "Whether he's in white silk and showered with diamonds, or whether he's dressed in brown for hunting, he is as lithe as a willow, and as lovely," he looked around the garden, "as one of my chestnut trees in blossom. He is a rare, rare thing, Jay. I have never seen his equal. He is as lovely as a woman, and as brave as a knight in a story. He moves like a dancer, and he rides like a devil, and he makes me laugh when we are together, and he grieves me every day we are apart. He is my lord. There is none like him." "Do you love him more than us?" Jay asked, going to the heart of the question. "I love him differently." John avoided the truth. "I love you and your mother as my own dear kin. I love my lord as I love the angels above him, and my God above them." "Do you never wonder," Jay asked spitefully from the depths of his hurt, "do you never wonder that your love might be misplaced? That your lord, just below the angels, might be what they call him in the marketplace, a false friend, a thief, a spy, a papist, a murderer, a sodomite?" John whirled and smacked his son, a ringing blow which sent the youth sprawling, and then stood over him with his fists clenched, ready to hit him again should he come up fighting. "How dare you!" Jay struggled backwards, away from his furious father. How dare you insult the man whose bread you eat, who has put food on your table? How dare you repeat the dirt of the streets in his very garden? I should whip you for this, John. You're a graceless, dirty boy. Your learning was wasted on you if it has taught you wicked thoughts." Jay struggled to his feet and faced his father, his cheek blazing with John's handprint. "I want to think for myself," he cried out. "I don't want a lord to follow. I don't want to have to shut my ears to the things that everyone is saying. I want to find my own way." "You will find your own way to hell," John said bitterly, and he turned on his heel and left his son without another word. Summer 1627. Buckingham, at New Hall for the summer, frightened back to Essex by the enmity of the Parliament, found John in the fruit garden, tying back peach trees against the red brick wall. John turned when he heard the Duke's quick step on the brick-chip path, and Buckingham, seeing the leap of joy in Tradescant's face, put a hand on his shoulder. "I wish I was a hero to all the world as I am to you, John," he said. "Is there trouble?" Buckingham threw back his head and laughed his reckless gambler's laugh. John smiled in reply, but felt a chill sense of unease. He had learned to be wary when his lord was in joyful mood. "There is always trouble," Buckingham said. "I snap my fingers at it. And what of you, John? What are you doing here?" "I'm trying a little experiment. I don't know if it will work. It is a fancy of mine to see if I can give the peach trees a little extra heat where they grow here in the garden." "Will you set fire to their trunks?" "I shall burn charcoal," Tradescant said seriously. "Here." He showed the Duke the high wall and 3 small fireplaces placed one above the other. The flues from the fireplaces run along the length of the wall, and the hot smoke travels behind the bricks where the trees are tied. I'm hoping it will keep the frost off them so that you can have early peaches and apricots, weeks, perhaps even months early. I think it must be something in the nature of the tree which makes it bear fruit, but then I'm sure it is the heat of the sunshine which makes it ripen. The first year I scorched them, and last year I was too cautious and the frost got them, but this year I think I may have done it right, and you shall have sweet, ripe fruit in June." "I shall be eating no English peaches in June this year, and nor will you," the Duke remarked. Alerted, John turned away from his heated wall. "Not this year, unless you wish to eat peaches while I go to war." "You, my lord?" Buckingham threw back his head and laughed once more. John thought for a moment that he might have crowed like a cock on the farmyard wall. "Listen to this, my John. We are to take on the French. Won't that be a game? While they trouble us in the lowlands and threaten the fair Queen Elizabeth, driven off her rightful throne in Bohemia, we will sail around and attack their soft underbelly. In the Mediterranean, La Rochelle," Buckingham said triumphantly. "We will sail into a hero's welcome from the Protestants. They've been besieged by their own countrymen, martyrs for their faith, for long enough. Our arrival will turn the tables. I doubt we will need to fire a shot, and what a snap of fingers in the face of Richelieu." "But only last year you sent a fleet to fight for Richelieu. You were his ally against them." Policy. Buckingham dismissed the idea. "We should have supported our brothers in religion as soon as the siege was raised. The country was wild to go to war against the Catholics. I was wild for it. But with a French queen new come to the English throne, and the Spanish such a threat, what could I do? It's different now. It will be better now." "The people may have longer memories," John warned. "They may remember that you hired our navy out to Richelieu, and English guns were trained on the Protestants at La Rochelle." Buckingham shook his head and laughed. "What is wrong with you today, Tradescant? Don't you want to come with me?" "You are never sailing yourself." Buckingham smiled, his heart-stopping smile. "I? But of course. Who else is Lord High Admiral?" "I didn't think—" John broke off. "Are you not needed at home? By the king? And your enemies in the country, will they not mass against you if you are gone on an expedition for months at a time? The gossip is loud against you. I've heard, even here, that they're making accusations. My lord, surely you cannot risk being away." "How better to silence them than with a victory? When I come home with a victory against France, a triumph against the Papists, and a new English port on the west coast of France, don't you think my enemies will disappear in a moment? They will be my dearest friends again. Sir John and Sir Dudley will love me like brothers again, come rushing out of the Tower to kiss my hand. Don't you see? It will turn everything around for me." John put his hand on the richly slashed sleeve of his master's fine doublet. "But, my lord, if you fail—" Buckingham did not throw him off, as he could have done, did not laugh as John half expected. Instead, he put his white fingers on John's hand and held his touch closer. "I must not fail," he said. "To tell you the truth, John, I dare not fail." John looked into his master's dark eyes. "Are you in so much jeopardy?" "The worst. They will execute me for treason if they can." The two men stood still for a moment, hands clasped, their heads close. "Come with me?" Buckingham asked. "Of course," John replied.
You are going where?
Elizabeth demanded, icily furious. To France with the fleet, John said, keeping his head low over his dinner. Jay, at the other end of the table, watched his parents in silence.
You are nearly 60.
Elizabeth's voice trembled with rage. It is time you stayed home. The Duke pays you as his gardener and the keeper of his rarities. Why can he not leave you to garden? John shook his head and cut himself a slice of ham. This is sweetmeat, he remarked. One of our own? Yes, she snapped. Why does the Duke want you to go? He has asked me to go, John said in his most reasonable tone. I can hardly ask him if he's sure or what his reasons are. He has ordered me to go. You are at an age when men sit by their fireside and tell their grandchildren of their travels, she said, not going as a common soldier off to war. He was stung. I'm not a common soldier. I travel as a gentleman in his train, as his companion and adviser. She slapped the table with her hand. What can you advise him? You're a gardener. He met her challenging eyes squarely. I may be a gardener, but I have travelled farther and faced worse danger than any other in his train, he said. I was at the battle in Algiers and the long voyage to Russia. I have travelled all over Europe. He needs all the wise heads he can muster. He has asked for me, and I will go. You could refuse, she challenged him. You could leave his service. There are many other places where you could work. We could go back to Canterbury. Lord Wootton would have you back. He says that no one can grow melons like you. We could go back to Hatfield and work for the Cecils again. I will not be forsworn. I will not leave his lordship. You took no oath, she pressed him. You think of yourself as his man, and he treats you like a vassal, right enough. But these are new times, John. The way you served Lord Cecil with such love and devotion is the old way. Other men work for Villiers for nothing more than their wages, and they move on as it suits them. You could serve him like that. You could tell him that it does not suit you to go to war with him and seek another place. He was genuinely shocked. I tell him that it does not suit me to go to war when he is going, tell him that it suits me to stay at home when he is fighting for my country in a foreign land, I to be a turncoat, having eaten his bread and lived in his house for 5 years, after he has paid me and trusted me and employed my own son so he served his apprenticeship in one of the finest households in the land. I wait till now, till the worst moment of his life, to tell him that I was only here until it suited me to be elsewhere. This is not a matter of a wage, Elizabeth. It is a matter of faith. It is a matter of honour. It is a matter between my lord and me. Jay made a little impatient gesture, and then sat still. John did not even glance at him. Then serve him where you are placed, Elizabeth said urgently. Cleave to your master and do the work he employs you to do. Keep his cabinet of rarities. Keep his gardens. I am placed at his side, John said simply. Wherever he is, there I should be, wherever that is. She swallowed her pride as it rose up, her wife's pride, a jealous pride, stung by the devotion in his voice. She kept her temper with an effort. I don't want you running into danger, she said quietly. We have a good place here. I acknowledge our debt to the Duke. You have a fine life here. Why do you have to go away? And this time to make war against the French? You told me yourself what a court they have and what an army. What chance does the fleet have against them? Especially commanded by the Duke, she thought, but did not say it. He thinks that we will sail into a hero's welcome and sail home again, John said. The Protestants of La Rochelle have been under siege by the French government troops for months. When we relieve the siege, we will free the Huguenots and slap Richelieu's face. And why should you slap Richelieu's face? She demanded. He was an ally only months ago. Policy, John answered, concealing his ignorance. She drew a breath as if she would draw in patience again. And if it is not so easy, if the Duke cannot slap Richelieu's face just like that, then the Duke will need me, John said simply. If they have to build siege machines or bridges, he will need me there. You are a gardener, she exclaimed. Yes, he cried, goaded at last, but the rest of them are poets and musicians. The officers are young men from the court who have never ridden out for anything more arduous than a day's hunting, and the sergeants are drunkards and criminals. He needs at least one man in his train who can work with his hands and measure a length with his eye. Who in my lord's train will guard him? Who can he trust? She got up from her stool and snatched up the platters from the table. John saw her blink away angry tears,
and he softened at once.
"Lizzie," he said gently. "Are we never to be at peace together?" she demanded. "You are a young man no longer, John. Will you never stay home? We have our son, we have our home. You have your great garden and your rarities. Is this not enough for you, that you have to go chasing off halfway around the world to fight the French, who were our allies and friends only last year?"
He got up and went over to her. His knees ached, and he was careful to walk steadily, without a limp. He put his arm around her waist. He could feel the warmth and softness of her body beneath her grey gown.
"Forgive me," he said. "I have to go. Give me your blessing. You will never make me sail without your blessing."
She turned her troubled face towards him.
"I can bless you, and I can pray for the Lord to watch over you," she said, "but I fear that you are sailing with bad company, into a senseless fight. You will be badly commanded, badly ruled, and poorly paid."
Tradescant flinched back from her.
"This is not a blessing. This is ill-wishing."
Elizabeth shook her head.
"It is the truth, John, and everyone in the country but you knows it. Everyone but you thinks that your Duke is leading this country into war to spite Richelieu and to tease the King of France, whom he cuckolded already. Everyone but you thinks he is showing off before the King. Everyone but you thinks he is a wicked and dangerous man."
John was white.
"I see you have been listening to the preachers and the gossips again," he said. "This poison is not of your cooking."
"The preachers speak nothing but the truth," she said, confronting him at last. "They say that a new world is coming where men can share in the wealth of the country, and that every man should have his share. They say that the king will see reason and give the country to his people when his adviser is thrown down. And they say that if the king will not turn against papist practices in his home, and ritual in his church, and poverty in his streets, then we should all go to make a new world of our own."
"Virginia,"
John mocked scathingly. "That was an investment of mine in a promising business. It was not a dream of a new world."
"There's certainly no dreaming in this old world," she flashed back.
"Innocent men in the Tower, poor men taxed into paupers, plague in the streets every summer, starvation in the country, and the richest king in the world riding around in silk with his favourite riding beside him on a horse from Arabia." John put his hand under her chin and turned her face so that she was forced to meet his eyes.
"This is treason," he said firmly, "and I will not have it spoken in my house. I have struck Jay for less. Mark me well, Elizabeth. I will put you aside if you speak against my lord. I will turn you out if you speak against the king. I have given my heart and soul to the Duke and the king. I am their man."
For a moment she looked as if he had indeed struck her.
"Say that again," she whispered.
He hesitated. He did not know if she was daring him to repeat it, or if she simply could not believe her ears. But either way he could not back down before a woman. The chain of command from God to man was clear. A wife's feelings could not disrupt the loyalty from man to lord, to king, to God.
"I will put you aside if you speak against my lord," John said to his wife,
as solemnly as he had spoken the marriage oath in church that long-ago day in Mepham.
"I will turn you out if you speak against the king. I have given my heart and soul to the Duke and the king. I am their man."
He turned on his heel and went out of the room. Elizabeth heard his heavy step going up the stairs to their bedroom, and then the noise of the wooden chest opening as he took out his travelling suit, from where it was lain in lavender and rue. She put out her hand to the chimney-breast to steady herself, as her knees grew suddenly weak beneath her, and she sank down to the little three-legged stool at the fireside.
"I want to go with him,"
Jay suddenly said from his seat at the table. Elizabeth did not look around. She had forgotten her son was there.
"You're too young," she said absently.
"I'm nearly 19. I'm a man grown. I could keep him safe." She looked up at his bright, hopeful face and his dark eyes, as dark as his father's.
"I cannot bear to let you go," she said. "You stay home with me.
This voyage is going to break hearts enough in this household and in others all over the country. I can't risk you as well." She saw the refusal in his face. John, don't waste your time reproaching me or trying to convince me," she suddenly cried out bitterly. "He won't take you. He won't allow you to go. He will want to be with a duke alone." "It is always the duke," Jay said resentfully. She turned her face from her son to look into the fire. "I know," she said. "If I had been able to hide from that knowledge before, I would certainly know it now. Now that he has told me to my face, and repeated it, that he is their man, and not mine." Elizabeth did not come to see the fleet sail from Stokes Bay near Portsmouth. It was too far from Essex, and besides she did not want to see her husband walking up the narrow gangplank to his master's ship, the Triumph, supervising the loading of his master's goods. On this warlike expedition, Buckingham was taking a full-size harp with a harpist, a couple of milk cows, a dozen laying hens, a massive box of books for reading in his leisure hours, and an enormous coach with livery for his servants for his triumphant progress through La Rochelle. Watching this fanciful equipment lumbering up the gangplank, John was rather relieved that Elizabeth was not with him. 6,000 foot soldiers slouched unwillingly aboard the fleet, 100 cavalry. The king himself rode down to Portsmouth for a farewell dinner with his Lord High Admiral, and bade him farewell with a dozen kisses, wishing him Godspeed on his mission. The mission itself remained uncertain. Firstly, they were to harry French shipping as they sailed to La Rochelle, but, as it happened, though the July seas were calm and pleasant, they saw no French shipping, and could not complete their orders. Buckingham's court played cards for desperately high stakes, and held a poetry competition as they sailed southwards. There was a good deal of hard drinking and laughter. The next part of the orders bade them to go to La Rochelle for the grateful welcome of the besieged townspeople. Even this apparently simple command could not be fulfilled. When the fleet hove to before the town and spread the pennants so that the town could see that the great Duke himself had come to relieve the siege, the townspeople were neither grateful nor particularly welcoming. They were deep in complicated and subtle negotiations with Richelieu's agents for their rights to practice their religion and to live freely among other Frenchmen. The arrival of Buckingham's fleet threw their diplomatic agreements into jeopardy. "So we can go home with honour," John suggested. He was standing at the back of Buckingham's richly decorated cabin. Seated around the table were his advisers, French Protestant leaders among them. "Never. We must show that we are serious," Soubise, the Frenchman, said. "We should take the Ile de Ré at the harbour mouth, and then they will see we are in earnest. It would give them the courage to declare against Richelieu, break off these negotiations, and defy him." "But our orders were to wait for them to declare," John said levelly, "not stir up trouble. The townspeople must invite our help, and if they do not declare against Richelieu, we were ordered to sail to Bordeaux and escort the English wine fleet home. We need not fight for La Rochelle if the townspeople do not invite us." The Frenchman tried to catch Buckingham's eye. "My Lord Duke did not come all this way to fetch a wine fleet home," he laughed. "Nor to find himself embroiled in a quarrel which no one wants," John said stoutly. Buckingham lifted his head from admiring a large new diamond on his finger. "Are you homesick, John?" he asked coldly. Tradescant flushed. "I am your man," he said steadily, "nothing else. And I don't want to see you drawn into a battle for a small island opposite a small town on a small river in France." "This is La Rochelle," Soubise exclaimed. "Hardly a small town." "If they're not willing to fight for themselves," John persisted doggedly, "then why should we fight for them?" "For glory?" Buckingham suggested, smiling across the room at John. "You are glorious enough," John smiled back, indicating the new diamond, and a shining stone in Buckingham's thick plumed hat on the table before him. The Frenchman swore softly underneath his breath. "Are we to go home as if we were defeated, then?" he demanded, "without firing a shot? That will please the king. That will silence Parliament." They will say that we were suborned, that we are the Queen's men, papist men. They will say that this mission was a masque, a piece of theatre. They will say we were players, not soldiers." Buckingham rose from his seat and stretched, his dark curls brushing the gilded roof of his cabin. "Not them," he said softly. John watched warily. He knew the signs. "They will mock us in the streets," Soubise lamented. "Not them," Buckingham repeated. "They will say it was a gesture to seduce the Queen of France," Soubise said, going as far as he dared, "that you were throwing down the glove to her husband and that you did not fulfill your challenge." For a moment John thought that the man had gone too far. Buckingham stiffened at the mention of the Queen's name, but then his smile returned. "Not them," he said, "and I will tell you why they will not mock. Because we will lay siege to the island. We will take the island. Then we will take La Rochelle, and we will go home as conquering heroes." The Frenchman gasped, and then beamed as the cabin of men burst into applause. Buckingham gleamed at the praise. "Set to!" he shouted above the laughter and applause. "We will land tomorrow." It was a shambles, but it did the job. Inexperienced sailors, press gang from alehouses up and down the south coast of England, fought to keep the landing boats steady in the currents that swirled around the boggy and uninviting beaches. Inexperienced soldiers, press gang from the poorhouses and alehouses of England, Ireland, Wales and Scotland, cringed from the waves and from the French soldiers, forewarned and splendidly armed, drawn up to greet them. All would have been lost but for the Duke, conspicuous beneath his standard, dressed in glorious gold and crimson, who rode up and down between the boats and urged the men on shore. Reckless of danger, laughing when the cannon from his ships roared over his head, he was a leader from a fable. He was indeed a champion, fit to bed the most beautiful queen in Europe. When they saw him, still sporting his diamonds, with his golden sword on his hip, their spirits lifted. It was impossible that such a man, such a glamorous, golden, laughing man, could ever be defeated. His clear voice could be heard above the noise of the waves, the thunderous bellow of the cannon, and the yells of ill-trained officers. "Come on!" he shouted. "Come on! For God and the King! For the King! For me! And let's bugger the Catholics!" They landed in a roar at his bawdiness, and the French, faced by an enemy suddenly renewed, powerful, and even laughing, turned and fled. By the afternoon Buckingham stood on the beach of Ré, his sword wet only with sea water, and he knew himself to be triumphant. John went inland with the scouts, and saw the French cavalry driven back and back over brackish fields of rough grass, where 100, 1,000 red poppies blew. "Like soldiers in red coats," John said. He shivered as if it were an omen, and bent to pluck a couple of the drying seed heads. "Still gardening, Mr. Tradescant?" one of the scouts asked. "They're a fine colour," he said. "A plentiful show." "Red as blood," the scout said. Yes. The English luck held. Within days, Buckingham held the whole of the little island of Ré, and the French army was holed up in one tiny, half-finished castle on the landward side, Saint-Martin. John was sent to spy out the lie of the land. "Tell me what their fort is like, John. Give me an idea of the size and how strong it is," Buckingham commanded as he strolled down the lines and came across Tradescant, digging a little nursery bed for any rare plants he might find during his stay. "Leave gardening, man, and tell me how their fort is placed." John put his trowel to one side at once and slipped his satchel on his back, ready to set out. "I'm no engineer," he warned Buckingham. "I know that," his lord replied, "but you're careful, and you have a good eye, and you have been in a siege and under fire, which is more than can be said for any one of us. Go and have a look, and when you come back, come to me privately and tell me what you think. I can't trust a word these Frenchmen speak. All they want is victory at whatever price, and that price would include me, and they would still pay it gladly." John nodded. He did not ask what, in that case, they were doing there, camped on a French beach, on a small island off France. It was not his nature to complain of the obvious. He took up his blackthorn stick and set off, along the beach, towards the other side of the island. Buckingham watched him go, and noted the limp which favoured John's aching, arthritic knee. He was back late in the evening, with a brace of cuttings and a rough sketch. "Good God, what have you in your hat?" Buckingham demanded. He was seated before his tent, at a table of exquisite marquetry, looking young and careless, with his white linen shirt undone at the throat, and his hair tumbling in black curls about his shoulders. John carefully took one of the plants by the leaf and held it up. "It's a new sort of gillyflower," he said. "I've never seen such leaves before." He held out the plant. "Do the leaves have a scent?" Buckingham sniffed. "Nothing I can smell, John, and, forgive me, but you were sent out as a scout to bring us news of the French fortification, not to go plant hunting." "I sat among the plants while I drew a sketch of the fort," John said with simple dignity. "A man can do two things at once." Buckingham grinned at him. "A man such as you can do a dozen," he said sweetly. "Show me your plan, John." John unfolded the paper and spread it on the little table before his master. "The fort is built like a star," he said, "and only half finished on one side. Our trouble will be that the north side, on the Strand, is facing La Rochelle over the sea, and can be easily relieved by the French troops who are camped around the besieged city on the mainland. We hold the island right enough. They will get no help from here, and the town of La Rochelle is holding out against the Papist French army, but there are sally ports all along the base of the St. Martin's fort wall, and they have boats moored ready. We will have to cut them off from the mainland before they can be reduced." Buckingham looked at John's sketch. "What about a direct attack? Never mind starving them. An attack against the walls." John's mouth turned down. "I don't advise it," he said briefly. "The walls are new built and high. The windows look very deep. You can't hammer your way in, and you will lose half your men trying to scale it." "They have to be starved out?" John nodded. "So, if we put our army all around them on the landward side, can you build me a barrier to span the seaward side to prevent them getting ships in and out?" John thought for a moment. "I can try, my lord," he said. "But these are high seas. It's not like building a raft across the Ises. It's like building a raft across Portsmouth Harbour. The waves come very high, and if there is a storm, anything we built would be smashed. Surely, if we have enough wood and chains, if the summer weather remains calm, it might hold," John said doubtfully, "but one night of high winds would smash it." Buckingham got up swiftly and strode forward, looking down on the fort. "I tell you, John, I cannot stay here seated before a little fort, looking at it forever," he said, his voice so low that no one but Tradescant could hear him. "I'm laying siege to them, and they're trapped inside the fort, right enough, but all I have to feed my men is what I brought in the ships. I need support as much as the fort. Their army and their suppliers are over a small channel of water, while my army and suppliers are many miles away, and the king is commanded by Richelieu, while my king—" He broke off, and then saw John's uneasy face. "He will not forget me," he said firmly. "Even now he will be preparing a fleet to come after us and revictual and supply us, but you can see that I am in a hurry. I cannot wait. The French in the citadel of St. Martin must starve and surrender at once, otherwise we will beat them to it. We will starve and surrender, even though we are supposed to be laying siege to them." "I'll plan something," John promised. There were no tents for the men, nor for the poorer officers. No one in England had thought that the expedition would need tents. John laid his soldier's pack on the ground beside the other men, heeled in his new gillyflower in his little nursery bed, and then set about planning his blockade of St. Martin. Within an hour or two, he had his drawing of ship's timbers and a couple of spare masts chained together. The senior shipwright and John supervised the throwing of the wood in the water and watched the sailors leaning out from little boats and struggling to chain them together. "Those were our spare masts and timbers to repair the ships," the shipwright observed dourly. "Better pray we don't lose a mast on the way home."
We can't go home until the citadel falls, John reasoned. First things first.
And have you heard when they will come to relieve us? The shipwright asked. The lads were saying that a great fleet is coming behind us, now that the king knows that the Duke has been successful, now they know that we're at war.
It will come soon, John said, with more confidence than he felt. My lord told me that the king had promised it. John was right about the fragility of the timber barrier. The high wind blowing over their camp in the next week warned him of the storm that was coming. He crawled out of his makeshift shelter and looked out to sea. In the darkness, he could see nothing. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Buckingham, sleepless too.
Will your blockade hold? Not if this wind keeps up, Tradescant replied. I'm sorry, my lord.
He could feel the warmth of Buckingham's breath as he leaned forward to be heard above the storm.
Don't ask for pardon, John, he said. You warned me of the danger, and I told you of the need. But at first light tomorrow, get out there and build me another barrier. I must have Saint-Martin cut off.
John's next attempt was to use the landing craft ships, lashed together, prow to stern, across the channel before the Saint-Martin citadel. 2 small camps of soldiers were set up at either side to guard the barrier and to take the occasional pot-shot at those citizens of Saint-Martin who were bold enough to peep over the half-finished walls. The building work on the fort had almost ceased, although the need to finish the citadel had never been greater.
They're weary and hungry, Buckingham said with satisfaction. We will outlast them.
Within a week of the new barrier being in place, there were more high winds, and the stormy waters, pushing the landing craft in opposite directions, broke through. Some of the officers were openly contemptuous of Tradescant at the Council of War.
I'm sorry, John said dourly, but you're asking me to build a barrier in what is almost open sea. I can rebuild it. I shall bring the ships closer into shore and run hawsers one from another. The men on board ship can keep watch, and if a hawser breaks, we can replace it. But the weather is getting worse. I can think of nothing which will withstand the autumn storms.
Buckingham's face was grave.
The King's fleet will arrive this month, he said. It will come without fail. His Majesty loves me, and I have his solemn promise of a fleet in September. I have asked him to send more hawsers and timber, as well as munitions, money and food, and 3,000 more fighting men. As soon as it arrives, we will take the castle and move on to La Rochelle itself. Once we're on the mainland, all our troubles will be over.
There was a brief, dispirited silence. Only John dared voice what they were all thinking.
If he is delayed, he began cautiously, if the king cannot raise the money for the fleet—
Buckingham's sharp gaze warned John to be silent, but he doggedly continued, I beg your pardon, my lord, but if His Majesty is delayed in sending succour, then we will have to withdraw for this year, he said stoutly.
You are afraid,
one of the Frenchmen declared. He whispered something behind his hand about gardens and easy lives. I know that we're running short of food and munitions, John said steadily, and the men are on half pay. If there was anywhere for them to go, they would have deserted already. We cannot make them fight if they are hungry. They cannot shoot their muskets if they have no powder. He looked at Buckingham, past the gentlemen who were openly laughing at him. Forgive me, my lord, but I am much with the common soldiers, and I know what they are thinking, and I know that they are going hungry. Buckingham glanced at his table, where a flagon of red wine gleamed beside a plate of biscuits.
Are we short of food? He asked, surprised.
We're not starving, but rations have been cut, John replied. The Protestants are sending us all they can from La Rochelle, but it is not justice for us to eat their supplies. We came here to relieve them, not to devour their stores, and they themselves are surrounded by the Papist French troops. They cannot go on supplying us forever.
I will speak with the French commander, Buckingham said thoughtfully. He is a gentleman. Perhaps we can make some sort of terms.
We should starve them to death and drive them into the sea, Soubise said hastily. We have raised the siege. We should smash them into nothing.
"Next year," Tradescant said hastily, "when we come back with another fleet." A package of letters for the English troops had got safely through. The King had written, Buckingham's wife Kate had written, and his mother, the cunning old Countess. None of them had sent money to buy food or pay the troops, and there was no news of the fleet being equipped and setting sail. The Duke kept the bad news to himself, but no one, seeing the way he thrust the letter from the King inside his embroidered waistcoat, could doubt that Charles had sent fond words, but no news of an English fleet ploughing its way through stormy seas from Portsmouth to relieve his beloved friend. The letter from the old Countess was even more ominous. She urged her son to come home and reclaim his place at court. No man could risk being too far from one of the Stuarts. They had notoriously short memories. Buckingham himself had replaced Rochester, the previous favourite, in the affections of King James, and now King Charles was coming under the sway of new advisers. William Laud, a new bishop, a common, red-faced little man, was advising him at every turn. Buckingham must hurry home before he was forgotten. Charles wrote to his dearest friend that he had no money, but that he was raising funds by every means possible. He wrote that he was thinking of nothing but ways to get money to send a fleet. The old Countess wrote to Buckingham in their private code that Charles had just bought the Duke of Mantua's entire collection of pictures for £15,000, enough to equip and send 2 fleets. He had been unable to resist them at such a bargain price, and now he was penniless again. The money for the fleet had been squandered twice over. Buckingham need not hope for support. Buckingham tore up her letter and scattered the tiny pieces over the stern of the Triumph. "Oh, Charles," he sighed, "how can you love me as you do and yet betray me like this?" The pieces blew in an eddy of wind, like flecks of snow. Superstitiously, Buckingham looked up at the September sky. There were thick clouds on the horizon. The fair weather was due to break. "He is a sweet man," he said to himself, "the sweetest man that ever lived, but the most faithless friend and king that could ever be." He wrapped his cape around him a little closer. He knew that any time his name was mentioned at court, Charles would think of him with love. He knew that he would return to an open-hearted welcome, but he knew also that a collection of pictures like the Duke of Mantua's would be irresistible to a man who, from boyhood, had been able to have what he wanted at the instant he wanted it. Charles would think that Buckingham, that the English fleet, that the full-scale war with France could wait while he amassed yet more money from the hard-pressed taxpayers of England. He would never understand that it was he who had to do without. He had no patience in self-denial. For all his sympathy and charm and sweetness, there was a core of pure selfishness in Charles that nothing could penetrate. "I will have to win and return home, or I will be left here to die," Buckingham said. The last pieces of his mother's letter blew, sank into water, and then slipped away. Buckingham watched them go down into the heaving greenness and realized that he was facing his own defeat and death, and that he had never thought before that his life and his charmed career could end in despair. He looked up at the horizon, at the dark layers of cloud. The wind was blowing the rain towards the Triumph and towards the string of English ships moored as a thin barrier between Saint-Martin and the Sea of La Rochelle. "I will win and return home," Buckingham vowed. "I was not born and raised so high to die in a cold sea or France. I was born for great things, for greater than this. I will see Saint-Martin razed to the ground, and then I will go home, and I shall have that £15,000 poured into my hands for my pains, and I will forget I was ever here in fear and in want." He turned back to the waist of the ship and saw John Tradescant standing a yard away watching him. "Confound you, John! You startled me. What the devil are you doing?" "Just watching you, my lord." Buckingham laughed. "Did you fear an assassin's knife on my own ship?" John shook his head. "I feared disappointment and despair," he said, "and sometimes a companion can guard you against them, too." Buckingham slid his hand around John's shoulders and pressed his face against the older man's thick, muscled neck. John smelled comfortingly of homespun cloth, clean linen and earth. "Yes," Buckingham said shortly. "Stay by me, John." Autumn 1627. That very afternoon a messenger came from the fort. Commander Torres was suing for peace and for terms of surrender. Buckingham did not let the messenger, an officer, see his smile, but took the news as if it were a matter of indifference. "I dare say you're weary," he said politely, as one gentleman to another. He turned to his servant. "Bring him some wine and bread." The man was not just weary, but half-starved. He fell on the bread and devoured it in hungry bites. Buckingham watched him. The messenger's condition told him all he needed to know of the state of the soldiers within the fort. Buckingham unfolded the letter the man brought and read it again, carefully, sniffing at the silver pomander he wore around his neck. "Very well," he said casually. One of his officers raised his eyebrows. Buckingham smiled. "Commander Torres asks for terms of surrender," he observed negligently, as if it did not much matter. Taking his cue, the English officer nodded. "Indeed." "I was told to take a reply," the messenger said. "The fort is yours, my lord." Buckingham savoured the moment. "I thank you. Merci beaucoup." "I'll call for a clerk," the English officer said. "I take it that we can dictate the terms?" The messenger bowed. Buckingham lifted his hand. The diamond winked. "No hurry," he said. "I was told to take a reply," the messenger said. "The commander proposes the terms in the letter, our full surrender without condition. He said I could carry a verbal reply from you, yea or nay, and the business could be finished tonight." Buckingham smiled. "I will write to your commander tomorrow, when we have considered what terms are agreeable to me." "Can we not agree now, my lord?" Buckingham shook his head. "I'm going to my dinner now," he said provokingly. "I have a very good cook, and he has a new way of doing beef in a thick red gravy. I shall think of you and Commander Torres while I dine, and I shall write tomorrow, after I have broken my fast." At the mention of meat, the man gulped. "I was ordered to take a reply, sir," he said miserably. Buckingham smiled. "Tell Commander Torres I'm going to my dinner, and that he shall dine with me tomorrow. I will send him an invitation to a grand dinner, along with his terms of surrender." The messenger would have argued, but the French Protestant officers pushed him gently from the room. They heard his hesitant tread down the gangplank, and then one of the sentries giving him safe conduct back to the besieged fort. "We'll let them sweat," Buckingham said cruelly. "They wanted to keep their weapons and safe conduct back to La Rochelle. They even wanted their cannon out of the fort. It was hardly a surrender at all. I want their weapons and their standards, and then they can go. I have to have something to take home with me after all the trouble here. I want their cannon on my ships and their standards to show to the court. I need to lay the standards before the king. We need to have some gaudy props for the last act of this masque." At dinner, the officers drank deeply. John had a couple of glasses of the Rochelle wine, but then he went out on deck. The ship was moving uneasily on its moorings, and the wind freshened. The darkening sky was thick with clouds, and the horizon, where the sun had set, was rimmed with a yellow line, like a fungus on a felled tree trunk. John wondered how the rest of the fleet, strung out across the bay, were faring in the wind. He called to a sailor to bring him a boat. The man reluctantly brought a little skiff to the foot of the ladder, and John went down the side of the Triumph. The waves rose and fell under the keel of the little boat. John could see them coming across the bay, frighteningly high from his low viewpoint in the water. The great swell of the Atlantic Ocean pushed them onward like an enemy to the little boats, holding tightly to each other in a circle around the beleaguered fort. "Take me round the point," he said, raising his voice above the wind. "I want to see the barricade." The sailor leaned heavily on the oars, and the skiff bobbed and fell as the big waves passed underneath. They rounded the point, and John saw his barrier. At first he thought it was holding. Squinting his eyes against the darkness, he thought that the ships were still moored, nose to tail, and the unevenness of their rocking was the big waves passing through them, each one lifting and falling at a different moment. Then he saw that one had broken free.
"Damnation!" John yelled. "Get me on a ship! I have to raise the alarm!"
The sailor headed for one of the moored ships, and John scrambled up the ladder. His bad knee failed him, and he had to grab like a monkey with his arms and haul himself up the side. At the top he turned and shouted down, "Get you back to the Triumph! Tell the Admiral that the barrier is breached! Tell him I'm doing what I can!" The man nodded his agreement and set himself to row back to Buckingham's ship, while John flung himself on the bell and sounded the alarm. The sailors scrambled out of the waist of the ship, clutching their dinner, nothing more than a thin slice of rye bread and a thinner slice of French bacon.
"Get me a light!" John cried. "I need a signal to the ships to take that loose vessel up. The barrier is breached."
"I thought they had surrendered," the captain shouted as one of the men ran for a lantern.
"They sent terms," John said. "His lordship is considering them."
The captain turned and roared for a light and ordered the gunners to their posts. The signalling officer came running up with flaring torches.
"Tell them to take up that ship,"
John said. The man ran forward and started signalling. John, looking past him, suddenly saw a gleam in the dark water, a reflection.
"What's that?"
"Where?"
"In the water beside that ship."
One of the officers stared where John was pointing.
"I can't see anything," he said. "Hold the torch out," John ordered.
They held a torch low over the water and saw the dark shadow of a French barge rowed swiftly towards the gap in the barrier.
"To your places!" the captain yelled.
John raced to the bell and rang it again. The gun crew opened the hatches and ran back the cannon for priming and loading. The soldiers poured out on deck. Someone lit and threw a flare towards the dark water below, and in its briefly tumbling light, John saw a string of barges rowing steadily and confidently from the Papist camp around La Rochelle towards the fort of Saint-Martin. From the other end of the barrier of English ships, he heard the bells ringing for action stations. A single cannon started pounding in the darkness, and then he felt the timbers under his feet shake at the explosion and recoil of the guns on his own ship. The loose ship, which should have been lashed into the barrier, was swinging wildly out of control, the crew swarming to get sails up and to get her under way so that she could rejoin the line. But through the gap she had left, the barges were pouring, heading straight for the citadel.
"A fire-ship!"
John gasped as he saw them launch the blazing raft towards the French barges from the English ships on the other side of the bay. One man stood at the back of the raft, courageously steering it straight towards the supply barges, the wind setting the flames in the bow, leaping and crackling, reflected in the water, until it looked as if the fires from hell were burning up from under the sea. The sailor stayed at his post until the last moment, until the heat beat him into the water and the flames licked towards the kegs of powder. He dived off the back of the raft just as the charges on the fireship exploded like celebration firecrackers. His head went deep under the water, and for a moment John thought that the man was lost. Then he came up, wet-headed like a seal, and swam to the nearest ship, clung to a rope, and was hauled in. The wind swung around. The unmanned fireship, yawing wildly, blew before it, drifted away from the French barges, and helpfully lit their way across the heaving glassy seas to the shore and the fort.
"Damnation!" Tradescant swore. "It's going to miss them!"
Perilously, the fireship swung in a current and headed for the English line. The sailors scrambled to the side of the ship with buckets of water to try to douse the flames and poles to fend it off. By its brilliant, flaring light, the English gunners on the other ships could at last see their targets. The English guns pounded into life, and John saw the French barges struck and men thrown into the water.
"Reload!"
the gunner's officer yelled from below. The deck of the ship heaved and thudded under John's feet as the big guns fired and rolled back. Another direct hit, and another French vessel smashed amidships, men screaming as they were thrown into the rolling, dark sea. Squinting through the smoke, John could see that some of the barges were getting out of range, heading towards the citadel.
"Aim long!" he shouted. "Aim for the furthest barges!"
No one could hear him above the noise. Impotently, John saw the leading French barge run ashore below the castle on the tide line, the citadel's sally port gates flung open in welcome, and a line of defenders rapidly form to unload the barges and throw sacks of food and supplies of weapons into the fort. John counted perhaps a dozen barges safely unloaded before the light from the fireship died, and the English gunners could no longer see their target, and the battle was lost. The citadel was reinforced and revictualled, and there would be no visit from Commander Torres to dine with the Duke and accept his terms of surrender tomorrow. John did not attend the council of war. He was in disgrace. His barrier had failed, and the fort, so near to surrender, was eating better than the besieging English soldiers. While Buckingham took advice from his officers, John walked away from the fort, away from the fleet, deep into the island, watching his feet for rare plants, his face knitted up in a scowl. The same pressures would still be working on the Duke as before, but the situation was worse than ever. The fort was revictualled, the weather was deteriorating, and on one of the ships there were 2 cases of jail fever. The cold weather would bring sickness and agues, and the men were underfed. They had the choice of sleeping in the open under pitiful shelters of bent twigs and stretched cloth, and risked ague and rheums, or inside the ships, packed like herrings in a barrel, risking fevers from the close quarters. John knew that they must withdraw before the winter storms, and feared that they were mad enough to stay. He turned in his walk and went back towards the fort. One of the French sentries on the castle walls saw him and shouted a cheerful yell of abuse. John hesitated. Then the message became clear. The sentry hauled up a pike with a huge joint of meat on the tip to demonstrate their new wealth. "Voulez-vous anglais?" he yelled cheerfully. "Avez-vous faim?" John turned and trudged back to the ill-named Triumph. Buckingham was certain what they should do. "We must attack," he said simply. John gasped in horror and looked around the Duke's cabin. No one else seemed in the least perturbed. They were nodding as if this were the obvious course. "But, my lord," John started. Buckingham looked across at him. "They are better fed than us. They have almost limitless cannon and powder. They are mending the defences, and we know that the citadel is strong." Buckingham no longer laughed at John's fears. "I know all that," he said bitterly. "Tell me something that I have not thought of, John, or keep your peace." "Have you thought of going home?" John asked. "Yes," Buckingham said precisely. "And if I go now, with nothing to show for it, I can't even be sure that I will have a home to go to." He glanced around the cabin. "There are men still waiting to impeach me for treason," he said bluntly. "If I have to die, I'd rather do it here, leading an attack, than on the block outside the Tower." John fell silent. It was a measure of the Duke's desperation that he spoke so frankly before them all. "And if I return home in disgrace and am executed, then the prospects for all of you are not golden," Buckingham pointed out. "I would not be in your shoes when you are asked what service you gave the king on the Ile de Ré. I shall be dead, of course, so it will not trouble me, but you will all be hopelessly compromised." There was a little uncomfortable movement among the men in the cabin. "So, are we all decided?" Buckingham asked with a wolfish grin. "Is it to be an attack?" "Torres cannot stand against us," Soubise exclaimed. "He was ready to surrender once. We know the measure of the man now. He's a coward. He won't fight to the last. If we frighten him enough, he will surrender again." Buckingham nodded to John as if there were no one else to convince. "That's true enough," he said. "We do know that he will surrender if he thinks a battle is lost. All we have to do is to convince him that the battle is lost." He leaned forward and spread out some papers on the table. John saw that they were his sketch plans, drawn when they were new to the island, and his new gillyflower was healed into his little nursery bed. Now it was rooted and putting out new shoots, and the sketches were dirty in the margin from much use. "We bring the ships as close as we can, and pound the fort from the sea, then fall back," Buckingham said. "First one side, then another. So as soon as they get our range, we drop back. Then, on the landward side of the fort, we launch an attack. scaling ladders to get the men to the tops of the walls. They must carry and throw down ropes. As the ships fall back from their attack, they land the sailors, and they support the soldiers in the attack on the walls. As soon as the soldiers are inside, they open the sally ports, and the rest of the sailors come off the ships and into the gate.
Perfect,
Soubise exclaimed. John was looking critically at the map. How will the ships come forward and fall back? He demanded. What if the wind is in the wrong quarter? Buckingham thought for a moment. Can we use the landing craft as barges? He asked. Take the ships in tow and help them around? A gentleman nodded. The wind is bound to be right for either coming in or going out. Buckingham looked to John. What do you think, Tradescant? It might work, John said cautiously, but we could only tow 1 or 2 ships in and out at a time. We couldn't do the big attack you described. 1 or 2 would do it, Buckingham said. It's to keep their attention to the seaward side while we attack on land. We should do it on the turn of the tide, John proposed, so the tide pulls the ships out of range, helps the barges to do their work. Buckingham nodded. Give the orders, John. You will know how it should be done. I shall make them practice first. Very well, but do it out of sight of the forts, and have them ready for dawn tomorrow, as near to dawn as the tides permit. John bowed and went to leave the cabin. He hesitated at the door. And the attack on the castle? He asked. A textbook attack, one of the officers enthused. While they're looking out to sea, we attack on land. Speed, stealth. May I have the command, sir? Buckingham smiled at his enthusiasm. You may. What about the ladders? John asked. And the ropes? The officer turned on him impatiently. You leave all that to me. I beg your pardon, John said politely, but that's only a rough sketch I did. Someone needs to check the angle of the walls, any overhangs, the best places for the ladders, the ground beneath